2 years into their marriage, he ruthlessly sought vengeance against her entire family in pursuit of his unattainable ideal. Her father met his demise in prison. Her mother fell into a deep coma due to a stroke, and her disabled brother was confined to a psychiatric facility, while she herself was forced to consume a significant amount of contraceptive pills, rendering her unable to conceive. The Gu family, insatiable in their demands, sought her very blood to revive their ailing patriarch, nearing 90 years of age. Ultimately, she succumbed to the weight of it all. 3 years later, Nianchu made a formidable return, accompanied by a kindred spirit and a delightful child at her side. He, with a gaze aflame with jealousy, cornered her, declaring, "You bore my child and yet wish to be with another. I shall not permit it. I have long ceased to love you," she retorted. "As long as I have not signed the divorce papers, you remain mine," he insisted, kneeling before her, clutching her leg. "My dear, grant this pitiful soul a chance." "Is she dead?" "Call out if you wish," he replied, his grip on her waist unyielding. She struggled to push him away, but he held her firmly. Her delicate hands grasped the exquisitely crafted silk sheets in silent defiance. In the moonlight, his profile appeared chiseled, his gaze towards her imbued with a desire that felt cold and distant. "Is this displeasing to you?" he murmured, biting the soft flesh behind her ear, his breath heavy with intensity. "If this does not provide you with pleasure, let me inform you that I have already sent your brother to the UI hospital." Nianchu's face drained of color at the mention of UI hospital, a notorious mental institution masquerading as a place of psychiatric care where illicit organ trafficking transpired behind closed doors. "Why would you do such a thing?" she questioned, her fingers trembling as they clutched his arm. "This is merely to ensure you remember this day," he said, withdrawing from her, his long, clean fingers adjusting his shirt. "Last year, her father was incarcerated, her mother suffered a car accident leading to a stroke, and remained in a coma to this day. Shortly thereafter, her father took his own life in prison during a torrential downpour. She had called Gu shouting countless times, but he did not answer. Alone, she arranged for her father's cremation and brought his ashes to the cemetery. Despite all evidence pointing towards Gu Shading's involvement in her father's death, she chose to remain skeptical. Yet, he chose this poignant day to return from abroad and humiliate her, and she endured it all. Why did he also have to send her already disabled brother to such a place? "Gu shouting is a scoundrel. Do you intend to eradicate our entire family?" She trembled, her fingertips turning cold. Her heart, once vibrant, slowed to a near standstill. The man paused in his buttoning, then replied, "Mo Tao's condition is precarious and requires serious treatment. He has a physical disability, not a mental one," Nianchu replied, her voice heavy with sorrow. He chuckled softly, tilting his head back, his hand curling around her neck. "I'm acting in his best interest." As he spoke, his mocking lips brushed against her forehead, but she turned her face away. For 2 years of marriage, she had endured, appeased, and catered to him, striving to win Gu Shading's favor and secure her family's well-being. All in vain. He despised her for clinging to her identity as the daughter of the Lin family, unwilling to relinquish her marriage. To him, she was merely a leech, clinging desperately to the fringes of high society. She was portrayed as a vain woman, obsessed with reputation and wealth. She had stolen the life of Lin Xiaowan, his unattainable ideal, for 18 years, and in doing so, had also taken away Lin Xiaowan's leg and her marriage. She deserved to perish. Her entire family deserved the same fate. Nianchu felt her spirit wither, pushing the man away as she bent to retrieve a bottle of emergency contraceptive pills from the bedside drawer. He frowned, his expression darkening. As she raised the pills to her lips, he struck them from her hand. "Have you learned to self-medicate now?" Throughout their 2 years together, Nianchu had yearned to conceive, even resorting to childish tactics like puncturing condoms. Yet, each attempt had earned her nothing but his furious outbursts and an abrupt cessation of her mother's treatment. Eventually, she learned to comply. He would hand her the medication, and she would obediently take it. Gu Shading's aversion to children stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from never viewing her as a wife capable of bearing children. Nianchu forced a self-deprecating smile. "Isn't this what you, Mr. Gu, wish for me to do?" His jaw twitched as he snatched the pill bottle from her, gripping her chin tightly. "Do you enjoy taking pills?" "Very well, then consume them all." The white tablets were poured into her mouth, and, as she struggled to resist, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. "Take as many as you desire," he commanded, pouring a glass of water and forcing it down her throat. She choked violently, the quantity of pills she had ingested reaching an alarming amount. Ugh. Nianchu, I advise you to pray you never conceive, Gu Shouting declared, casting her aside with force before storming out of the bedroom. Nianchu staggered into the bathroom to induce vomiting, ultimately being rushed to the hospital for gastric lavage. Despite the timely intervention, some of the drugs had already entered her bloodstream, causing varying degrees of damage to her heart, liver, and kidneys. The excessive hormones had provoked ovarian hyperstimulation, leading to early ovarian failure. The doctor informed her that she might never have the opportunity to bear children again. After shedding tears, she surprisingly felt a sense of release. In her stupor, she overheard the housekeeper on the phone with Gu shouting, "Madam's condition is deteriorating. Would you like to come to the hospital? Is she dead?" His voice, cold and detached, echoed through the receiver. "Not yet, but—" In busy a woman's voice chimed in from the background, shouting, "Please come and help me with my zipper." Then, Gu Shading's impatient tone cut through the line, "Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me." As the call ended, the housekeeper cast a sympathetic glance at the pale-faced woman in the hospital bed. She understood the couple's relationship was strained, but never to the extent of complete disregard for one another's well-being. With a heavy sigh from the housekeeper, Nianchu opened her bloodshot eyes. The voice she had just heard belonged to Lin Xiaowan. On the rare occasions Gu Shouting returned home, it was often that sweet, melodious voice that lured him away. All her nightmares were filled with the echoes of that voice. In Gu Shading's heart, Lin Xiaowan held an immeasurable significance, far surpassing her own. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes. She was exhausted and needed a proper rest. Upon awakening, Nianchu received a call from the nurse at her mother's hospital, requesting her to verify a bill. "Miss Mo, isn't it possible to defer payment for my mother's bill?" The nurse hesitated. "Miss Mo, the hospital is currently settling accounts. Your mother has not paid for her treatment in over a year, and we kindly ask that you come to the hospital to settle the bill. Otherwise, it may affect her ongoing treatment." Previously, treatment could be deferred due to the hospital being under the Gu family's ownership. It seemed Gu Shouting had finally put his foot down. Nianchu's lashes fluttered with disappointment as she replied, "I will come over right away." Her biological mother, Bai Yuling, had been in a coma since the car accident. The diagnosis of a stroke rendered her little more than a living corpse. If Nianchu were to withdraw treatment, it was likely no one would question her decision. Yet, she was unwilling to do so. Staring at the lengthy bill, she frowned at the total amount. "Is it over 200,000? "Yes, Miss Mo, after reimbursement, the total comes to 235,816 yuan. 230,000 may not seem insurmountable, yet she found herself unable to muster the funds. Chapter 2. Let us divorce. During the 2 years of her marriage to Gu Shouting, he forbade her from working and refused to provide her with any household allowance. She subsisted on whatever the servants prepared. If they took a day off, she would have to settle for leftovers or endure hunger. How utterly absurd. "Please wait a moment. I need to make a phone call." Stepping into a corner, Nianchu accessed her contacts, paused momentarily at Gu Shouting's name before swiping past it and continuing downward. "Qingzi, it's me, Nian." The woman on the other end was taken aback, her voice rising in surprise. "You finally decided to reach out to me." "I apologize," she replied, steadying her voice. "Could you do me a favor?" Song Qingzi's tone tightened. "What trouble are you in? My mother's hospital fees are due, but I have no money." "I was hoping you could." Nianchu rarely revealed her vulnerabilities, but she was truly at a loss. "Just tell me how much. I'll transfer it to you." No. Nianchu glanced down at the beautiful jade bracelet adorning her wrist, its clarity exquisite and of excellent quality. "I need you to help me sell my jade bracelet. I know you have the connections to get a better price." A sudden silence enveloped the call. Song Qingzi, Nianchu's closest friend, was aware of her marriage to Gu Shouting and understood her unhappiness better than anyone else. Yet, she never imagined Nianchu would be reduced to pawning jewelry to cover medical expenses. Despite the myriad of grievances and indignation bubbling within her, Song Qingzi swallowed her anger. "All right, I'll help you." The jade bracelet had been a wedding gift from Gu Shouting's mother, the only valuable possession Nianchu owned. Song Qingzi managed to sell it for 250,000, which was just enough to cover the hospital bills. Once the fees were settled, Nianchu assisted her mother in transferring to another hospital. This was a rural facility, not the best in terms of medical conditions, but sufficient to maintain her vital signs. After finalizing everything, Nianchu returned home, her exhausted body collapsing onto the bed in her spacious, sunlit bedroom. To her surprise, she felt no pang of reluctance. She had lived in this house for 2 years, and that was enough. Packing her belongings, she made her way downstairs. The butler, sensing something amiss, ventured, "Madam, where are you going?" "Yes or no?" Before Nianchu could respond, the sharp glare of headlights flashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, followed by the sound of an engine dying. The sight of his polished leather shoes caught her attention first. The butler, recognizing the situation, discreetly retreated, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit. Gu Xiaoting's handsome features were accentuated in the dim light, exuding an air of calm and restraint. His gaze fell upon the 2 suitcases Nianchu held, his brow furrowing slightly. "Are you throwing a tantrum?" "No," she replied, not lifting her eyes, her voice icy. "Then perhaps you could explain what is going on?" He produced the bracelet she had just sold and slammed it onto the table. Nianchu was baffled as to how the bracelet had come into his possession. She merely stated, "I sold it." "You sold it?" His anger flared as he grasped her neck. "Who gave you the right to sell this?" "It is my property. Why shouldn't I sell it?" This was the first time she had spoken so defiantly to him. Gu Xiaoting scoffed, almost mockingly. "So, just because it's on your wrist, it becomes yours? The Gu family's possessions only grant you the right to use them. Nothing more. Usage rights?" After 2 years of marriage, which items of the Gu family had she dared to touch? The only one with rights was the man before her. Was he referring to himself? His expression hardened, suppressing his fury. "Then I would like to know what you intend to do with the money from selling this bracelet." In that moment, Nianchu felt Gu Xiaoting was playing dumb. He had directed the hospital to collect her fees, after all. And the rest? The remaining 10,000 or so. "If you want it, I can transfer it to you." "Do so." He opened the payment code and tossed his phone in front of her. Nianchu scanned the remaining funds into his wallet without missing a single cent. Then, she produced a divorce agreement and handed it to him. "Gu Xiaoting, let us divorce." Gu Xiaoting seemed taken aback. The meek Nianchu, in his eyes, would never broach such a topic. Was it because he had allowed the hospital to collect her fees? Or perhaps due to the half-bottle of contraceptive pills he had forced upon her? His gaze scrutinized her, laced with mockery. "So, you've had enough of being a parasite in high society and wish to become a working-class drone? In your eyes, was my life not merely a theft?" She met his gaze, resentment lacing her tone. "You enjoy stealing others' lives, don't you?" Nianchu smiled bitterly, aware that in Gu Xiaoting's view, she was merely a thief. Ironically, the life she had stolen was that of Lin Xiaowan, and he had always resented her for it. Now, she was returning what had been stolen to him. The switch of lives was a mistake of the hospital. What choice did an infant have? "Gu Xiaoting, I know you care for Lin Xiaowan. I am merely making room for her. May you both enjoy a lifetime of happiness." She wanted nothing more, nothing at all. Given the choice, she would not have chosen to grow up in the Lin family. 2 years with the Mo family had brought her more happiness than 20 years in the Lin household. It was unclear which of her words provoked Gu Xiaoting. He seized her wrist, dragging her upstairs and throwing her onto the bed with force. Nianchu rose from the bed, furious, and removed her wedding ring from her finger. "Try throwing it, I dare you." His voice was frigid. Nianchu hesitated for a moment before forcefully hurling the ring to the ground. "The ring is yours. The marriage is also yours. Gu Xiaoting, I no longer want you. I wish to divorce." Her declaration was resolute. Gu Xiaoting was consumed by rage. In the next instant, he pushed her down, pinning her beneath him. "Once you insisted on marrying me. As Mrs. Gu, you cannot simply decide to not be so." "What am I to you, Mrs. Gu?" She glared at him, filled with contempt. "I'm not interested in being a Mrs. Gu who lacks even the right to manage a bracelet worn for 2 years. Such defiance, he growled, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to devour her whole. "Can you truly make decisions? Is it too late for me to regret?" Tears welled in her eyes. Had she known that her stubbornness would lead to devastation for herself and her family, she would not have chosen this path. No love would justify such a choice. The word regret only served to heighten Gu Xiaoting's anger. He bit down on her delicate neck. Chapter 3. Her blood, the faint fragrance emanating from her, enveloped him, transforming his bite into a kiss. She passively endured his overwhelming force. As usual, he sought his own gratification, indifferent to her state of being. Afterward, he tossed her some medication, which she carelessly discarded into the trash. "Why aren't you taking it?" he asked, bewildered. "Do you truly believe that after forcing half a bottle of contraceptive pills down my throat, I can still conceive?" Her voice was devoid of vitality. He was momentarily stunned. Beyond shock, a complex emotion swirled within his gaze. What did the doctor say? Nothing much, just that I can no longer bear children. She nonchalantly adjusted her clothes, reminding him, when you have the chance, let us go finalize our divorce. Gu Xiaoding remained silent. They lapsed into quietude. Downstairs, the butler knocked urgently at the door. Sir, there's a call from the old residents. They say the old master is gravely ill and requests your immediate return. Gu Xiaoding donned his coat, glancing at Nianchu. Before the divorce, you're still a member of the Gu family. Come with me to the old residence. While the Gu family, aside from Gu Xiaoding, had never treated her particularly well, they were never cruel. Nianchu had no reason to refuse. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, the hall was filled not only with friends and relatives, but also with a stream of visitors coming to pay their respects to the elderly patriarch. Gu Xiaoding was summoned to the inner room. Nianchu stood alone in the outer hall, feeling somewhat lost. The old gentleman, over 90 years old, had not been in good health for the past few years, and the Gu family had employed various methods in hopes of prolonging his life. It seemed, however, that he was nearing the end. Gu Xiaoding was the only descendant permitted to enter and visit him. After emerging from the inner room, he was approached by Gu Zonglin, who asked in a hushed tone, "Can your grandfather hold on?" Liang Zheng replied, "At most, he can last for another 6 months." Gu Zonglin pressed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get Nianchu pregnant. Only her blood can save your grandfather." The old man's illness required a complete blood transfusion, and Nianchu, whose blood contained rare genetic molecules, was the optimal candidate. If she were to conceive, the antibodies in her blood would multiply exponentially. With her blood transfused into him, he could potentially live for another 10 years. Gu Xiaoding remained silent. Gu Zonglin, dissatisfied, continued, "You've been married for 2 years, and she hasn't shown any signs. Whose problem is it? Yours or hers?" Xiaoding, "You must understand that without your grandfather, the Gu family's fortune will be directly affected for over a decade. You need to act swiftly." As Gu Xiaoding stepped into the outer hall, he lifted his gaze to Nianchu. She stood demurely, her eyes cast down, appearing more like an outsider than a participant. On the way back, the man gripped the steering wheel, glancing at her multiple times. Eventually, she turned her face away to look out of the window. "Sending your mother to a local hospital, will that yield better treatment? Or perhaps we should transfer her back. I can speak with the hospital. We can defer the medical fees." She remained silent. Such hindsight seemed futile. There was no need to sell her jade bracelet for a mere 20,000. If she needed money, she could ask him. Nianchu's brows twitched slightly. In 2 years of marriage, it was the first time she had heard Gu Xiaoding mention the words, "ask for money." He then handed her a gold card, saying it could be used for everyday expenses. Nianchu looked down at the card but did not accept it, responding coldly and ironically, "No need. Stop making a fuss and behave." Gu Xiaoding attributed Nianchu's mention of divorce to her being temperamental. She rarely made decisions, but once she did, she would not easily change her mind. Their marriage had become too cramped. Gu Xiaoding did not love her, and she no longer wished to love this man who had caused her so much pain. "Gu Xiaoding, I'm not throwing a tantrum. I have made my decision. I truly do not wish to be Mrs. Gu any longer. Let us get a divorce." "Is it absolutely necessary to divorce me?" he asked, his tone stern. "What qualifications do you have?" "I may lack qualifications, but I am willing to withdraw." Hearts do not grow cold in an instant. Over the past 2 years, she had put immense effort into playing the role of a virtuous wife, toiling harder than a servant to please him. She had convinced herself countless times to wait a little longer, believing he would eventually warm to her, that he would see her worth. It was laughable. It had merely been a self-deluded dream. The half-empty birth control pill bottle had stripped her of her right to motherhood and had unveiled the truth of their marriage. The man who had consumed her entire youth was one she had resolved to let go of. With a sudden break, Nianchu lurched forward, nearly colliding with the windshield. The man's impatient voice cut through the air, "Get out of the car." She unfastened her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and as her feet touched the ground, the car sped off. Her phone vibrated. It was a call from a Gu family's doctor. His name was Fei Liangzong, a childhood friend of Gu Xiaoding and her senior in college. "Nianchu, I want to discuss some important points regarding preparation for pregnancy. Please take notes." "Preparation for pregnancy?" she asked, perplexed. "Why the sudden urgency? Didn't Xiaoding tell you?" "No. Currently, your grandfather's illness can only be addressed through a blood transfusion, and your blood contains a rare genetic molecule. It is only during pregnancy that the antibody levels can peak. The rest of Fei Liangjing's words faded from Imo Nianchu's mind. Her heart grew colder with each passing moment, the remaining warmth draining away. Under the blazing sun, she felt as though she had stepped into an ice chamber. Thus, Gu Xiaoting's earlier attempts at kindness, offering her the card and the insistence on not divorcing, were merely a reflection of her remaining utility. After extracting her last drop of blood, only then would her purpose be fulfilled. Nianchu, are you listening? Imo Nianchu responded with a soft and said, "Thank you, Senior, I understand. I'll hang up now." Upon returning to their shared home, Imo Nianchu picked up her suitcase, preparing to leave. The housekeeper approached her. "Madam, are you really going?" "Yes, I have placed the divorce agreement on the bedside table. Please remind Gu Xiaoting to sign it, so we can set a time to finalize the divorce." The housekeeper hesitated, biting her lip. "Does the sir know about this?" "He knows, madam." Imo Nianchu departed from the home she had lived in for 2 years. In truth, it had never felt like home. There was no loving husband to rely upon, nor were there sweet memories to cherish. In over 700 days, she had seen Gu Xiaoting less frequently than the employees of the Gu family. It had merely been a cage imprisoning her. Escaping was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Imo Nianchu returned to her family home, a modest unit in a dormitory built in the early 1990s, located on the 3rd floor. Though small in size, it was sufficient for their family of 4. After her father was imprisoned, all their possessions were confiscated. After placing her suitcase, she took a taxi to UI Hospital. Chapter 4. A good person. The hospital was surrounded by tall white birch trees, shrouding it in perpetual shade. The iron gate was tightly shut, and occasionally, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within. Imo Nianchu pressed the weather doorbell. Soon, a small flap opened in the door, and a brusque voice asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm here to see Imo Tao. It's not visiting hours right now." The flap closed again. Imo Nianchu knocked urgently. "I just want to see him, just for a moment." The flap opened once more, and the impatient face inside replied, "Didn't I tell you? It's not visiting hours. Then when can I visit?" "Friday." The flap shut again, and Imo Nianchu's heart sank. Just as she was about to turn away, a heart-rending cry pierced through the air, making her grip her clothing tightly. No, she could not allow her brother to remain here. Upon returning home, she cleaned her room and stocked up on some necessities. During their 2 years of marriage, she had not earned a single penny. Imo Tao occasionally transferred her a few thousand, which she had never dared to spend. Roughly calculating, she had saved several tens of thousands, enough to cover part of her mother's hospital expenses. While she lacked the means to provide her mother with better treatment, she only wished to sustain her life. As long as a person was alive, the notion of home remained intact. With her bag in hand, Imo Nianchu took another taxi to the hospital where her mother was staying. "Doctor, I'm Bai Yuling's daughter. I'm here to..." The doctor looked up from the medical records, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Nianchu?" Imo Nianchu was momentarily taken aback, surprised to see her senior. "Senior, what are you doing here?" "I came to..." "What brings you here?" "My mother is hospitalized here, and I came to pay her admission fees." Fei Liangjing adjusted his glasses, puzzled. "Isn't your mother in Xiaoting's hospital? Why was she transferred here?" "The costs were too high. I couldn't afford it, so..." Imo Nianchu forced a bittersweet smile. "Senior, I'll go pay the fees now." Fei Liangjing stood up, taking the paperwork from her hands. "I'm familiar with this place. Let me take you to pay the fees." "Thank you." Everyone in the Gu family, including him as their family doctor, knew that Gu Xiaoting and Imo Nianchu's relationship was strained. However, the decision to transfer Imo Nianchu's mother from a well-equipped hospital had left Fei Liangjing bewildered. On the way to the payment office, he inquired, "Have you had a disagreement with Xiaoting?" "No. At Gu's hospital, your mother is likely to awaken. The conditions at the township hospital are not as favorable, which may lead to..." "I know. How could Imo Nianchu not know? But did she have a choice? Even should the treatment at this hospital be halted at Gu Xiaoting's whim, it could happen in an instant." After settling the payment, the two emerged from the billing area. In the distance, they spotted the most prestigious license plate in Jiangcheng, 6/8. It was evident it belonged to Gu Xiaoting. Once the vehicle was parked, Gu Xiaoting exited first, then circled to the back seat to lift Lin Xiaowan out and handed her the cane. Throughout, he exhibited remarkable patience and tenderness. In an instant, she grasped the reason for Fei Liangjing's presence here. "Did Gu Xiaoting send you?" "Xiaoting sent me to retrieve Xiaowan's medical records prior to her knee surgery. He intends to send her abroad for treatment. Please don't overthink it." Imo Nianchu smirked, Realizing the lengths Gu Xiaoding was willing to go for Lin Xiaowan. Lin Xiaowan's knee injury was an unfortunate accident. At that time, she was still a daughter of the Mo family. Though the Mo family had limited resources, they managed to arrange a joint replacement surgery for Lin Xiaowan. Unfortunately, the hospital's capabilities were lacking, resulting in a failed operation that left her disabled. The medications during her treatment adversely affected her heart and kidneys, rendering her unable to conceive for life. Gu Xiaoding was acutely aware that any further surgery on Lin Xiaowan's leg would be futile, yet he tirelessly sought treatment for her. Love is evident. Indifference is even more so. I shall not intrude any longer. Nianchu turned, "Senior brother, I shall take my leave." "All right." Just as Nianchu was about to step away, Lin Xiaowan's melodious voice, like that of a lark, called out to her, "Nianchu." Nianchu inhaled deeply and calmly turned her face. "I knew it was you." Shouting insisted I was mistaken. Leaning against Gu Xiaoting, Lin Xiaowan wore an innocent smile. "Nianchu, please don't misunderstand. Shouting is merely accompanying me to collect my medical records. As you know, my leg is quite inconvenient." Nianchu's heart felt heavy. Her man truly was a living bodhisattva. Our Gu is always so altruistic, not just towards you. Lin Xiaowan's smile faltered slightly. Indeed, Xiaoting is a good person. A good person? How ironic. Gu Xiaoting assisted Lin Xiaowan inside, while engaging Fei Liangzheng in conversation. "Have you located the medical records?" "I'm searching for them now," Fei Liangzheng replied hurriedly. "Then why linger here?" Lin Xiaowan turned to bid farewell to Nianchu. "We shall head in first." As she glanced back, observing Gu Xiaoting's careful support and tender demeanor, her eyes unexpectedly welled with tears. The man she devoted her life to had given all his tenderness to another. On Friday, Nianchu visited Ui Hospital. The place was heavily fortified, with towering walls and electric fences, evoking thoughts of entrapment. She recognized many familiar faces, once famous celebrities, frequently headline-grabbing wealthy heirs, and officials often seen on television. The situation was more complex than she had imagined. With her own means, it would be challenging to extricate Mo Tao from this place. After obtaining a number, she was led into a cold, empty room. Few visitors came, each weighed down by their own thoughts, silent. "Has the family of number 04 arrived?" "I am," Nianchu exclaimed, raising her number. The attendant glanced at her indifferently. "Follow me." Nianchu trailed the attendant through a maze of corridors, finally being ushered into a room furnished with only a table. "Please wait here." "Oh, certainly." She sat anxiously, gripping her bag tightly. 10 minutes later, Mo Tao was wheeled in. "You have half an hour. Speak quickly." The attendant placed him down and exited. The man in the wheelchair appeared vacant, shoulders hunched, back curved, cheeks sunken, with an uneven beard. Nianchu's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Montakta." She half squatted in front of him, gently calling his name. "Can you hear me, brother?" She held his large hand in hers, rubbing it softly, her eyes reddening. "Have they bullied you here? Please tell me. Mo Tao, what have they done to you? Why did you become like this? Can you say something? I am your sister. Look at me. Did they hit you? Did they deny you food? Have they harmed you?" Chapter 5. Release my brother. Nianchu lifted Mo Tao's shirt to inspect his body. Rumors suggested that this hospital operated as an underground organ trafficking hub, and she feared unimaginable horrors might have already transpired. Thankfully, they had not yet acted. "Rest assured, sister will find a way to rescue you. You must take care of yourself." The boy remained silent like a soulless puppet. He did not speak, did not cause a fuss, did not cry, nor did he smile. As they parted, he uttered, "Sister, don't worry about me." Mo Tao was taken away, and Nianchu was expelled from the hospital. That evening, Nianchu returned to the home she shared with Gu Xiaoting. The man lounged in the living room, his pajamas casually unbuttoned, exuding a languid charm, his fingers swirling a glass of red wine. He gently swayed the exquisite glass, appearing disinterested. Nianchu approached him, lowering her posture as if afraid to provoke him. Gu Xiaoting, "I beg you, release my brother, will you?" The man suddenly laughed. What's wrong with him being there? That is hardly a place for humans. She knelt before him, nearly pleading, it will drive him mad. He has already lost his legs. Have compassion for him, please. It is merely a matter of sending him for treatment, not taking his life. Gu Xiaoting toyed with the wine glass and grasped her chin. What are you anxious about? He is not insane. He is a normal person. Must you force him into madness? If this is about Lin Xiaowan, You may hold me accountable. Gu Shouting insisted on attributing Lin Xiaowan's leg ailment as a debt owed by the Mo family. She was willing to bear the consequences. You? Huh? He abruptly cast her aside and drained the wine from his glass. Mo Nianchu wiped away her tears. You may set conditions. As long as you are willing to release my brother. What authority do you possess to negotiate with me? He chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. Mo Nianchu, do you truly believe you are a bargaining chip? She understood her insignificance in his eyes. She was aware of her own worth. You may dictate my fate. I am agreeable to anything. Swallowing her grievances, she gently grasped his arm, continuing to plead, you may take my life. I implore you, spare Mo Tao. He swept the wine bottle to the marble floor, where the glass shattered amid the red wine, resembling a rose blooming within crystal. She raised her gaze to meet his, understanding his intent. He sought to champion Lin Xiaowan's cause, wanting her to experience the pain of Lin Xiaowan's knee. In an instant, she knelt upon the shards of red glass. The glass pierced her knee, the excruciating pain causing her to shut her eyes tightly, trembling fingers clenching into fists. Blood quickly stained her beige pants. Sir, the butler hurried over, holding the cordless phone. Miss Lin's call. Would you like to take it? Gu Shouting answered the phone, exchanged a few words, then donned his coat and headed outside. Before departing, he glanced back at Mo Nianchu. When you decide whether to divorce or not, come back to discuss Mo Tao's release. After Gu Shouting's car vanished from sight, the butler sympathetically helped Mo Nianchu to her feet. Madam, why subject yourself to this? Observing the pool of blood on the ground, her heart twisted with pain. How could such a couple exist in this world? Mo Nianchu was nearly unable to stand. Aunt Wang, please fetch the first aid kit for me. My dear, perhaps you should visit the hospital to attend to your knee, which is covered in shards of glass. It's unwise to handle it yourself. No need, Mo Nianchu replied, tending to her wound in a rudimentary manner before limping away from home. Seated in the taxi, she languidly gazed at the enormous screen in the square. There, a man cradled a delicate woman as they ascended the stairs, one hand clutching an exquisite cane. Indeed, it was Gu Shouting and Lin Xiaowan. The setting was the second floor of the Grand Theater in Jiangsheng, where an art exhibition was taking place that evening. The couple was unabashedly basking in the flash of the cameras, their gazes entwined in a tender embrace. Once, she too had fantasized about Gu Shouting looking at her in such a manner. Yet, the joyous anticipation she had felt had been met with indifference and ridicule. His affection was miserly, reserved solely for Lin Xiaowan. Her phone vibrated in her palm. Hello, Nian Yan, I just saw Gu Shouting on the news. Song Qingzi's voice was laced with caution. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, her tone icy yet suppressing an undercurrent of forbearance. For the past 2 years, Song Qingzi had refrained from inquiring about Mo Nianchu's feelings or meddling in her marriage, well aware that once Mo Nianchu had made a decision, neither persuasion nor force could sway her. However, today she could not restrain herself from asking, aren't you utterly disappointed? I feel like a joke, Mo Nianchu admitted with self-deprecation. You have every right not to be a joke. If you wish, I can find the most renowned lawyer in Jiangsheng to represent you in a divorce. Yet, she feared that Mo Nianchu would hesitate to leave. Qingzi, I have already made up my mind. She turned her gaze back to the large screen in the square. Where the sight of the couple pierced her heart, the thought of divorce looming heavy. Really? Song Qingzi nearly exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Did he agree? Not yet. That's all right. Take your time. He won't linger on this for too long. He likely desires to give Lin Xiaowan a title. Even the paparazzi in Jiangsheng could sense Gu Shouting's intentions to legitimize his relationship with Lin Xiaowan. However, Gu's elder had a vested interest in her bloodline, and Gu Shouting had to tread carefully. Regrettably, it seemed unlikely that she would conceive, thwarting the Gu family's plans. Qingzi, there's something else I need your help with. What is it? UI Hospital. Song Qingzi's understanding of UI Hospital was akin to Mo Nianchu's. She did not comprehend why Mo Nianchu suddenly mentioned that hospital. Gu Shouting admitted Mo Tao to UI Hospital. I visited him today, and his mental state is quite poor. Was it again because of Lin Xiaowan? Every action Gu Shouting took concerning the Mo family seemed to be influenced by Lin Xiaowan. It was an obvious truth. A sharp pain shot through Mo Nianchu's knee. A painful reminder that she too had been subjected to such treatment because of Lin Xiaowan. Who else could it be? Years ago, the Mo family had done everything possible to treat Lin Xiaowan's knee. What more could she want? One could argue that Gu Shouting was indeed troubled. as the hospital had failed to execute the surgery properly, leaving him with a lingering affliction. Should he hold the MO family accountable? Gu Xiaoting loved Lin Xiaowan so deeply that every ounce of her suffering resonated in his heart. Furthermore, after Lin Xiaowan returned to her family, a series of calamities befell them. First, Lin Xiaowan's father suffered a fatal heart attack, and her mother, unable to cope, attempted to take her own life in the dead of night. Chapter 6. She forgot the taste of sweetness. The unaltered will directed all of the Lin family's assets to Nianchu, rendering Lin Xiaowan an orphan overnight. Gu Xiaoting's heart shattered with anguish. How could he not hold the Mo family accountable? Nianchu pressed her forehead, the pain in her knee numbing her entire being, inducing nausea and dizziness. Qingzi, I must end our conversation for now. I have urgent matters to attend to. She ended the call and weakly addressed the driver. Sir, to the hospital, please. Under the surgical lights, the doctor removed 37 shards of glass from Nianchu's knee, each piece soaked in her blood. She developed a high fever, and her knee swelled to an alarming size. Alone in the hospital, she received intravenous fluids for 3 days before her condition began to improve. Doctor, am I staying in this room? Lin Xiaowan's voice interrupted her reverie. Nianchu, weary and haggard, glanced towards the door to see Lin Xiaowan entering, supported by a cane. Upon spotting Nianchu, Lin Xiaowan appeared momentarily taken aback. Nianchu, why are you hospitalized? Are you unwell? Nianchu refused to respond, her gaze drifting to the man who followed Lin Xiaowan into the room. Lin Xiaowan hastily clarified, Shouting is here with me because he worries I might need assistance. You aren't upset, are you? Nianchu offered a bitter smile before closing her eyes. Her legally bound husband was by another woman's side at all times. She felt she had no right to be angry. Where was the fairness in that? Shouting, Nianchu is ill. Why didn't you inform me? Lin Xiaowan's voice was laced with a playful pout, reminiscent of a wife playfully scolding her husband. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the chiseled features of the man, enhancing his attractiveness. He cast a fleeting glance at the woman on the hospital bed before turning to Lin Xiaowan, asking, Would you like me to find a doctor to arrange a different room for you? The hospital's beds are limited. It's no trouble at all. Nianchu and I can share a room to look after one another, saving you the worry. Lin Xiaowan, ever the epitome of thoughtfulness, feigned generosity, which only irked Nianchu further. Shouting, I'd like some water, she said. The man complied, handing her a cup. Lin Xiaowan took the cup and offered fruit to Gu Xiaoting. Shouting, please cut a piece for Nianchu. I want to eat it. If you cut it for her, she will eat it. Lin Xiaowan smiled as she handed over the fruit knife, her tone mockingly sweet. Unable to endure the charade any longer, Nianchu threw off the covers and attempted to rise from the bed. Her knee, still bandaged, lacked support, and she stumbled, falling to the floor. As her hands hit the ground, it slipped, twisting her wrist painfully. The dual agony in her knee and wrist elicited a pained gasp. The wound on her knee, having struck the ground, began to bleed anew, intensifying her pain to the point where standing seemed impossible. She had hoped Gu Xiaoting would at least come to her aid, yet he remained unmoved. In despair, Nianchu clung to the bed, struggling to rise. Nianchu, are you all right? Lin Xiaowan's voice pierced Nianchu's ears, sharp and filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Shouting, hurry, go help her up and see if she's hurt. Gu Xiaoting remained stationary, his brow furrowed, his gaze deep as he looked at the woman. Nianchu felt utterly defeated, limping as she grasped the wall and slowly made her way out of the room. A nurse spotted her and rushed to assist. Lin Xiaowan exclaimed, What happened to her knee? I know knee injuries are excruciating. She lowered her gaze to her own legs, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gu Xiaoting averted his eyes, softly reassuring, Don't be upset. I've already contacted a hospital abroad. Your leg will heal. Shouting, Will you accompany me there? I will. Lin Xiaowan smiled through her tears. Thank you, Shouting. Nianchu approached the nurse's station. Nurse, I wish to change rooms. Miss Montauk, all rooms are currently occupied. We cannot accommodate a transfer. Then, I want to be discharged. She genuinely could not remain there for another moment. The nurse was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Miss Mo, your knee is still healing. Why do you wish to leave? If you truly want to change rooms, I will see if I can arrange something. Thank you. Please return to your room. It's not advisable for you to move around now, as it may lead to complications. The nurse escorted Nianchu back to her room. Gu Xiaoting appeared to be in a light-hearted conversation with Lin Xiaowan, eliciting her peals of laughter. Upon noticing Nianchu, Lin Xiaowan cheerfully remarked, Nian, Xiaoting is telling jokes. I envy you for having such a humorous husband. My husband? Nianchu looked down upon Lin Xiaowan's light-hearted tone, thinking she was addressing her husband. Lin Xiaowan's expression turned awkward as she cautiously glanced at Gu Xiaoting, shouting, You should comfort Nianchu. Don't let her misunderstand because of me. Nianchu refrained from retorting at Lin Xiaowan, fearing that Gu Xiaoting might direct his anger towards her. She and her family could not afford such repercussions. Soon, a nurse arrived to escort Nianchu to a room at the end of the corridor, where an elderly grandmother shared the space. Be good, this medicine isn't bitter. Take your medicine, and then you can have some candy. The grandfather gently coaxed the grandmother to take her pills, his demeanor patient, tender, and indulgent. Nianchu felt a pang of envy. The grandmother seemed truly fortunate, cherished throughout her life. After the grandfather helped the grandmother finish her medication, he presented her with a rainbow lollipop as a reward. Turning around, he offered one to Nianchu. Here you go, little girl. Have a piece of candy. It will make the medicine less bitter later. Nianchu hurriedly declined. No, Grandpa. But the grandfather insisted, placing the unwrapped lollipop in her hand. It's very sweet. Touched, Nianchu accepted the lollipop and placed it in her mouth, the sugary aroma instantly filling her senses. Sweetness was indeed a sensation she had nearly forgotten amidst the bitterness she had experienced over the years. With the lollipop in her mouth, she opened her tablet to begin drafting her resume. Holding a degree from Jiangqing Academy of Fine Arts, she thought finding a position teaching art to children should not be too difficult despite her lack of work experience. Her focus was entirely on the resume page, not noticing the man who had entered until his gaze fell upon her screen. Startled, she quickly closed her tablet. Are you looking for a job? Gu Xiaoting's expression darkened. Nianchu did not conceal her intentions. Yes. Who permitted you to seek employment? His discontent was palpable. Nianchu felt no guilt. Having divorced, she needed to support herself. Am I not allowed to work? Nianchu, understand your identity. She smiled coldly, meeting the furious gaze of the man before her. And what is your identity, Mr. Gu? Are you my husband or Lin Xiaowan's? Are you comparing yourself to her? His face twisted in displeasure, scoffing. You don't even deserve to be compared. Indeed, I am unworthy. Her gaze turned frosty as she pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. Ignored, the man seethed, angrily swiping the tablet off the small table. With a crash, Nianchu's heart quivered. Once Gu Xiaoting left, she picked up the tablet from the floor, only to find the screen shattered, her heart breaking alongside it. The nurse entered. Miss Nianchu tucked the tablet away. Is it time for my injection? No, it's not that. The nurse looked troubled, her lips pressed together in sympathy. The hospital has just informed me that you are to be discharged. Discharged? Just moments ago, they changed my room to prevent my release. Is my deposit insufficient? No, it's not that. It's the higher-up's decision. Nianchu quickly understood. Someone wanted her out of the hospital. No one else but Gu Xiaoting would act so decisively. It seemed she had offended his beloved. Gu Xiaoting wielded immense influence, and she could only yield. Fine, I will discharge. Miss Mo, I apologize, but you can seek treatment at another hospital. Nianchu thanked the nurse for her kindness. Thank you. The nurse, perhaps feeling pity for her, completed the discharge paperwork and wheeled her to a taxi. Miss Mo, I wish you a speedy recovery. Goodbye. Upon returning home, Nianchu's knees were severely swollen. She chose not to go to another hospital, knowing that even there, she would likely face the same fate of being turned away. In Jiangcheng, Gu Xiaoting held absolute power, leaving her with no escape. The pain in her legs was excruciating. She resorted to calling a home doctor for assistance. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Nianchu laboriously rose to answer it. Nianchu? Senior brother? She was surprised to see Fei Liangzheng, the family doctor, instead of her expected visitor. What are you doing here? A friend had a last-minute issue and asked me to cover for him, but I didn't expect. He raised a hand to steady Nianchu. How did you injure your knee? She didn't disclose the details, simply stating it was an accident. After she settled down, Fei Liangzheng opened his medical kit to tend to her wound. The infection was severe, and the signs of pus were evident. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Nianchu smiled bitterly. I already went. Is this? He detected a hint of something in her tone. You aren't still having a spat with Xiaoting, are you? Imo Nianchu wondered how Fei Liangzheng, an outsider, perceived her marriage. Was it merely a quarrel, a playful couple spat? If only it were that simple. Do you think I have the right to quarrel with Gu shouting? The warmth in her heart was fading, leaving her feeling increasingly numb. Fei Liangzheng paused, realizing the extent of her emotional turmoil. In Jiangcheng, rumors of Gu shouting and Lin Xiaowan circulated daily, and even he could sense the difference in Gu shouting's demeanor towards Lin Xiaowan. Yet, the media never mentioned Imo Nianchu. Her existence was akin to that of air. Want to divorce him? Imo Nianchu did not deny it. Each time Gu shouting chose Lin Xiaowan over her and her family, her desire to leave intensified. Yes, Fei Liangzheng was taken aback, but chose not to press further. The position of Mrs. Gu was one that many coveted but few could attain. Are you truly willing to let it go? Have you thought it through? Very clearly. Fei Liangzheng said nothing more, focusing on dressing her wound. He worked with practiced gentleness. If you develop a fever tomorrow, be sure to go to the hospital, he advised. Imo Nianchu nodded slightly. Thank you. Get some rest. If you feel unwell, you can call me. I will come back tomorrow to change your dressing. He shouldered his medical bag, preparing to leave. Imo Nianchu lowered her lashes. No need. I can't afford the doctor's fee. She had no job and little money. Every penny counted. Fei Liangzheng felt a pang of sympathy. There's no charge. I can't trouble you. Senior brother, let me see you out. Stay seated. I will close the door. Fei Liangzheng cast a meaningful glance at Imo Nianchu before stepping outside. As he descended the stairs, his breath grew heavier. Unable to contain himself, he pulled out his phone and called Gu shouting. Are you aware that Nianchu's leg is injured? Gu shouting's voice was icy. How did you find out? I saw her. Her knee is severely hurt and infected. If she doesn't receive timely treatment, it could lead to serious complications. That is not your concern. Gu shouting's tone was chillingly indifferent, revealing an unprecedented coldness. Fei Liangzheng, puzzled, asked, what deep-seated grudge do you have against her that you treat her this way? She said she went to the hospital. With her injuries, she should be receiving treatment there. Is this your doing? Do not tell me that it was you who had her discharged. Are you feeling pity for her? A mocking laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Fei Liangzheng, Imo Nianchu is my wife. Whether she lives or dies is not for an outsider like you to concern yourself with. Consider my meddling. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction. With that, Gu shouting hung up the phone. Upon returning to the hospital room, the man waited for the nurse to arrive before preparing to leave. Shouting, are you leaving? Lin Xiaowan attempted to retain him, but Gu shouting's expression darkened. She spoke cautiously. If there are matters at the company, you should go attend to them. Call me if you need anything. Gu shouting's car meandered to the foot of Imo Nianchu's building. The lights in the windows still glowed. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and called the woman. Come downstairs. Imo Nianchu's hand trembled slightly as she held the phone. He knew full well the severity of her knee injury, yet he still made such a request. Her heart grew colder. Whatever the issue was, let's discuss it over the phone. If you do not come down, do not seek me out again regarding Imo Tao. With that, he hung up. If Gu shouting was willing to discuss Imo Tao with her, she would sacrifice her knee just to see him. Imo Nianchu attempted to stand, but failed several times before retrieving a cane. Half an hour later, leaning on the cane, she laboriously made her way downstairs. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her breath uneven and hurried. Chapter 8. Scoundrel Gu shouting leaned against his car, the streetlights casting soft illumination on his hair and shoulders. His profile was strikingly handsome, the cool breeze lending an ethereal quality to his presence. He was naturally captivating, drawing glances even from men. He raised his eyes to look at her, scoffing upon seeing the cane she relied upon. Imo Nianchu clenched her jaw. In his eyes, she probably resembled a pitiful imitation, far from the delicate charm of Lin Xiaowan, more akin to a joke. Fei Liangzheng must be heartbroken at the sight of you like this. Fei Liangzheng? It seemed they had spoken over the phone, otherwise he wouldn't have sought her out. Wasn't he here to discuss Imo Tao? The man approached her, his cold demeanor darkened by the night, and he forcefully tossed the divorce agreement onto her. Retrieve it, and we can talk. Mr. Gu still refuses to divorce? Imo Nianchu looked up at the towering man, who blocked most of the streetlight's glow, making it difficult for her to discern his features. I do not seek a single penny from you. Is it not enough to leave with nothing? Do you not wish to provide Lin Xiaowan with a proper status? He grasped her chin, staring directly into her eyes. While I have yet to grant Lin Xiaowan a status, You have already conferred one upon Fei Liangzheng. Gu Xiaoting's words were harsh. After 2 years of marriage, she had always adhered to her duties, yet she was still besmirched. Infuriated, Amon Nianchu rasped, "Which of your eyes saw any impropriety between me and my mentor? Do you think everyone is like you, roaming with unbridled desire? Are you daring enough to claim otherwise?" His large hand tightened, distorting her delicate features. He leaned closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. "If there is no reward for me, why would I advocate for you?" Perhaps Fei Liangzheng's few words of fairness had irked him, and he was now venting his anger on her. Amon Nianchu's pallor deepened as she pushed him away. "You are a complete scoundrel." She retreated step by step, her eyes filled with disdain and unfamiliarity. He reached out, seizing the taut skin at the nape of her neck, his lips brushing against her petite earlobe, whispering heatedly, "Isn't it precisely this kind of scoundrel you like?" She raised her hand, attempting to slap him, but he caught her wrist. The air thickened. Amon Nianchu struggled, but could not break free. "Feeling bold, are we?" He forcefully flung her hand away. The woman, relying on her cane, staggered back 2 steps, her heel striking a raised edge of the brick, losing her balance and falling heavily. Her palms scraped against the ground, blood mingling with dirt and grit. A searing pain shot through her knee, nearly stealing her breath. Fortunately, having learned to endure during her 2 years beside Gu Xiaoting, she remained silent, even as blood soaked her pants. He bent down before her, gently brushing aside her disheveled hair. "You want to cry out in pain, even in bed? There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died." Amon Nianchu felt her spirit wither. Struggling to rise with the aid of her cane, she composed herself, striving to make her voice sound calm. "It seems Mr. Gu is unwilling to discuss Emo Tao properly. Whether we can discuss it depends on your attitude." His long fingers glided across her cheek, shaking his head. "Clearly, you have no attitude to offer today." Amon Nianchu turned her face away, suppressing the hysteria within her. Late at night, she did not wish to disturb the neighbor's rest. Gu Xiaoting had not come to converse about Emo Tao. He was merely here to vent his frustrations. Leaning on her cane, she painfully ascended the stairs, each step requiring her utmost effort. The man lowered his gaze, lighting a cigarette, a cold smile curling at his lips. As the smoke wafted around him, his deep-set eyes bore an inscrutable expression. Amon Nianchu's legs had gone completely numb. Throughout the night, she felt as if she had lost a limb. In the morning, she groggily rose, taking her temperature, which read 39 degrees. She called Song Qingzi. "Qingzi, please bring me some antipyretics. I have a fever." "What happened?" "Wait for me." Without time to ask too many questions, Song Qingzi rushed to the pharmacy for medicine and drove to Amon Nianchu's apartment. "Nian Nian, Nian Nian." She knocked for a long time with no response. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Recalling the spare key by the water meter, she hurried to find it. Upon unlocking the door, she dashed into the bedroom. Amon Nianchu was convulsing from the fever. "Nian Nian, are you all right? You can't take antipyretics like this. Don't be afraid. I will take you to the hospital." Song Qingzi promptly took Amon Nianchu to the nearest hospital. Watching the pale face of the woman, alongside her swollen knee and injured palm, Song Qingzi's heart ached. She could not fathom how a once healthy person could end up like this. When Amon Nianchu awakened, it was already the following morning. Spotting Song Qingzi, she struggled to sit up. "Qingzi." Song Qingzi reached out to touch her forehead. "Thank goodness, no more fever. I haven't had such a high fever in years." Amon Nianchu smiled self-deprecatingly. Song Qingzi could not muster a smile. The extent of her injuries seemed to stem from Gu Xiaoting. "What happened to your leg?" Amon Nianchu initially hesitated to explain, but with Song Qingzi's insistence, she recounted the events in a dismissive manner. Song Qingzi was nearly driven to the brink of rage, having seen cruelty before, but never this level. Tragically, even after such treatment, Gu Xiaoting had not released Emo Tao. "What sins did you commit in your past life to encounter a man like Gu Xiaoting? Cheating aside, he is also abusive. Nian Nian, please leave him soon. If this continues, you will be destroyed." Amon Nianchu's eyelashes fluttered downcast. Of course, she would leave. She could not die. What would happen to her mother? And her brother confined in the hospital? "Qingzi, Gu Xiaoting will not release Emo Tao anytime soon. You have connections. Can you help ensure Xiao Tao remains safe inside?" I can pay." Song Qingzi understood Amon Nianchu's concerns, but did she have money? After 2 years with Gu Xiaoting, all she had earned was a free housekeeper and a bed partner to vent frustrations. Besides her injuries and her family's troubles, what had she gained? Where will you find the money? During these 2 years of marriage, has Gu Xiaoding given you a dime? Though it was somewhat humiliating, Nianchu nodded. No, what a mess. Nianchu spent half a month in the hospital, with various matters being attended to by Song Qingzi. Her legs received the finest medication, and her recovery was swift. With her health restored, her spirits also lifted significantly. Clutching her broken tablet, Nianchu continued to submit her resumes in search of employment. An external training institution extended an olive branch to her, and she resolved to attend an interview the following day after her discharge. This establishment was a chain painting training center located in the heart of the city, conveniently close to her home. Chapter 9. Let her wait outside. The manager watched Nianchu's impromptu artwork with frequent nods of approval. Miss Mo, your painting skills are truly commendable. It's no wonder you are a distinguished graduate from a top art academy. We are in urgent need of someone like you, well-grounded, with a prestigious background, and first-rate artwork. Thank you, Nianchu replied, feeling a bit shy from the flattery. Let's set it for Monday. You can start then, with a monthly salary of 4,000. Based on performance, there are commissions as well. Typically, our teachers earn over 10,000. The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Nianchu. Nianchu felt elated. All right, I will come in on Monday. The manager enthusiastically shook her hand. It's truly rare to find such a talented teacher like you. You have no idea. Not long ago, we had a female teacher who was a relationship hire, and it was quite a troublesome situation. With your arrival, we can find an excuse to let her go. Nianchu was taken aback. If her presence would lead to another teacher's dismissal, she felt somewhat guilty. Is that all right? Miss Mo, rest assured, even if you don't come, we would find a reason to dismiss her anyway. Really? The manager shook his head. That teacher hasn't even attended university, only took some art classes in high school. How can someone like that teach children? If it weren't for her being disabled, she would have been let go long ago. The manager shook his head frequently, clearly dissatisfied. Miss Mo, we will be waiting for you on Monday. We will finalize the contract then, and we provide social insurance and housing fund contributions, so you need not worry. The salary wasn't particularly high, but she felt content. After reaching a verbal agreement with the manager, she politely took her leave. Then I shall head back now. I'll see you off. Just as Nianchu and the manager reached the door of the institution, they spotted Lin Xiaowan. She had just exited Gu Xiaoding's car, her white dress fluttering in the wind, her face radiating happiness. The manager lowered his voice. This is the teacher I mentioned. Seems she has been taken care of by a wealthy man. And what classes is she even teaching? So was her. Lin Xiaowan noticed Nianchu and, leaning on her crutch, approached her. What a coincidence. Nianchu, you're here. The manager maintained a calm demeanor and replied for her. Miss Mo is here to apply for the art teacher position. That's wonderful. You can do it. Lin Xiaowan offered a sympathetic smile, glancing at the manager. Nianchu is my friend. She is truly a good person. You must give her a chance. Nianchu cast a dismissive glance at her. Here she was, applying for a job, and Lin Xiaowan was singing her praises. How amusing. I'll take my leave now, principal. Goodbye, Miss Montauk. The manager waved joyfully. As she passed Gu Xiaoding's car, the man revved the engine, brushing against her pants. Just as Nianchu returned home, she received a call from the institution's manager. I apologize, Miss Mo, but you cannot start on Monday. We hope you can find a job you desire. It's all right. She had anticipated this. How could Gu Xiaoding allow her to take Lin Xiaowan's position? Even without Lin Xiaowan, with just one word from him, no one in Jiangsheng would dare to hire her. She simply hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Never mind. Finding a job was not easy. She would look for another. After half a month of job hunting, no one was willing to employ her. She suspected that Gu Xiaoding had informed others. By now, she was able to calmly accept everything. Using her limited savings, Nianchu purchased an electric bike, preparing to deliver food to solve her survival issues. Aside from 8 hours of sleep, she spent 16 hours on the road delivering meals. Xiao Mo, we have an order from the Shengshi Housing Villa tonight. They have a birthday party and ordered over 20,000 worth of dishes. Your delivery fee is 2,000, so remember to come pick up the food by 5 o'clock. This call came from the owner of a private dining establishment. Throughout her month of delivering food, the owner had looked after her, ensuring that lucrative orders were given to her. All right, Lan Jia. I'll be there on time to pick up the meal. This was her first substantial order since she began delivering food. 2,000 in delivery fees was a timely lifeline for Nianchu, who was struggling financially. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Nianchu arrived at the restaurant to collect the meals prepared by the owner. Lanjia, could you give me the contact number for the person who ordered? The owner sent the phone number to Nianchu's mobile and handed her a raincoat. Xiao Mo, the weather is poor today. It looks like it's going to rain heavily soon. Ride carefully and hurry back home after your delivery. Understood, Lanjia. Nianchu donned her helmet and accepted the raincoat. I will be on my way now. Be careful on the road. Got it. The Shengshi Haoding Villa was located in the suburbs, approximately 30 miles away. Riding the electric bike would take more than an hour. By the time she was halfway there, light rain began to fall. This was nothing new to Nianchu. During her month of deliveries, she had encountered all sorts of weather, and she had grown accustomed to it. As long as she could earn money, she feared nothing. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shengshi Haoding Villa, the rain had intensified. She called the contact person. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Please send someone to collect it. You are the delivery person? Please bring it in to Villa 78. Oh, all right. Nianchu rode her electric bike, turning left and right until she found Villa 78. Fearing that the rain would damage the food, she took off the raincoat and covered the packed meals with it. She called the contact person again. Hello, I've arrived. Could you come out to collect it? Please wait a moment. Inside the villa, standing on the second-floor balcony, one could clearly see the woman in the yellow vest outside. Shouting, "Why does this delivery person look like Nianchu?" The man standing beside Lin Xiaowan immediately called out to the person sent to collect the order, instructing her to wait outside. Yes, Mr. Gu. Lin Xiaowan gently shook Gu Shouting's arm, looking concerned at the sight of the woman standing in the rain. Shouting, "It's raining outside. She might get soaked. Isn't this the job she chose?" The man turned and walked back inside, sitting down and lighting a cigarette. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Nianchu's predicament. Lin Xiaowan shrugged, choosing not to comment. I'll go check on the fruits to see how they're prepared. The rain continued to pour. Nianchu was still waiting for someone to come collect the food. She called the contact person again. Hello, may I ask when someone will come to collect the takeaway? I'm sorry, could you please wait a moment? Everyone is busy right now. They'll be out shortly. Please hurry. I'm worried the food will get ruined. She tucked the corners of the raincoat tighter and sought refuge under the eaves to avoid the rain. Chapter 10. The shoes you wear suit you well. But the wind was too strong, blowing rain from all directions. Soaked to the skin, she trembled from the cold. The man observing the scene crushed his cigarette, but with force. The person responsible for the delivery contacted Gu Shouting, reporting, Mr. Gu, the kitchen has prepared most of the food. Should I go bring the takeaway inside? Open the door and let her in. Have her wait in the courtyard. Understood. The contact person did not dare to inquire further, simply instructing someone to open the villa's door. As Nianchu saw the door open, she hurried to grab the food boxes and, braving the rain, walked inside. The delay in this delivery has been excessively long. Missing a few orders is inconsequential. Yet I dread the thought of the dishes growing cold and the customers leaving negative reviews. The phone rang. She set down a lunchbox and answered, Hello? You're waiting in the yard? But there's no shelter here. I don't mind getting soaked, but the food... Oh, all right, please hurry. Nianchu was positioned at the steps in front of the villa. The rain poured heavily, and her raincoat fluttered wildly in the wind. Suddenly, the door swung open. Just as she was about to deliver the meal, she caught sight of Lin Xiaowan's face. It's really you, Nianchu. Nianchu halted her steps. Is it you? Yes. Today is my birthday, Lin Xiaowan replied, dressed like a celestial being that had descended to earth, adorned in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading in alluring waves, crowned like a beloved little princess. The cane she held had been replaced with one encrusted with rhinestones to enhance her beauty for the day. But don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't let them pick up the food. It's Shouting's orders. Gu Shouting is here too? Montag Nianchu smilet via y. Such a grand occasion as Lin Xiaowan's birthday could hardly be without her husband. In the past month, she hadn't seen Gu Shouting. Yet gossip about him and Lin Xiaowan perpetually appeared in various advertisements on her phone. Nianchu, Shouting specially chose this villa to celebrate my birthday. Isn't it beautiful? I adore it. Lin Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nianchu clenched her teeth. Lin Xiaowan, the worn-out shoes I once wore seem to fit you quite well. Lin Xiaowan froze, her expression darkening, just as Gu Shouting approached. His face was even grimmer than Lin Xiaowan's, likely having overheard her previous words. She met his furious gaze and remarked, I'm afraid the food will grow cold if you don't have them take it away. As she was about to ascend the steps, the man coldly commanded, "Stay right there." She paused, raising her gaze to meet his. The rain mercilessly pelted her face, blurring her vision. "I don't want this meal," he declared. He had made her wait in the torrential rain for nearly an hour. "Why not?" Nianchu was taken aback, her throat tightening, shouting, "Please don't be like this. Look at how hard Nianchu worked to bring it through the rain. It's not easy," Lin Xiaowan interjected, attempting to mediate. "The food will be cold. You didn't send someone to pick it up in time. That's your fault. Besides, these dishes are insulated, so even if they're cold, they can still be heated," Gu shouting retorted mockingly. "I spent over 20,000 on this food, and you expect me to reheat it?" The woman standing in the rain gazed at the unfamiliar face before her. This was the man she had loved for 6 long years, now ruthlessly pushing her to her limits. Marriage? A farce. Shouting, "Please don't. Should I go retrieve it instead?" The woman, leaning on her cane, was about to move when Gu shouting stopped her. "Don't bother with her." His icy gaze returned to Nianchu. "If you want me to accept the food, it's not impossible. Stand out here for 2 hours." A wave of bitterness surged within her. She lifted her stubborn little face, hoping Gu shouting would keep his word. Turning away, Gu shouting led Lin Xiaowan inside, and the heavy door closed with a thud. The woman, holding the food, stood alone in the pouring rain. The wind lifted her raincoat, allowing the rain to drench her. Her body was chilled to the core. Songqingzi called, "Nian, why aren't you home? I'm delivering food. The rain is so heavy. Why are you going out? What if you slip?" Her tone was laced with concern. Nianchu smiled faintly. "Qingzi, this delivery pays 2,000. Is it worth braving this storm just for 2,000? Take care of yourself. Finish this delivery and come back. Don't work today." "Yes, don't worry about me." On the second-floor balcony, the man stood, his cigarette burning between his fingers. Yet he hadn't taken a single puff, allowing it to burn down into an exquisite ashtray. Shouting, "The birthday party is about to start. Are you going down?" Lin Xiaowan cautiously probed. Gu shouting remained silent, his gaze fixated on the slender figure standing in the rain. Lin Xiaowan also looked over. Nianchu had been standing there for nearly 2 hours, unmoving. Shouting, "Should I have someone retrieve the food? I'll go." The wooden door of the villa opened once more, and a man, holding a black umbrella, descended the steps gracefully. The woman, frozen and trembling from the cold, looked at him with despair. "Can I take the food? 2,000, and you're bending over backward for it?" He stood just a step away, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The curtain of rain between them separated their worlds. "This is all thanks to Gu shouting. If it weren't for his constant obstacles, I should be sitting in a spacious classroom teaching children to paint autumn rains." He chuckled, his shoulders relaxing, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "If you can't endure this hardship, then return and continue being Mrs. Gu. I can overlook the past." She shook her head, silently gazing at him, the color draining from her face. "Please take the food." She extended the lunchbox toward him. Gu shouting did not reach for it, but turned to walk inside, evidently still not awakened by the rain. Gu shouting, "You're not keeping your word," she rasped, her fingertips trembling. Had she possessed the confidence, she would have thrown the food in his face. Yet, she could not afford the 20,000, nor did she wish to lose the 2,000 delivery fee. The man paid her no mind, and soon the door was shut once more. Nianchu turned away in despair, her head drooping. "Hey, delivery person, bring the food inside." Someone was speaking. Nianchu turned back in surprise. A man in a chef's uniform was waving at her, saying, "You, hurry up and bring it in." Chapter 11. She could not go on. Nianchu hurriedly stepped forward, jogging to deliver the meal into the chef's hands. "It might be a bit cold. It needs to be heated," she said. The chef said little in response. Her phone chimed, indicating that the delivery had been completed. Her delivery fee had been credited. With a long exhale, Nianchu felt that her grievances were not in vain. At least the outcome was favorable. Inside the villa, the birthday party continued. Guests arrived in succession, including Fei Liangzheng. He hadn't intended to come. He could not comprehend the mindset of a married man celebrating another woman's birthday so ostentatiously. Even if they were to divorce, they were still married, were they not? You and Lin Xiaowan. Today is her birthday. He lightly raised his glass, silencing Fei Liangzheng's forthcoming words. Although Fei Liangzheng was not one for excessive chatter, today he felt compelled to speak more. "What you're doing will lead Nianchu to misunderstand. After all, you two, what? She told you about wanting to divorce me?" He feigned indifference, a hint of jealousy evident as he glanced sideways at the man. It seems your relationship with her isn't as simple as it appears. Fei Liangzheng frowned. He should not have such doubts given his relationship with Gu Xiaoding. I have a clear conscience with Nianchu. Is that so? He chuckled lightly. Fei Liangzheng had always known that Gu Xiaoding was not a generous man. He possessed a strong sense of possessiveness and a somewhat tyrannical demeanor. Such a man, to be honest, was unsuitable for a harmonious life. I just want to remind you that the old master needs the antibodies from Nianchu's blood. It would be best not to do anything that might lead her to misunderstandings. This would be detrimental to their relationship and their chances of having children. Gu Xiaoding's gaze darkened. Is there no other way? It cannot be said that there is none, but it is unfeasible, Fei Liangzheng remarked. Gu Xiaoding furrowed his brow and looked at him, urging him to elaborate. The solution would be to draw all the blood from Imo Nianchu and replace it with the old man's blood, the cost being Imo Nianchu would not survive. Fearing that Gu Xiaoding might not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, he added, if she were pregnant. Only a vial of blood would be needed to purify the antibodies. As Gu Taizai, she has the obligation to bear offspring. Pregnancy is the simplest, safest, and most advantageous approach. He hoped Gu Xiaoding would comprehend this. Gu Xiaoding remained silent. Lin Xiaowan approached with her cane, a smile gracing her face. Xiaoding, come help me blow out the candles. He set down his wine glass and assisted Lin Xiaowan, replying, all right. Fei Liangzheng shook his head. After Imo Nianchu parked her electric scooter in the community's shed, she returned home. Song Qingzi stood at her door, glancing at her watch. Where have you been delivering takeout? I've been waiting for 2 hours. Imo Nianchu smiled faintly. It was a bit far. Why didn't you come inside? How could I keep using the spare key? She retorted. Imo Nianchu took out her keys and opened the door. Is there something you need? Song Qingzi helped her remove her raincoat. I feel that your constant delivery work isn't ideal, so I found you a job. Really? If it's a stable position, I would be more than willing. Yet, she wondered who in Jiangsheng would dare to hire her. I have a friend who just opened an art studio in Jiangsheng. He needs skilled and capable artists. I recommended you, and he seemed quite satisfied. That sounded promising, but she was reluctant to trouble others. Does your friend know about my relationship with Gu Xiaoding? I'm concerned. My friend just returned from abroad and isn't bound by the norms here, Song Qingzi replied, handing Imo Nianchu the contract. Here, I brought the contract. Take a look, and if you find it suitable, sign it. The opportunity arrived too suddenly. After the initial surprise, Imo Nianchu felt a pang of melancholy. The terms were excellent, but what were you afraid of? Song Qingzi took a drag from cigarette, her slender fingers elegantly holding the cigarette. She exhaled a plume of gray smoke. Is Gu Xiaoding still pulling the strings? After all, he is your friend, Song Qingzi reassured her. He won't interfere too much, so you can rest easy. Then should I sign it? Yes. After signing, Song Qingzi tucked the contract away, picked up her phone, and sent Imo Nianchu her location. Tomorrow, go there. Someone will be waiting for you. Thank you, Qingzi. If you keep being polite, I might just get upset. Song Qingzi teased, extinguishing her cigarette. I'll head back now. Make sure to rest well and drink some ginger soup. Sweat it out and don't catch a cold. All right. Holding the contract, Song Qingzi quickly returned to her car. After a moment of contemplation, she dialed a number. Nian Nian has signed. Good, came the voice of a man on the other end. Li Xiaoan, I'm not doing this for you. I can't stand to see Nian Nian suffer. Song Qingzi was uncertain if she had made the right choice. Perhaps, once Imo Nianchu learned the truth, she would resent her. She accepted that. The man was silent for a moment before acknowledging her. Song Qingzi hung up and glanced up at the third-floor window. The next day, Imo Nianchu visited the art studio that Song Qingzi had recommended. A young girl greeted her. Our studio mainly serves students preparing for college entrance exams, focusing on enhancing their drawing skills to help them achieve good results. The girl smiled, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. Sister, you graduated from Jiangda Academy of Fine Arts. You're the most popular among the students. Is that so? Imo Nianchu had never realized she could be well-liked. You can start working today. Later, students will come to register, and you can choose to teach 1-on-1, 1-on-3, or 1-on-5. The commissions vary. Imo Nianchu nodded, surveying her surroundings. Is the boss not here? Not seeing the boss made her uneasy, as she wanted to express her gratitude in person for the opportunity. The boss doesn't come often. If you want to see him, it's a matter of luck. So that was how it was. The young girl went on to explain some important work-related matters. The interview concluded, and Mo Nianchu spent 3 days mastering the workflow. Compared to training institutions, this place was relatively upscale, with all the instructors being graduates from renowned universities. The atmosphere was harmonious. After work hours, Mo Nianchu would stay a little longer to tidy up the studio. "Mo teacher, I'm leaving now. Goodbye." After cleaning up, Mo Nianchu turned off the lights and locked the studio door. Upon turning around, a discreet black sedan halted before her, startling her. Chapter 12. Just endured the rear door opened, and a man in polished leather shoes stepped out. Mo Nianchu felt an ominous premonition and instinctively turned to leave. After Gu Shouting exited the vehicle, he did not rush to pursue her, but instead bent down to light a cigarette, taking a puff. "It seems you are quite satisfied with Li Xiaoan's arrangements." Li Xiaoan, the name that had vanished from her world for 2 years, echoed again, leaving Mo Nianchu momentarily dazed. The man, with a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, approached her and gripped her waist. "Is this what you got from delivering takeout? Causing your beloved to worry?" Gu Shouting, "I don't understand what you're saying." He chuckled lightly, disdainfully scrutinizing her face. "Mo Nianchu, you truly are something. You haven't even divorced. And you've already found 2 new suitors." "I haven't." She knew Gu Shouting was here to create trouble. However, she would not accept such baseless accusations. He discarded the cigarette he had only taken a puff from and seized her wrist, dragging her towards the car. "Come home with me. I want to go back. Mo Nianchu, if you provoke me again, tomorrow you won't be able to see Mo Tao." Family was Mo Nianchu's Achilles heel. Gu Shouting knew precisely how to manipulate her vulnerabilities. She fell silent. The car drove into the villa. Mo Nianchu obediently followed Gu Shouting inside. The man ascended the stairs, leaving her standing motionless at the bottom. "What are you doing standing there?" He brought her back merely for the usual matters between a man and a woman. Gu Shouting was inherently domineering. With Lin Xiaowan's poor health, he could only vent his frustrations on her. Mo Nianchu raised her gaze, devoid of warmth. "I don't want to." This was her first time refusing him in such matters. The man, incensed, descended the steps in a few strides, grasped her arm, and forcefully threw her onto the sofa. "This will do." He roughly tore off his tie, and as he attempted to unbutton her blouse, she grasped his large hand. Gu Shouting, "Please don't do this." The man scoffed in annoyance, his icy gaze fixated on her like a predatory beast. "What is the matter? Are you now holding out for another man?" "I'm not." He seized her wrist, lifting it above her head to restrain her. "Here or upstairs, you choose." Mo Nianchu was conservative, unlike Gu Shouting, who could indulge his whims anywhere. She had her pride. "Upstairs." Her voice trembled with despair. Upon entering the bedroom, the man pressed upon her. She struggled, her gaze filled with resentment. He pinched her chin, his voice taunting. "One fei liangzheng isn't enough. And now, there is Li Xiaoan. Mo Nianchu, have I underestimated you? Tell me, which one do you love?" "I love neither." Gu Shouting, "If you're coming, then come. Why waste words?" She closed her eyes, turning her face away to avoid his mocking expression. The man forced her to meet his gaze. "Since you have accepted the job arranged by Li Xiaoan, it must mean you love him, right?" "I do not love him." Mo Nianchu was perplexed as to why he repeatedly mentioned Li Xiaoan. That job was not arranged by him. Mo Nianchu, stop pretending to be clueless. Do you think with your meager skills, you can earn a salary of 20,000 a month? Who do you think you are? A professor from the art academy? The studio owner indeed offered her a generous salary, yet other teachers of the studio earned even more. "That proves I am worth this amount. Then let me see how much you're truly worth." He was intimately familiar with every inch of her. In their 2 years of marriage, their intimate encounters had been few, yet each left him entranced. He did not deny that he did not love her, but he craved her body. The woman tightly closed her eyes, racked with pain, her body curling into a small ball. Gu Shouting's heart tightened, his pupils constricting. "Are you mute? Pain doesn't speak." Gu Shouting swiftly tore off his shirt, scooping up Mo Nianchu and rushing downstairs. Her body was burning, her face pale and devoid of color. "Driver, start the car." His voice was urgent, tinged with anxiety. On the way to the hospital, Gu Shouting called Fei Liangzheng to ask him to await their arrival. Upon reaching the hospital, he carried Mo Nianchu straight to the emergency room. "What is the situation?" Fei Liangzheng reached out to take her, but Gu Shouting evaded him, carrying her directly into the ER. Fei Liangzheng did not press the matter further. After explaining the condition to the doctor, he waited outside with Gu Shouting. The man lit a cigarette, bringing it to his lips. His fingers pressed the lighter, clicking it several times without success. Smoking was prohibited in the hospital. Just bear with it, Fei Liangzheng said. Irritated, Gu Shaoting tossed both the cigarette and lighter into the trash can. Anxious, he raked his fingers through his thick hair. The emergency room light was glaring, unsettling. A nurse emerged midway, exchanging a few words with Fei Liangzheng before handing him a form and returning inside. Fei Liangzheng handed the form to Gu Shaoting. Please sign this. Sign what? His bloodshot eyes glanced over. It was a surgical consent form. Fei Liangzheng sighed. Nianchu. She needs surgery. He was unsure if Gu Shaoting was oblivious or if Nianchu's frail body simply could not withstand the force of an adult man. Such matters between a husband and wife were not for him to probe too deeply. As long as they arrived in time, there should be no life-threatening danger. Gu Shaoting swallowed hard, taking the pen Fei Liangzheng offered, his hand trembling as he signed his name. Fei Liangzheng took the signed consent form and went to hand it to the nurse. When Nianchu awoke, everything around her was white. Her vacant gaze lingered on the ceiling for an eternity. She wanted to cry, yet tears had long since dried up. Even if she had tears, who would she cry for? All her grievances had nowhere to go but to be swallowed down. Fei Liangzheng entered the room, speaking softly, "You're awake. It's a pity I didn't die." Her parched lips curved into a self-deprecating smile. "You shouldn't have saved me. Living is truly worse than death." Fei Liangzheng felt a pang in his heart. "Don't say that. Senior brother, I must have embarrassed you." She resembled a delicate flower blown apart by the wind. Helpless and pitiable, Fei Liangzheng shook his head gently, filled with compassion. Gu Shaoting has a terrible temper. I've already spoken to him. If persuasion worked on Gu Shaoting, he wouldn't be called Gu Shaoting. Senior brother, please talk to Gu Shaoting. Since he cares so much for Lin Xiaowan, cherishes her, and treasures her, he should marry her. After all, I cannot bear children anymore. I have no value to the Gu family. Chapter 13. The intruder, she sighed hopelessly, her forlorn gaze filled with confusion about the future. Fei Liangzheng had seen Nianchu's examination report. Premature ovarian failure. Such a condition should not occur at her age. What is happening with your body? He wondered if Gu Shaoting was aware that the Gu family desperately wanted Nianchu to conceive, and this ailment would directly affect her ability to bear children. Nianchu had no answer. Fei Liangzheng chose not to press further, softly stating, "You're still young. If you treat it well, you'll get better." Nianchu forced a bitter smile. Though she was not a doctor, she understood that such a condition was incurable. "Thank you for your comfort." Just as Fei Liangzheng was about to speak, Gu Shaoting entered. "You two can have a good talk." He didn't linger. He held a nourishing medicinal soup prepared by the housekeeper and approached Nianchu's bed. "Drink some soup. It's still warm." His tone was no longer harsh, but laced with a false gentleness. Nianchu closed her eyes, unwilling to respond. He poured the soup and brought it to her lips. "Be good, have a sip." She turned her face away, not even lifting her eyelids. Gu Shaoting was not known for his patience. He could endure this moment to give her face, but she did not appreciate it at all. "Open your mouth." He suppressed his anger. Only then did Nianchu slowly open her eyes. "I want to die. I don't need this golden soup." His fingers gripping the bowl tightened, knuckles visible. With a swift motion, he hurled the bowl and soup into the trash, producing a crisp sound. Nianchu watched him calmly, her heart unperturbed. His false patience would reveal its true nature within a minute. One can pretend, but one cannot change their essence. "Nianchu, I've really given you face. It's fine if you want tea drink. It saves me the trouble." He nearly blurted out that dying would be better, but his rationality held him back. Even so, Nianchu could discern the underlying sentiment in his words. Their eyes met, filled with unspoken words. "I warn you, avoid contact with Li Xiaowan. You want to be able to outplay him." The name Li Xiaowan had appeared too frequently, causing the woman to frown. "I have never seen Li Xiaowan. The owner of the studio you joined is Li Xiaowan. You tell me you've never met him?" He did not appreciate being treated as a fool. "Montak Nianchu, you'd better stay away from him, or no one will have a good ending." "The owner is Li Xiaowan?" Song Qingzi said he was her friend. "Is he really Li Xiaowan?" "That's impossible. She knows what Li Xiaowan has done to me. I have not met the studio owner. If it were truly Li Xiaowan, I would have resigned." Clearly, Gu Shaoting did not believe Nianchu's words. Whether he believed or not was irrelevant to her. After a lengthy silence, Gu Shaoting decided to leave. A few days later, Nianchu was discharged from the hospital. She was picked up by Gu Shaoting's driver. "Madam, please get in the car." The driver respectfully opened the back door. She instinctively took a step back, unwilling to return to that home. Xiao Zhang, I cannot go with you. Gu Shouting had instructed him to bring her back, but he had completed the task. This job would likely be lost. Madam, Mr. Gu is waiting for you at home. He has something to say. Please come back with me. I'm just an employee. The driver, Xiao Zhang, looked like he might cry. Mo Nianchu felt a pang of sympathy. Gu Shouting was accustomed to doing as he pleased, never considering the feelings of others. The driver, like herself, was seen as a lowly ant in Gu Shouting's eyes, unworthy of respect. Fine, I will go back with you. Madam, please get in the car. The driver's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, Gu Shouting was at home, and so was Lin Xiaowan. Mo Nianchu felt like an unwelcome intruder, standing at the doorway. Her gaze was cold as she observed the third party entering the home. Gu Shouting, if you want me to witness your affection, you needn't go to such lengths. Mo Nianchu's expression darkened. Lin Xiaowan's subtly provocative gaze made her feel physically ill. Gu Shouting remained silent. Lin Xiaowan softly spoke, Nianchu, you misunderstood. I will be going abroad in a few days for treatment on my leg. Shouting said I could stay here for a few days, and if you dislike it, I can leave. Her tone was melancholic, leaning on her crutch, artfully embodying self-pity. Gu Shouting called out to her coldly, Who dares to chase you away? Shouting, please don't act this way. I don't want to upset Nianchu because of me. I will just go home. Lin Xiaowan's eyes glistened with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Mo Nianchu felt a wave of nausea at this manipulation. Xiaowan, spare me the theatrics. If you had any sense of decency, you wouldn't be here in the home of a married man. If you truly wish to take her place, then you should prompt Gu Shouting to divorce me sooner. Mo Nianchu was thoroughly disgusted. After saying this, she turned to leave. Gu Shouting stood and strode over, grabbing her wrist and pulling her upstairs. I need to talk to you. His demeanor was particularly rough. Mo Nianchu understood this treatment was reserved solely for her. Say what you need to say. Just let go of me. As the bedroom door slammed shut, the man finally released the woman. Mo Nianchu, dissatisfied, asked, What do you want to say? You need to quit your job at the studio. It was not a discussion, but an order. Mo Nianchu fell silent, disliking his authoritative control over her. I need a job. If you need work, find something else. Do I have other opportunities to apply for? She retorted. Or is it that you don't want me to have a normal job and only find satisfaction in me selling my body? A mocking smile graced her lips, her lashes casting a shadow over her misty eyes. Gu Shouting stood high and mighty, as if oblivious to the fact that in desperate times, a person would do anything to survive. You. This woman was sharp-tongued enough to leave him speechless. A knock sounded at the door. Shouting, I'm a bit hungry. It was Lin Xiaowan's voice, always appearing at the right moment. Mo Nianchu approached the door, her hand nearly grasping the doorknob when a man pressed her shoulder, pinning her against the door. He held her hands above her head, his breath, laced with tobacco, brushed against her full, soft lips as he whispered in her ear. Who do you intend to sell your body to? Fei Liang Zheng or Li Xiaowan? Most likely Li Xiaowan, right? At least you could become the mistress of a son of the Gu family, continuing to leech off the upper class. You needn't worry about me. She kicked and struggled, but he held her firmly, his solid chest pressed against her delicate form, rendering her immobile. Knock, knock. Shouting, are you in there? Should we go eat together? Chapter 14. Driven to fear, Lin Xiaowan could hear the commotion inside and impatiently wished for them to part. The knocking grew more insistent. Montag Nianchu scoffed, Gu Shiting. Stop entangling me here. Your little pathetic one is getting jealous. Go and keep her company. She pushed him, only to find herself pressed tighter against the door. His eyes glinted with fierce intent. Don't think I won't touch you now. The doctor had advised that Mo Nianchu refrain from any intimate relations for at least a month, and she had said this in front of Gu Shouting, believing he would heed it. Clearly, he had not. His demeanor was forceful, his actions lewd. She passively endured. The door creaked under Gu Shouting's strength. Lin Xiaowan outside blushed, biting her lip in jealousy. At one point, he released her. She was a mess, while he remained impeccably composed. I'll give you 3 days to resign from the studio. I signed a contract. I can't just quit. She quietly adjusted her disheveled appearance, her voice subdued. He tossed her gold card. There's a million inside. If Li Xiaowan thinks it's insufficient, let him come to me. Mo Nianchu did not pick up the card lying on the floor. Instead, she raised her brow slightly. I need a job. Without work, how will I eat and drink? Gu Shouting, don't be so ruthless. Does being Gu's wife still require a job? In these 2 years of marriage, have you lacked in food or clothing? No. Her expression turned cold, laced with mockery, but a proper housewife receives her husband's salary. I simply haven't. Ultimately, it came down to wanting money. Precisely. After severing the ties of romantic delusion, Nianchu understood the importance of financial independence. Wanting money was nothing to be ashamed of. Just remember your current status. Do not sell your body for mere pennies. His words were icy as he glanced at the gold card on the floor. Take the card. I will deposit 100,000 each month, provided you obediently return home. 100,000. How tempting. She had been married to him for 2 years without seeing a dime. It seemed he feared she would betray him and was buying his peace of mind. Nianchu did not pick up the card, even though that sum could have bought her dignity. Alas, it was too late. Gu shouting, everything is too late. His heart belonged to Lin Xiaowan. What was the point of holding on to his empty shell? Endless arguments would only diminish her worth. She shook her head and turned away. The man picked up the gold card from the floor, gripping her wrist. Are you really not interested in 100,000? You know, Gu shouting, I did not marry you for your money. He gazed at her deeply. What do you want? No, I no longer want anything. Let's release each other. Consider my plea. She was weary and drained. 2 years of marriage had left her exhausted. She shook off his hand and opened the bedroom door. Lin Xiaowan still stood outside. The wind brushed against her face, the remnants of their intimacy driving her mad. Clenching her fists tightly, she maintained a gentle and charming facade. Nianchu, are you leaving? Shall we eat before you go? Nianchu admired Lin Xiaowan's acting skills. She left with a dismissive smile, departing the scene. The bedroom door slammed shut behind her, causing Lin Xiaowan's heart to tremble. Back home, Nianchu lay in bed, not wanting to move. Before her eyes floated the image of a youthful, dashing figure, Li Xiaowan. His background was dubious. His mother, Li Fangfang, was a third-rate starlet who had entangled with Gu Shouting's father for 8 years during her youth. She had thought that her beauty and maternal connection would allow her to take Lin Xiaowan's place. Yet, alas, men are often frighteningly rational when it comes to matters of the heart. Gu Zonglin could never abandon his wife for a mistress. Nevertheless, he had not neglected the mother and son pair. As Li Xiaowan grew older, Gu Zonglin's fondness for him increased, with intentions of including him in the Gu family lineage. This matter was shelved when the old master disapproved. Li Xiaowan transferred schools and shared a class with Nianchu in their senior year. Before the college entrance examination, he had passed her a love letter and invited her for coffee, all of which she declined. His feelings persisted through college, where he pursued her for 4 years. She thought that once married, he would relent. Little did she know, he became increasingly obsessed. On the day she registered her marriage with Gu Shouting, he intercepted their car and fought with him. He would show up daily at her and Gu Shouting's doorstep, reciting love poems and sending various provocative messages to Gu Shouting. For this, she endured significant torment at his hands. During severe episodes, Gu Shouting would starve her for a week, leaving her to survive on water alone, resulting in a stomach ailment. His madness terrified her. Eventually, Gu Zonglin sent him abroad to pursue an MBA, which finally quelled this farce. Song Qingzi was aware of all this. Why would she? Nianchu pondered for a long while before picking up her phone to send a message to Song Qingzi. The studio's owner is Li Xiaowan, isn't he? After a long silence, half an hour later, the doorbell rang, and Song Qingzi appeared, her eyes filled with guilt and regret. I am sorry, Nian. Qingzi, you know very well who Li Xiaowan is. Why seek out such trouble? She was negotiating her divorce with Gu Shouting when Li Xiaowan's sudden appearance led her to his studio, igniting Gu Shouting's perverse possessiveness. What was already a challenging divorce became exceedingly arduous. Song Qingzi lowered her head. Nianchu, unable to blame her, clasped her hand, saying, I do not hold you accountable. You may blame me, and rightly so. I acted on my own volition, seeing you toil endlessly delivering takeout, enduring the occasional harassment from customers. Song Qingzi's eyes brimmed with tears. Nianchu felt her own heart ache. I know you care for me. Is Gu Shouting making things difficult for you again? It was hardly surprising. Just days prior, he had put her life in jeopardy, and she had narrowly escaped. Yet, she dare not share this with Song Qingzi, fearing for her well-being. Is he forbidding you from working at the studio? Nianchu nodded. He offered me $1 million to terminate my contract, but I refused. What does a few filthy lucre amount to? Even if he did not compel me to leave, I would choose not to remain. Li Xiaoan was a trouble she could neither confront nor evade, while Gu Shouting was emotionally volatile. Mo Nianchu lamented, "At worst, I shall return to delivering takeout." A once pampered young lady now found herself in a situation where she had to scramble for her daily sustenance. Song Qingzi had long wished for her to cease this endeavor. However, she understood Mo Nianchu all too well. The last thing she needed was pity from others. Don't. Just switch careers. There are always paths to tread. Mo Nianchu scoffed. Regardless of my profession, there is no guarantee. Gu Shouting 1T medal. Chapter 15. You let him touch you. Having been with Gu Shouting for 2 years, she was acutely aware of his temperament. Those who conformed flourished, while those who opposed perished. He desired her to obediently return to her role as Mrs. Gu, to become a breeding vessel for the Gu patriarch. Had he ever considered that by sending his brother to UI hospital, she could never return? Help me arrange a meeting with Li Xiaoan, Mo Nianchu requested. After a moment of shock, Song Qingzi acquiesced. All right. They chose a quiet CAF at the corner for a weekend meeting. Mo Nianchu arrived early, ordering a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. The man, dressed in a crisp white t-shirt and neat casual trousers that accentuated his long legs, with tousled hair and a fair, smiling face, exuded an air of nonchalance. 2 years had not altered his appearance significantly. He increasingly resembled Gu Shouting. Should I call you boss? Mo Nianchu stirred her coffee gently, remaining seated. Li Xiaoan reclined back in his chair, a teasing smile playing at his lips. It seems my presence displeases you. What is your purpose? She inquired, her gaze icy as it pierced through to the man before her. Li Xiaoan possessed a face too pristine, still reminiscent of a university student after all these years, yet his eyes no longer held the same clarity. I merely wish to assist you. He chuckled lightly, his deep-set gaze falling on her vacant ring finger. I know your life with Gu Shouting is far from blissful. Mo Nianchu scoffed. Is it to repulse Gu Shouting? Li Xiaoan, you need not use me as a pawn in your vendetta against the Gu family. Since her marriage to Gu Shouting, every encounter with Li Xiaoan had been cloaked in the guise of romantic pursuit, a means to vex the Gu family. He was sufficiently mad and erratic to vex them to the core, and it had wreaked havoc on her life. Li Xiaoan smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Let us terminate your work contract, she replied coolly. He, however, did not meet her gaze, idly toying with a prayer bead, and chuckled softly. I am not a monster. Am I? You are indeed a considerable nuisance. The nature of men was such that they often found one another intolerable. As Mo Nianchu stood to leave, she brushed past him. Suddenly, Li Xiaoan lifted his gaze, looking away from her. I know a Tao's situation is precarious. I have acquaintances at UI hospital. Montauk Nianchu haitet. Her face paling as Li Xiaoan's words tightened her chest. Gu Shouting was using Mo Tao to threaten her, and now Li Xiaoan was wielding the same weapon. It seemed a father could not produce 2 entirely different sons. Just as she was about to step forward again, Li Xiaoan's low voice called after her. If you wish, I could even extricate Mo Tao from there. Mo Nianchu remained silent, stepping outside the CAF. Li Xiaoan discarded the spoon from his coffee cup and followed her out. He seized her wrist, forcibly ushering her into his vehicle. Li Xiaoan, in broad daylight, what are you attempting to do? Mo Nianchu gasped, reaching for the door to exit, but the car had locked. I believe you should seriously consider my proposal. His tone was so calm that it conveyed a sense of control that was far from reassuring. She did not trust that he would genuinely offer such significant assistance without expecting something in return. Then I would like to inquire what I must offer to receive such generosity from Mr. Li. Li Xiaoan's gaze was profound as he regarded Mo Nianchu. 2 years apart had rendered her noticeably thinner. Her once delicate features had shed their youthful roundness, revealing the allure of a mature woman. He admired her softly curled hair and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Though slender, she possessed a fitting curviness. Her form was not without its allure. His gaze was bold, unabashedly revealing his desire. She recognized the yearning in his eyes. When his long, clean fingers reached to caress her cheek, she recoiled, realizing the depths of his depravity. Bang! The vehicle jolted as they were both rocked by a sudden impact. The front of the car was struck forcefully by an oncoming vehicle, leaving a dent. Through the windshield, Mo Nianchu caught sight of the man in the opposing driver's seat. His gaze was predatory, reminiscent of a hawk poised to strike, sending a shiver down her spine. Soon, the man exited his vehicle and approached with purpose. Standing beside the passenger door, his expression unyielding as he scrutinized the two within the car. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the window. Ah! Nianchu screamed, instinctively covering her head. Gu Xiaoting's force was tremendous. The glass did not shatter, but fissures appeared. Just as he prepared to strike again, Li Xiaoan unlocked the door. The man pulled Nianchu out without uttering a word, as if she were a mere kitten, effortlessly tossing her into his own vehicle. With a frown, Li Xiaoan gripped the steering wheel. Gu Xiaoting grasped Nianchu's delicate face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Did you let him touch you? No. She yearned to turn away, but he held her tightly, forcing her to soften her stance. Gu Xiaoting, calm down. Please let go of me. Then tell me why you met. His fingertips pressed down harder, contorting her delicate features. Nianchu found no desire to explain. Gu Xiaoting would never believe her regardless of her words. Speak. He abruptly pushed her back against the seat. Weren't you just chattering away with Li Xiaoan? Why do you go mute in my presence? What do you want me to say? She replied, her eyes forlorn, her exquisitely charming face tinged with a pallor. If I speak, will you believe me? Their gazes locked in a silent standoff, suffused with a desolate indifference. He released her and accelerated homeward. Upon arriving, he opened the passenger door. Nianchu hesitated, unwilling to exit. Shall I carry you? Why did you bring me back? He leaned against the car frame, countering, Isn't this your home? Nianchu, you are still Mrs. Gu, not as Li Xiaoan's woman. Mrs. Gu? She laughed derisively. Then who is the woman currently in your home? Gu Xiaoting's expression darkened. He despised her defiance. Are you competing for his affection against Lin Xiaoan? Could I ever win? Her beautiful brows furrowed as she gazed at the man beside the car door. In your heart, I fear I hold even less weight than a mere coin. Knowing your worth, you should understand that your only role is to obediently comply. His words were cold and unfeeling, provoking a disdainful smile from Nianchu. Obediently compliant? She was no mere puppet. Even if she once was, those strings had long since been severed. Perhaps the man had grown impatient. He yanked her by the arm and forcibly pulled her from the car, showing not an ounce of compassion. Her fair arm scraped against the sharp edge of the door, leaving a deep crimson mark. Stinging with pain, Nianchu shook off his grasp. Gu Xiaoting, let me go. Chapter 16. A softening heart, the bloodstain quickly blossomed into a multitude of vivid droplets, a sight that was hard to bear. He remained indifferent, dragging her further inside. Disobedience would lead to more than just this minor injury. Once they entered the room, the man tossed her to the butler, instructing him to tend to her arm. The butler hurriedly fetched a medical kit, uncapping a bottle of iodine to disinfect the wound. Montag Nianchu's delicate skin reacted painfully, the red mark turning dark as it met the harsh antiseptic. Madam, please bear with it. Endurance had long been her habit. It was the kindness of others that she found unfamiliar. I can manage by myself, Wang Ma. Madam, please stay still, it will be over soon. Once the iodine was applied, the butler fetched some gauze and gently wrapped her arm. Why are you here again? Lin Xiaoan's sharp voice pierced the air. With Gu Xiaoting absent, she usually dropped the pretense of civility. Nianchu casually glanced at her. Isn't this my home? Lin Xiaoan leaned heavily on her cane, limping closer to Nianchu. In a hushed, venomous tone, she spat. Nianchu, you're nothing but a wretched woman who knows only how to seduce men. Nianchu had encountered such an ugly visage before and felt no surprise. She surmised that perhaps Lin Xiaoan had been disturbed by the passionate encounter between herself and Gu Xiaoting the other day. Unable to suppress her sarcasm, she remarked, Is it hard for you knowing that Gu Xiaoting doesn't touch you? You. Lin Xiaoan's emotions spiraled out of control, ready to unleash her fury. But the sound of footsteps on the stairs cut her off. Instantly, she transformed her demeanor, retreating unsteadily while calling out, Nianchu, don't act like this. I haven't done anything with shouting, please don't. I'm scared. In a predictable turn of events, she stumbled and fell, her head striking the corner of a table, blood streaming down her face. Hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaoting rushed down the stairs, catching Lin Xiaoan as she fell. Weakly, she clutched his arm, shouting, Nianchu was just impulsive, please don't blame her. Call for an ambulance. Gu Xiaoting shouted. The butler trembled as he grabbed the phone. When the ambulance arrived, Lin Xiaoan was loaded onto the stretcher, her grip on Gu Xiaoting unyielding. Xiaoting, I'm scared. Will you come with me? Don't worry. The butler will accompany you. With a mere glance from Gu Xiaoting, The butler dutifully grabbed his bag and followed the ambulance. After the commotion subsided, Nianchu prepared to leave. Gu shouting, filled with fury, grasped her arm and forcefully threw her to the ground. Montak Nianchu, how dare you harm Lin Xiaowan right under my nose? You truly have a death wish. Such unwarranted calamity was not new to her. Throughout their 2 years of marriage, she had endured many similar episodes. No matter how poorly Lin Xiaowan performed, Gu shouting would always vent his frustrations on her. Montak Nianchu smeated, a sense of relief washing over her. Gu shouting, if you despise me so much, why don't you just divorce me? His anger flared. He yanked her up from the floor and flung her onto the sofa. Divorce you? So you can go marry that illegitimate child? I told you. I have nothing to do with him. She struggled to push him away. Gu shouting, if you're only seeking psychological balance for your infidelity, let me assure you, it is entirely unnecessary. With newfound boldness, he seized her shirt, tugging gently, causing buttons to scatter across the floor. A chill enveloped her chest, and in a panic, Nianchu raised her hands to cover her embarrassment. You, scoundrel. At that moment, Gu shouting's phone rang. He released Nianchu and answered the call. Hello, shouting. It hurts so much. Will you come stay with me? Lin Xiaowan's feeble voice emerged from the other end. She expertly played her cards. Gu shouting had always been vulnerable to such pleas. He shot a cold glance at Nianchu. You're coming with me to the hospital. I refuse to go, she retorted icily. His expression darkened, his obsidian eyes brimming with unprecedented fury. Nianchu, do you dare refuse me? Gu shouting was known for his decisiveness, often blind to the truth. Whenever Lin Xiaowan was involved, his scales would tip in her favor without question. Go upstairs and change. We're going to the hospital. Nianchu gently adjusted her torn shirt as she ascended the stairs. In her wardrobe were only a few high-end garments, gifts from her mother-in-law that she had never worn. Always dreaming of the day Gu shouting would take her to a significant event, Nianchu chuckled at herself. Once dressed, she came downstairs. I'll be leaving first. He raised his hand to stop her, about to speak when his phone rang again. This time, it was a call from the ancestral home. What? I'll be there right away. He grasped her wrist firmly, pulling her along. We're going to the hospital. I said I'm not going, she insisted. Grandfather is in critical condition. The old man had been ill for over a decade. At 90 years of age, his passing would typically be considered a peaceful death. Yet the Gu family could not accept it. A fortune teller had prophesied that once the old man passed, the family's fortune would dwindle for years. The Gu family, wealthy as they were, had kept the grandfather alive with various high-end medications. When those failed, the burden fell upon Nianchu. Initially, Gu shouting had resisted marrying her. But ultimately, it was the old man who sanctioned the union, allowing her to wed this man. In truth, the Gu family must have known that her blood held value. Otherwise, regardless of the engagement, if Gu shouting had refused, marrying him would have been a daunting task. The family was gathered in the hospital's special care unit. Upon seeing Gu shouting arrive, Gu Zonglin called him aside. Your grandfather's condition has worsened. Has there been any news from Nianchu? None, Gu shouting replied coolly. You've really messed this up, Gu Zonglin admonished. Your grandfather needs her antibodies. If she isn't pregnant, her antibody levels 1 TB high enough. What do you intend to do? Gu shouting had no real plan. Fei Liangzheng had mentioned that only a complete blood transfusion could alleviate the old man's condition. But that was a matter of life for life, and he was unwilling to proceed in such a manner. Noticing his son's silence, Gu Zonglin lifted his gaze to Nianchu, who stood quietly to the side. He understood that some decisions were harsh, but for the sake of the Gu family and the old man's survival, they were compelled to act ruthlessly. Let us proceed with the transfusion, he declared. Gu shouting's pupils constricted. Dad, her life is not expendable. What is her life compared to your grandfather's? Gu Zonglin's voice was strained as he fought to contain his emotions. The Gu family is facing one crisis after another because of your grandfather's illness. If we perform the transfusion and he recovers, the Gu family will thrive again. Initially, Gu shouting had dismissed the fortune teller's words, but over the years, several events had come to pass as predicted, causing him to gradually believe. We can think of other solutions. Gu Zonglin was momentarily taken aback. After all these years, we've exhausted every possible solution. What more can we consider? To put it plainly, at a critical moment, you've softened your heart. Chapter 17. It is raining. Gu shouting a wife can be found again, but a grandfather is irreplaceable. Do you not understand this? If you remain so oblivious, how can I trust you with the Gu family's future? Gu shouting fell silent. In the end, he muttered, I will consult Liangzhong. Montag Nianchu stot quietly, as if she were invisible. A well-meaning relative approached her. Nianchu, I heard your blood contains a special antibody. It seems the burden of saving grandfather now rests on your shoulders. Once he recovers, shouting will surely reward you handsomely. Second sister, those antibodies only develop during pregnancy. Look at Nianchu. She is too thin to be pregnant. Isn't she? Perhaps due to the month being less significant, it remains inconspicuous. Is it not the initial phase? Imo Nianchu remained silent. The person was taken away, their voice resonating not far off. She felt as though she were made of wood, listening to discussions about the Gu family's affairs, which were not her purview. In due course, both blood and antibodies would be required, and it was merely a matter of shouting's words. Do not speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? Everyone knows this woman once pursued shouting, who rejected her. Were it not for her perceived utility, how would the Gu family consider marrying such a woman? If she truly saves the old master, perhaps shouting would even grant her a smile. Imo Nianchu found herself somewhat troubled by these idle remarks. In the eyes of the Gu family, she was merely a contemptible being. Not long ago, some media outlets revealed that her blood could save the Gu patriarch, with various analyses suggesting how many days she had left to live. Those distant relatives of the Gu family had already made several attempts to matchmake for Gu shouting. Many were waiting to replace her, and countless others anticipated her early demise. Gu shouting emerged from within. Upon seeing Imo Nianchu still standing at the entrance of the courtyard building, he took a moment to steady his breath before approaching her. It's raining, Gu shouting. She raised her hand to catch the scattered raindrops, her voice faint. On the day we registered our marriage, it was also a rain of this size. People say that rain on a wedding day foretells a lifetime of unhappiness. Superstition. She smiled gently, fluttering her eyelashes. Would you plan to need my blood? Who said anything about needing your blood? Are you pregnant? He irritably loosened his collar, exposing a portion of his sun-kissed skin. The rain intensified, disheveling her hair akin to the chaos of her thoughts. Let's go home. He took her hand. Imo Nianchu lifted her gaze to Gu shouting's somewhat somber profile. He was undeniably handsome. Some said that one should not encounter excessively stunning individuals in youth, lest they ruin oneself. Initially, she did not believe it, but now she did. Gu shouting, when shall we divorce? Wait until I die. He was disinterested in entangling himself in this matter with her, holding her hand as they stepped into the rain. The downpour soaked his hair. He removed his jacket to shield her head, though most of it was angled towards her. Inside the car, a faint scent of tobacco lingered. For a long time, he had not permitted her to sit in the passenger seat. As a woman, she naturally understood the implications. On the rare occasions she could ride in his car, she would obediently go to the back seat, refraining from making any noise, even adopting a demure posture. Gu shouting, may I ask you for a favor? If it pertains to M.O. Tao, it is out of the question. His tone remained as cold as ever. She knew he would not easily relent. Without restrictions, how could he manipulate her at will? No, she responded with a chilling detachment. Gu shouting turned his gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. What else do you wish to discuss? If you intend to continue working in Li Shaoan's studio, do not even think about it. He had blocked every avenue for her, leaving her with no options to advance or retreat. I wish to find stable employment. I hope you can provide me with a way out. A monthly salary of 100,000 is not enough for you. You insist on earning a mere few thousand outside? The depths of his dark eyes hinted at unspoken thoughts. Was it a case of ulterior motives, or had Imo Nianchu truly transformed into a brave and independent woman? His words dripped with sarcasm, each one a sting. Imo Nianchu turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. He grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Montag Nianchu, you have yet to tell me what you did with Li Shaoan today. Did you not see? In broad daylight, what could they possibly do? Nothing done? Do you think everyone shares your taste for daylight rendezvous in cars? Let me tell you, the moment you meet Li Shaoan, I will ensure Imo Tao remains there for an additional year. Go ahead, test me. His lips hovered near hers, aware that for Imo Nianchu's sake, she would remain compliant. She did not respond. Often, she would silently protest, much as she did now. Halfway through, Lin Shaoan called again, sobbing like a shattered vase. Gushiting abandonnet Montag Nianchu. Driving towards the hospital. In the cold rain, she hugged herself, reluctantly seeking refuge in a nearby bus stop. A white Porsche halted before her. The window rolled down, revealing Liao Zhen. Nianchu. Nianchu looked up. Senior, how did you get drenched like this? Quickly, get in the car. Fei Liangzheng retrieved a thick towel from the back seat, handing it to Nianchu. Did you forget your umbrella? Thank you, Senior. She accepted the towel, drying her soaked hair. I saw you leave with shouting and thought he would take you home. He glanced at her again. She smiled faintly, raising her small face. He has more important women to accompany. Actually, Lin Xiaoan. This was not difficult to guess. Senior, I cannot concern myself with that right now. Fei Liangzheng chose not to press further. Oh, by the way, I saw Qingzi yesterday. She mentioned you're looking for work. I remember you were the president of the Guzheng Club in college, if I am not mistaken. Nianchu had grown up in the affluent Lin family. She had not neglected the arts, mastering music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. During her university years, she had a passion for traditional music and picked up the Guzheng she had learned in her childhood. She loved wearing hanfu, ethereally playing the strings. After marriage, she had played once at home, but Gu Shouting had violently smashed her instrument into 2 pieces. Since then, she had never played again. Fei Liangzheng's mention of it brought back memories she had forgotten. Senior, you still remember that. Back then, you were the campus belle, quite the figure. He did not delve deeper, fearing it might trouble Nianchu's thoughts. Actually, my friend has opened a high-end themed restaurant and is in need of a Guzheng performer. If you're interested, I can recommend you. Nianchu remained silent. She longed to accept, yet feared her presence might burden others. Observing her hesitation, Fei Liangzheng added, the work isn't exhausting. There are 2 performances each day, 2 hours each, earning 1,000 a day. No, it's not that. I'm worried about Gu Shouting. Worried that shouting might cause trouble? Chapter 18. Please help me hire a lawyer. Nianchu murmured in agreement. We are all friends. He should not. Fei Liangzheng handed her a business card. I have already spoken with the boss. If you decide, you can go directly. The boss is quite amiable. Thank you, Senior. After exiting the car, Fei Liangzheng offered her an umbrella. Take it. No need, it's just a short walk. The early autumn rain is quite cold. You are already soaked. Be sensible, take it. Nianchu obediently accepted the umbrella, expressing her gratitude as she watched Fei Liangzheng depart. Turning around, she nearly collided with a wall of flesh. Lifting her gaze, she found herself ensnared in a pair of menacing eyes. Didn't you go to the hospital with Lin Xiaoan? How could he be here? Beneath her building? What brings you here? Had I not returned, I would have remained unaware that you sought Fei Liangzheng to return you. He would not permit his woman to be sought after by another man. Regardless of the state of his affections, such behavior was intolerable. Montauk Nianchu smirked lightly. Do you really believe in coincidence? You truly take me for a fool? Had he not seen Fei Liangzheng's car parked before Nianchu? Had he not observed her getting in without a hint of refusal, perhaps he would have believed her. I just left, and you immediately cozy up to Fei Liangzheng. Nianchu, you really are quite disobedient. He tugged at her ear, leaning in rudely to speak. Is that so? Do you not heed my words? Since you refuse to listen, perhaps this ear should be discarded. The man's strength was formidable. Nianchu winced in pain, attempting to shield herself, which only fueled his already raging fury. He twisted her ear, making her spin. Blood dripped down her ear, 1 drop at a time. Nianchu clutched her ear. Her eyes squeezed shut from the pain. Blood stained her fingers, her ear cruelly torn. The umbrella in his hand was swept away by the wind, rolling a few times on the ground before embedding itself in the greenery. He gazed at her with an almost indifferent expression, though his fingertips gradually tightened. Nianchu took a taxi to the hospital alone, where she received treatment. The doctor stitched her up with cosmetic sutures that would leave no scars after healing. Sitting on a chair outside the emergency room, she closed her eyes, receiving an intravenous infusion for inflammation. Song Qingzi rushed over. What happened? How did you get hurt? Just an accident. Nianchu replied, not wanting to elaborate. I'll take a look at the medical record. Upon glancing at it, Song Qingzi's anger flared, nearly causing her to curse. A torn earlobe? Can you just pull your own ear off? Who did this? Was it that scoundrel Gu Shouting? Nianchu remained silent. Her phone chimed with a friend request from an unknown number, which she ignored. The number continued to send multiple messages. Who is this? Song Qingzi asked, feeling irritated. She accepted the request. The unknown number immediately transferred 100,000 yuan. Who is this person? Coming in with 100,000 transfer, could it be? The only wealthy individual Song Qingzi could think of was that dog named Gu. Is he thinking of using money to ward off misfortune or to settle things once and for all? Nianchu glanced at her phone, pressed a button to return the money, and promptly deleted the unknown contact. Qingzi, please help me find a lawyer. Is Gu Xiaoding still unwilling to part amicably? I don't want to drag this out any longer. Even though the process would be arduous, she resolved to face it bravely. Once her injuries improved slightly, Nianchu went to the themed restaurant where the owner had reserved a spot for her, likely out of respect for Fei Yangzhe. Whenever she played the guzheng, she donned a traditional hanfu, and with a little adornment, she appeared ethereal. The owner had prepared a separate performance stage for her. If customers wanted to order her service, she would enter the private room and play for 2 hours, earning 2,000 yuan. During her week of work at the restaurant, she had garnered numerous requests. Although some customers were a bit too forward, they were careful not to overstep, at most brushing against her hand, which she chose to ignore. In the service industry, as long as things weren't excessive, there was no need to make a fuss. After the evening performance, Nianchu prepared to change clothes and leave. The owner approached her and said, Xiao Mo, a table of guests arrived late and want to play a few more songs. I negotiated 3,000 yuan for you. Are you willing? The owner had never put her in a difficult position, and Nianchu would never embarrass him. Moreover, 3,000 yuan was enough for her living expenses for a month. I can do that, boss. That's great. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, I'll go touch on my makeup. Once her makeup was refreshed, Nianchu carried her guzheng into the guest room. The patrons were nearly finished with their meal, several of them leaning against one another, whispering. The room was spacious, and they were relaxed, indulging in leisure. Nianchu did not glance up. After placing the guzheng, she began to play. The melodious sounds of the strings soon captivated the attention of the men in the room. Not bad, one inebriated man said, attempting to step forward, only to be pulled back by another. Open your eyes and see who this woman is. Sun Mingyu rubbed his eyes. She looked somewhat familiar. Gao Jinyang pointed at a man who had been fixated on Nianchu. That's the wife of Gu Xiaoding. His wife is still working? Word is, they're getting a divorce. Sun Mingyu understood. Divorces often ended in mutual destruction. Look at the fierce look in Gu Xiaoding's eyes. It's as if he wants to swallow her whole. While that may be true, he still cautioned, I advise you not to approach her. What do I have to fear? If Gu Xiaoding cared for her, would he let her perform? Men's affections and indifference are evident in their eyes. Clearly, Gu Xiaoding harbors no love for her. Pouring a drink, Sun Mingyu swaggered over to Nianchu. Hold on a moment. Nianchu paused, looking up at him. Sir, is there a piece you would like to hear? I don't care for music. I prefer drinking. Sun Mingyu placed his glass before her. Do me a favor and drink this. While speaking, he glanced back at Gu Xiaoding, gauging his reaction. Seeing no response, he grew bolder, placing his hand on her shoulder. I can't let my brothers down. Nianchu had never drunk with customers. She gently stood, withdrawing her shoulder to politely refuse. I'm sorry, I don't drink. Not giving me face. Sun Mingyu gripped her neck, pushing the glass toward her lips. If you don't give me face, I won't give you any either. As she resisted, he forced the drink down her throat, causing her to choke and tear up. I'm not bullying you. A stack of red bills was slammed down in front of her. I've seen plenty of your false modesty. One drink for 10,000 yuan. If you're willing to drink, my money is guaranteed. Chapter 19. Don't touch me. Nianchu was indeed out to earn money, but she would not accept money that came with humiliation. Sir, please find someone else. As she attempted to step away, Sun Mingyu blocked her path, his gaze filled with disdain and disrespect. What are you pretending for? Look at us. None of us are lacking in wealth. If you offend us, do you think you can continue in Jiangcheng? With Sun Mingyu's threats hanging in the air, Nianchu finally lifted her gaze to the other men in the room. When her eyes met Gu Xiaoding's, she felt a momentary daze. A mocking smile graced his lips as he toyed with a pure gold lighter, appearing entirely as an observer. Something inside her heart was pricked. Turning back, she looked coolly at Sun Mingyu. If I drink a few cups, can you afford it? I keep my word. Sun Mingyu patted his chest in assurance. I have plenty of money. Show me the money. 10 glasses lined up, a total of 10 rows. The cash, in stacks of 10,000, amounted to 1 million yuan, all fresh cash that Sun Mingyu had arranged. Gao Jinyang, wary of the situation escalating, quietly warned him. Be careful, she's Gu Xiaoding's wife. She's about to be his ex-wife. Regardless, in Sun Mingyu's mind, Gu Xiaoding had remained silent, making his judgment on their relationship clear. This is 1 million. Drink as much as you want. Don't say I bullied you. Once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. Despite the bitterness and intensity of the drink making her tongue tingle, Nianchu could not afford to offend these wealthy heirs of Jianshan. Having never consumed alcohol, she mustered a reckless courage and downed 5 glasses in one go. Impressive, Sun Mingyu exclaimed, this is 53 degrees. Nianchu steadied herself against the table, her body swaying slightly as she dizzily declared, I can still drink. As she reached for another glass, Sun Mingyu snatched it first. Call me brother, and I'll drink for you. The money counts for you. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his large hand sliding down her back to rest on her slender waist. The soft touch ignited something within him. Just as he prepared to tighten his grip, Gao Jinyang intervened, removing his hand and quietly warning him, if you don't want to die, keep your hands to yourself. Gu Shouting hasn't said a word. Don't meddle. Go ahead and dig your own grave. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even if their marital relationship was rocky, Gu Shouting, as a man of high standing, could hardly tolerate the public humiliation of his wife. Gao Jinyang cast a glance at Gu Shouting, whose earlier mockery had vanished. His dark eyes now glimmered coldly. Nianchu pushed Sun Mingyu away, lifted another glass, and downed it in one go, striving to keep her eyes open. However, her eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, and a warmth surged within her stomach, causing her considerable discomfort. As the room swayed, Sun Mingyu seized the opportunity to assist Nianchu, only to be violently kicked away by Gu Shouting's elevated leg. Am I dead? He spat, seizing a chair to strike Sun Mingyu's head. Sun Mingyu raised his arm in defense, but the chair collided with his arm before crashing down onto his skull. Gu Shouting never held back when it came to violence. The impact caused Sun Mingyu's head to bleed profusely. Fearing for a potential fatality, Gao Jinyang quickly embraced Gu Shouting from behind, urging, calm down, brother Ting. I believe sister-in-law is intoxicated. Why not take her home first? I'll handle this brat. Gao Jinyang's words jolted Gu Shouting's attention. He turned to glance at the woman slumped over the table, and with a fierce gesture, he pointed at Sun Mingyu twice. Nianchu was indeed inebriated, completely unaware of her surroundings. After Gu Shouting carried her into the car, she continued to ramble incoherently, insisting, I can still drink. Let me have another. She smacked her lips. Gu Shouting maintained a cold demeanor as she nestled against him, soft and delicate, making it difficult for him to scold her. His large hand rested on her fluffy hair. Uncomfortable, she stirred slightly, her disheveled locks revealing a striking scar, a remnant of his doing. The emotions swirling within him were indescribable as he gazed at Nianchu, his eyes dark and complex. After 2 years of marriage, she had always been obedient. Even amidst rampant rumors of his affair with Lin Xiaowan, her gaze towards him remained filled with affection and tolerance. A wave of agitation surged within him. He held her down and leaned in to kiss her lips. Suddenly, the weight on him increased, prompting Nianchu to laboriously lift her eyelids and push him away clumsily. Don't move. He pinned her down. Gu Shouting, don't touch me. The turmoil in her stomach intensified, and with his movement, she vomited a mouthful of alcohol onto him. The stench of liquor permeated the confined space of the car. Disgusted, he yanked her out of the vehicle, shedding his soiled jacket. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. Did you not see that rascal getting handsy with you? Money is hard to earn, and life is tough. For someone like me, as long as there is money to be made, I don't mind being taken advantage of. She hugged her knees, her words tinged with self-mockery or resignation. Another wave of nausea hit her, and she retched again, her stomach churning even more. Gu Shouting, irritated by her behavior, forcefully poured half a bottle of water into her mouth. The remaining half he dumped over her head. Get yourself together. Her hair drenched. The autumn wind brushed against her skin, sending chills across her body. What is the difference between you and those people? The same bullying, the same humiliation. Nianchu staggered to her feet, attempting to hail a taxi. When a car pulled up in front of her, she reached for the door, but the driver, upon catching sight of Gu Shouting's menacing glare, sped away. Hey, don't go. Nianchu took a few steps to chase after it, but soon relinquished the effort, trying to flag down another. After failing to stop one, she attempted a second, but no taxis paused for her. Gu Shouting gripped her collar, dragging her back to the car. Behave yourself. Don't touch me. She recoiled from him as if he were something filthy, keeping her distance. I want to go home, she murmured. After swaying a couple of times, she sank onto the steps. Gu Shouting's phone rang, It was Lin Xiaowan, shouting, "I have a fever. I feel awful. Isn't Wang Ma taking care of you?" He was exasperated, unbuttoning his collar. "If it's serious, call 120. Do you find me bothersome? I'm sorry. I want to trouble you again. I'll just go back to my home, a place with no parents, no relatives. I'm leaving." She began to sob softly on the other end. Gu Shouting's irritation grew as he glanced down at the woman sitting on the steps. Suppressing his frustration, he replied, "Let Wang Ma find some medicine for you. I'll come back soon." "Okay." Her voice on the line was weak and compliant. Gu Shouting hung up and kicked Nianchu's leg lightly. "Let's go back. I want to go. I'd rather die." She shook her head, her furrowed brow reflecting her resistance. "Go if you want." He paid her no mind, sliding into the car and stealing a glance at her through the rearview mirror before accelerating away. The woman seated by the roadside was so intoxicated that she could barely keep her eyes open. From the bar across the street, a group of men emerged, spotting her. The three men exchanged knowing glances and hastened towards Nianchu. The woman, fair-skinned and beautiful with a slender waist, looked ethereal, prompting them to swallow hard. "Save her for me. It's been ages since I've been with such a stunning woman." The skinny man rubbed his hands together, his gaze lewd. The shorter man, unwilling to yield, declared, "I spotted her first. She's mine this time, but I want to fight you next time. What is the point of arguing? Let us take turns. No one gets to monopolize." The three men pushed and shoved, but ultimately, the burly one claimed the prize. "Little girl, it's not good for you to sit here all alone. Look at you wet through. If you catch a cold, it would break my heart." The hefty man squatted down before Nianchu, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Come with me to a nice place." The cold wind had sobered her somewhat. The bar was right across the street, and these men were likely predators lurking in the area. "No." She stumbled to her feet, attempting to leave this perilous place. The men blocked her path, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. "Little sister, we're all good guys. Don't be afraid." Nianchu remained silent, moving to the roadside to hail a taxi. The men yanked at her arms, pulling her back. "Don't go, little sister. We're not bad people. Let us find a place to have another drink. It's on us. Let go of me." Nianchu lacked the strength to resist significantly. Yet, her struggles felt futile against the men's crude intentions, akin to a kitten's feeble swipes. Frustrated, the men laughed. They had encountered many girls like her before. Whether they resisted or not, the outcome remained the same. As professional predators, they not only harmed girls, but sometimes also swiped their phones and wallets. When the girls awoke, they would have no recollection of the night's events. They dragged Nianchu toward a nearby alley. "Stop, let her go." A woman's voice rang out. Song Qingzi hurried over, pushing the men aside and enveloping Nianchu in her embrace. The men chuckled, "Look, another girl. Brothers, we're in for a treat tonight." Nianchu was intoxicated, but Song Qingzi was not. She pulled out her phone and dialed 110. "I'm calling the police. If you don't want to be arrested, get lost." The men hesitated, then cursed as they retreated. Song Qingzi helped Nianchu into her car, her heart aching at the sight of her friend's dazed expression. "Didn't Tifei Liangzhang say that the theme restaurant only has live music and no drinking service?" Nianchu weakly waved her hand. "Gu Shouting came to the restaurant today. It was his friend. One drink costs 10,000. I had one." Song Qingzi was furious. 10,000 for a drink? So Gu Shouting tacitly allowed his friend to get you drunk? What kind of person does that? Even if he doesn't love you anymore, you still bear the title of Mrs. Gu. Doesn't he care about the Gu family's reputation? Did he really just leave you here? Nianchu bit her lip and nodded, lifting her gaze to Song Qingzi. "How did you find me?" Song Qingzi, with little work that day, had intended to pick up Nianchu for a late-night snack. If she hadn't come, would Nianchu have fallen prey to those men? What was Gu Shouting thinking? "Leaving you here? The bar is right across, and this area is rife with predators. Is he out his mind?" Song Qingzi was so infuriated that her breasts felt as if they were developing nodules. She handed a bottle of water to Nianchu, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will find the most outstanding lawyer to assist you in this divorce case. It is he who has strayed, engaging in an extramarital affair. Why should we leave empty-handed? What is rightfully ours, we will reclaim." However, Nianchu was indifferent to such matters. Her sole desire was to escape Gu Shouting and that household for liberation. If she were free, her family would be free as well. Without the bond of marriage, no matter how influential he was, he could not keep Mo Tao confined in the friendship hospital. "Qingzi, I will transfer the money to you. Please help me manage the connections. Mo Nianchu transferred all her savings to Song Qingzi, hoping to alleviate Mo Tao's suffering in the hospital. Song Qingzi was acutely aware of how hard Mo Nianchu had worked for that money. How could she bear to accept it? Do not worry. I am continually seeking the right connections. Once I find a suitable person, I will clarify everything for you. For now, you need not worry about the money. Turning away, Song Qingzi lit a cigarette, the slender roll glowing red amidst the curling smoke, casting a reflective hue upon her profound brows and eyes. There were many instances when Song Qingzi felt utterly powerless. In Jiangcheng, the Gu family was formidable, and Gu Shouting was even more so. Regarding the divorce proceedings, she had scoured the city for the most renowned lawyers, only to be met with excuses upon mentioning Gu Shouting's name. Thus, she had no choice but to seek out esteemed lawyers from abroad, which required an exorbitant sum of money, something Mo Nianchu did not possess. Lin Xiaowan sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, hearing the sound of Gu Shouting's car. She instructed the housekeeper, Wang Ma, please apply the fever-reducing patch for me. She carried herself with the air of a mistress. Even a moment's delay from the housekeeper would earn a disdainful glance. Wang Ma, when Shouting returns, you know what to say? Beneath her calm gaze lay an extreme madness. The housekeeper, feeling intimidated, merely nodded without uttering a word. As Gu Shouting stepped inside, he found Lin Xiaowan looking haggard, propped up on the sofa. He turned to the housekeeper, inquiring, how is she? Miss Lin, the housekeeper hesitated, not wishing to lie, yet feeling her position as a servant. Her fever has subsided. Upon hearing Gu Shouting's voice, Lin Xiaowan weakly straightened up. You're back. If you feel unwell, you should go to the hospital. There is no need to wait for me. His tone was flat as he reached out to touch her forehead. Why don't you go upstairs to rest? I want to wait for you to return. She gazed at him earnestly, shouting, when shall we go abroad for my leg treatment? Dr. Stephen is on a business trip. Once everything is arranged, I will accompany you. Lin Xiaowan felt gratified by Gu Shouting's attentiveness regarding this matter and gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Will you sit with me for a while? She nestled against his arm. Suddenly, Gu Shouting stood up. I'll go take a shower first. The next day, before heading to work, Mo Nianchu was approached by Fei Liangzheng. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that he was concerned about what had transpired in the private room the previous night. Senior brother, I apologize for I heard that Gu Shouting damaged the furniture in the private room last night. I came to discuss compensation with the boss. It is I who should apologize. I did not anticipate Shouting bringing such friends to trouble you. It was my oversight. Fei Liangzheng adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Do you need me to help you find another job? No need. Anywhere is the same. I will talk to Shouting about this. Mo Nianchu held no hope for Gu Shouting, merely offering a faint smile. By the way, I need to visit Xinhui Hospital today. If there is anything you need to convey, feel free to tell me. Xinhui Hospital was the local clinic. Since her mother had been admitted, she had only made a few phone calls and had not found the time to visit. My mother's illness, there is really nothing to discuss. Under such medical conditions, as long as my mother is alive, that is sufficient. I do not make other demands. Fei Liangzheng nodded. I will go visit Auntie and inquire about the doctor's situation. Thank you. After parting with Fei Liangzheng, Mo Nianchu returned to work at the restaurant. The boss was amiable and did not mention any compensation, merely stating that Fei Liangzheng had informed him. As for what had been communicated, he did not elaborate. The work continued as usual. At noon, Mo Nianchu finished her shift and headed home. Upon exiting the restaurant, she encountered Gu Shouting as housekeeper. Madam. The housekeeper hurriedly approached her. Mo Nianchu was slightly taken aback. Aunt Wang, are you here to find me? The housekeeper's expression was awkward as she bit her lip, finally managing to say, Sir asked me to come find you to find me. For what? Why would Gu Shouting send a servant to summon her? Was he not the master of sudden appearances? Madam, Miss Lin is ill and is clamoring for the osmanthus ball she used to eat frequently at the Mo family. Sir instructed you to return and prepare them for her. The housekeeper understood perfectly well that this was a veiled insult. Yet being a servant, she held her tongue despite her inner turmoil. After speaking, she lowered her head. Osmanthus balls can be found all over the street. It would suffice to buy a portion. Mo Nianchu's eyes turned cold. Sir said that if you do not return to prepare them, the housekeeper, lacking the courage to continue, averted her gaze. What then? He said he would transfer Mo Tao to another hospital. Transfer? Sending him to the Friendship Hospital was not enough. Where else would he go? Imo Nianchu clenched her fists tightly. She closed her eyes for a moment, then took a deep breath and relented. Fine, I will go. Every time Imo Nianchu stepped into the home she had inhabited for 2 years, an indescribable suffocation washed over her. Standing outside the door, she adjusted her breathing before following the housekeeper inside. From a distance, she saw Lin Xiaowan reclining against the sofa, her gaze shifting towards her. With her blood-red nails resting on her chin, Lin Xiaowan scoffed coldly. What a farce, Madame Gu. With a single command, you must obediently return and follow my orders. Indeed, shouting dotes on me. Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, as if she had just won a great victory. Imo Nianchu scoffed with a disdainful smile. If he dotes on you so much, why don't you marry him? It is only a matter of time before Gu shouting marries me. Lin Xiaowan straightened up leisurely, picking a red cherry from the fruit platter and popping it into her mouth. Once my leg is healed, I will become his most beautiful bride. What is the use of healing your leg? Can you produce heirs for the Gu family or bear him children? The fate of those who could not bear children was to be cast aside. The Gu family would not allow such a thing to happen. Imo Nianchu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin Xiaowan was struck where it hurt, her eyes turning fierce. She angrily hurled the fruit platter to the ground, glaring at Imo Nianchu. Even if I cannot bear children for shouting, he loves me the most. Very well, may you both love each other dearly. Montak Nianchu, indifferent to Lin Xiaowan's hysterics, followed the housekeeper into the kitchen. As Imo Nianchu quietly sliced meat, the housekeeper watched her, holding back words that were on the tip of her tongue. Aunt Wang, if you have something to say, please do. After all, Gu shouting is not home. The housekeeper sighed softly. Madam, I feel that the sir still has feelings for you. Montak Nianchu laukit. Pausing her knife, she shook her head. Aunt Wang, you have been in this household for many years. Since my marriage to Gu shouting, you have witnessed our interactions. How could he possibly have feelings for me? However, I sense that the gentleman does not harbor much fondness for Miss Lin. Gu shouting's affection for someone is an enigma to Imo Nianchu. Yet, the tenderness and patience he exhibits towards Lin Xiaowan are undeniable. Love can be discerned through one's gaze. Aunt Wang, even if he were to withdraw his affection from Lin Xiaowan one day, it is improbable that he would turn his favor towards me. Madam, I still believe you and the gentleman are the most compatible pair. In the eyes of the housekeeper, Imo Nianchu is gentle and virtuous, meticulously caring for Gu shouting in every aspect. Whether at the Gu family's old residence or here, she manages everything with great efficiency. Such a woman is truly rare, especially among the affluent ladies. Unlike Lin Xiaowan, who oscillates between two faces, exhausting those beneath her. Imo Nianchu smiled faintly. The term compatibility should not be applied to her and Gu shouting. It sounded like a jest. After preparing the osmanthus dumplings, she instructed the housekeeper to serve them to Lin Xiaowan. Miss Lin, your osmanthus dumplings are ready. Please enjoy them while hot, the housekeeper said respectfully. Lin Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, displeased as she glanced at the housekeeper. Aunt Wang, shouting intended for Imo Nianchu to attend to me, not merely to prepare dumplings and leave. Where is she? Call her out. Miss Lin, the gentleman did not say. She slammed her hand on the table. Aunt Wang, do you wish to argue with me? The housekeeper swallowed her grievances, not daring to speak. Bring Imo Nianchu out. Having long heard Lin Xiaowan's demands, Imo Nianchu wiped her hands and stepped out. Why are you shouting at Aunt Wang? Is your leg broken? You act as if you cannot manage to eat without assistance. Perhaps you should consider not living at all. Imo Nianchu, what right do you have to speak to me? In this household, I am the mistress, and you are but a lowly servant. Chapter 22. You dare to retort the headlights swept across the floor-to-ceiling windows. Moments later, the gentleman strode in. Just moments ago, Lin Xiaowan had been haughty. Now, she lifted the hot bowl, her voice tinged with a whimper. Nianchu, this soup is too hot. May I let it cool before eating? It's truly unbearable. Please have mercy. As she spoke, the bowl shattered at Gu shouting's feet, revealing Lin Xiaowan's small hands, now reddened from the heat. Imo Nianchu quipped that the Oscars should create a special award for Lin Xiaowan, lest her acting talents go unrecognized. Gu shouting's dark eyes darkened, striding over to clasp Lin Xiaowan's hand. Are you all right? Lin Xiaowan shook her head, weeping. I'm fine, shouting. Please do not blame Nianchu. She merely wished for me to have something warm. She is not at fault. Please do not hold it against her. Gu shouting's expression tightened. his gaze shifting from the broken bowl on the ground to the housekeeper. Is there more? Yes, there is more, sir, the housekeeper replied, fearful of Gu shouting, not daring to lift her head. Serve me a bowl of freshly boiled soup. The housekeeper, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to the kitchen. The osmanthus dumpling soup, steaming and still gently bubbling, was soon placed before Gu shouting. Sir, it is ready. His gaze, as frigid as ice, fell upon Nianchu. You will drink this now, and I shall see if you can manage it. Nianchu raised her eyes, incredulous. Why should I drink it? Are you not the one who relishes bullying others? You placed the bowl into Nianchu's hands. Is it so pleasurable to torment others? The bowl was scalding, unable to withstand the heat. Nianchu attempted to set it down. Gu shouting's voice turned ominous. Should you dare discard that bowl, you shall bear the consequences. He was clearly intent on avenging Lin Xiaowan. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowan was pleading for Nianchu, shouting, do not be like this. Nianchu is delicate and tender, unlike me. A little heat is nothing to me. Let her put it down, all right? No matter how much Nianchu could endure, she was still flesh and blood. Crash! The bowl, filled with soup and dumplings, fell to the ground, shattering. Nianchu's palm was scorched red. The pain caused her brow to furrow tightly. She dashed into the restroom, seeking relief from the cool water. The housekeeper quickly turned to find ice. The man, seemingly unsatisfied, strode into the restroom, grasping her wrist and pulling her upstairs. With the bedroom door slammed shut, it signified that those inside were not to be disturbed. You dare to toss the bowl? Nianchu, can you truly withstand the consequences? Nianchu, disappointed, tugged at her lips. What if I cannot? You unjustly vent your anger upon me, believing yourself a paragon of justice. You dare to retort? He pulled her, tossing her onto the large bed. After the encounter, she hastily donned her clothing and fled outside. Lin Xiaowan, consumed by jealousy, especially upon seeing the marks on Nianchu's neck, felt an overwhelming urge to explode. The housekeeper noticed Nianchu's pallor and rushed to support her. Madam, are you all right? Aunt Wan, help me, please. She could no longer endure the pain, collapsing to the floor, clutching her abdomen tightly. Call me a cab. Gentlemen, the housekeeper was caught in a dilemma. She was merely a servant, afraid of provoking Gu's shouting's ire. If he were to become angry, all the servants in the Gu residence would suffer. Aunt Wang, let that wretched girl leave if she wishes. Keeping her here will only entice men. Lin Xiaowan's piercing voice rang out. The housekeeper glanced at Lin Xiaowan, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally said, I'll go call a cab for you. After resting on the floor for a while, the woman retrieved a painkiller from her bag and swallowed it dry. Once she felt somewhat better, she stood up and headed for the door. Lin Xiaowan's snide voice echoed, to make Gu shouting sleep with you. You truly go to great lengths. How shameless. Lin Xiaowan, if you possess the ability to make Gu shouting sleep with you, then do so. If not, keep your mouth shut. Lin Xiaowan seemed to have struck a nerve, her voice rising sharply. Nianchu, what are you so proud of? Your role is no different from those who sell themselves. Do you still pretend to be virtuous? What do you think you are? Nianchu, feeling unwell, did not wish to engage in a war of words with Lin Xiaowan. Clutching her abdomen, she was about to take a step when the man descended the stairs. Where are you going? He appeared refreshed, as if the earlier events in the bedroom had never transpired. Home. She did not want to respond, but felt compelled to. As he approached, he took Nianchu's hand and noticed her palms still reddened, with small blisters forming in some areas. I will escort you. No need. Nianchu coldly shook him off, filled with disdain. I have already asked Aunt Wang to call a taxi. I am not asking for your permission. Seeing Gu shouting prepare to leave, Lin Xiaowan leaned on her crutch, grasping his arm with feigned generosity. Shouting, why not accompany Nianchu? Her hand appears severely injured. If it worsens, she should go to the hospital for treatment. Do not worry about me. My hand is fine. She exhibited remarkable grace and understanding, expertly manipulating Gu shouting. Nianchu felt nauseated at the sight. Gu shouting gazed at her with admiration and pity, gently patting her arm. Rest well. Just as the housekeeper called for a taxi at the Gu residence's entrance, Gu shouting took Nianchu's hand and stepped outside. Sir, madam, the housekeeper said, bowing respectfully. The taxi has arrived. Housekeeper, let the taxi leave. I will take her, Gu shouting instructed. The housekeeper was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied. Very well, sir. Upon entering Gu shouting's car, Nianchu did not inquire about their destination. At times, she secretly wished for an accident to occur, If he died, she would die too, leaving no debts between them, never to meet again in the next life. First, we shall visit the hospital to see grandfather, he said. She maintained a neutral expression, calmly gazing out the window. He cast a sidelong glance at her. Grandfather will be discharged tomorrow. As his granddaughter-in-law, it is your duty to pay a visit. Is there no blood transfusion? She believed that this time they would undoubtedly drain her completely. Gu Shouting coldly replied, not now. When will it be? He glanced at her with impatience and irritation. Do you truly wish to have all your blood drawn? If I don't want to, will it not be drawn? At the very least, I want to know when you plan to take my blood so I can arrange my affairs. She needed to organize matters for her mother and visit her younger brother again. Since her last visit, she had been going to UI Hospital every Friday to wait for visiting hours. However, she had never been allowed back in. Gu Shouting, after you drain my blood, will you let a Motao go? Chapter 23. Seized the opportunity for a child, he did not respond to her, likely dismissing her concerns. As the car pulled into the hospital parking lot, another vehicle came to a halt across from them. Through the transparent window, their eyes met. It was Li Shaoan seated inside. Gu Shouting's eyes sharpened with vigilance. Stay in the car, don't get out, he said to Nianchu before exiting the vehicle. As Gu Shouting approached Li Shaoan's car, the latter also stepped out before the door could fully close. Without waiting, Gu Shouting's fist struck Li Shaoan's face. Li Shaoan staggered back a couple of steps and fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from his lip, chuckling mockingly at Gu Shouting. Do you know why I'm here? Your old man sent your father to find me. Trying to seize the inheritance rights? He is not dead yet. Gu Shouting raised his leg and kicked at Li Shaoan's head. Do you think you're worthy? Li Shaoan cradled his head, not resisting, continuing to laugh. Whether I'm worthy or not is up to that old man. Gu Shouting, our war has only just begun. Gu Shouting kicked him again, forcefully sending him crashing to the ground. His long fingers pointed menacingly at the man below. Who do you think you are? A bastard with no right or shame to fight me for anything. I not only intend to contest the Gu family inheritance with you, but I also aim to claim your woman. Gu Shouting, the Gu family will be mine, and so will your woman. If you don't believe it, we shall see. Li Shaoan laughed maniacally, blood staining his lips, his deep-set eyes appearing sinister and menacing. Inside the car, Nianchu could not hear their conversation, but she could clearly see that Gu Shouting was incensed. His fist rained down upon Li Shaoan like a storm. Li Shaoan made no attempt to defend himself, allowing Gu Shouting to unleash his fury until the Gu family members intervened to separate them. Both Gu Shouting and Li Shaoan were taken inside by Gu Zonglin. As Nianchu exited the car, she prepared to head to the ward. Nianchu, she turned to see Fei Liangzheng. Senior brother, here to see the old man? He closed the car door and approached her. Nianchu nodded slightly, yes. He inadvertently glanced at her hand and exclaimed, What happened to your hand? Is it injured? I accidentally burned it, she replied tersely. Have you treated it? Not yet. Without further ado, Fei Liangzheng said, Then come with me. I'll help you treat your hand first. Nianchu did not refuse. Although the burn was not severe, it was painful, and she wanted to avoid infection since her hand were needed for playing the piano and working. Fei Liangzheng took her to the burn clinic, personally treating the blisters on her hand. He wore a blue mask, his eyes focused and steady as he swiftly and accurately punctured her blisters to drain the fluid, then disinfected the area. His movements were methodical. Nianchu had known him for 4 or 5 years. They attended the same school, but were in different departments. Yet, due to Fei Liangzheng's striking appearance, he often became a topic of discussion among the female students. Their friendship deepened through Gu Shouting, as the Fei and Gu families were long-standing acquaintances. Fei Liangzheng and Gu Shouting had grown up together, their contrasting personalities forging a strong bond. He could have returned home to inherit his family's medical group, yet a word from Gu Shouting had led him to become the family doctor for the Gu elder. Senior brother, I want to ask you, what do you wish to inquire about? Nianchu hesitated about grandfather's health. Fei Liangzheng understood her unspoken question. As he gently wrapped her hand with gauze, he replied, The old man's health is indeed deteriorating. When will they draw my blood? Fei Liangzheng was taken aback. Looking up at her, who told you they would be drawing your blood? Does it need to be said? I cannot conceive, and the Gu family does not wish for the old man to pass, so they must use my blood for treatment. I want to know the specific timing. You and Shouting should hurry and have a child. There's still time. It's impossible for us to have children. Fei Liangzheng was aware of her condition. Senior brother, if they truly intend to draw my blood, does that mean I have no chance of survival? In medicine, nothing is absolute. However, if all of a person's blood is replaced, the outcome is likely. If one life is exchanged for another, would you agree? He gazed intently into her eyes. Nianchu sighed. Do I have a choice? What if you did have a choice? I would not agree. Whose life is not valuable? Yet, how could her insignificant life escape the grasp of those in power? Fei Liangzheng was unsure how to comfort her. Eventually, he simply stated, trust shouting. He won't allow such absurdity to occur. In the hospital room, Gu Zonglin furiously chastised Gu shouting in front of the elder and his wife, disregarding his dignity. What on earth do you want? Do you intend to kill him? I called him here. If you're angry, direct it at me. The old man had initially hoped to have Li Shaoan recognized as part of the family before his passing. However, Gu Zonglin's attitude extinguished that notion. In the Gu family, it was absolutely unacceptable for an illegitimate child to overshadow the legitimate heir. Gu Zonglin seemed to have forgotten this. Is it appropriate for an elder to speak to his son this way? The old man coughed twice from the bed. Gu Zonglin, hands on his hips, felt no remorse. Dad, shouting has been spoiled by you. Li Shaoan has done nothing wrong, but his greatest fault is simply existing. Gu shouting looked at Gu Zonglin with discontent. Did you call him here to share the Gu family's inheritance, or to give it all to him? My mother is not dead yet. A child of a mistress shows up. If that third-rate actress hadn't died, will my mother still have to yield her position? You. Gu Zonglin was infuriated. Dad, look at a good grandson. What kind of words are these? Does he even resemble an heir to the Gu family? Just then, Fei Liangzheng and Nianchu entered the ward. Seeing her mother-in-law wiping her tears in distress, Nianchu approached her and gently supported her mom. With Fei Liangzheng present, Gu Zonglin chose not to pursue the matter further and quickly left with Li Shaoan. The ward finally fell silent. Suhui gaspet montak Nianchu's hunt, exclaiming, how did you get hurt? I accidentally burned it. It's nothing, Mom. Su Huai had spent her life enduring her husband's infidelity, mistresses, and illegitimate children. She had experienced quarrels, injuries, and hospitalizations, feeling every woman's pain. As a fellow woman, Nianchu had told herself such lies all her life. You are quite resilient. My child. Gu Shouting's gaze darkened as he looked at Nianchu's bandaged hand, then shifted to Fei Liangzheng. Did you treat her? Chapter 24. If you hit me, you must have a reason. Fei Liangzheng did not deny it. Yes. Get out here. Gu Shouting gripped Fei Liangzheng by the collar and dragged him out of the ward. They arrived at the rooftop. When Gu Shouting swung his fist at him, Fei Liangzheng raised his hand to catch it. If you wish to hit me, you must have a reason. His eyes were as dark as ink. Gu Shouting was becoming increasingly agitated, to the point of barely recognizing himself. Do you like her? Helping her treat her wound means you like her? Fei Liangzheng found it incomprehensible that Gu Shouting's psyche had become so distorted. Every individual possesses normal social interactions. Given that your wife's hand is so severely injured, as her husband, shouldn't you have sought medical attention for her once? Are you suggesting that you have taken on the responsibilities of a husband? He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. I merely exercised the rights of a doctor. Fei Liangzheng realized he could no longer communicate effectively with Gu Shouting. Turning away, he intended to leave. But something compelled him to glance back and say, if you love her, treat her well. If not, then set her free. He did not return to the hospital room. The old man had already been taken away by the Gu family. Su Huai and Nianchu exited the inpatient department and exchanged a few words at the entrance. Shouting has not been kind to you, has he? Nianchu found herself unable to respond. Su Huai sighed. I have been in this family for 30 years. Gu Zonglin has had numerous affairs and illegitimate children. If it weren't for Shouting, I would have left him long ago. She grasped Nianchu's hand and gently patted it twice. You are still young and unencumbered by children. If you ever wish to leave, I will not stand in your way. Nianchu felt a wave of emotion rise within her, her eyes slightly misty. Thank you for your understanding, Mom. As women, we understand that happiness in such a family is elusive unless you have a man who truly loves you. Otherwise, she shook her head, acknowledging that she could no longer hold on to such hopes. Nianchu still had a chance. Su Huai looked at Nianchu's youthful and beautiful face, seeing a reflection of her younger self. In her youth, she had married Gu Zonglin with a heart full of love, only to find he was unfaithful and lacked affection. She endured countless hardships, ultimately growing old without seeing any change in Gu Zonglin's heart. She no longer expected anything to improve. Gu Shouting approached. his face clouded with an ominous expression. Upon seeing his mother, he managed to suppress his unpleasant demeanor. "Mom, I'll have someone take you home." "No need. My driver is waiting for me," Su Huei replied, releasing Nianchu's hand. "I'll be going then. Remember to change your dressings regularly." "Understood, Mom." After bidding farewell to Su Huei, as Nianchu turned to leave, Gu Shouting grasped her shoulder. "Nianchu, don't you find it pleasant being cared for by Fei Liangzheng?" "Cared for? I don't understand," she replied. "He treated your injury, did he not?" Realizing this was the subject at hand, she retorted, "He is a doctor. It is his duty to treat me. Do you consider this care?" Nianchu scoffed with disdain, pushing Gu Shouting away. "I have to get back to work. I'm leaving." His expression turned vacant, as if something within him was slowly being withdrawn. He turned and rushed to catch up with her. "Nianchu, is this how you regard me?" She looked at him calmly. "What attitude does Mr. Gu desire? Have you slept with Fei Liangzheng?" She chuckled lightly, without refuting his accusation, feeling no need to do so. Let him think whatever he likes. Upon returning from the hospital to the restaurant, Nianchu diligently resumed her work. Gu Shouting had not appeared for a long time. Rumor had it he had taken Lin Xiaowan abroad for treatment. Days later, Song Qingzi invited her out for a meal, and they discussed Lin Xiaowan. "I have a friend who is a doctor at that hospital. I heard her surgery failed again." Nianchu was taken aback. "Failed again? It seems there's little hope for recovery." Her attending physician said that apart from her leg, they could make her a normal person again through heart or kidney transplants. A kidney can be sourced, but finding a matching heart is quite difficult. However, with Gu Shouting as financial means, if he is willing to spend, it shouldn't be a problem. Nianchu lowered her gaze, lost in thought as she chewed on her straw. "He is using our joint assets to treat Lin Xiaowan. When we divorce, that will all be factored in." Clenching her fingers around her cup, she thought, "He will never part with a single cent from me. Nor do I want it. His reluctance to share is his affair, but he must abide by the law." Song Qingzi handed Nianchu a business card. "I've contacted a lawyer abroad who specializes in divorce cases. He will be coming to the country soon. You should reach out to him." Nianchu was momentarily stunned as she took the card. It belonged to a well-known law firm, but as a Chinese lawyer, it likely wouldn't be cheap. "Don't worry about that. Once you receive Gu Shouting's money, you can repay me." "Thank you, Qingzi." Nianchu tucked the card away and took another sip of her juice. "I have work to do this afternoon, so I must leave. Call me if you need anything." "Remember, I will." Nianchu returned to the restaurant. She no longer wore traditional attire to perform. Instead, she donned a cheongsam. Her exquisite figure often drew the attention of numerous patrons. After an incident with Gu Shouting as friends, the owner had prohibited her from performing in private rooms. After setting up her instrument, Nianchu diligently focused on her work, occasionally receiving tips from customers. The owner had specially created a small program on the page for patrons to offer tips. On fortunate days, the tips alone were quite substantial. After her performance, the owner approached her and said, "A patron tipped you 100,000. "So much?" Nianchu exclaimed, "I can't accept this, boss." "Let me see. I'll return it through the same channel tomorrow." "Thank you, boss." She went to the changing room to change her clothes. The cheongsam, while beautiful, was difficult to remove. To maintain its allure, her cheongsam was tailored to fit perfectly, taking over half an hour just to change. Just as she finally managed to undress, the door to the changing room swung open. Startled, she instinctively covered her body with her clothes. "Who is it?" As she stepped back, she spotted a face around the corner. "This is the women's changing room. If Mr. Gu insists on entering, I will have to call the police." "Madam Gu, are you calling the police to report that Mr. Gu is being inappropriate?" He bent down to sit on the changing bench, scrutinizing the nearly naked woman before him. "Do you believe your body has sufficient allure for me?" "No," she retorted, feeling that his sudden intrusion was quite disrespectful. Nianchu pulled the curtain around herself to change her clothes. "Why won't you accept the tips? Is it too little?" he asked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Chapter 25. She lied. Nianchu was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed him who had tipped her. Such an extravagant gift felt undeserved. "Are you unable to accept this money, or is it that you cannot bear the person giving it to you?" He abruptly yanked aside the curtain. "Would you accept it if another man was the one giving it?" Having already changed, she looked at him with an expression devoid of enthusiasm, offering no conclusions or explanations. As she organized her bag and reached for her phone, the lawyer's business card slipped out, fluttering to the ground at Gu Shouting's feet. She hurried to retrieve it. but he raised his hand to block her. He picked up the card, and, upon seeing the English text, his expression shifted noticeably. "This is mine. Return it to me. You're quite capable. Hiring a lawyer from abroad?" Gu shouting gripped the card between his fingers and forcefully threw it at her face. "You think you can play these games with me?" She bent down to pick up the card, placing it back in her possession without much emotional fluctuation. It was inevitable that they would part ways. "It seems I've been too indulgent with you." His voice was eerily calm. Nianchu seized her bag and attempted to flee, but he yanked her back. "Is it only when the knife cuts into flesh that you truly understand pain?" Gu shouting. "Let me go." She glared at him, her eyes shimmering with a light he found displeasing. "I know you haven't seen Mo Tao in a long time." He lifted his chin in haughty defiance, looking down at the woman before him. "I imagine you're quite eager to know how he is doing now." Nianchu clenched her jaw. Her eyes trembled as she lifted her small face, gazing at him with excitement. "What have you done to him?" "To find out, one must obediently comply." Leaning against the changing room cabinet, he regarded her with the disdain reserved for a mere plaything, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Kiss me." Nianchu shook her head and stepped back. The man ensnared her neck, pulling her close. Unwilling, she felt a visceral aversion to engaging in such acts with Gu shouting. Yet did she truly have a choice? Ultimately, she rose on her toes, closed her eyes, and offered her lips. Just as she was about to meet his, he forcefully pushed her away. Did she genuinely believe he desired to kiss her? His anger was the only driving force behind his actions. Seated in Gu shouting's car, as they journeyed towards UI Hospital, Nianchu's heart raced in trepidation. She clutched her chest, anxious and unsettled. Upon arriving at the imposing ebony gates of the hospital, they slowly swung open. The guard, bowing slightly to Gu shouting, displayed utmost respect. Nianchu's heart fluttered anxiously. She hardly had time to ponder the connection between Gu shouting and those within. Her foremost concern was the condition of Mo Tao. Inside, a vast activity hall lay empty, devoid of any patients, doctors, or nurses. Compared to her last visit, the place felt even more desolate. The car continued to advance until it halted before the building where she had last seen Mo Tao. A well-dressed man emerged, eagerly opening the car door for Gu shouting. "Mr. Gu." Gu shouting remained silent, stepping out with his hands tucked into his pockets. Nianchu hurried to follow. They entered a private room resembling an office, distinct from her previous experience. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels scraping against the floor reached her ears. Just as she was about to rush over, Gu shouting halted her, commanding her to wait patiently. Nianchu dared not provoke this man, anxiously rubbing her palms together. Soon, a figure was wheeled in, a bald man in a patient-esque gown, barefoot, his expression vacant. Unhealed scars marred his face, neck, and even scalp, with drool staining his chest. Nianchu could scarcely fathom how a young man in his 20s could endure such torment. Montakta. She nearly failed to recognize him. Her heart ached as blood dripped painfully from her chest. As she attempted to approach, the person pushing the wheelchair held her back, maintaining distance. Nianchu gazed at her brother in anguish, her emotions surging. "Why do you hurt him so? How do you get these wounds? Did you strike him?" She clawed at the man's clothing, collapsing into despair. Hearing the commotion, several individuals entered, forcibly pulling Nianchu away while wheeling Missouri Tao out. She fell to the ground, but quickly rose to pursue them, only to have the door slammed shut before her. Frantically, she pounded on the door and twisted the handle in vain. "Open up. Where are you taking him? Please, open the door." No one responded. Leaning against the wooden door, her body weakened, tears streamed down her face in utter despair. Through her tear-blurred vision, she caught sight of the man seated across from her. His legs crossed. Neglecting her disheveled state, she crawled before him, pleading, Gu shouting, "I beg you, please let him go. I will do anything you ask. Mo Tao is innocent. It's all my fault. I deserve this. Just spare him, I implore you." With her hands clasped together, she bowed repeatedly, as if beseeching a deity that governs life and death. Gu shouting furrowed his brow, his eyes like cold pools, shrouded in an impenetrable mist. She gently tugged at his pant leg, her eyes reddened and her lips trembling. "I beg you," Gu shouting, "if you release my brother, I will comply with anything. You may serve Lin Xiaowan. I can obey her commands, I truly can. Doesn't she need a kidney or a heart? I can give her mine. I willingly offer my heart and my kidney. Just let Mo Tao go. He is innocent." The woman trembled, akin to a lost fawn, stripped of direction and resolve. His gaze bore into her, questioning, "Do you know why Mo Tao is being targeted?" She shook her head, then nodded, tears streaming as she confessed, "I know. It's because of me, because I should not have taken Lin Xiaowan's marriage. It is our family's fault for not treating her properly, destroying her health. It's all our fault. It's all on me. I deserve this." The man retracted his darkened gaze. Interlocking his fingers, he brushed the woman aside. "It's because Mo Tao raped Lin Xiaowan." Montauk Nianchu's pupilles constricted in disbelief. Stunned, she stood frozen. "It's impossible. Mo Tao and Lin Xiaowan grew up in the same household. To him, she has always been like a sister. How could he do such a thing? No. This is a misunderstanding. Mo Tao is not that kind of person. It must be a misunderstanding." Frantically shaking her head, she realized she did not know where Gu Xiaoding had acquired this information. This cannot be the full truth. Misunderstanding? He scoffed. A cruel smile curving his lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Nianchu. Would Lin Xiaowan jest about such matters? Mo family members destroyed her health and then committed such unspeakable acts. How could you sink so low? Lin Xiaowan said that. She claimed Mo Tao raped her. Why would she say such a thing? No, she must have lied. She had to have lied. Chapter 26. Was it your command? Mo Tao himself admitted it. He coldly grasped her chin. Nianchu, you know nothing about your own brother. At that time, Lin Xiaowan had handed him a pair of soiled underwear. The comparison confirmed it was indeed Mo Tao's. His disdain for the Mo family reached its peak. Bring him in. Gu Xiaoding summoned a man clad in a white coat, who presented him with a brown paper bag. Gu Xiaoding tossed the bag before Nianchu. This is the evidence. With trembling fingers, Nianchu opened the bag, extracting several test reports. Gazing at the conclusions, disbelief clouded her mind. It's impossible. Mo Tao would never do such a thing. They're siblings. Before his injury, he would ride his bicycle to fetch Lin Xiaowan from school every day. Their bond was so strong. How could this happen? Moreover, after their identities swapped, Mo Tao and Lin Xiaowan had scarcely seen each other. How could there be a case of rape? When did this transpire? With reddened eyes, she turned to the man. Before he was admitted to UI hospital. No, this is utterly impossible. A disabled man, working in a factory every day. How could he commit such an act? There must be a misunderstanding. Mo Tao works tirelessly and would never take a day off. Why wouldn't he do this? Lin Xiaowan must be lying. She clung to his pant leg, pleading for him to investigate anew. The evidence and witnesses are all here. Not sending him to the police station is already my greatest restraint. Gu Xiaoding's icy gaze bore into her, contempt evident. Mo family members are truly repugnant. Is the truth truly as such? Nianchu felt disoriented. Mo Tao had lost the ability to communicate. He had seemingly become a shell of his former self. Whether innocent or guilty, she could no longer ascertain from him. Even if this were true, he had already paid the price. Can you not release him? If Mo Tao remained entangled in this situation, he would meet a dire fate. The man wielding the power of life and death over him stood before her. Apart from pleading, she had no other recourse. Gu Xiaoding raised his gaze, his eyes like ink, scrutinizing the woman before him, as if contemplating what outcome he should bestow upon her. After a moment, he lifted his eyelids and asked, "Have you considered the matter of divorce?" Nianchu stared at him vacantly. She had no idea what outcome he desired. Currently, returning to that home felt like her only option. "I will go home." Unsteadily rising from the ground, she implored, "Can you let my brother go, Mr. Gu?" "Huh, Mr. Gu." The mere mention of those 3 words vexed him to the point of a headache. His treatment had yet to reach its conclusion. Once it did, he would naturally be released, and it would not take long. She did not press the issue, allowing him to go free, for she understood that Gu Xiaoding had already made concessions. Her fingers were tightly clenched around the several assessment reports, draining her of color. Throughout the journey, she gazed absent-mindedly out of the car window. Even if the entire world believed that Mo Tao had coerced Lin Xiaowan into a relationship, she would not. Such a notion was utterly devoid of logic. Closing her eyes, she suddenly asked, "You haven't physically castrated Mo Tao, have you?" He had considered it. He did not deny it. A despairing smile crept onto her lips as she pleaded, "Then I implore you, do not pursue such an action. In your eyes, is Lin Xiaowan's innocence of no consequence?" Gu Xiaoding's voice turned icy as he turned his face towards Nianchu, questioning. "Or is it that Mo Tao's actions are at your behest?" "At my behest." Montauk Nianchu smiled vehement. She resembled a flower blooming in the desert, vibrant, tenacious, yet precariously swaying. She remained silent, her smile seemingly speaking volumes. He slammed on the brakes, swerved, and brought the car to a halt by the roadside. In the stillness of the space, the atmosphere was tense. "What are you laughing at?" Nianchu slowly retracted the curve of her lips, gazing coldly at the man's extraordinarily handsome face. He was indeed striking. Among the many affluent heirs in Jiangcheng, he would always stand out no matter the time or place. However, such a man lacked a benevolent heart. No, it was more accurate to say that he loved Lin Xiaowan so fiercely that he was willing to become a malicious individual for her sake, to deal with her and the Mo family. "If Mr. Gu dislikes my laughter, I shall refrain from it henceforth." Again, Mr. Gu. He despised that form of address. Nianchu, you have a knack for upsetting me. He pressed the accelerator, and Nianchu's body swayed with emotion. When they reached the city, she softly said, "Please take me home first. I will gather my things over the next few days and move back to the Gu residence." Her words were devoid of emotion. He felt a tumult within. The car arrived at the dilapidated neighborhood where Nianchu resided. Before she could steady herself, the vehicle sped off. With her head bowed, she walked towards a corridor. As she took out her keys to unlock the door, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, swiftly covering her mouth. "Don't scream, it's me." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Nianchu thrust her elbow back with force, pushing the man away. "Li Xiaowan, are you out of your mind? Why are you lurking here in broad daylight? Waiting for you, what else could I be doing?" He replied with a smirk. Nianchu hesitated to open the door, staring at him. "What do you want from me?" Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Li Xiaowan looked at her intently. "Have you been to UI Hospital? Were you following me?" "That is not important." He cast her a sidelong glance and continued. "Did Gu Shouting promise to release your brother? What does that have to do with you?" She retorted icily. He chuckled lightly, his expression derisive. "You would never easily let your brother go. That has nothing to do with you." She was as cold as ice. Li Xiaowan smiled patiently. "It may not concern me, but it is a matter that involves you, and I thought I could extend a helping hand." Nianchu regarded him with hostility. She had always been wary of him. During high school, Li Xiaowan was the epitome of a pure youth, earning compliments from all. Yet the later version of him was mad and unruly, leaving her in turmoil. Now, the Li Xiaowan before her was cunning and inscrutable, making her wary. "No need," she coldly rejected. "I am sincere." He stepped in front of Nianchu. "I can tell you that the largest shareholder of UI Hospital is the Gu family. With just a word from me, Mo Tao could be released. You wouldn't need to rely on Gu Shouting at all." She raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Are you a member of the Gu family? What business do you have with them?" She expected this mockery to provoke a change in his demeanor, but it did not. He merely touched his nose and scoffed. "It will happen sooner or later. You should believe in my abilities." "I am not interested in your abilities," she said dismissively, pushing him aside. Chapter 27. Good fortune approaches. Do you truly believe that upon your return, Gu Shouting will release Mo Tao? Nianchu's hand froze as she was unlocking the door. She was uncertain whether Gu Shouting would uphold his promise. She had no choice. Noticing her silence, Li Xiaowan pressed his palm against the door, continuing. "If you held such importance in his heart, he would not have sent Mo Tao to UI Hospital in the first place. Don't you want to know what Mo Tao endured during his time there?" Nianchu's heart tightened further. Of course, she wished to know, but she was unsure if she could bear the truth. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Nianchu, leave Gu Shouting. What he can offer you, I could provide as well. You would still be Mrs. Gu. Your status would remain unchanged." Listening to Li Xiaowan's madness, Nianchu disdainfully curled her lips. "Do you think I have any desire to be Mrs. Gu? Li Xiaowan, you should refrain from fixating on me. I hold little sway in your quest for the Gu family inheritance." Li Xiaowan suddenly chuckled, crossing his arms as he looked at her with an enigmatic expression. "You would rather return to the side of someone who does not love you than accept my help. It seems your brother is not as important to you as you claim." Her gaze turned icy. "Say what you will." Li Xiaowan now posed a greater danger to Nianchu than Gu Shouting did. Abastasson, willing to go to any lengths to rise to power and become a legitimate heir. His methods were no less ruthless than Gu Shouting's. At the very least, by staying with Gu Shouting, she retained a legitimate status. She was not foolish. She understood the stakes. Early the next morning, Nianchu requested leave from her employer, preparing to tidy up at home. Just then, Song Qingzi came to visit, and the two chatted for a while. "Are you really going back? To serve that wretched couple?" Song Qingzi, incensed, extinguished her slender cigarette in a disposable cup. What are you thinking? Nianchu, feeling desolate and helpless, lowered her lashes. I have no choice, he promised to release Mo Tao. As long as Mo Tao can come out. Anything I do is worth it. Song Qingzi felt a pang in her heart. She lit another cigarette, bowing her head to ignite it. Did Mo Tao really force Lin Xiaowan? Although Mo Nianchu and Mo Tao had not grown up together. She had returned to the Mo family for 5 or 6 years and spent ample time with him. She did not believe he was that kind of person. Mo Nianchu was uncertain whether Song Qingzi believed her. She certainly did not. Do you think that's a likely scenario? Song Qingzi spat an expletive. How could that be possible? Mo Tao and Lin Xiaowan grew up together. In his heart, Lin Xiaowan is like a sister to him. Would he suddenly develop feelings for her just because Mo Xiaowan became Lin Xiaowan? That's absurd. Only someone as foolish as Gu Xiaoding would believe Lin Xiaowan's unfounded claims. He had evidence, and the facts pointed towards Mo Tao. A flicker of despair crossed Mo Nianchu's gaze. Where did he get such evidence? From Lin Xiaowan? Yes. That wretched woman must have long schemed to do this. Lin Xiaowan was certainly no innocent. Administering a drug to Mo Tao, extracting some essence, was hardly a challenge. Then, staging an incident of violation, combined with Gu Xiaoding's brainless demeanor, made it entirely plausible. Nian, has Gu Xiaoding asked you to return home? And is he no longer seeking a divorce? What are your thoughts? Mo Nianchu did wish to leave. That thought had never changed. But currently, she lacked the initiative. Qingzi, I want to wait until Mo Tao is released before making any plans. Song Qingzi understood. When dealing with a figure like Gu Xiaoding, one must not rush. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. However, she was truly afraid that Mo Nianchu would return to the same life as before. What about work? Would she resign as well? Mo Nianchu, I want to work. Wanting to work and being able to work are two different matters. Song Qingzi feared that she would repeat her past mistakes and handed her a card, saying it was for emergencies. No, I don't need it. Qingzi, I have money. She declined. Song Qingzi's expression darkened as she forcefully placed the bank card into her hand, insisting that she keep it. Returning to the Gu family. There would undoubtedly be many circumstances beyond her control. Without money, she would find it difficult to move an inch, as she had experienced before. Thank you, Qingzi. Mo Nianchu accepted the card with tears in her eyes. I will pay you back. If you're talking about paying me back, you clearly don't regard me as your best friend. Of course not. You earn your money with difficulty. And besides, you have a whole family to care for. Your life is tight as well. Mo Nianchu was well aware of Song Qingzi's family situation. She was suffering in her marriage, while Song Qingzi endured pain within her original family. On the day of her return home, Mo Nianchu sat in the car, lost in thought. The People's Square remained bustling with crowds. The news displayed on the large screen of the central building was still captivating. Gu Xiaoding and Lin Xiaowan were surrounded by reporters, encircled in layers. Beneath the flashing lights, Gu Xiaoding stood protectively in front of Lin Xiaowan, seemingly scolding someone. The enormous headline read, Gu Xiaoding and true love return to the country. Intimate interactions at the airport, affection evident. The media made no mention of Gu Xiaoding's marital status, nor did they indicate that the woman in his arms was an interloper in a marriage. The love they reported appeared to Mo Nianchu as nothing more than an absurd joke. The taxi driver glanced at the lively scene on the big screen, muttering to himself, how do I remember this Gu family's young master? Isn't his wife not a cripple? Hearing the murmured words, the woman who had just retracted her gaze opened her eyes again, looking towards the big screen. Gu Xiaoding had already lifted Lin Xiaowan into his arms, heading toward the passage. The reporters pursued relentlessly. Gu Xiaoding, is your good fortune with Lin Xiaowan approaching? Gu Xiaoding, it's clear you truly love Miss Lin. When will you give her title? Gu Xiaoding, we heard you're searching far and wide for suitable kidney and heart sources for Miss Lin. Such a weighty love truly moves everyone. You are indeed a devoted and affectionate man. Gu Xiaoding, Mo Nianchu calmly withdrew her gaze and raised the car window. The commotion outside no longer concerned her. The car arrived at the entrance of the Gu residence. After the driver helped her with her luggage, he departed. She carried little luggage, containing only a few articles of clothing and toiletries, nothing more. The housekeeper, hearing the commotion, hurried out to take her suitcase, saying, Madam, let me help you. No need, Aunt Wang, there's not much. Let me take it. The housekeeper dragged Imo Nianchu's luggage inside. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. Madam, the house has felt quite empty without you, and the flowers and plants have diminished significantly. It hardly resembles a home. Chapter 28. Preparing foot soak water. Imo Nianchu once was a person who cherished life. She loved tending to flowers and adored small animals. However, Gu Shouting had no affection for flowers or pets. Once, she rescued a stray cat, but he discovered it and unceremoniously threw it out from the second floor. She was terrified, but fortunately, the small cat landed on soft grass and survived. Since then, she dared not let any animals enter their home. In the meantime, the housekeeper had escorted Imo Nianchu to the living room. Madam, I'll take your suitcase back to the master bedroom. Housekeeper, please leave it here for now. She replied coolly. The housekeeper quickly understood. There was now another woman in the house besides Imo Nianchu, Lin Xiaowan. This matter would need to wait until Gu Shouting returned. Madam, please take a seat. I'll prepare some fruit for you. No need for the trouble, Aunt Wang. It's no trouble at all, just a moment. The housekeeper went to the kitchen to busy herself. Imo Nianchu gazed at this familiar, yet unfamiliar home, her eyes reflecting deep weariness. A car sound echoed outside. She looked up to see Gu Shouting returning. After the driver parked, Gu Shouting carried Lin Xiaowan out of the car. Lin Xiaowan gazed at Gu Shouting with a flirtatious look, her eyes almost dripping with sweetness. Thank you, Shouting, for taking such good care of me along the way. Gu Shouting said nothing, yet it was evident he relished her words. Aunt Wang, Lin Xiaowan called out. The housekeeper, who had just brought out the fruit, immediately set down the fruit platter and rushed out. Coming, Miss Lin. Help me take these suitcases upstairs. The clothes need to be hung up, and the shoes must be arranged neatly. Also, I'm tired. Please prepare a bath for me. The housekeeper hurriedly agreed, struggling to carry 2 suitcases on each side. Lin Xiaowan entered with laughter, her eyes brightening upon seeing Imo Nianchu. She first paused in shock, then immediately offered a gentle smile. Shouting said you would come to take care of me, but I didn't believe it, thinking how could you manage such a task? Nianchu, you've worked hard. Shouting. Thank you. Actually, I can take care of myself. There's no need to trouble Nianchu. She smiled at Gu Shouting, her eyes betraying a false clarity. It's all right. She is capable. The man's tone was icy, barely glancing at Imo Nianchu. Imo Nianchu slowly curled her lips, unsure if it was from sorrow or anger, as a mist filled her eyes. After Gu Shouting seated Lin Xiaowan, she began to rub her feet, claiming, I'm truly tired. Shouting, may I soak my feet first? Gu Shouting glanced at Imo Nianchu, ordering, prepare the foot soak water. She raised her gaze, staring directly into the depths of his eyes. Shock, astonishment, unwillingness, and resignation surged within her gaze. Just then, the housekeeper descended from upstairs. I just finished preparing the bath water. Why are we soaking feet again? Sir, let me do it. Let her do it. His voice was as cold as ice. Imo Nianchu remained silent, walking to the bathroom. The housekeeper followed closely, expressing her conflicted feelings. Madam, let me do it. How can you manage this? Aunt Wang, I'm not so noble. In Gu Shouting's eyes, she might not even be as esteemed as a servant. The housekeeper felt a pang of sadness. Having lived with Imo Nianchu for 2 years, she knew that among the many servants of the Gu family, Imo Nianchu had never made things difficult for anyone. Comparatively, in terms of character, she was far superior to Lin Xiaowan. Don't say that. You are the mistress of this house. The sir is just bewitched. Imo Nianchu no longer cared. She had returned to this home not to enjoy life. Aunt Wang, please hand me the foot basin. The housekeeper carefully handed the prepared foot basin to Imo Nianchu, saying, Be careful, madam. Imo Nianchu carried the basin, walking right up to Lin Xiaowan. She squatted down, saying, Please soak your feet. Lin Xiaowan hesitated, looking at Gu Shouting. Shouting, this is inappropriate. How can I let Nianchu serve me in washing my feet? Let Aunt Wang do it instead. No need. Shouting, this is not proper. Lin Xiaowan's face revealed difficulty, her lips curling with a hint of malice that only Imo Nianchu could see. I'll attend to some work. Gu Shouting ascended the stairs. Once the man left, Lin Xiaowan's expression shifted instantly. She placed her feet in the basin, and as soon as they touched the water, she screamed and kicked the basin over. Imo Nianchu, what are you plotting? Trying to scald me? Water splashed all over Imo Nianchu. She tightened her grip on the basin, her strength gradually increasing. Lin Xiaowan laughed triumphantly. If you want to serve me, then do it properly. Go fetch more water. Imo Nianchu said nothing and replaced the water, bringing it out anew. Lin Xiaowan once again dipped her foot into the water, but before a single drop could touch her, she kicked it over in an instant. Such cold water. Was it for soaking her feet? Imo Nianchu, you must be doing this on purpose. Imo Nianchu lifted her cool gaze to Lin Xiaowan and asked, are you still going to soak? Why do you have to control me? Imo Nianchu, if I want to soak, you must continue to bring me water, she retorted, playing with her blood-red nails. If you dare to upset me, I will make shouting deal with you. Imo Nianchu suppressed the anger boiling within her and went to fetch more water, only to have it splashed all over herself once again. Montak Nianchu, I never expected you to reach this point. The Mo family is almost extinct. If you can't bear this humiliation, you might as well die, Lin Xiaowan taunted, enjoying herself. Each word dripped with malice. The housekeeper, unable to bear it any longer, quietly ascended to the second floor and knocked on the study door. Sir, is there a problem? Madam is struggling to manage the water temperature, and it has angered Miss Lin. She has never served anyone before. Perhaps I should take over, he suggested. Never served anyone. Can't she learn? The man inside opened the door, looking down at the housekeeper with disdain. Do your job and mind your own business. Understood, the housekeeper replied, bowing slightly as he prepared to leave. Gu Shouting called him back, instructing, take Madam's luggage to the master bedroom. Yes, sir. After the housekeeper departed, Gu Shouting leaned against the railing on the second floor, observing the chaos below. Imo Nianchu was drenched, not a single inch of her dry. Even her hair was soaked. She was remarkably resilient, as evidenced by her silence, despite his harsh treatment. For some inexplicable reason, his heart swelled with irritation. After being doused with 5 basins of water, Gu Shouting descended the stairs. Upon hearing him approach, Lin Xiaowan began to wipe her tears. I'm just overly sensitive to temperature after my injury. Shouting, I'm sorry for making Nianchu suffer. Chapter 29. I deserve to die. Gu Shouting glanced at the drenched woman and coldly ordered, go take a shower. Imo Nianchu did not lift her gaze, instead picking up the basin and heading for the bathroom. Lin Xiaowan slapped herself twice, murmuring, I didn't mean to make things difficult for her. I truly can't bear it. I deserve to die. I shouldn't be like this. I'm so sorry. Enough. Gu Shouting seized her wrist, his tone firm. No one blames you. Shouting. She seized a moment to wrap her arms around his waist, burying her face against his chest, crying harder. I should leave. Being here only worsens your marriage and makes Nianchu misunderstand me. I feel so useless. Please let me go home. I'll just fend for myself. Gu Shouting's expression remained frigid as he gently patted her back in consolation. Shouting, really? I feel everything I do is wrong. It's one thing for the media to spread rumors, but if Nianchu misunderstands me too. Lin Xiaowan glanced slyly, then resumed her sobs. Don't think too much. Go take a bath and rest early. The servants Gu Shouting had summoned wheeled Lin Xiaowan up to the second floor in the elevator. He sat in the living room, lighting a cigarette. The housekeeper approached him, saying, Sir, I have organized Madam's belongings. Tomorrow, purchase an automatic temperature-controlled foot bath. Understood, sir. Taking advantage of her shower, Imo Nianchu cried bitterly. It was only at this moment she could persuade herself to continue living. After her tears had flowed, she donned a bathrobe and exited the bathroom, only to find her suitcase missing. Aunt Wang, where's my luggage? The housekeeper quickly replied, Sir instructed that your luggage be placed in the master bedroom. The master bedroom? ISNT, that where he and Lin Xiaowan are staying? She ascended the stairs, standing before the master bedroom, where she had lived for 2 years, hesitating whether to move her belongings to the adjacent guest room. To be frank, she did not wish to share a room with Gu Shouting. Just as she was about to push the door open, it swung open unexpectedly, and their eyes met. Flustered, she lowered her thick lashes. Having just bathed, she resembled a water lily, her hair half dry, her face flushed, and her evasive gaze reminded him of a certain creature. I came to get my luggage, she stammered. Aunt Wang has already packed it for you, he replied, opening the door wider. She stepped inside slowly. The room's decor remained unchanged. Even the wilted gardenias in the vase were untouched. Gu Shouting, she glanced back at him. There is something I wish to ask of you. I have already agreed to matters regarding Mo Tao. He responded impatiently, knowing she would only bring up issues concerning the Mo family. Imo Nianchu shook her head. It's not about Mo Tao. It's about my own affairs. Intrigued, he asked, Your own affairs? Were they? I wish to continue working. I can only manage 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, I'll remain at home. If Lin Xiaowan needs me to serve her, I have no objections. Upon hearing the word work, the man's brow furrowed slightly. What if I refuse? I hope you will agree. Her stubborn gaze met his authoritative stare. Is that acceptable? For some reason, her resolute expression irritated him. He could easily refuse her request, yet something within him seemed to waver. Must you work? I need to work. She replied with a calm demeanor. My mother requires treatment, and I have nothing of value left to sell. He remained silent for a long moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She waited quietly. This card, take it, he said, handing it to her. As I mentioned, it's 10,000 a month, and it remains valid. Nianchu stepped back. Refusing, I don't want it. Do you disdain my offer? Now that I'm willing to provide you with money, you refuse? Must you insist on pursuing that job? He suppressed his anger and tossed the card onto the side table. If that is what you truly desire, so be it. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. She called him again. With a swift motion, he slammed the door behind him. Nianchu finally exhaled in relief. As long as she could retain her job, she would have the means to survive. Once Tao was discharged, she could afford his treatment. That night, Gu Shouting did not return to the master bedroom. She knew he and T left, likely staying with Lin Xiaowan. Previously, whenever Gu Shouting returned, Lin Xiaowan would fabricate various excuses to draw him away. Now, having entered the master bedroom, even if she and Gu Shouting could not fulfill their marital duties, she would still occupy his space. She no longer cared. After losing love, she felt an immense sense of liberation. Early the next morning, Nianchu received a call from the hospital. They informed her of a clinical trial available and inquired whether she would allow her mother to participate. For a small hospital like theirs to have such an opportunity was truly rare. The probability of recovery was reportedly high, and importantly, it was entirely free of charge. Nianchu decided to visit the hospital for a face-to-face discussion with the doctor. As she descended the stairs with her bag, she spotted Gu Shouting and Lin Xiaowan sharing breakfast together. He attentively spread rose jam on whole wheat bread, adding sausage and fried eggs before gently handing it to her. Lin Xiaowan beamed like a sunflower, thanking him sweetly. The housekeeper approached Nianchu, urging, Madam, please have your breakfast. No need, Aunt Wang, I'm stepping out. Nianchu, eat something before you go. It's bad for your stomach to leave on an empty stomach, Lin Xiaowan insisted, offering Nianchu the bread Gu Shouting had just prepared for her. Faced with such a duplicitous vixen, Nianchu merely shot her a cold glance before turning to leave. Lin Xiaowan feigned distress, asking Gu Shouting, do you think Nianchu is holding a grudge over yesterday's incident? I went to the company. The man took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Be careful on your way, he said. After Gu Shouting left, Lin Xiaowan swept all the bowls and plates off the table, crashing them to the floor. Nianchu, you wretched woman. The butler and several servants, witnessing her outburst, quickly retreated. Once she departed, they began to clean up the mess. Upon arriving at the hospital, Nianchu unexpectedly encountered Fei Liangzheng. Senior brother, what a coincidence. Unfortunately, I am waiting for you, he replied with a smile that curved behind his glasses. It was I who asked the hospital to notify you. Nianchu was momentarily taken aback. You? The project's implementation is something I fought for. It involved an overseas team. I have reviewed the pharmaceutical aspects, and they're quite commendable. This is a rare opportunity. If your mother participates in this project, she may awaken within a single cycle. This was indeed splendid news. Nianchu's expression brightened. That's wonderful. Thank you, senior brother. Let us proceed to the office, and I will explain everything in detail. After Fei Liangzheng thoroughly introduced the project, he added, I will supervise this project throughout. If you trust me, you can leave your mother's care to me. Setting aside his connection with Gu Shouting, Fei Liangzheng was genuinely a conscientious doctor. He was highly professional, and after contemplating, Nianchu agreed. Then I will trouble you, senior brother. It's no trouble. I hope for a favorable outcome. After Nianchu paid part of the fees, Fei Liangzheng walked out with her. In fact, this is a mature project, so you need not worry excessively. Senior brother, I am not worried. A glow of joy and gratitude shone on her face. If you need anything, just call me. All right. They walked side by side, and as they neared the parking lot, he suddenly asked, I heard you moved back? Yes. Shouting is a bit impulsive. He is not a bad person. You should live well together. Make time to go to the hospital and treat your system. I believe there might still be miracles. The so-called miracle could merely be having a child. She once yearned to bear Gu Shouting's child, but now, that thought had long since dissipated. We have an understanding. Gu Xiaoting's friends should all be aware of Lin Xiaowan's existence. He lived with her, and did not sleep with Nianchu. Fei Yongzheng was momentarily stunned. Gu Xiaoting has been acting a bit erratically lately, but he wouldn't do something so absurd. You mean Lin Xiaowan is currently living in your home? Nianchu smiled faintly. Indeed. Xiaoting has lost his mind. How could he do something so foolish? Fei Yongzheng sighed in exasperation. Whatever excessive acts Gu Xiaoting commits, I'm not surprised. He is a privileged existence, often unreasonable. It is only a matter of whether he desires to act, not of what is reasonable or not. I am indifferent. She lowered her gaze slightly. A flicker of unspoken concern crossed Fei Yongzheng's eyes, but it quickly vanished. When the opportunity arises, I will speak to him again. There's no need. She glanced at her watch. Senior brother, I must go to the restaurant to work. We can chat another day. All right. Take care on your way. He watched her fade from view before turning back. Raising his gaze, he spotted that tall, familiar figure. Fei Yongzheng paused for a moment before walking towards him. Why didn't you say something? If I had, how could I see you on a date with my wife? Gu Xiaoting's cigarette trembled slightly between his fingers, the ash falling at his feet. Fei Yongzheng, do you still not admit it? Fei Yongzheng could not be bothered to respond to Gu Xiaoting's absurd claims. If you insist on concocting a scandal involving me and Nianchu, what can I do? You are aware it is scandalous? Gu Xiaoting's lips curled into a sneer as he gripped Fei Yongzheng's collar. Have you slept with her? Are you doubting me? Or Nianchu? Or yourself? He gazed calmly at his longtime friend. Shouting, you have truly become incomprehensible. Fei Yongzheng wished to converse with him in a calm manner, but Gu Xiaoting never afforded him that opportunity. After years of close friendship, they parted ways each time in discontent. The suffering in Fei Yongzheng's heart was no less than Gu Xiaoting's. If you genuinely wish to have a good life with Nianchu, you must send Lin Xiaowan away. Keeping her by your side will not improve your relationship with Nianchu. Gu Xiaoting looked down and chuckled softly. Did she tell you? Do I need someone else to inform me? The large screen in the plaza is broadcasting your escapades with Lin Xiaowan. Truly, I do not wish to meddle in your affairs, but do you not realize how unfair this is to her? Fei Yongzheng urged earnestly. Gu Xiaoting was ungrateful, mocking. It seems you are quite concerned. Fei Yongzheng took a deep breath. It appeared that no matter how much he spoke, Gu Xiaoting would not heed his words. Think as you wish. After Fei Yongzheng departed, Gu Xiaoting lit another cigarette, standing in a sunless corner, inhaling deeply. It seemed that no matter what surrounded him, it could not alleviate the sorrow etched between his brows. When Nianchu returned home that evening, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Gu Xiaoting was seated on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily. So late? Just a regular work schedule. Did you meet with Fei Yongzheng? His tone was slightly frigid. Nianchu saw no reason to conceal anything. She had indeed run into her senior brother. Seems you and he have been engaging in some unsavory activities. He scoffed coldly. Nianchu was already accustomed to his sarcasm and offered no explanation. She stood at the door for a moment. Gu Xiaoting did not speak further, and feeling uncomfortable, she changed her shoes. I'm going upstairs. Lin Xiaowan was being pushed out of the elevator by the house staff. She smiled at Gu Xiaoting's cold demeanor. Shouting, push me out for a stroll. Have one ma push you. I'm tired. How disappointing, she retorted, her smile faltering. Then you should rest early. Drink a glass of milk before bed to soothe yourself. The butler took the wheelchair from the staff. Miss Lin, I will push you out for a walk. Walk? Nonsense. Her expression soured. She snapped. Push me back to my room. The staff and butler exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence. When Gu Xiaoting returned to his room, Nianchu was still bathing. He stood outside the bathroom, several times raising his hand to knock, only to drop it in despair. With a click, the door opened from within. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoting standing there, Nianchu's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing here? I have something to discuss with you. He felt slightly awkward. Oh, she prompted gently. Tomorrow there is a business banquet. I want you to accompany me. Nianchu was taken aback. In their 2 years of marriage, Gu Xiaoting had never taken her to a public event. In his eyes, she had never been worthy of the spotlight and was not regarded as a true Gu family matriarch. For significant events like this, he would either take Lin Xiaowan or his secretary. Why had it suddenly fallen to her? I have never attended such an important occasion. I am unfamiliar with etiquette and conversation. You should take Lin Xiaowan instead. She is of noble status, eloquent, and well known to everyone, so she wouldn't embarrass you. He grew irritated, unable to contain a cold scoff. You truly are a useless piece of clay. She accepted his words without contention. No matter how he spoke, she did not wish to bear the title of the former Mrs. Gu after a divorce, struggling to make her way in Jiangxing. She lowered her gaze, contemplating divorce. She must get divorced. A little more patience would suffice. Feeling his icy gaze upon her, she turned her face away, avoiding his stare. After drying her hair, she had just settled onto the bed when Gu shouting pressed down upon her. She offered no resistance, fully aware that it would be futile. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to whatever he desired. Is it so difficult to be with me? He questioned, gripping her chin and biting down gently. Nianchu, open your eyes. Chapter 31. The man's heavy breaths filled the air. Gu shouting was domineering in bed, never caring for Nianchu's well-being. She detested this loveless marital existence. Was it not awkward to engage in such acts with eyes wide open? She gazed at him coldly, inciting his ire. He pinned her down, rolling over to lay his weight upon her back. Nianchu disliked this position and struggled slightly. Stay still. His labored breaths brushed against her ear. Mrs. Gu, haven't you learned how to please your husband yet? Perhaps a lesson is in order? Such words, uttered in this context, carried an unmistakable hint of intimacy. Beyond her discomfort, a trace of fear lingered. Gu shouting, please, don't be reckless. He seized her chin, forcing her to turn her face towards him, kissing her lips while his heated palm caressed her waist. Was this what one called a normal marital life? What then could be deemed as reckless? His lips traveled down her fair neck, biting into her delicate shoulder. Nianchu winced in pain, her brow furrowing. He grasped her small hand, their fingers entwined, their foreheads touching, emotions intertwining. The night was tranquil. In truth, this fleeting intimacy did little to alter the dynamics of their relationship. He did not love her. Their encounters were purely physical necessities. His emotional needs had never included her. Had it not been for Lin Xiaowan's physical constraints, she would not have been the one to endure such graces. He slept soundly. Nianchu gazed out the window at the glimmer of light. The night she joyfully married Gu shouting, the moon was equally bright and clear. She had purchased the loveliest red nightgown and prepared a matching set for him. Her anticipation for a beautiful future with him had been immense. She even envisioned bearing him 2 children, a boy and a girl, perfectly completing their family. Yet, nothing had come to fruition. No wedding night, no tender gazes. The nightgown she had carefully selected was discarded into the trash by him. Under the moonlight, she sighed quietly. In the morning, Gu shouting was absent from home. Lin Xiaowan was throwing a tantrum downstairs. The butler and household staff dared not utter a word, allowing her to berate them. Once exhausted from shouting, she began to smash things. Standing on the steps, Nianchu frowned. Lin Xiaowan, every ornament in the Gu household is invaluable, many gifted from the old residents. When you break them, be mindful. Do not let the blame fall on others. Lin Xiaowan, having raised a blue and white porcelain vase high, ultimately refrained from throwing it. With a scornful sneer, she remarked, you really are a Navi bumpkin. The Gu family is vast. We're a few vases to them. Do you think shouting would scold me over a few vases? Nianchu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then feel free to express yourself. Lin Xiaowan huffed. I forgot to mention, tonight's shouting will take me to an important banquet. I hear everyone will be bringing their wives. Nianchu scoffed. Your presence should be quite the eyesore for others then. Lin Xiaowan, infuriated, grabbed a decorative screen nearby and hurled it toward her. Nianchu deftly dodged, causing the screen to shatter upon the marble floor. The butler's heart sank. This decorative screen was no trivial matter. It had been a gift from Mrs. Gu during the marriage of Mr. Gu and his wife. In every sense, it was a cherished item, now destroyed by Lin Xiaowan. Such responsibility was far too great for the servants to shoulder. The butler followed Nianchu out of the living room, sighing heavily. What is wrong at Wang? Montak Nianchu in Kviat. The butler, with a furrowed brow, glanced inside. Miss Lin has stirred up quite the trouble. That screen was a gift from Mrs. Gu. Indeed, it was a wedding gift from Su Huai, intricately embroidered with pure gold threads, crafted by a master. Its value is in the 7 figures. Aunt Wang, please report this to Mr. Gu honestly, so Lin Xiaowan does not pin the blame on you. I had the same thought. Nianchu nodded. I shall return to my work now. Very well, madam. After Nianchu left, the butler called Gu shouting detailing the events at home. He said little in response, allowing the butler to return to her tasks with a sense of relief. Arriving at her workplace, Nianchu stood at the entrance, stunned. The restaurant that had been thriving yesterday was suddenly closed for business. Was an unforeseen incident? As Fei Liangzheng had found her this job, she felt compelled to inform him. Upon hearing the news, he was equally taken aback. Closed? When did this happen? Today. Really? He was surprised. The restaurant's owner hadn't mentioned anything to him. Why don't you head back for now? I'll inquire about the reason. All right. Fei Liangzheng contacted the restaurant owner to uncover the details, only to learn that the closure was linked to Gu Shouting. However, the owner did not elaborate on the reasons behind Gu Shouting's acquisition of the restaurant. After much contemplation, Fei Liangzheng called Gu Shouting. Hello, is there something you need? The man's tone was cool and detached. Fei Liangzheng took a deep breath. You've acquired the restaurant? Are you meddling again? Shouting, I'm not meddling. Are you forcing Nianchu into a corner? She merely sought a job to earn some money, not to commit some heinous act. Fei Liangzheng spoke passionately. The man on the other end scoffed disdainfully. What? You think Nianchu can't eat or dress well because she yes with me? Is that what I meant? Then what do you mean? Are you defending her? Or is she the one sending you to question me? She is completely unaware of this matter. Fei Liangzheng pinched the bridge of his nose, shouting, I hope you two can get along well. Our affairs are none of your concern. Gu Shouting hung up. Fei Liangzheng stared at the darkened screen of his phone, his expression somber. Embracing her Gujing, Nianchu returned to the Gu residence. Gu Shouting sat on the sofa, his demeanor stern, while Lin Xiaowan wept pitifully. Upon seeing Nianchu enter, Lin Xiaowan's cries intensified. Shouting, do not blame Nianchu. It was my fault. I will compensate. Truly, do not hold Nianchu accountable. Lin Xiaowan's eyes were swollen from crying. Gu Shouting's gaze toward Nianchu was icy, and she lowered her eyes, instantly comprehending. Lin Xiaowan had not blamed the servants for breaking the screen, but had directed the blame at her instead. Before Gu Shouting could speak, she coldly asserted, I did not break that screen. Nianchu, do not be afraid. I have already persuaded Shouting. If you admit your mistake, he won't be angry. Lin Xiaowan's eyes were filled with urgency. It appeared convincingly so. Montag Nianchu is Bao tightened. Lin Xiaowan, spare me your theatrics. Everyone in this household witnessed you shatter it. Chapter 32, It wasn't me. I understand the screen's value. Why would I do such a thing? Lin Xiaowan's gaze shifted to the butler and the servants. Did I break it? Aunt Wang, you're the housekeeper. Please speak up. The butler dared not meet her gaze, nor did she speak. She hunched her shoulders, taking a step back. Lin Xiaowan's voice grew more frantic and aggrieved. Aunt Wang, wasn't it Nianchu who said she didn't want to see the wedding gifts? So, she broke it out of spite? I even tried to persuade her, saying it was a testament to your marriage, a symbol of your love. It cannot be destroyed over a mere quarrel, right? You all saw it, didn't you? The servants remained silent, paralyzed in fear. Gu Shouting cast a cold glance at the butler and inquired, was it Lin Xiaowan who broke it, or was it Nianchu? You merely mentioned that the screen was damaged over the phone. Who was responsible? The butler trembled in fear, stuttering, it was, who? Gu Shouting's voice bore the weight of a death knell. The butler hesitantly turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaowan, who shot him a venomous glare. With his eyes closed, the butler finally shifted his finger towards Nianchu. It was the madam. Montag Nianchu's pupilles constricted sharply. The butler and the servants feared retaliation from Lin Xiaowan and dared not reveal the true culprit, which she could understand. However, why then was the blame cast upon her? Do you have anything to say? Gu Shouting advanced towards Nianchu, gripping her wrist tightly. Just because this item was a wedding gift for my mother, you felt entitled to destroy it? Do you comprehend what it represents? Nianchu shook her head, unaware of its significance. All she knew was that she had not committed this act. I did not do this. Why must you frame me? Is everyone blind? The man shook his head, disappointment flickering across his face. Since it is broken, you shall compensate. Nianchu could not possibly afford a 7-figure sum. Had she indeed caused the damage, she would willingly accept responsibility. But that was not the case. I have told you I did not do it. She pressed her lips together, her eyes wide with disbelief. Beside her, Lin Xiaowan, fearful that Gu Shouting might soften, interjected, shouting, how could Nianchu possibly have the funds to compensate? Perhaps she should apologize to the madam tomorrow. She was merely momentarily vexed, and the madam would not hold it against her. She still dares to face my mother? Gu Xiaoting dragged Nianchu before the damaged screen. If you cannot afford to compensate, then fix it. I expect to see it restored by tomorrow, or you shall face the consequences. Nianchu was forcefully thrown to the ground, her palms sliced by the thin glass shards of the ornate screen. A hiss escaped her lips as blood dripped onto the exquisite embroidery, staining the green and white magnolia blossoms a deep crimson. Pain radiated through her body, and her heart grew colder by the moment. Oh dear, Nianchu, your blood. Lin Xiaowan, leaning on her cane, hobbled over to her, lamenting as she picked up the ruined embroidery. This piece is beyond saving. Gu Xiaoting's expression darkened as he shot Nianchu a frigid glance before ascending the stairs. Lin Xiaowan tossed the soiled embroidery back at Nianchu. Do you still wish to compete with me? I could destroy you in the blink of an eye. Her mocking laughter echoed, and she sneered. Which of the servants here would dare to speak the truth? Whatever I instruct them to say, they will comply. Even Wang Ma must obey my whims. Bending down, Lin Xiaowan continued her taunts. Here, if I am unhappy, you will be the first to suffer. Tell me, is it amusing? Nianchu remained silent, her fingers slowly curling into fists. Satisfied with her outburst, Lin Xiaowan felt a surge of exhilaration. I need to change into a beautiful dress. I must accompany Xiaoting to the banquet later. A servant wheeled in a chair. Lin Xiaowan discarded her cane and ascended the stairs in the wheelchair. The butler, feeling guilty, cautiously approached Nianchu. I'm truly sorry, madam. You have nothing to apologize for. It is your prerogative to assess the situation, she replied, her tone light and detached, void of her usual warmth. The butler, distressed, fidgeted with his clothing before hastily retrieving a medical kit and offering it to Nianchu. Madam, may I assist you with your wound? No, thank you, Butler Wang. In this household, Lin Xiaowan held the power. Despite her title as Madame Gu, she was scarcely above a servant in essence. Nianchu cleaned her wound with alcohol. Though not deep, the pain was excruciating. After wrapping the bandage tightly, she collected the broken screen and placed it in a bag before leaving the room. She had accompanied Su Huai to have this screen custom made and knew where it could be repaired. Staring at the shattered frame and the soiled embroidery, Nianchu felt a piece of her already limited spirit diminish further. The workshop responsible for restoring such artifacts had already closed for the day. After much pleading with the gatekeeper, she finally obtained the contact number for the person in charge. The individual was rather accommodating and agreed to come and assess the situation. Clutching the embroidery, Nianchu braved the cold wind for 2 hours before meeting the person in charge. Could you take a look? Is this salvageable? She inquired, handing over the blood-stained embroidery. The expert hesitated, examining the piece. Repair is indeed possible, but it is a monumental task. Without at least 10 to 15 days, it cannot be completed, even with overtime. Furthermore, the cost will not be trivial. Approximately how much? At least several thousand. Such exquisite craftsmanship always commanded a high price. Nianchu felt the weight of uncertainty. Could you give me a rough estimate? About 50,000. 50,000. For Nianchu, this was no small sum. She retracted the embroidery. I will. Think it over. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. Considering the cost, it is wise to deliberate. Indeed, thank you. After bidding farewell to the expert, Nianchu sat on the curb, staring vacantly at the night sky. After a long while, she opened her phone to check her balance. Having just paid her mother's hospital bill, she realized she did not even have 50,000 to spare. It was clear that repairing the embroidery was out of the question. Returning home with a broken piece, her anger simmered. Why should she bear the brunt of blame for something she did not break? Finding an empty cabinet, she temporarily stored the embroidery away. That evening, Gu Xiaoting did not return. After Lin Xiaowan came back, she threw a tantrum, shattering various items. The servants whispered amongst themselves, revealing that Lin Xiaowan had faced ridicule from several socialites at the evening banquet, and Gu Xiaoting had not come to her defense. She seethed with indignation. Ironically, Gu Xiaoting's friends had invited him out for drinks after the banquet, leaving Lin Xiaowan feeling abandoned. She returned home in a frenzy. Where's that wretched Nianchu? Summon her to attend to me. Chapter 33. Did you injure her? Lin Xiaowan sought to unleash her frustration on Nianchu. The servants cowered in corners, afraid to speak. Have you all lost your tongues? Go fetch that wretched Nianchu. I want a foot bath. The servants remained silent, not moving. Furious, she struck the floor with her cane. Nianchu, come down. Are you pretending to be deaf and mute? With Gu shouting absent, Nianchu paid no mind to Lin Xiaowan's antics. She could cry and rave. It was of no concern to her. However, Lin Xiaowan's volatile nature was unpredictable. In a fit of rage, she suddenly seized a fruit knife. The servants were alarmed and hurriedly summoned the butler. Witnessing her reckless behavior, Butler Wang, fearing for her safety, cautiously suggested, "Miss, what is the matter? Who has upset you? Please, share with me, and I shall address them. You all bully me. You all bully me." Lin Xiaowan burst into tears, her eyes red with rage. "I will become the mistress of this house, mark my words. But miss, please set down the knife. Let's discuss this calmly," the butler urged, his eyes fixed on the blade. "You want a foot bath, did you not? Allow me to prepare some water for you. I want Nianchu to serve me. Go fetch her." The butler found himself in a difficult position, but ultimately relented. "Very well, I shall summon the madam. Please, do not become agitated." Nianchu, upstairs, had grown weary of Lin Xiaowan's hysterics. When the butler knocked, she coldly replied, "Do not seek me out. If she wishes to die, let her. I will not attend to her. But, madam, go." "Understood." The butler, treading lightly, conveyed Nianchu's words to Lin Xiaowan. Who would have thought that she would not hesitate for a moment to thrust the tip of the knife into her own chest? Blood gushed forth from her wound, causing the household staff to scream in terror. Nianchu initially believed that a thief had broken into her home. As she stood on the second floor, peering down, she saw Lin Xiaowan lying in a pool of blood, her pristine white dress stained crimson. A tightness gripped her heart. Had she truly committed suicide? "Madam, Miss Lin has harmed herself. You must hurry down to see." The butler was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Nianchu had intended to remain uninvolved, never expecting Lin Xiaowan to react so explosively. She wanted to help, yet feared being bitten back. Gazing at the blood-soaked woman, whose breaths came in shallow gasps, she inquired of the butler, "Have you called for an ambulance?" "Yes, and I've also notified the sir. He will return immediately." It was wise to inform Gu shouting. After all, she was his beloved, his cherished light. Should anything happen to her, it would spell doom for everyone involved. The ambulance arrived even before Gu shouting did. Once the wounded woman was loaded into the vehicle, it departed from the Gu residence. Nianchu surveyed the blood-stained floor and the self-inflicted weapon, then proceeded to tidy up the house. She surmised that Gu shouting would undoubtedly rush to the hospital and would not return soon. He would lack the energy to pursue the matter of the screen incident. She resolved to get some proper rest. The next morning, a man with bloodshot eyes returned home. Just as Nianchu prepared to visit the hospital, he commanded, "Stop." His face, strikingly handsome yet radiating fury, bore into her as he asked, "Did you harm her?" Nianchu's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "Is this dirty water never-ending?" She retorted, "Of course it wasn't me." She suppressed her fury, speaking in a low voice. "If it wasn't you, how did she sustain such grave injuries?" He seized her wrist, pulling her closer, his gaze filled with rage. "Are you trying to tell me she inflicted this upon herself? Is it so impossible for her to harm herself?" A hint of disdain and mockery curled at the corners of her lips. "Do you truly believe she is entirely sane?" "You are no more sane than she is," he spat, his deep-set eyes narrowing, fists clenched tightly. "Lin Xiaowan herself told me that you were the one who harmed her. We not confess? Must it come to a police station before you admit your guilt?" "Police station?" The man before her seemed intent on sending her there just to avenge Lin Xiaowan. "How can I confess to something I did not do?" A tempest raged within her chest. "Is everything to be attributed to me to be deemed normal? Very well, you refuse to admit it?" He strode to the table and picked up the knife that Nianchu had hidden away the night before. "If you say you did not do it, then this murder weapon surely bears no fingerprints of yours, correct?" The woman's pupils dilated. She had cleaned the scene and secured the knife. Of course, her fingerprints would be present. Did he truly believe he could condemn her solely based on this? Gu shouting, "Do you believe every word Lin Xiaowan utters? If that is the case, then go ahead and call the police. I'd welcome a death sentence, for it would free us all." Her chest heaved, and her expression turned apathetic, tinged with profound disappointment. The screen incident had not yet concluded, and now they were embroiled in a murder case. If he wished to destroy her, he need not expend such effort. Feeling guilty? He glared at her, the knife's tip aimed at her chest. "If you are willing to return the favor and stab her in kind, I might consider not pursuing your culpability." She fixated on the man offering her the knife, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her pale complexion, devoid of color, reflected her resentment as she gazed at the gleaming blade. Gu shouting, "Since you care for her so deeply, why not marry her? You unconditionally believe her every lie. Who is truly the Mrs. Gu, she or I? Very well. If you desire to exact revenge on her behalf, then come at me." Nianchu abruptly seized the knife from Gu Shouting's grasp. She had meticulously cleaned the bloodied blade the previous night. The cold steel resembled the heart of the man before her. "Mr. Gu, where would you like me to stab?" she inquired, her voice reminiscent of Weeping Lily of the Valley. His eyes betrayed a myriad of emotions, difficult to decipher. "The heart?" she asked, directing the blade towards her own heart. "Is Lin Xiaowan's plight a source of pain for you, Mr. Gu? Fear not, I shall return it to her." Without a second thought, she plunged the knife into her flesh. What folly! He did not return to seek the truth. If this blade were to end her life, it would be a release. In that fleeting moment as the blade pierced her heart, he grasped the knife with bare hands. Blood quickly seeping from his palm and dripping onto her chest. She had not anticipated that he would wrest the weapon from her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Disbelief etched upon her features. Her fingers instinctively released the hilt. With a pained expression, he cast the knife aside. In Gu Shouting's eyes, Nianchu was timid, enduring, an adept at swallowing her grievances. Who could have foreseen that she would be so ruthless with herself, spiraling into madness? "You're truly deranged." Chapter 34. Young and beautiful. 2-in-1 birth. "Is this not the result you desired, Mr. Gu?" she replied, her voice devoid of emotion, her head ringing. He opened his palm to inspect the wound, then shouted in frustration, "Go fetch the first aid kit." Nianchu remained motionless. "Are you deaf? Go." After a moment of paralysis, she finally turned and retrieved the first aid kit, placing it before him. He looked up at her. "You expect me to tend to this myself? How am I to do that?" "Understood." She extracted the alcohol, cleansing the blood from his palm, followed by iodine for disinfection. Applying Yunnan Baiyao before wrapping it with gauze and tying a knot. Her movements were fluid, delicate, and tender, as if she had performed this countless times. "Done," she announced. "I may not excel at much, but I'm quite adept at this." He could not help but comment sarcastically. Nianchu chose not to engage with his barbs. She had grown accustomed to ignoring such remarks. "Why do you prevent me from dying? Is this not what you wish for?" He cast her a sardonic glance. "Do you truly believe I desire to find a corpse in my home?" So that was it. He feared sullying his own eyes. She fell silent. "I can refrain from sending you to the police station for now, but Nianchu, I will uncover the truth behind whether you harmed Lin Xiaowan. If it indeed was you, you shall pay the price." Nianchu listened quietly. If he were to conduct the investigation with his eyes wide open, the truth would inevitably emerge. Should he choose to close them, the outcome might be less certain. However, you could also redeem yourself. She looked up in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his words. "Redeem myself? Accompany me to a social gathering," he instructed. Nianchu was reluctant to go, remaining silent. He glanced at her sideways and added, "We are visiting Wang Mingwei in Nanching. His wife also enjoys playing the guqin. You two should find common ground. You should take your secretary with you." She refused to force herself into an unwelcome situation. "I can make amends elsewhere." The man merely scoffed. "Nianchu, what right do you have to negotiate terms with me? If you wish to halt your mother's experimental drug project and ensure Mo Tao remains there for another year, you can certainly choose not to go." Nianchu felt a surge of anger rising within her. His cold, detached voice rang out again. "I have heard that your mother's experimental project could potentially awaken her. Should it be halted midway, it could lead to a burst blood vessel and possibly death." Nianchu shook her head, gazing at the man's refined features, bitterness swelling in her heart. Her voice trembled with emotion. "Could you be any more despicable? Must you repeatedly threaten me with my family?" What he referred to as redeeming oneself was merely a command in disguise. "Nianchu, you are Mrs. Gu. You have an obligation to cooperate with me." He raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. The reason Gu Shouting had sent Nianchu to socialize with him was driven by ulterior motives. Wang Mingwei was a difficult person to engage with. The collaborative project, which had been discussed long before the new year and continued into the next, had yet to yield any agreement after nearly a year. With profits nearing 10 billion, Gu's company was reluctant to let go. By chance, Gu Shouting discovered that Wang Minghui's wife was a university classmate of Nianchu. They had both participated in the Guzheng Club and shared a close relationship. Wang Minghui's first wife had been with him for 10 years without bearing children. After their divorce, he married his current wife, who, aside from her youth and beauty, had given birth to a pair of twins within a year. Ecstatic about fatherhood in his later years, he doted on his current wife and obeyed her every whim. Leveraging this connection, he could easily break the ice on the project and facilitate cooperation. "This is your dress. Please change into it," Gu Xiaoding said, handing Nianchu an exquisitely packaged box. The woman said nothing and ascended the stairs to change. She emerged wearing a sky blue couture dress, which, although not her size, still suited her. Upon seeing this, the man furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment further. Naturally, they could not visit as future partners. Gu Xiaoding had cautioned her during their journey that this project was crucial for Gu's company, advising her to be mindful of her words and not to offend Wang. Nianchu remained silent, understanding the unspoken implications of his words. If she were to fail, her family would suffer. Just before knocking on the door, he instinctively took her hand. Nianchu felt repulsed and wished to pull away, yet she silently resigned herself to the moment. "Do not wear such a sorrowful expression," he advised gently. She managed a faint smile. After the doorbell rang, a servant opened the door for them. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Wang Minghui emerged from within. "Gu, your presence graces us. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come in." "Mr. Wang, you are overly courteous. Please, do lead the way," Gu Xiaoding replied. Wang Minghui took the gift from Gu Xiaoding's hands and handed it to a servant, instructing them to fetch his wife and inform her of their arrival. "Understood, sir." Only then did Wang Minghui turn his attention to the quietly standing woman beside him. With arched brows and bright, star-like eyes, her translucent skin revealed a pampered upbringing. Although she appeared shy, she carried herself with grace, devoid of any air of inferiority. "This is my wife, Nianchu," Gu Xiaoding said, smiling at her. "Nianchu, this is Mr. Wang." Nianchu offered a slight smile. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Ah, so this is the esteemed wife," he remarked, somewhat surprised. Everyone knew Gu Xiaoding was married, yet very few had ever seen his original partner. Online, most rumors circulated around Gu Xiaoding and Lin Xiaowan, whose looks paled in comparison to Nianchu's, due to the multitude of rumors surrounding Gu Xiaoding. Both true and false, he had been hesitant to finalize their collaboration. After all, a man's primary duty is to cherish his family. While business dealings should not intertwine with personal matters, Wang's rigidity was well known. "Mr. Gu, your wife is quite young and beautiful. You should take her out more often," Wang Minghui remarked. "Nianchu is somewhat introverted," he interjected. Wang Minghui chuckled, inadvertently noticing the bandaged hands of both individuals. Jesting, "It seems Mr. Gu has a preference for quiet. Shy girls, even their injuries match." Wang Minghui's words elicited laughter from the group. Gu Xiaoding tightened his hold on Nianchu's hand. "Mr. Gu, you are quite accomplished. As someone who doesn't follow the news closely, I often see you on television." His surprise stemmed from the sheer volume of rumors. These days, the media tends to exaggerate. Rarely do they report on substantive matters. When I meet an old friend, they twist it into something scandalous. It's quite vexing. He turned his gaze affectionately towards Nianchu, adding, "Fortunately, my wife is broad-minded and understands that those stories are mere fabrications. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain." As he spoke, he kissed the back of her hand. Chapter 35. The Ungrateful One with Smiles. They entered the living room. A woman descended the stairs from the second floor. Nianchu lifted her gaze and locked eyes with her. Both were taken aback. The woman quickened her pace, excitedly rushing towards her and embracing her tightly. "Nianchu, is it really you? My goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing you in my own home. After all these years, why have you not contacted me? I've missed you dearly." The woman was Chung Man, Nianchu's university classmate and roommate for 4 years. They had been in the same club and shared a strong bond. After graduating, Nianchu married Gu Xiaoding and severed ties with everyone. She was unaware that Chung Man had married the middle-aged man before her. Man, you are Mrs. Wang? Who cares about titles like Mrs. Wang or Mrs. Li? I am just your most delightful roommate, man. She appeared vibrant and playful, unchanged from her university days. A married woman in such a state reflected a life of pampering. Compared to others' happiness, Nianchu felt. A faint smile tugged at Nianchu's lips. Wang Minghui seized the opportunity to speak. Man, So it turns out Mrs. Gu is your old friend? What a coincidence. Indeed, Nianchu and I were the closest in university. We even planned to travel the world together after graduation. What a pity. Cheng Man lightly tapped Mo Nianchu's arm. This ungrateful person disappeared right after graduating. You two must have much to catch up on, Mr. Gu, and I will not intrude, Wang Minghui suggested, leading Gu shouting into the living room. Of course, Cheng Man said, guiding Mo Nianchu into a side room. Nianchu, after you graduated, I inquired about many people, but couldn't find any news about you. At one point, I thought you might have been deceived in Myanmar, and I even sought help abroad. Turns out you were just married. Marriage was a stain on her life. She forced a smile. When did you get married? Last year. Someone introduced me to old Wang. To be honest, I wasn't impressed. He is old and unattractive, with only a bit of money. But my mother was enamored with his wealth, and I eventually resigned myself to it. Fortunately, old Wang is a decent man. Cheng Man's face radiated happiness. She had chosen wisely, which was indeed fortunate. As long as the person was good and treated her well, that was rare enough. Cheng Man glanced towards the living room, lowering her voice to ask Mo Nianchu, I often see your husband, Mr. Gu, on television. He looks even better in person. Living with such a handsome man must be quite exciting. Exciting? Indeed, but not in the way you might imagine. Mo Nianchu replied, her expression slightly melancholic. Cheng Man, noticing the sadness in her face, ventured, honestly, I've seen numerous rumors about your husband, especially concerning that Lin Xiaowan. It's quite shameless of her to be seen with him without any official title. It's infuriating. In Cheng Man's presence, Mo Nianchu refrained from voicing her thoughts. Gu Shouting had invited her, likely already aware of her relationship with Cheng Man. He had previously advised her to remain discreet. Indeed, those reporters are adept at sensationalizing rumors. She agreed, as Cheng Man led her towards a corner of the living room. Nianchu, do you still play the guzheng? I recently bought a new one, and its sound is truly beautiful. You should give it a try. The room was specifically designed for performances, adorned with exquisite guzheng instruments that appeared remarkably luxurious. This was a gift from old Wang during one of his business trips. He claimed he didn't know much about it, but thought it looked quite expensive. Cheng Man's eyes sparkled with delight as she glanced at her husband. Old Wang, tell me, weren't you tricked? Whatever my wife says goes, Wang Minghui replied, smiling indulgently. Cheng Man playfully huffed in response. Lao Wang, you have yet to hear of Nianchu Qin's piano playing. She plays exquisitely, far surpassing my own abilities. How about we have her perform a piece? Man, Mrs. Gu has injured her hand. It would be best if she refrains from playing for now. There will be other opportunities in the future. Injured? Cheng Man looked at Mo Nianchu's delicate hands in surprise. Just a minor scratch. Nothing serious, she explained nonchalantly. You must be more careful in the future. Indeed, I truly miss the way you play the piano. I remember that whenever we had a performance, that senior would always be there waiting for you. You're quite charming, you know, Cheng Man teased. Mo Nianchu tightened her grip on her heart, unable to meet Gu Shouting's stormy gaze. Just as she was about to caution Cheng Man against this topic, she continued. I recall that senior was from our university's medical school. What was his surname again? Oh, I remember now, it was Fei. Wang Minghui smiled at his wife, acknowledging that it was perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as Mrs. Gu to have admirers. Our Nianchu was the belle of Jiang University back in the day, with suitors lining up from the south gate to the north gate, particularly favored by those from the medical school. Cheng Man reminisced, completely unaware of Mo Nianchu tugging at her sleeve several times. Mr. Gu, you chose the most beautiful woman from our school as your wife. How fortunate you are. Gu Shouting's expression darkened. Mo Nianchu gently squeezed Cheng Man's palm, attempting to divert the conversation. Man, let's exchange WeChat. Sure, you don't use your old account anymore, do you? No. Due to the relationship between Mo Nianchu and Cheng Man, Wang Minghui eventually relented regarding their collaborative project. The dinner concluded on a harmonious note. As they bid farewell, Cheng Man hugged Mo Nianchu tightly, reluctant to part. Let's keep in touch. No more disappearing acts. All right. After waving goodbye to Gu Shouting and Mo Nianchu, Cheng Man turned to Wang Minghui and asked, do you plan to collaborate with Mr. Gu on that project? Does my wife have any objections? I've seen many rumors about Mr. Gu. Wang Minghui nodded thoughtfully. I've been hesitant for that very reason, but seeing how affectionate they are as a couple, and knowing that Mrs. Gu is your good friend, I decided to proceed. He is truly fortunate to have married Nianchu. I'm the one who is fortunate to have you, Wang Minghui replied, wrapping his arms around Chungman's waist and planting a kiss on her cheek. Chungman playfully pushed him away, saying, "You are so cheesy." In the car, Gu Xiaoding remained silent, the cigarette between his fingers burning down to his skin before he tossed it out the window. "Fei Liangzheng pursued you during university?" His eyes were filled with a barely perceptible jealousy and possessiveness, akin to a fire that twisted his features. Such a Gu Xiaoding was perilous for Nianchu. She instinctively shifted away from him. Chapter 36. He held her feet. He flipped her over onto the passenger seat, gripping her chin. "You two have been carrying on in secret, haven't you? No wonder he gave up his family business to become the old man's family doctor. It must be because of you, right?" Nianchu's face contorted under his hold. She wanted to struggle, yet he restrained her firmly. "Gu Xiaoding, could you not be so vile?" Her heart felt a strange sensation. "If you must find a reason to argue with me, it need not always revolve around Fei Liangzheng. Then tell me, have you two been intimate?" He tightened his grip on her chin. He was perplexed by his own reaction, desperately trying to calm himself. But to no avail, a violent impulse surged within him. "Nianchu, tell me, during our 2 years of marriage, have you slept with Fei Liangzheng? Have you?" He stared unblinkingly at her, his muscles twitching slightly, resembling a madman. Nianchu felt her entire body tense in fear. "What answer do you seek? Yes or no?" He spat a curse. Just as she was about to speak, the car suddenly accelerated. He pressed the gas pedal hard, speeding recklessly down the dark streets of Jiangqing. The engine roared, the exhaust pipe growling like a beast. She had never witnessed such madness in him. Terror welled up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Gu Xiaoding, please calm down. Haven't you always wanted to perish together with me? Very well, let us die together." He lost his rationality, pushing the car to nearly 200. The vehicles and pedestrians on the road became mere shadows. Nianchu closed her eyes, trembling as she said, "I never spoke to Fei Liangzheng in university, nor did I know he would attend our performance. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mrs. Wang." She could sense the shift. After uttering those words, the car noticeably slowed down. "Fei Liangzheng and I were so ordinary that we weren't even friends, let alone lovers. We never were, and we are not now." She feared this obsessive man would not believe her, so she added, "During our marriage, I would never betray you." She was not like him. She had no interest in engaging in extramarital affairs. The car finally returned to a normal speed. Upon reaching the next intersection, he slammed on the brakes and exited the vehicle. Nianchu did not inquire why. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and as she opened the car door, she nearly stumbled out. The man inside showed no sign of compassion. The car sped away, and she watched as it turned into a nearby hospital. Taking a deep breath, she slumped onto the curb. A message popped up on her phone. Chungman had texted, "Nianchu, are you home?" Her fingers trembled from the earlier shock. Wearily, she rubbed her hands together and typed a response. "Yes, don't worry, rest early, good night." Just as she clicked send, her phone slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. After nearly half an hour, she finally removed her high heels and began walking toward the Gu residence. Her silhouette desolate and solitary. She thought that Gu Xiaoding would not return that night. Lin Xiaowan would surely cling to him, keeping him close. Yet, as she stepped through the doorway, his car screeched to a halt. Startled, she quickened her pace. Gu Xiaoding caught up with her, grasping her wrist and pulling her inside. Perhaps he felt she was moving too slowly, for he swept her up in his arms without hesitation. His possessiveness was devoid of foreplay, more akin to a release of pin-up anger or need. Only when his heavy breaths brushed against her ear did her torment finally come to an end. He went to shower, leaning against the headboard, smoking. Nianchu hobbled toward the bathroom. He glanced over and asked, "What happened to your foot?" "Nothing," she replied, not wanting to elaborate. He frowned. "Come here, let me see." "No, I'm going to shower." He extinguished his cigarette, rose from the bed, and wrapped his arms around her from behind, placing her on the large bed. Her feet were covered in numerous blisters. "What happened?" he asked in surprise. The shoes rubbed against them. "Go shower. Afterward, I'll help you tend to them." He patted her back in an unprecedentedly gentle manner. This was a physiological response stemming from a man's release of hormones after pleasure, not true tenderness. His gentleness was not meant for her. While Nianchu took her time in the shower, Gu Xiaoding did not possess the habit of waiting for her to fall asleep. She thought he had already rested. But he had not. "Come here," he beckoned, patting the space beside him. Nianchu was generally obedient, but after the reckless driving today, she was not foolish enough to provoke him again. "I can manage on my own. Let me handle this." His voice was refreshingly crisp and clear. She couldn't help but steal a glance at him. His large hand gently grasped her foot. The disinfected silver needle pricked her skin, causing a trickle of blood to flow. Nianchu winced in pain. After disinfecting with alcohol, he continued to attend to her, urging her to bear with it. This intimacy and assistance, reserved solely for spouses, left Nianchu feeling quite out of place. In a few days, it would be her grandfather's birthday, he remarked. Oh, she replied, her thoughts lingering on her grandfather's health. He did not raise his gaze, but his voice faltered. It's already quite poor. The implication of his words suggested it was time to prepare for blood donation. Instinctively, she tried to withdraw her foot, only to be firmly held in place. What are you so afraid of? He questioned, shouting. Can you wait until my mother is well and Tao is discharged from the hospital before you take my blood? Under the light, her eyes were filled with vulnerability and despair. He couldn't help but look up at her. Although he said nothing, she guessed he would not agree. Patiently, he finished treating the blisters on her foot. Nianchu hugged her knees, feeling melancholic. Just as she lay down, the man eagerly pressed down upon her. His kiss was overwhelming, leaving her with no choice but to passively endure it. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Shouting propped on his arms, gasped for breath as he reached for the phone. Hello? Shouting, your grandfather may not last much longer. Hurry and bring Nianchu to the hospital. It cannot wait. Do it immediately. The urgency in Gu Zonlin's voice was palpable. Putting down the phone, he stood up quickly, dressing with haste. Come with me to the hospital. Nianchu had no desire to go. Was she truly unable to escape this time? Chapter 37. Drawing all her blood, the old master of the Gu family had taken a turn for the worse and was readmitted to the hospital. The doctor issued a critical illness notice. The Gu family gathered once more, alongside Fei Liangzheng and Li Shaoan. I'll go see grandfather, Gu Shouting said as he entered the ward. The old man looked frail. At 90 years old and beset by illness, he longed for relief more than anyone else. Shouting, he weakly beckoned to his grandson. Gu Shouting approached and took the old man's hand. Grandfather, don't be afraid. I will do everything in my power to save you. The old man shook his head. Don't save me. No, I will definitely save you, by any means necessary. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, stubbornly holding back his emotions. I don't want to lose you. Listen to me, Shouting. After I'm gone, the Gu family must be in your hands. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. That illegitimate child. The old man coughed harshly. Initially, I wanted him to return to the family. But your father is also no good. Cough, cough. Grandfather, let us not discuss this now. You should rest well. I will arrange for blood immediately. Shouting. The old man coughed violently. Gu Shouting rushed out of the ward. Gu Zonlin observed his son's expression and guessed correctly, his grandfather. Nearing the end? Whether he is or not, I decide. His anxious gaze found the quiet woman standing in the corner. He swiftly approached her, grabbing her arm. Come with me to draw blood. Let go of me, Gu Shouting. Nianchu stumbled as she resisted. He pulled her to the blood collection room, leaning closer. Grandfather is in a critical state. You must donate blood. Gu Shouting. She looked at him in despair, her body growing colder. If I donate blood, I will die. His dark eyes clouded with an inexplicable heaviness. Grandfather, can't wait. Nianchu forced a bitter smile. In that case, I have a request. He frowned, displeased. Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? What right do you have to make demands? Nianchu, I warn you. It's best not to provoke me under these circumstances. Release Tao immediately. You promised me. Her demand was not unreasonable. She merely sought to shorten the timeline. Uncertain of her fate in the blood collection room, she pressed on. The man clenched his jaw, turning in circles before finally relenting. Fine. I can have Tao released right away, but don't try to deceive me. I'm here with you. What tricks could I possibly play? She called Song Qingzi, instructing her to go to the hospital. Gu Shouting, Qingzi is on her way. Once she picks him up, I will donate blood. The muscles in his face twitched. The light cast a harsh shadow on his profile, revealing a ruthless edge. Let her go. He ultimately made the call. After Song, Qingzi retrieved Tao. She called Nianchu back. After a brief acknowledgement, Nianchu hung up. A nurse arrived to escort Nianchu to the blood collection room. Following her lead, she went inside. The doctor, holding the chart, asked Gu Shouting, Mr. Gu, how much blood will you be drawing? All of it. His cold voice rang out, unmistakably clear to Nianchu. All? Her body trembled violently. Fei Yongzheng looked at the man incredulously, exclaiming, "If you do that, she will truly die. As long as it can save grandfather." Fei Yongzheng could not fathom how Gu Shouting could utter such heartless words. This is a life. No one has the right to take another's life. Nearby, the woman forced a bitter smile, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. 3 cold needles pierced her veins as the machine whirred to life, and she slowly closed her eyes. Outside, Fei Liangzhing's forehead pulsed with veins as he grasped Gu Shouting's collar, shouting, "Do you even understand? The antibodies in Mo Nianchu's body are what can truly save the old man. Even if you draw all her blood, the antibody levels will never be sufficient to save him. Even if he survives, he won't live long. Do you comprehend? Then tell me, how can we save grandfather?" Gu Shouting gripped Fei Liangzhing's wrist and forcefully pushed him away. "Grandfather will not last much longer. Aside from this method, what other options do I have? Must we save him at all costs? Have you considered the old man's wishes? Does he truly wish to endure this suffering? He is 90 years old. Would he want to exchange the life of his 20-something granddaughter-in-law for his own?" Fei Liangzheng shook his head in despair. He never expected that the childhood friend he grew up with would be so heartless and unfeeling. A barrage of questions left Gu Shouting speechless. He turned away, coldly stating, "Grandfather would not wish to die. Then does Mo Nianchu deserve to die?" Fei Liangzheng was utterly disillusioned. Unable to bear witnessing any longer, he turned and left. Inside the blood collection room, the machine began its relentless work. As blood was drawn continuously, Mo Nianchu's head grew increasingly foggy. She watched the crimson liquid flow through the thick tubes, her weakened eyelids fluttering. Halfway through, she was on the verge of collapse. Her heart rate plummeted to 30 beats per minute, sometimes even dropping to 20. Realizing she was nearing death, the doctor hesitated to draw more blood. He rushed out to find Gu Shouting. "The patient is extremely weak. If anything happens, our hospital cannot bear the liability. We should transfuse this portion of blood to the old man. It should have some effect." Gu Shouting remained silent, his face tense. After the doctor finished speaking, he returned to the blood collection room. Moments later, Mo Nianchu was wheeled out, unconscious and pale, nearing death. He coldly observed her being taken away, his fingers instinctively tightening. Gu Linzong approached, visibly displeased. "How could you only draw half? This is unacceptable. Your grandfather's condition requires a complete blood transfusion to stabilize his vital signs. Do you intend to turn healing into a criminal case?" Gu Shouting scoffed disdainfully. Gu Zonglin, confronted by his son, wore an expression of displeasure. "Why are you shouting at me? I'm merely trying to ensure that your grandfather lives well. When will you learn to show me some respect, like Xiaoan does? How dare you bring up that illegitimate child? Let me make this crystal clear. Even if grandfather were to pass away, as long as I remain in this family, you can forget about including him in the family tree, unless your lifespan surpasses mine. You." Gu Zonglin's fingers tapped twice in agitation. "You will eventually drive me to my grave." Just as Gu Zonglin departed, Li Xiaoan strolled over, hands in pockets, a sneer gracing his lips. "If we're talking about ruthlessness, it seems you excel at it. You can even be cruel to your own wife. I almost want to applaud you." Chapter 38. The man you married is worthless. Gu Shouting's sharp gaze bore down on Li Xiaoan. "You would do well to keep your distance from me." "Truth can be harsh," Li Xiaoan retorted, his lips curling into a sinister smile. "I always believed I was the most twisted individual in this world, but compared to you, I feel utterly inadequate. I see that Mo Nianchu is still alive. She is practically a useless being now. Why not? Give her to me." Grinding his teeth, Guam Shouting gripad Li Xiaoan skuyatigli. "I wouldn't mind seeing you disappear from this world too." "Why the anger?" Li Xiaoan fainat asmila. "Isn't it customary for you to utilize everything to its fullest, Gu?" With that, Li Xiaoan received a solid punch to the face. "You would do well to behave yourself and refrain from provoking me. I don't hold back when it comes to violence." Gu Shouting seethed. Li Xiaoan suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, brother, your strength is remarkable. I'm quite terrified." Gu Shouting stomped on Li Xiaoan's feet twice, finally feeling a semblance of satisfaction. Li Xiaoan, instead of being angered, laughed even more. Gu Zonglin, witnessing the mistreatment of his beloved younger son, felt a surge of fury. Is he addicted to hitting people? Does he think he can do this daily without consequences? "I'm fine." Li Xiaoan stood up, brushing off his pants. "How's the old man? Has he made any arrangements for his affairs? If he truly bypasses you and entrusts the Gu family's power to Gu Shouting, we may find ourselves in a dire situation." Even if grandfather has made arrangements, they may not hold weight. His mind is quite muddled. Gu Zonlin's eyes darkened. Can he not even handle his own son? When Nianchu awoke, the stench of antiseptic filled her nostrils. Her beautiful eyes feebly gazed at the stark white ceiling, her expression vacant. Had she truly perished? Or was she still alive? Slowly turning her gaze, she spotted the blood-red liquid hanging from the force stand. You are awake. Following the voice, Nianchu turned to see her husband's secretary, Zhong Shui. They had met a few times before, and she had never offered Nianchu any semblance of kindness. Not even the pretense of respect. You lost a significant amount of blood and will need to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Gu has many matters to attend to, so I was sent to check on you. If you require anything, feel free to call me. With that, she handed Nianchu her business card. Nianchu, lacking the strength to speak, simply listened. Miss Lin has many matters to handle. If you have no further needs, I will take my leave. Zhong Shui's gaze was cold and tinged with disdain. Nianchu remained silent, turning her face away and closing her eyes weakly. Throughout her stay, nurses continually entered and exited the room, tirelessly changing her blood, dressing her wounds, taking her temperature, and checking her blood pressure. During her restless moments, she overheard nurses whispering amongst themselves. She's quite fortunate. After losing so much blood, she still hasn't died. Just look at her delicate face. Even after 3 days of transfusions, she remains pale. It's truly pitiful. I heard that the elderly gentleman in the VIP ward improved significantly after receiving her blood. This isn't what one would expect from marrying into a wealthy family. She is merely a blood bag for them. Isn't that the truth? That old man is over 90. Even if blood prolongs his life, how many years can he possibly have left? All this talk leads back to the fact that the man she married is utterly worthless. Even in ordinary families, one doesn't hear of a husband using his wife's blood to save his grandfather. It's beyond callous. They say that once you enter the world of the wealthy, it is indeed a deep abyss. Shoo, let us not speak further. Let us step outside. The group of nurses exited the ward. Nianchu turned over, slowly lifting her swollen eyelids. Indeed, her life was remarkably resilient. She had survived. Gu Shouting had not taken her life, for he needed her to save his grandfather. She understood. Nianchu spent 10 days in the hospital, during which Gu Shouting never came to visit her. However, his secretary did appear as she was preparing to be discharged. The discharge paperwork has been completed. Zhong Shui placed a stack of documents before Nianchu, casting her a brief, indifferent glance. Nianchu remained silent. Zhong Shui repeated, I'm speaking to you. Keep these documents safe. Does Secretary Zhong not use titles when addressing others? Nianchu lifted her gaze to meet hers, her eyes filled with countless red veins. An icy demeanor, radiating an air of unapproachability. Zhong Shui was momentarily taken aback. Having served as Gu Shouting's secretary for many years, she was adept at reading people. She had never considered Nianchu worthy of her attention, treating Lin Xiaowan with far more respect than this legitimate wife. Yet at this moment, Nianchu's attitude evoked something different within her. Very well, madam, Zhong Shui conceded, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. After assisting Nianchu in organizing her belongings, she proceeded to settle the hospital bill. As they exited, she added, Gu will be staying at the Lin residence for the time being, accompanying Miss Lin. Once you return home, please refrain from calling and causing any disturbances. Nianchu felt a cold mockery within her heart. Even if she wanted to call, she wouldn't. There was no need for such reminders. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Nianchu returned to the Gu household. Zhong Shui handed her belongings to the butler before departing. The house felt quieter without Lin Xiaowan's presence. Noticing Nianchu's pallor, the butler approached to assist her, but she evaded him. No need. The butler felt a pang of sorrow, his breath slightly constricted. Allow me to carry your things upstairs. Once in her bedroom, she lay down. Although her treatment was complete, her body felt frail. Even a few steps caused her heart rate to surge to the brink of collapse. Please leave. I wish to rest for a while. The butler nodded. Very well, madam. If you need anything, just call for me. As evening descended, the sky was painted in hues of red, casting a ruby-like glow upon Nianchu's face, rendering her unexpectedly beautiful. A low-key, luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled into the Gu estate and parked on the lawn. Gu Shouting had returned. The woman seated in the courtyard lifted her gaze. He wore a black shirt, perfectly tucked into tailored trousers, his tall and slender figure emerging from the twilight like a deity. Yet, the light in her eyes had long since faded. No longer was there the anticipation and joy of 2 years prior, replaced instead by indifference and disdain. After a fleeting glance, she turned her attention back to the book in her hands, titled How to Murder Your Husband. You've just been discharged. It's unwise to be out in the cold. He reached for the book, glancing at the title. His brow furrowed slightly. It seems you harbor quite a hatred for me. It's merely a book. She stood to leave, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Have you contacted Mo Tao? He casually tossed the book aside and settled into the rattan chair Mo Nianchu had just vacated. His hands clasped together. I assume you haven't had the chance. Mo Nianchu felt an inexplicable jolt in her chest. What have you done to him? Chapter 39. Her gaze clung to his butterfly bone. He harmed someone, a neighbor of yours. They called the police, and now Mo Tao is in custody. He spoke lightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Mo Nianchu clenched her fists tightly, demanding to know what he truly intended to convey. The man regarded her with amusement, stating, Mo Nianchu, you are well aware that I dislike your confrontational demeanor. Speak plainly. What is it that you require of me? He appreciated her cleverness. A few days prior, the collaboration with President Wang was nearly finalized. There was a business banquet tomorrow, and he had another partnership to discuss with President Li. If she accompanied him to merely fulfill the formalities and secure the contract, he would arrange for her to meet her brother. Mo Nianchu gazed at him with a coolness in her eyes. What did he perceive her as? The collaboration with Wang Minghui was contingent upon the involvement of Cheng Man, who was merely offering a favor between acquaintances. But this? Mr. Gu, you must enlighten me about President Li's background at the very least. His wife isn't another one of my former classmates, is she? Not at all. Whether it was true or false mattered little to Mo Nianchu, nor did it hold significance for Gu Shouting. What truly counted was that if Mo Nianchu acquiesced to his request, he would consider it a partial victory. If I assist you in securing the contract, will you finally leave my brother alone? He smirked, amused by her confidence. You don't even inquire about what I might have you do, such self-assurance. Before Gu Shouting proposed his terms, he likely conducted an exhaustive investigation into President Li's past. Mr. Gu was never one to spare expenses in his pursuits, and, as a woman, she possessed her own advantages. Some matters need not be articulated too clearly. Stating them outright would only cause discomfort for both parties. Her small face bore a calmness as still as ash. He instinctively glanced at her, his expression intricate, and then abruptly rose, expressing, I hope, Mrs. Gu, that you do not disappoint me. I also hope, Mr. Gu, that you do not go back on your word. She retorted coldly as he turned and walked toward his car. Minutes later, the vehicle departed from the Gu residence, presumably heading to Lin Xiaowan's place. This was of little consequence. Regardless of the veracity of Gu Shouting's claims, she felt compelled to verify them. With a heart laced with trepidation, she called Song Qingzi. After a moment of silence on the line, Song Qingzi's voice was filled with guilt. It is my fault for not keeping an eye on him. A neighbor was beaten to a pulp by him, and I am currently negotiating compensation. Do not worry, I will handle it. Qingzi, Gu Shouting is aware of this situation. Upon hearing this, Song Qingzi's voice turned urgent. He intervened. Then things will become complicated. He said that if I help him secure a partnership, he will leave Mo Tao alone for good. A silence ensued. Song Qingzi sighed softly from the other end. Do you still trust him? How can I not? She replied. He wields immense power. My father was similarly ensnared in his web when he held such a position. If he wished to eliminate the Mo family, it would be a simple task. Years ago, the scandal surrounding Mo Zheng rattled the entirety of Jiang City. A man known for his integrity was suddenly accused of accepting bribes amounting to millions, with luxury watches, paintings, and antiques uncovered in his residence. The outcry was deafening, and his reputation lay in ruins. Mere days after his imprisonment, he was found dead in his cell. Whether it was suicide or murder remains an enigma to this day. Song Qingzi was well aware of these events. Do you finally believe that your father's demise was orchestrated by Gu Shouting? If not him, then who else could it be? She struggled to conceive of anyone else who would harbor such malice towards their family. Yet back then, she had been blissfully naive, believing that Gu Shouting would assist her in rescuing her father and clearing his name. The truth remained buried, and her father had long since passed. Disappointment accumulated gradually. allowing her to articulate her feelings with a calm demeanor. Nian, rest assured, if I can successfully extricate Mo Tao this time, I will protect him and ensure he remains hidden, denying Gu Shouting any further opportunities. Yes. After conveying her thoughts, Mo Nianchu stared vacantly at the sunset that had slipped below the horizon. Though the twilight was beautiful, it was fleeting. Once she had found clarity regarding the matters that troubled her, she accepted them as they were. A faint smile graced her lips, her bright eyes sparkling like clear springs. The following morning, Gu Shouting dispatched someone to deliver a small dress to Mo Nianchu. In contrast to the modest attire she wore during her visit to Wang Minghui's home, this one was more daring and flamboyant. The black off-shoulder design featured a plunging neckline that extended to her navel, while the back was even bolder and more sensual, with only a pearl chain providing minimal coverage. Such a gown was typically seen adorning celebrities or socialites. She understood. In the evening, the butler knocked on her door, announcing, "Madam, the sir has instructed me to summon you downstairs and specified that you should wear the dress." Understood. Half an hour later, Mo Nianchu descended the stairs. The black, sultry gown accentuated her waist, which seemed delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like seaweed, exuding allure. The exposed skin appeared even more porcelain-like against the fabric. She had deliberately applied makeup that created a striking contrast with her black dress. Her red lips resembled plum blossoms blooming in the snow, swaying yet retaining an air of coolness. Gu Shouting had never seen Mo Nianchu in such a light. In his memory, she was always unadorned. The only time she had worn makeup was when they obtained their marriage certificate. This version of her shattered his preconceived notions. For a moment, he found himself entranced. "You look different today." Mo Nianchu cast a neutral glance at him. "Mr. Gu, are you satisfied?" "Quite." His gaze roamed over her figure. Mo Nianchu withdrew her eyes and lifted her skirt as she stepped outside. His attention lingered on the delicate curve of her back. During the ride, the atmosphere in the back seat was quiet. Gu Shouting's gaze remained fixed on Mo Nianchu, while she turned her face towards the window. "It smells delightful," he suddenly remarked. Without turning back, she replied, "I applied perfume. In the past, I never noticed you, Mr. Gu. Are you unaware that people can change?" She was disinclined to converse with him and turned her body away. The man, sensing her disinterest, wore a displeased expression. The banquet was held at an estate, attended by dignitaries and business elites, all impeccably attired and engaged in spirited conversations. Women donned various styles of evening dresses, huddled in small groups, whispering and laughing. Not every man was accompanied by a partner, as this was a purely commercial gathering. Groups of men engaged in discussions about business strategies and future developments. Mo Nianchu entered the venue, instantly captivating the attention of every man present, their reactions ranging from astonishment to desire. Several prominent businessmen seized the opportunity to initiate casual exchanges with Gu Shouting, their gazes lingering on Mo Nianchu. Gu Shouting's objective was clear: Li Rue. Li Rue was the owner of Wan Phone Group. While his status paled in comparison to Gu Shouting's, he held the key to the land that Gu Shouting coveted. Although he had inflated the price to an outrageous level, Li Rue remained steadfast. If Gu Shouting failed to acquire this land, it would jeopardize the forthcoming projects of his company, resulting in losses exceeding 100 billion. Today, he was determined to succeed. Presently, Gu Shouting took Mo Nianchu's hand and approached Li Rue. The latter's gaze, filled with urgency and admiration, revealed his eagerness to make the acquaintance of this stunning woman. "This is her name, is Nian. Gu Shouting refrained from disclosing her identity. An ambiguous name sufficed to convey his intent. Li Rue, astute as ever, understood the implications. His gaze was bold and laden with desire as he extended his hand. "Miss Nian, a pleasure to meet you." Montauk Nianchu, exuding sham, playfully tossed her hair and extended her hand, her lips forming two sweet dimples. "Presently, the pleasure is mine. Who would have thought that President Gu would be accompanied by such a beautiful woman? I must say, I am quite envious," Li Rue remarked, refusing to release her hand, his eyes greedily exploring her exquisite features. Her crimson lips, akin to a deadly poison, ignited within him an insatiable desire to taste their sweetness. Montauk Nianchu, despite her unwillingness to believe, had no choice but to accept that tonight Gu Shouting intended to offer his wife to this man. Something within her shattered, the sound reverberating painfully in her silence. Rather than let tears fall uselessly, she chose to embrace it all with a smile. "Mr. Li, it is my honor to invite you for a dance," Nianchu said, her eyes curving in invitation. Li Rue eagerly took her delicate hand and led her to the dance floor, declaring, "It is my privilege." As the music swelled, his large hands swiftly encircled her slender waist, occasionally brushing against her slight back. Gu Xiaoting's gaze remained fixated on the pair, a mixture of indifference, anticipation, and an undeniable jealousy simmering within him. Secretary Zhong Shui approached, observing the laughter and banter between them. "Gu, it seems Li Rue is quite taken with Nianchu. It appears we have secured this deal." Gu Xiaoting remained silent. Zhong Shui continued, "I have prepared the room, and I will discreetly pass the key card to Mr. Li. I will also hand over the contract. Nianchu understands our intentions." Gu Xiaoting furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "You called her? Did I say to send her to his bed?" Zhong Shui was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. "Sir, do you mean you're having second thoughts?" As a secretary, she felt compelled to remind him, "We have negotiated this deal with Mr. Li for quite some time. Its significance to Gu Corporation is immense. If Mrs. Mo could assist in securing it, it would be a tremendous benefit for both the company and yourself." Gu Xiaoting remained unresponsive, his fingers clenched tightly, a fierce light glinting in his eyes as he witnessed Li Rue's hand slipping beneath the fabric of Nianchu's dress, caressing her skin. Zhong Shui noticed but deemed it commonplace in the business realm. Using a woman to secure a contract was a well-known tactic. It was merely a matter of replacing one woman with Nianchu. As the dance concluded, Li Rue gently held Nianchu's waist, and they strolled toward the opposite side. Engrossed in conversation, his hand never left her side. "Shall I deliver the key card?" Zhong Shui inquired. Gu Xiaoting clenched his jaw, forcing out the words. "Send it to him. I wish to see how bold he truly is." Zhong Shui smirked, knowing fully well that Li Rue was not oblivious to the implications. Although he wore the proverbial green hat, the prospect of securing a project worth billions for Gu Corporation was worth it. After all, he did not love Nianchu. Zhong Shui approached Li Rue and Nianchu, exuding confidence in her professional attire and high heels. With a smile, she produced a land transfer contract from her bag and presented it to Li Rue. "Mr. Li, our Gu Corporation has shown great sincerity. Please take a look at this contract." Li Rue brushed the contract aside, his chin raised as he replied, "I am currently engaged in an interesting conversation with Nianchu. We can discuss this later." "Mr. Li, please glance at the contract. It contains some enticing offers," Zhong Shui insisted, offering a subtle hint. Li Rue, catching her drift, lowered his gaze and said, "Then I shall. Take a look." Upon receiving the contract, the first page revealed a hotel key card and enticing numbers. Understanding the unspoken agreement, he chuckled, "I appreciate Gu's generosity. Regardless of whom this land is sold to, selling it to Gu gives me peace of mind. Secretary Zhong, please convey my gratitude to Gu for this splendid gift." As he spoke, his eyes unabashedly roamed over Nianchu's face, slowly descending to her chest. "Mr. Li, you jest. As long as you are pleased, we shall be content." Zhong Shui replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Nianchu felt as though she were merely a pawn in a transaction between buyer and seller, her eyes welling with tears that she desperately tried to conceal. Li Rue was an engaging conversationalist, particularly relishing tales of his prowess in bed. Montag Nianchu feignet amusement, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Upon returning to Gu Xiaoting's side, Zhong Shui signaled an okay, reporting, "Mr. Li accepted the key card and promised to sign the contract afterward." "Let us depart," he said, turning away with indifference. Zhong Shui cast one last glance at Nianchu and Li Rue before following Gu Xiaoting out. Once in his car, Gu Xiaoting felt a surge of agitation. As Zhong Shui prepared to enter, he halted her, instructing, "Take a cab home." "Understood." The driver and Zhong Shui were left behind as he sped away. After driving a short distance, he pulled over, loosened his tie, and closed his eyes, envisioning Nianchu and Li Rue together in bed. Suddenly, he gasped, lighting a cigarette in a futile attempt to calm his racing heart. His chest felt ablaze, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. Before he finished the cigarette, he pressed the accelerator, steering back to the banquet entrance. Li Rue's vehicle remained parked. Gu Xiaoting rolled down the window, his gaze fixed on the exit, unwavering. Time passed, and guests began to exit the banquet. Li Rue, slightly inebriated, had one arm around Imo Nianchu's shoulder while animatedly gesturing, oblivious to his surroundings. Imo Nianchu, gently supporting his waist, cautiously assisted him into the car before settling in beside him. Damn it, Gu Shouting slammed his fist against the steering wheel. In Chapter 41, the green hat was firmly placed upon himself. After Li Rue's driver departed, Gu Shouting revved his engine, following closely behind, matching the pace of the car ahead. He adjusted his speed until they entered the underground parking of the Jianshan Grand Hotel. Gu Shouting accelerated to the front, parking swiftly. His gaze remained fixed on the couple as they exited their vehicle. His phone rang suddenly. It was Lin Xiaowan. She was aware of the business dinner, but had not been invited. Shouting, where are you? Still working? Is there something you need? Attending the banquet? Her voice was soft and melodious, devoid of discernible emotion, yet irked him. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you annoyed with me? If so, I'll hang up. As Gu Shouting observed Li Rue and Imo Nianchu making their way to the elevator, he hastily attempted to end the call, but her voice trembled through the line. Did I disturb you? I'm sorry. I meant no offense. I just wanted to check on you. If this is bothersome, I promise not to call again. The line went dead, and Gu Shouting's irritation peaked. He dashed toward the elevator, but it had already ascended. Cursing under his breath, he took another elevator. Imo Nianchu guided Li Rue to the room prepared by Zhong Shui. Elated, Li Rue embraced Imo Nianchu and kissed her as soon as they entered. She evaded his advances, yet hesitated to push him away. Mr. Li, is this necessary? I don't like it without a shower. A shower is a must, he insisted, pulling her closer, their noses nearly touching. For you, I would do anything. A shower is trivial. Oh dear, Imo Nianchu raised her finger to block his kiss. Let's shower first. We have plenty of time. Together, he said with a lustful gaze, suggesting a shared bath. The sensation in the tub would be divine. He whispered in her ear, igniting her discomfort. Imo Nianchu felt revulsion, but maintained her smile. Enough. Go shower already. After much effort, she finally managed to push Li Rue into the bathroom. Imo Nianchu lay languidly on the sofa, akin to a shrimp stripped of its tendons. She was acutely aware that she could not evade the impending ordeal that awaited her, likely to be subjected to a perverse treatment. Was it still possible to flee? No, she dare not. She understood Gu Shouting's methods all too well. If she were to jeopardize his business dealings, not only would Imo Tao suffer the consequences, but she too would be dragged down into the abyss. She shut her eyes, suppressing the sting in her nose, and uncorked a bottle of red wine, yearning to drown her sorrows. Inebriation would offer her a blissful ignorance. She carelessly poured a generous gulp into her mouth, the bitterness of the wine and the burn of the alcohol knitting her brows together in a frown. Nian Nian, bring me the bathrobe, the man inside called. Imo Nianchu set down her glass, rummaged through the wardrobe for a clean robe, and slipped it through the crack of the door. Mr. Li, your bathrobe. The man did not reach for it. Instead, he seized her wrist and pulled her into the bathroom, wrapping her in his embrace. Let us wash together, shall we? Imo Nianchu loathed such intimacy, but feigned a playful tone. Mr. Li, your eagerness might lead one to think your prowess in that department is lacking. Impossible. I'm quite formidable. You'll find that out soon enough, he retorted, attempting to pin her down. He carelessly drenched her delicate dress and hair, the wet fabric clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Surely, I can't just engage with you in this state. Wait a moment while I change. She deliberately flashed him a flirtatious glance, seeking both physical and psychological reprieve. He smacked her backside playfully. I'll wait, but hurry. Finally escaping the bathroom, she inhaled deeply. As she reached for the wine again, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was the hotel staff, she set down the glass and opened the door. Gu Shouting stood there, his lips pressed into a thin line, fury evident in his fiery gaze. She instinctively took a step back, feeling the coldness radiating from him, especially upon noticing her damp attire. His eyes sharpened, and she struggled to comprehend his purpose for being there. Was he fearful she might abscond? Indeed, she had entertained that thought briefly, only to dismiss it. Mr. Gu, there's no need for you to supervise me in person. I assure you, I will take good care of Mr. Li, she said, her words detonating like a bomb. Shattering his composure, he fixed his gaze on her, his fingers tightening into a fist. Imo Nianchu, you are anticipating an encounter with this man, aren't you? Anticipating? Look at how he betrayed me. And now you use such degrading terminology. What do you expect? You're the one who chose to wear that dress. Her eyes glinted with icy disdain, scorn, mockery, and derision intertwined. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, commanding, "Come with me." "Mr. Gu, do you not value your billion-dollar project?" "Mister, Lee has yet to sign the contract, and you promised me you'd spare a motel. I do not wish for." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "My affairs are none of your concern. I will fulfill my promises." He yanked her roughly, slamming the door behind them, dragging her away without a hint of compassion. Barefoot, she was unceremoniously tossed into the car, the door locking with a finality that left her bewildered. Nianchu pondered why he had contradicted himself. When he had spoken to the doctor about draining her blood, he had already cast her aside. What was merely a night with another man to him? He harbored no love for her. Her innocence meant nothing to him. She would never reveal her identity, nor would she bring shame upon herself or the Gu family. "Rest assured, I will not let Mr. Lee know of our relationship. I will merely tell him I am a gift from you." The corners of his mouth lifted in a sardonic smile, a flicker of anger simmering beneath. Nianchu understood him well. His emotions were volatile, and she braced herself for the tempest that was sure to follow. "I said you would accompany him in bed?" He turned abruptly, gripping her chin. "Or do you wish to sleep with him? Do you believe his status can provide you with security, or that he can satisfy you in bed?" "Mr. Gu is taking me to the banquet. Is that not to present me to Mr. Lee?" She found a hint of humor in Gu Xiaoting's absurdity. Was he truly attempting to justify his actions? Hadn't he instructed his secretary to deliver the room key to Li Rui? Did he think her blind to the white envelopes? Has Mr. Gu forgotten the intention behind gifting me this dress? She gestured to the garment clinging to her, barely covering her modesty, and laughed mockingly. Surely, this was chosen with great care to entice a man. Such blatant intentions, and now he was shifting the blame onto her. She could not fathom how he could be so twisted. "So when his hands wander beneath your clothing, you simply acquiesced? Nianchu. It all boils down to your own depravity. Are you the only one donned in a revealing dress?" The words depraved and cheap fell from her husband's lips, and remarkably, she felt no anger. It seemed she was precisely as he perceived her. In his eyes, she was merely a means to an end, sent to another man's bed to serve his interests. "Indeed, I permitted him to touch me. I allowed him to hold my hand and caress my waist. Did you not instruct me to behave properly? Is this performance unsatisfactory to you, Mr. Gu?" Gu Xiaoting was momentarily speechless. The tension in his shoulders and fingertips eased slightly as he released her, leaning back against the car seat and chuckling softly. "So you did engage with him? Does that matter to you? In your eyes, a contract holds greater value than my virtue, greater than that green hat, does it not? Is it important? Perhaps not. You see, I have always pursued results indifferent to the process. Yet, why does an insatiable gnawing torment me, rendering me nearly inconsolable?" As the car roared to life, he pressed the accelerator hard. No matter how fast he drove, she remained undisturbed. Upon returning to the Gu residence, he pulled her along without a hint of concern. Dragging her upstairs, she stumbled, falling to the ground, her knees striking the unforgiving tiles, pain coursing through her. "Gu Xiaoting, let go of me. I can walk by myself." She slapped at his strong hand, her bare feet, already blistered, now bleeding. "Nianchu, do not test my patience." He showed no mercy, not even glancing back as he dragged her up to the second floor. The bathroom faucet was turned on, the warm shower cascading down. Gu Xiaoting gripped her arm, pulling her into the bathroom. His tumultuous emotions threatened to overwhelm him. "Take a shower," he commanded, his voice strained. Nianchu rejected. "What do you want from me? I instructed you to wash. Do you comprehend human language?" His eyes were icy, leaving no room for dissent. She understood that opposing him would yield no favorable outcome. The water in the tub was barely warm, intentionally so, for he sought to torment her. Resigned to his whims, she stepped into the tub, her dress instantly soaked, the cold water causing her skin to prickle as every pore reacted to the chill. She was submerged in the cold water, slowly descending. The water gradually enveloped her shoulders, her chin, and her lips. Finally, it rose past her nose and eyes. The cold water stimulated her scalp, making her feel as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Uncertain of how long her face had vanished beneath the surface, a man's large hand pulled her out. Nianchu, Nianchu." He patted her face, "Stop pretending to be dead. I tell you, the account is not settled yet." The woman offered no response. She lay still, as if lifeless, with water filling her eye sockets and ears. Gu Xiaoting panicked, reaching to check for breath, his pupils constricting sharply. She was not breathing. She was as serene as a corpse. No, she was indeed a corpse now. Nianchu, wake up, wake up. Nianchu, I did not permit you to die. You cannot leave me. The woman remained quiet, as cold as a slumbering beauty. Her body temperature was shockingly low. In a frenzy, he lifted her from the bathroom and laid her on the floor, performing CPR. I will not allow you to die. I forbid it. Come back to life, breathe. Do you hear me? His eyes were red, his lips trembling. He took a deep breath, leaned down, and exhaled into her lungs. Nianchu, I have promised you to spare your brother. You cannot die on me. Awaken. Wake up, please, I beg you. Do not be a coward. Come back to me. He was unaware of how many cycles he had completed. Time and again, his hands did not dare to cease. Until finally, she emitted a faint cough. As the water was expelled from her mouth, she managed a weak breath. His heart, clenched so tightly it felt as if it could not beat, finally fluttered. Nianchu, I knew you wouldn't dare die. Nianchu felt weak, her consciousness hazy. Gu shouting called for an ambulance, and she was once again admitted to the hospital. She thought this time she would surely descend into hell, yet she survived. Gu Shouting's secretary sat across from her, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed. Madam Gu, your frequency of hospital visits is quite alarming. You need not quarrel with President Gu. He is only acting in the interest of Gu Corporation. If Gu Corporation were to falter, you, as Madam Gu, would also lose your lavish lifestyle, would you not? Secretary Zhong's words were sharp, as if attributing all blame to her. Nianchu had no words for this secretary. She cast a disinterested glance at her before returning her gaze. Noticing her silence, Secretary Zhong continued, Last night, President Li was furious, and the contract was not signed. I find it quite strange. Having already left with him, why return? Do you understand how crucial that land is for Gu Corporation? It is a 100 billion project, the lifeblood for thousands of employees. Secretary Zhong grew increasingly agitated, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. You are truly too reckless. Nianchu smilet faintly. Secretary Zhong interpreted this smile as indifference, resulting in an even harsher tone. Of course, you do not work at Gu Corporation, so you cannot comprehend the depths of our difficulties. If President Li sells that land to our competitor, Gu Corporation will lose many projects. It is a matter that affects everything. Even as a full-time wife, you ought to understand this, right? If Gu Corporation collapses under President Gu's leadership, you would be failing the ancestors of the Gu family, wouldn't you? It is surprising that you can still smile. Chapter 43. Bloodstains. Nianchu furrowed her brow coldly, glancing at Secretary Zhong. You truly are a good secretary for Gu Shouting, always considering the interests of Gu Corporation. One might think you're the mistress of Gu Corporation. If your grievances stem from not receiving a substantial bonus, I can understand, but there is no need to be sarcastic with me. Secretary Zhong's expression suddenly shifted to one of embarrassment. If this land contract were signed, she would indeed receive a considerable bonus. She did not deny that her anger stemmed partly from this. Yet, she was unwilling to admit this to someone like Nianchu. In her self-perception, despite Nianchu being Madame Gu, she considered herself superior in every regard. Madame Gu, you jest. Having been by President Gu's side for many years, I have long considered Gu Corporation my home. If there are matters at home, would I not be anxious? Secretary Zhong stood up, reiterating the same line as last time. President Gu is very busy and cannot spare time for you. If you need anything, call me. I already gave you my business card. Nianchu fell silent again. Secretary Zhong shot her a disdainful glance before preparing to leave the hospital room. Just then, a nurse entered to administer in 4, stopping Secretary Zhong. Family members need to leave someone. She requires care. Find her a caregiver from your hospital. The cost will be added to the hospitalization bill. Secretary Zhong coldly replied before walking away. The nurse couldn't help but protest. How can you do this? No one responded. The woman in the hospital bed murmured. It's fine, I can manage myself. The nurse said nothing further, merely sighed softly, and after administering the 4, exited. Nianchu felt a burning pain all over her body. Every inch of her skin seemed to be torn. No matter how she turned, discomfort prevailed. She chose to sit still. She was in a standard ward, which lacked even a bathroom. Nianchu wanted to relieve herself, and, holding the 4 stand, attempted to walk out. Just a few steps in, she heard someone calling her name. Nian. She turned to see Chung Man. Are you unwell? Chung Man quickly reached out to take the 4 stand from her. Why is no one taking care of you? It's nothing serious. She glanced at the food container Chung Man was holding. Is someone in your family hospitalized? My mother-in-law is feeling a bit unwell. Oldie asked me to bring her food. She's quite picky. Chengman casually replied. As people age, their stomachs and intestines do become weaker. Does President Gu not have time to care for you? Chung Man was puzzled. Gu Xiaoting was a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. Even if he was busy, he should at least send someone to look after his sick wife. This neglect was truly unacceptable. Nianchu forced a smile. She could not respond, so she chose silence. Do you need to go to the restroom? Chung Man steadied Nianchu, who was unsteady on her feet. Are your feet hurting too? I see you swaying as you walk. Not really, thank you. Nianchu looked considerably haggard. Chung Man felt a pang of sympathy. After returning from the restroom, she sat for a while in Nianchu's ward. Nian, is President Gu not treating you well? She was unsure if her guess was correct. Her concern stemmed from genuinely considering Nianchu her best friend. Nianchu disliked sharing such distressing family matters, even with childhood friend Song Qingzi. She seldom spoke of it. She did not want to burden others or add to their worries. It's just as it is. What do you mean by just as it is? She looked at the red marks on Nianchu's neck and arms, her pupils constricting tightly. Is he abusing you? Does he hit you? No. Nianchu lowered her gaze, suppressing the torrent of emotions. Chengman instantly understood. As a woman, how could she not empathize with her struggles? Leave him, really? No matter how handsome or wealthy such a man is, we should not keep him. I can help you find a lawyer. Chung Man's words echoed Song Qingzi's sentiments. Nianchu felt warmth in her heart. Chung Man, my life with Gu Xiaoting, is indeed unhappy, but I cannot leave him now. Why not? Marriage is free now. If he doesn't want a divorce, then file for one. Are you afraid of losing assets? Nianchu shook her head gently. It's not that. Chung Man observed Nianchu's hesitant demeanor. Understood. She harbors many matters that are inconvenient to articulate. With a soft sigh, I recalled that day you visited our home. Your hand wrapped in bandages. I should have anticipated it. Nianchu fell into silence. Chung Man, filled with compassion, grasped her hand, urging her to speak freely if she needed assistance. Truly, she should not continue cohabiting with such a person, for it would irrevocably ruin her life. Just as Chung Man finished her statement, Gu Xiaoting entered the room, having overheard part of their conversation, his countenance grim. Chung Man cast a glance at him, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented disdain, and without exchanging pleasantries, she turned to Nianchu, advising her to seriously contemplate the matter she had mentioned before taking her leave. After Chung Man departed, Gu Xiaoting's dark gaze fixed upon the woman in the hospital bed. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled, demanding to know what nonsense she had been discussing with Chung Man. Nianchu was taken aback, setting aside the fact that she had said nothing of consequence. Even if she had, it was merely the truth. What was he accusing her of? Was Mr. Gu concerned about his pristine reputation? Rest assured, others are well aware of the kind of man you are. What kind of man am I? He asked, his brow furrowing, his expression stormy. Nianchu turned her face away, wishing to avoid conflict. His presence alone rendered the atmosphere tense, for she could not predict when he might erupt into madness. In the face of such insanity, silence was the wisest option. Nianchu ceased speaking, while Gu Xiaoting continued to observe her, one evading, the other pursuing. Exhausted, she declared, I wish to rest for a while. Sleep if you wish. I will keep an eye on your four. He finally uttered a semblance of normalcy. It was merely that, a single utterance. When Nianchu awoke, a nurse was replacing her fore bag, the needle having bled back. Had she slept so deeply that she forgot she was still receiving fluids? Was Gu Xiaoting gone? An unspoken mockery welled up within her. Perhaps it was indeed her fault. The nurse adjusted the drip rate, jotting down the time on her chart. When she glanced over, someone was present, and she assumed he would ring the bell. Unexpectedly, he had slipped away without a word. I apologize for the trouble. Nianchu felt a pang of embarrassment. The nurse reassured her, it's nothing. Just take care of yourself. Don't sleep now. Wait until the 4 is complete. Very well. Nianchu lost her desire to sleep, fixating on the 4 until it finally finished. When the nurse came to remove the needle, she inquired, can I be discharged? Chapter 44. I thought he gave you a leg, fearing the nurse might misunderstand. Nianchu added, I will return first thing in the morning. Are you sure your body is ready for that? The nurse looked at her with concern. I wouldn't recommend going home just yet. I haven't been sleeping well in the hospital. She casually fabricated an excuse. The nurse didn't press her further, suggesting. Then please sign a leave request for the doctor to approve. You must return for the 4 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Upon exiting the hospital, Nianchu called Song Qingzi and took a cab to her apartment. Tao had already been brought back. He appeared dazed, sometimes silent, sometimes grinning foolishly. Montak Ta, do you still recognize your sister? Nianchu gazed at her brother, her heart aching. Song Qingzi patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. I have scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist for tomorrow to assess his condition and discuss the next steps for treatment. It seemed that this was the only course of action available now. Nevertheless, it was the best outcome possible. Gu Xiaoding had not broken his promise. Qingzi, I am genuinely afraid Gu Xiaoding might go back on his word. What if one day he sends Tao off to some dreadful place, and we never see him again? Would he really do that? Song Qingzi wasn't familiar with Gu Xiaoding. However, judging by his treatment of Nianchu, he was certainly capable of such madness. Nianchu now only wished to protect Tao. Qingzi, I have an idea. Speak. I want to sell the house my parents left behind. Song Qingzi was taken aback. Why sell the house? Where will you live in the future? I have no intention of staying in Jiangqing. Her eyes dimmed. She had lost all affection for this city. Departing was inevitable. It was her final choice. Song Qingzi felt a pang of sadness. Only Gu Xiaoding could drive a woman to such despair. I understand. Wherever you choose to go, I will support you. I can help you sell the house. Nianchu nodded, offering a grateful smile. Thank you, Qingzi. There's no need for gratitude. I simply wish for you to live well. I will. The woman, battered and bruised, had already lost the luster in her eyes. She was not inherently this way. Though her adoptive parents were often preoccupied with work and provided little companionship, she had been raised in comfort. Her disposition was once bright and generous, and she had approached life with sincere kindness. Yet, she no longer recognized when she had transformed into this submissive figure. Perhaps it began on the day she married Gu Xiaoding. Love can invigorate a person, filling them with vitality and brilliance, or it can plunge them into the depths of despair from which there is no escape. She belonged to the latter. Let us not dwell on me. She picked up her phone, transferring all the money in her account to Song Qingzi. I know this amount is far from sufficient for Tao's treatment. I will find a way to secure another job. I don't want your money. Song Qingzi insisted, returning the funds. Nianchu returned to Gu Xiaoding's side. Life was arduous, and she couldn't afford to be without even a penny. Qingzi. She hoped Song Qingzi would accept it. Song Qingzi resolutely refused. When you finally leave that maniac Gu Xiaoding, you can repay me then, and I will not hold back. Very well. Nianchu meticulously noted her debt to Song Qingzi, vowing to repay it tenfold when she was capable. Nianchu spent a night at Song Qingzi's home. During that time, she bathed Tao, trimmed his hair, and shaved his face, dressing him in clean clothes. His sleep was often restless, waking frequently, and Nianchu stayed by his side throughout the night, scarcely resting. In the morning, Nianchu returned to the hospital, having spent nearly a week there alone. Gu Xiaoding had not shown his face, nor had Secretary Zhong. Throughout that week, the television in her hospital room broadcast numerous reports about Gu Corporation. It was through the news that she learned Li Rui had indeed sold that piece of land to Gu Corporation's rival. The dissatisfaction towards Gu Xiaoding within the corporation had reached a boiling point. She wondered if Gu Xiaoding would hold her accountable for this. But what did it matter? He was the one who had coerced her into submission. Today, you seem much improved, the nurse remarked as she entered, a smile adorning her face. Yes, I am preparing for discharge. That is feasible. The nurse handed her medication and casually mentioned, there's a patient being transferred here today. The gentleman accompanying her seems to be the same one who visited you that day. A gentleman? The only one who had come to see her was Gu Xiaoding. Is the transfer for surgery, or... They say this woman was recently stabbed and nearly suffered a cardiac injury. She requires a thorough examination. The nurse shrugged. This woman has already been examined in multiple hospitals. Her reports are quite extensive. One wonders what more she hopes to uncover. Perhaps wealthy individuals simply value their lives more. Afraid of death? When Lin Xiaowan had attacked her, she showed no mercy. Gu Xiaoding had ample wealth. He was willing to spend both time and money indulging Lin Xiaowan's whims, while others could do nothing about it. Perhaps, the nurse replied. You can come find me shortly, and I will prepare your discharge paperwork. Okay. Nianchu was recovering well. She gathered her belongings and, with her bag slung over her shoulder, exited the hospital room. As she processed her discharge, Gu Xiaoding emerged from the VIP room, pushing Lin Xiaowan before him. Upon seeing Nianchu, Lin Xiaowan visibly froze. She turned to Gu Xiaoding and said, "Xiaoding, could you please fetch the report for me?" Gu Xiaoding glanced at Nianchu before turning away with a scowl. Ling Xiaowan aphoachet montak Nianchu. So, you're hospitalized too? Nianchu, you should rein in your aspirations. What good can you gain from emulating me? Shouting wouldn't he pity you? Her slender fingers lightly caressed her wheelchair. Look at this wheelchair, imported from abroad, costing over 100,000. It was a gift from Xiaoding. Lin Xiaowan relished finding a sense of existence through Nianchu, especially in Xiaoding's absence, when she unabashedly exposed her sinister and wretched nature. Nianchu chose to ignore her, yet she refused to indulge her. You find such satisfaction in your sense of self-importance. I thought he gifted you a pair of legs to bring you such joy. Lin Xiaowan's expression shifted instantaneously. Nianchu took the slip from the nurse and stepped forward. Do wear my tattered shoes well. Please don't return them. I fear athlete's foot. You. Lin Xiaowan's face twisted in anger. Nianchu raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. It wasn't that she lacked the words to retort Lin Xiaowan. More often than not, she found herself restrained from expressing her emotions freely. Lin Xiaowan stood behind Gu Xiaoding, while she remained but a pitiful creature under constraint. Turning around, she spotted Gu Xiaoding standing behind her, his expression grim. What did you just say? Chapter 45, Ambiguity, Intimacy, and Unrestrainedness. Nianchu cast him a cold glance, refraining from answering his question, and departed. The hospital called, asking her to come in, stating that Bai Yuling had shown signs of awakening. She hailed a cab to the local hospital. On the way, she received a call from Fei Liangzheng. Nianchu, has the doctor informed you? There has been significant progress with your mother's condition. I'm heading to the hospital now. Nianchu's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. I will be there shortly. Let us meet and discuss. All right. A determined light flickered in Nianchu's eyes, filled with hope, yearning, and confidence for the future. Now that her brother had been rescued, if her mother's condition improved, she would undoubtedly seek a divorce from Gu Xiaoding. Her breathing grew erratic, heart racing, as she walked briskly into the hospital. Senior brother, this is truly fantastic news. Fei Liangzheng, having arrived a bit earlier, awaited her, his face aglow with excitement. He had been involved throughout this project, never anticipating such swift results. Indeed, I received the call and was overjoyed, but Nianchu expressed her concerns. My mother has been in a coma for so long, what if? Her mind should be intact. Don't worry excessively. They entered the doctor's office together. The doctor responsible for the project presented Nianchu with a PowerPoint detailing Bai Yuling's reactions during this period. After concluding, Fei Liangzheng inquired, "Shall we go see your mother first?" "Of course, I can hardly wait." They proceeded to the ward where Bai Yuling lay, attended by dedicated nursing staff and connected to various monitoring devices. Previously, no matter how Nianchu called out to her, there had been no response. Now, however, when her name was called, her eyelids flickered. For someone who had been in a persistent coma, this was nothing short of a miracle. Nianchu's eyes brimmed with tears. Fei Liangzheng gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Don't be too excited. Everything will turn out well." In a laboratory, they were not allowed to linger too long. Once outside, Fei Liangzheng conversed with Nianchu, discussing health matters, as he was a doctor. "I have a classmate who specializes in gynecology. I shared your mother's condition with her, and she believes there is hope for treatment." Fei Liangzheng's reasoning was straightforward. Once Nianchu became pregnant, the antibodies in her blood would serve as her greatest shield. The Gu family, after all, would spare no expense to ensure the survival of their patriarch. Even if the Gu family eventually showed mercy and released her, her body would remain her own, with plenty of time ahead. Yet, Nianchu shook her head. "No, thank you. You're still young. There are many possibilities. Senior brother, I do not wish to become pregnant, nor do I want to bear Gu Xiaoding's child." Her prior longing for pregnancy had transformed into outright aversion. "Please, do not worry about this matter." The weight of her resistance left Fei Liangzheng feeling somewhat awkward. He decided to change the subject. "I will no longer be the family doctor for the Gu family. Once this project concludes, I will return to work at our family hospital." "Really? What about the old man's condition?" "The Gu family certainly has no shortage of excellent doctors." He sighed, hands in his pockets, gazing longingly into the distance. "Xiaoding is no longer the person I once knew. Leaving sooner would be better for him, for me, and for everyone. From now on, you need not shy away from me. If you require assistance, please feel free to ask. He turned to Nianchu, his eyes glimmering with unspoken hope. Nianchu did not meet his gaze, merely smiling faintly and nodding. Fei Liangzheng offered to drive Nianchu home, and she accepted. Along the way, she inquired most about her mother's awakening and the recovery of her physical functions. She even asked about Mo Tao's potential for recovery. Fei Liangzheng answered all her questions patiently and gently. Occasionally, they reminisced about their school days. At a traffic light, Nianchu's phone slipped to the floor. She unfastened her seatbelt and bent down to retrieve it. As she struggled to rebuckle the seatbelt, it refused to cooperate. Observing this, Fei Liangzheng reached over to assist her, securing the seatbelt with ease. This scene, however, caught the attention of a man in a car approaching from the opposite direction. From his vantage point, it appeared as though Fei Liangzheng was wholly leaning over Nianchu, creating an ambiguous and intimate atmosphere, devoid of restraint. Was there a kiss, a romantic encounter, or merely speculation? The man could only guess. He hastily swerved his vehicle, closely tailing Fei Liangzheng's car. Nianchu did not ask Fei Liangzheng to drop her off directly at the Gu residence. Instead, she instructed him to stop at the intersection. Senior brother, thank you for bringing me back. I appreciate your concern for my mother's project. I eagerly anticipate the day she opens her eyes and speaks to me. Rest assured, that day will arrive very soon. After bidding farewell to Fei Liangzheng, Nianchu returned to the Gu residence. The house was tranquil, devoid of Gu shouting and Lin Xiaowan, the air feeling much fresher. However, just as she changed out of her shoes, Gu shouting's car drove in. The butler hurriedly fetched slippers, waiting at the door. The man said nothing, not even bothering to change his shoes, striding directly behind Nianchu, gripping her wrist and pulling her upstairs. What madness are you up to now? Each time she improved, even slightly, he treated her with rudeness, as if fearing she might enjoy a single day of peace. Having found another home, she had gained some resolve. He tightened his grip on her wrist. Nianchu, what exactly are you scheming? I do not understand what you are saying. Don't understand? He scoffed, leaning closer, his gaze piercing into her trembling eyes. Where did you go after leaving the hospital? Off to date your dear senior brother, I presume? Nianchu met his gaze, a deep-seated loathing surging within her. He spent every day with Lin Xiaowan, engaging in whatever pleases them. Yet the moment she spoke to Fei Liangzheng, it felt as though she had committed a grave sin. Did a man and a woman being together equate to a date? What should she make of Mr. Gu's intimate relationship with Lin Xiaowan? She glared at him defiantly. It is neither jealousy nor envy. Rather, it is a sense of injustice for oneself. He does not love her at all, yet he is consumed by suspicion. If he is concerned about appearances for the sake of family, he ought to manage himself better. Are you questioning me? He glared at her, throwing her heavily onto the bed. Nianchu, I do not find you dirty. I have already given you enough face. Do you still have the right to question me? She seemed resigned to her fate. In his heart, it no longer mattered what kind of woman she was. As he pressed upon her, he coldly moved his lips. Am I so filthy that Mr. Gu fears catching a disease? Dare you claim you have not been with Fei Liangzheng? Did Li Rue not sleep with you? Nianchu, can you honestly say that you are worthy of me? The man's eyes turned crimson as he seized her clothing and tore it fiercely. Dare you speak? Chapter 46. Who is more powerful? A chill swept over her, and her heart grew cold. Nianchu frowned and let out a cold laugh. She was not afraid to speak. She simply found it beneath her dignity. She had lost the desire to present her innocence to him and plead for him not to misunderstand her. Gu shouting, why must we be entangled like this? Do you not find it painful and tedious? Truly, let us divorce. Gu shouting was momentarily taken aback. He had thought she would never broach the subject of divorce again. Was it because of Fei Liangzheng? Or perhaps another man? What? Mrs. Gu has grown tired and wishes to become Mrs. Fei. Or perhaps Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Li. Do you wish to be any of those? His words dripped with sarcasm, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. The curve of his lips betrayed mockery and disdain. Nianchu's gaze fell as she pulled a garment to shield herself and calmly regarded the man before her. Even if I owe Lin Xiaowan an immense debt, I have nearly repaid it. Please, spare me, spare our family. I will be grateful to you. Would you not consider it? Is it not a fitting end for you? He gazed at her, his contempt piercing like a knife, aimed directly at her. It no longer mattered. she felt no pain. As long as she could escape, she would not complain, even if it meant having only a breath left. Indeed, I deserve this fate, but do my family members also deserve it? Had I known that marrying you would lead to such a conclusion, I would never have chosen love. It appeared that Mrs. Gu had fallen for another. She had no time to explain, resolutely stating, "Let be as if I have fallen for another." Say that again. His dark eyes narrowed, and he seized her neck, demanding, "Dare you say it once more?" Her face grew tighter from lack of breath. Her beautiful eyes, filled with resentment, remained locked onto his. Gu shouting, "Do you forget how you trapped my father? Do you not recall how you drove Mo Tao to madness? How have you treated me in these 2 years of marriage? Have you forgotten?" Her eyes shimmered with redness, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had never harbored such hatred for anyone. This was her first confrontation with him, a resolve that radiated a sense of desperation. "At worst, just kill me. I fear nothing now." The man's grip loosened at her words, his elongated gaze betraying a complex surprise. "Why was Mo Tao sent away? Did I not already explain? Your father was reported for his unscrupulous actions." He casually explained, as if it were a matter of course, devoid of any personal connection to him. Mo Nianchu's tear-filled eyes reflected disappointment. She understood he would never admit it. Whether Mo Tao had assaulted Lin Xiaowan, she would investigate herself. As for her father's arrest and death in prison, she would uncover the truth. Gu shouting detested Mo Nianchu's defiance, tightening his grip on her chin. "If you seek to settle scores with me, you are not worthy. You best obediently remain as Mrs. Gu at home, or else, she understood. Her family would not be safe." Mo Nianchu glared at him, her rosy lips tightly pressed together, her trembling teeth nearly biting through her lip. He gripped her delicate face, forcing her to relent, then kissed her. His tongue invaded her mouth, entangling with hers. "Be good, listen to me, His tone softened. Mo Nianchu was not swayed by such tactics, striking him with her fists in resistance. However, her strength was insufficient. To him, it resembled mere flirtation. The man grew increasingly excited, their breaths mingling as he bit her earlobe and demanded, "Who is more powerful, me or Fei Liangzheng?" Mo Nianchu could not answer. Faced with such a twisted question, she gritted her teeth, letting him ponder it himself. Her silence only fueled his madness as he pressed against her, skin hot against skin, insisting, "Who is more powerful? Who can satisfy you more? Speak." She remained mute. He continued to torment her in various ways, and in the end, he extracted no answers from her. Breathless, he nibbled at her neck, saying, "I heard the treatment for your mother is progressing well. She is regaining consciousness, is she not?" Mo Nianchu felt a surge of dread. She feared Gu shouting would interfere with this matter. "I beg you." "Beg me for what?" His large hand caressed her waist gently. "Beg me, do not target someone who is already unconscious. After all, my mother raised Lin Xiaowan. She has done no wrong." He scoffed, playfully leaning close to her ear. "Then tell me, who can satisfy you more, me or Fei Liangzheng?" His obsession with an answer was evident, a mere manifestation of a man's wounded pride. Cornered, she reluctantly replied, You, and he have indeed been together, have you not?" He suddenly exploded with anger. Pushing her away violently, his expression twisted. "Mo Nianchu, how dare you betray me? You will pay dearly for this." Mo Nianchu's eyes trembled. Was this not the answer he sought? "Mo Nianchu, you're truly something." He snapped his fingers at her, leaving the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. The force of it left her heart aching. Mo Nianchu was bewildered. Had he not desired to hear this? Why had he gone mad? Soon, the car roared out of Gu's residence. Mo Nianchu curled up slowly, hugging her knees, sobbing softly. For 2 consecutive days, Gu shouting had sent no news. Mo Nianchu felt increasingly anxious. She called the hospital daily to inquire about her mother's treatment progress, receiving assurances that everything was going smoothly. She had also contacted Fei Liangzheng, who was involved in the project and did not mention anything else. Her heart began to ease. She thought that Gu shouting's anger had subsided. Perhaps she could apologize and, against her better judgment, placate him. If she could make him happy, he might not hold her accountable for anything. After all, she truly could not endure his revenge. On the morning of the 3rd day, she arose early, deliberately choosing a garment that Gu shouting favored. She applied elegant makeup, preparing to visit Gu Corporation. In her hands was a box of delicacies she had personally crafted. From preparation to baking, it had taken her nearly 2 hours, and the aroma was delightful. Before leaving, she checked her reflection in the mirror and found her complexion radiant, resembling a blooming hibiscus flower, dazzlingly beautiful. As soon as she got into the car, she received a call from Zinni Hospital. "Hello, Miss Amo, please come to the hospital. There has been an unexpected issue with the project regarding your mother." Amo Nianchu felt a stab of pain, an ominous premonition washing over her. "What has happened to my mother?" Chapter 47. "You are a beast." The doctor did not elaborate on the phone, yet the urgency and helplessness in his tone, even tinged with regret, left her with an abundance of unsettling imaginings. In a state of panic, she urged the taxi driver, "Master, to Zinni Hospital, quickly." Upon reaching the hospital, before the car had come to a complete stop, she clutched her bag and the box of cookies for Goose shouting and rushed out. Today, Zinni Hospital felt different from usual. There were numerous staff members bustling in and out. She couldn't afford to dwell on her thoughts and hurried to the office of Dr. Chun, who was responsible for the project. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Dr. Chun looked up, stood, and guided her to the adjacent room, his lips pressed together in a gesture of difficulty and apology. "Miss Mo, regarding your mother's project." "What about my mother's project?" she pressed. "Dr. Chun, just speak plainly." Her gaze trembled as it met the doctor's, her heart pounding anxiously. The uncertainty of the future left her legs feeling weak. Dr. Chun sighed softly. "When you arrived, you must have noticed the many staff members. The hospital has been acquired, so the project is temporarily halted." Her mother's project, at such a critical juncture, being abruptly interrupted, could lead to a deterioration of her condition. There was a possibility that it could result in death. Amo Nianchu was unclear about the procedures surrounding the hospital's acquisition. Had there been no prior news? If the project was suddenly halted and someone died, who would be held accountable? "Dr. Chun, does the hospital's acquisition necessitate a suspension of the project? Are there no alternative solutions? You're aware of my mother's condition. If the project is interrupted, it could be disastrous." The doctor understood the gravity of the situation more than anyone else, but some matters were beyond the purview of a mere physician. "Miss Amo, perhaps you could call Dr. Fei. He leads this project. See if there is any hope for resuming it." Fei Liangzheng. Of course. How could she have forgotten him? Amo Nianchu exited the doctor's office and called Fei Liangzheng. He had just received the news and was contemplating solutions. "Don't worry. I'll head to the hospital right away to assess the situation. We were not informed about the acquisition beforehand. It was all too sudden. Senior brother, I'll wait for you." "All right." Clutching her phone, Amo Nianchu anxiously paced between the doctor's office door and her mother's laboratory. Soon, Fei Liangzheng arrived, appearing disheveled. "Senior brother, this acquisition has indeed taken us by surprise, but don't worry. There will surely be a viable solution," he reassured her, instilling a modicum of hope in Amo Nianchu. Her primary concern was whether her mother's condition would worsen overnight. "My mother is still on medication. Even if the project is to be halted, there should be a process. I will communicate with the team to see if we can delay the withdrawal of related research. The most urgent matter now is to discuss the project with the company that acquired the hospital." Amo Nianchu nodded in agreement with Fei Liangzheng's words. Currently, he was the only one with potential solutions. "Senior brother, thank you. There is no need for formality. Come, let's go to my office and find out which company acquired us." "All right." Amo Nianchu followed him into his office. Following the acquisition, numerous personnel changes were underway, and everyone was busy organizing their belongings. Dr. Chun entered, holding a document. "Dr. Fei, the hospital has been acquired by a company called Thunder." Thunder Company was no stranger to the people of Jiangxing. This firm primarily focused on acquisitions and investments across diverse industries, boasting substantial strength and a long-standing presence in Jiangxing. Over the past year, they had frequently made headlines with their various activities. "Who is the owner?" Fei Liangzheng inquired. Dr. Chin shook his head. "I don't know. Nobody has seen the owner." "Understood. You may return to your duties." Amo Nianchu felt a surge of anxiety. "Senior brother, if we knew who the owner was, perhaps we could negotiate to continue the project?" At this juncture, that was the only viable path. The research project was influenced by multiple factors. If the hospital did not provide a venue, the foreign side would cease authorization. Once the project was shelved, restarting it would be exceedingly challenging. It was akin to having signed a contract, only to unilaterally terminate it, resulting in a breach of trust, rendering future collaborations nearly impossible. He gestured for Amo Nianchu to remain calm. "I will call the foreign team to inquire about the situation and see if we can transfer the project to another hospital. perhaps to one under the Fei family, to continue. This prospect rekindled hope in Nianchu. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. If that were possible, it would be wonderful. Fei Liangzheng made the call, and Nianchu waited anxiously. Upon his return, his brow remained furrowed. They informed me that this project applied for discontinuation this morning. The breach fee has already been transferred to the foreign Team S account. The project has been halted. It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her, leaving Nianchu's mind blank. She weakened and nearly fell. Fei Liangzheng hurriedly supported her. This shouldn't have happened so quickly. Yet, the events that were not supposed to transpire had indeed occurred, and there was no chance to alter the outcome. Tears brimmed in her eyes. The interruption of this project meant her mother's chances of survival had become exceedingly slim. He gently patted her back. This outcome was not what anyone wished to see. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Gu Xiaoting entered, accompanied by Zhong Shui, who carried a thick stack of documents. Dr. Fei, please sign the discontinuation notice for Bai Yuling's project. The group requires a backup. Fei Liangzheng looked at the document in shock, then turned to Gu Xiaoting in disbelief. It's you? Thunder Group belongs to you? How could it be Gu Xiaoting? If it were truly him, why would he halt the project? Nianchu, her eyes reddened, turned to the man. It's you. You acquired Zini Hospital? You are the one who interrupted my mother's project. Hatred surged within her, and she stepped forward, forcefully throwing the exquisite tin box of cookies she had made for him at his feet. The box shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering the cartoon-shaped cookies everywhere. The man remained expressionless as he locked eyes with her. You are a beast. She grasped his shirt, tearing at it. What is your purpose in doing this? Why are you doing this? Gu Xiaoting, tell me why. Mrs. Gu, please don't be so agitated. Zhong Shui attempted to push Nianchu aside, but was instead shoved away. Get away from me. Pain tore through her, and tears began to flow. The depths of her despair were filled with a painful judgment of the man before her. Why, Gu Xiaoting, why? He gripped her hand tightly, his gaze cold. Why? You don't understand? You don't know what you did? Nianchu, you admitted to sleeping with him. Gu Xiaoting's finger pointed accusingly at Fei Liangzheng. Fei Liangzheng was taken aback. How did he become involved in this? Shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Ask her if she ever mentioned sleeping with you? Gu Xiaoting tightened his grip on Nianchu, drawing her closer to Fei Liangzheng. Fei Liangzheng, I considered you a brother. How could you sleep with my wife? I would never do such a thing. Fei Liangzheng denied it vehemently. He could not believe that Nianchu would jest about such matters. There had to be a misunderstanding. He knew her well. Gu Xiaoting had no interest in hearing Fei Liangzheng's explanation. He gripped the back of Nianchu's head, forcing her to face Fei Liangzheng. Montak Nianchu, the best expression of love is a burial. Let your mother accompany your love to the grave. With a forceful shove, he pushed Nianchu into Fei Liangzheng's arms. Fei Liangzheng instinctively caught her, rising in indignation. Gu Xiaoting, are you never going to stop? Such matters cannot be tossed around lightly. Do you not think your actions are excessive? Even if you are at odds with Nianchu, the patient is your mother-in-law. If she wishes to consider me as her man, she should not be frolicking with you. The muscles on the man's face quivered as he gazed at Nianchu. I tell you, this is merely the beginning. Beginning? Merely because she uttered a lie in desperation while in bed? His revenge is so frenzied. She looked at his extraordinary visage and suddenly smiled. She had never harbored such hatred for anyone. She loathed her own impotence and fragility even more. She forced herself to stifle her tears, suppressing the tumultuous pain within, and approached Gu Xiaoting once more. Is it only when I am dead that you will cease? Her voice was as faint as ashes. Fei Liangzheng felt a chill in his heart. Yet Gu Xiaoting remained astonishingly calm, a sneer playing on his lips. His smile was laced with disdain, contempt, and scorn. He knew her ties were too numerous. Death was not so simple. He offered no answer to Nianchu, turned, and left with his hands in his pockets. Zhong Shui hurriedly followed, Guzong. Just as she caught up, Gu Xiaoting raised his hand and delivered a sharp, forceful slap to her face. Who told you to terminate the project with a foreign side? Zhong Shui was struck, her vision momentarily blurred. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes. She had acted on her own accord, but she thought it was only a matter of time. Guzong, I just felt that. In the future, without my approval, if you dare make decisions on your own, pack your things and leave. I understand. Zhong Shui covered her swollen left cheek and slowly followed Gu Xiaoting out. In the office, Fei Liangzheng handed Nianchu a tissue. Even if the project is recalled and the medication is no longer provided, I'll find other ways. Do not worry too much. I will not allow Aunt to leave like this. Nianchu cast a grateful glance at Fei Liangzheng, then lowered her eyes in despondency. You have seen it. Gu Xiaoting is a madman. I am truly frightened, afraid he will take revenge on you too. If that happens, I would feel unbearably guilty. I do not wish to implicate anyone. You need not worry about me. How can you retaliate against me? It would merely be a physical altercation. Fei Liangzheng had grown up alongside Gu Xiaoting. Although Gu Xiaoting had become unreasonable, he was not inherently like this. He chuckled. I can hold my own against him. Though it was said in jest, Nianchu still felt a pang of guilt. After she and Fei Liangzheng departed, Gu Xiaoting returned to the office alone. The iron box remained on the floor, the cookies inside, still lying quiet. He picked up the box, a pink cartoon-shaped container reeking of youthful spirit. The colorful cookies inside had eyes and ears crafted with lifelike detail, clearly made with effort. If it were not for today's events, would she have appeared before him, offering him cookies and saying things to soothe him? He took a cookie and placed it in his mouth. A rich aroma instantly filled his mouth, and he chewed contentedly, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. He carefully stored the remaining cookies and took them with him back to the Gu residence. Nianchu retrieved the previously printed divorce agreement and stared at the few scant words on it, her heart unexpectedly calm. Oh, you're back. Lin Xiaowan's mocking voice rang out. Nianchu placed the divorce agreement back in her bag and lifted her gaze. This is my home. Not for long. Lin Xiaowan leaned on her cane, excitement gleaming on her face. Let me be honest with you. Uncle Gu visited me today. He had a master calculate the birth dates for Xiaoting and me, claiming I bring good fortune to him. Quite fitting, a broken pot matches a broken lid. Nianchu scoffed. Lin Xiaowan glared at her, seething with anger. You're just jealous. Oh no, wait, you should prepare for your demise. The old man will soon need a blood transfusion again. Just wait to be drained dry and die. Lin Xiaowan's curse did not faze Nianchu in the slightest. If curses could kill, Gu Xiaoting would have died hundreds of times over. Lin Xiaowan, as long as I am alive, you will always be the hidden mistress. You. Just then, Gu Xiaoting walked in. Lin Xiaowan immediately burst into tears, shouting, You're back. He ignored her theatrical expressions and turned his gaze to Nianchu. Come with me to the study. I need to discuss your mother's project with you. It was rare to see Gu Xiaoting so serious. Nianchu, who initially planned to ignore him, hesitated but ultimately followed. Close the door, he instructed. Nianchu turned to shut the door, and when she turned back, the man stood very close, nearly touching her nose with his. She turned her face away. Mr. Gu, weren't you going to discuss my mother's project? Are you hating me? She found it amusing. Isn't it quite normal to hate you? What if I said I could assist in restarting the project? Would you still hate me? Nianchu was taken aback. What does he mean? Restart the project? Once halted, it is nearly impossible to resume. If it were to be restarted, it would require more than just paying the breach of contract fees. It would demand a considerable investment of resources and manpower. Do you think I would believe you? Chapter 49. If not born, then why cry? What other choice do you have besides believing me? His large hand rested against the door frame, leaning in so closely that their noses nearly touched. Do you think Fei Liangzheng can help you? He can only get your mother into his hospital, prolonging her life a little longer. Acquiring a hospital and cutting off the project is merely to ensure my mother's demise, just as you wish. Revenge has been exacted. Now, he comes to speak of restarting the project. What is he playing at? Is it merely a game with her? She gazed into his eyes, attempting to decipher the meaning behind his gaze, but she could not comprehend him. Restart the project? What is your true intention? She recalled Lin Xiaowan's earlier remarks and could not help but sneer. If it's still about grandfather's affairs, you need not go through such elaborate measures. After all, I cannot escape. No, he quickly denied it. Not. Then what could it be? She found it tiresome to guess these matters. Akin to boiling a frog in warm water, a swift blow would be far more merciful. What is it? His long fingers slowly rose, aiming to touch her face. But she instinctively recoiled. His fingertips grasped at air, his displeasure evident. Is it important? Now, aside from me, who else could help you restart the project? Do you find this amusing? She could not easily agree to something she could not comprehend. Even if she was anxious, she did not want to walk to the precipice. If you must have a reason, then, have a child. His large hand gripped her slender shoulder tightly, his desire surging forth, yet his expression remained eerily calm. Pregnant? Her pupils constricted as if she had been startled, and she abruptly pushed him away. Had he forgotten that he had forced half a bottle of contraceptive pills upon her? He was the one who didn't want her to become pregnant. Yet he was also the one who desired her to bear a child. What does he take her for? Gu shouting, I cannot bear children. If you're hoping that antibodies produced from my pregnancy could extend grandfather's life by another decade, you might as well give up on that hope. A woman defiantly declaring she would not bear children. He felt deeply insulted. How would you know if you don't try? Try? She laughed mockingly, observing the man's face twisted with rage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Have you tried? Every time you pressed on me, did you take precautions? Am I pregnant? Mister. Gu, those contraceptive pills were not counterfeit. This anguish is something Gu shouting could never comprehend. He could have a child with any woman. She was different, having lost her right and opportunity to be a mother. And all of this was due to the man before her. Aren't you regretting it? With tear-filled eyes resembling a crescent moon hanging in the night sky, she exuded a heart-wrenching sorrow. It was after her pregnancy that she should have bestowed antibodies upon her grandfather before taking the child away, rather than allowing the child to remain forever absent. Gu shouting remained silent, merely gazing at her, as her tears cascaded from her eyes to the ground, shattering like his heart. He gently brushed away the tear from the corner of her eye with his long fingers. If he had never cared, why was she crying? Will you restart the project? Will you save my mother? Will you cast her into hell and then pull her back up? Each word she uttered struck him like a hammer, leaving him utterly defenseless. For 2 years of marriage, she had always been as gentle as a kitten, but now she was fiercely confrontational. This was the first time. His gaze darkened. Retreating to the desk, he lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips, unable to answer her questions. The lighter clicked, and he inhaled deeply. Haven't you always wanted to work? I found you a job. I don't need you to find me a job. She coldly rejected. He took another deep drag from the cigarette, slowly exhaling grayish-white smoke. It seems you don't want your mother to live either. What exactly do you want? She sensed Gu shouting's ulterior motives. He had misunderstood her relationship with Fei Liangzheng. He likely intended to lead her to a disgraceful fate. Do you want me to work in a brothel? In a brothel? He seemed amused by the notion. Are you adept at pleasing men, or will you grovel before them? Who would like someone as wooden as you in bed? If you don't like it, why insult me? She stubbornly wiped away her tears. What do you intend to send me? To northern Myanmar to sell your kidney, or to Dubai for scams? Are you up for it? The man, enraged, expelled smoke in her face. She coughed twice and waved away the smoke. I can't. If you can't, then obediently go to work. He picked up an employment letter from the desk and handed it to her. Report to the company tomorrow. Nianchu cast a distrustful glance at him before looking down at the paper. Gu Group Design Department. Those words burned her eyes, and she promptly returned the letter to Gu shouting. I won't go to Gu Group. His brows furrowed. During their early marriage, she had begged him more than once to let her join the design department. Now, with the opportunity laid before her, she turned it down. Isn't this the job you've always dreamed of? Nianchu pursed her lips. Indeed, it had once been her aspiration. In her naive early days of marriage, she had fancied working alongside Gu shouting as a romantic endeavor. She had submitted her resume to Gu Group multiple times, meeting all the qualifications. Yet, Gu shouting had intervened and denied her. He forbade her from working, especially at Gu Group. After that, there were no further opportunities. Now, she wished to distance herself from him, as far as possible, even to the point of never wanting to see him again. I won't go. She refused to accept such a purpose-driven job. Her persistent rejections infuriated the domineering man. He extinguished the cigarette with force, seized her arm, and pressed her onto the sofa. His hands braced beside her. If you want your mother to live, work at Gu Group. If you want her dead, then don't go. It's a choice, choose. Nianchu parted her lips. A choice? It seemed she had never truly had one. What is your purpose in wanting me to work at Gu Group? She met his gaze directly. Within those dark depths lay an unfathomable abyss. She could not discern his intentions. He chuckled lightly, mockingly. I'm curious to see how you would date other men right under my nose. So that was it. She raised her eyes to meet the mockery in his gaze, realizing that if he truly intended to pursue that, it would not be long before she could not defend herself. Chapter 50. The first stir of emotion, she had an uncanny ability to provoke Gu shouting's anger. He lost control, gripping her shoulders and pinning her against the sofa. His teeth clenched in fury. Are you addicted now? Nianchu coldly held his gaze. his body pressed tightly against hers, his weight and breath repulsing her. He leaned down to kiss her lips. She recoiled in disdain. Gu shouting, "Let us release each other. Have you repaid your debt to me?" His voice was hushed, his gaze calm, yet profound. Nianchu fell silent. How could one consider a debt repaid? Was it only when everyone was dead that it would be settled? Shouting, Lin Xiaowan pushed open the study door, stepping inside to find Gu, shouting, pinning Nianchu on the sofa. Her eyes, filled with jealousy, turned red. Yet her demeanor remained serene. "Are you busy?" Gu shouting released Nianchu and stood, looking at Lin Xiaowan. "What is it?" Dr. Zhao called. "Both kidney and heart donors are available." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Nianchu. "I heard it was transferred from Xinhui Hospital, as the project is no longer underway." Nianchu's heart tightened. This was clearly about her mother. Everything suddenly made sense. Gu Shouting's acquisition of the hospital was not merely revenge against her. It was also for Lin Xiaowan. He sought to restart the project, not to save her mother's life, but to ensure her own survival. If her mother lived, Lin Xiaowan's organs would remain viable. They had reached for her mother, the one who had cared for Lin Xiaowan for over a decade. How cruel was that? She shook her head, retreating 2 steps in despair before collapsing to the ground. "Nianchu, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaowan feigned concern, moving closer to assist her. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Seizing the opportunity to whisper close to Nianchu's ear, she added, "You can't compete with me. Gu Shouting acquired that hospital for me. Your mother is still alive only because I need her." They were close enough for Lin Xiaowan's hushed voice to go unheard by Gu Shouting. Nianchu glared with bloodshot eyes, suddenly gripping Lin Xiaowan's hair tightly. The force was immense, causing Lin Xiaowan to yelp in pain. Shouting, "Help me!" Gu Shouting rushed to embrace Nianchu, attempting to pry her fingers away, but to no avail. With a sudden jerk, he forcibly tore a handful of Lin Xiaowan's hair loose. "Nianchu, are you insane?" Lin Xiaowan stared at her hair, still clutched in Nianchu's hand, fury boiling within her. "Mom, send the lady down to rest," Gu Shouting commanded. The butler quickly arrived to escort Nianchu away. Lin Xiaowan wept, questioning what had triggered Nianchu's outburst. "What I do wrong, Shouting?" Gu Shouting's expression turned cold. Even he, with his naivete, could see Lin Xiaowan's intent to provoke Nianchu. "Isn't that person at Xinhui Hospital your mother?" Lin Xiaowan was taken aback by his question. She feigned shock, widening her eyes. "Are you suggesting that the organ being provided by Xinhui Hospital is from my adoptive mother? If you were to exchange her organs, would you be willing?" His gaze was deep, harboring inscrutable intentions. Lin Xiaowan pursed her lips, tears beginning to fall. "You know that she sent me to that hospital to save money, which led to my leg not being fully treated and left me with residual effects. I did resent her, but..." Shouting, "She is the one who raised me for so many years. I cannot bear to do it." Gu Shouting's expression softened slightly. In his heart, he had always believed Lin Xiaowan was not a malicious person. He gently arranged her hair, expressing his concern. "You are unwell. You should rest. As for the donor, I assure you, I will not make you wait long." Shouting, "I truly do not know. The organs provided by Xinhui Hospital are for my adoptive mother. I really had no idea." She shook her head, seizing the opportunity to embrace his waist and lean into his arms. He did not resist, lightly stroking her back. "Go and rest." "All right, then you should also rest early." After Lin Xiaowan left, he sat in the study for a while. On the bookshelf, there was a picture frame wrapped in blue cloth. He took it down and gently removed the cloth. The painting depicted a portrait rendered in ink wash. Radiating a bright smile, it was a likeness of himself from 6 years ago. The date below was elegantly inscribed. That day, a group of art students was out sketching before the college entrance exam, and he had passed by unintentionally. The youthful boys and girls greeted him cheerfully. He looked up and locked eyes with a pair of beautiful ones. The girl wore a white cap, a white sun-protected jacket, and had her hair tied in a high ponytail with a light blue mask covering her face. Like many of her classmates, she waved at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. That was the first time his heart fluttered. Near the end of the training, the girl approached him and handed him a portrait. "Here you go, handsome." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and she offered an embarrassed smile. "I caught a cold, so my voice is a bit strange. Please don't mind." "Did you draw this?" He was pleasantly surprised. In the painting, he appeared as a pure, youthful boy. "You made me look younger." "Not at all. You are already very youthful." The teacher called for her, and the girl waved her hand. "I have to go. Hey, what is your name?" He received no reply. Throughout the encounter, He never saw her face clearly. The sunlight that day had illuminated her beauty even as she covered herself so thoroughly. Later on, Lin Xiaowan found him, revealing that she was the owner of that very painting. Despite the dissonance he felt, he accepted this girl who had once captured his heart. Taking a deep breath, he placed the painting in a cabinet and locked it away. Returning to the bedroom, he found Nianchu curled tightly in a corner of the large bed. Upon seeing Gu Shouting enter, a surge of intense hatred surged within her. She stumbled out of bed and approached him, raising her hand to slap him. But he caught her wrist. Unable to contain her rage, she bit down on his arm. He pushed her away, yet she would not relent until her mouth was filled with blood, at which point she finally released her grip. Nianchu, are you testing my patience? He pushed her aside and glanced at his arm, where two neat, bloodied bite marks were evident. This must have been all part of your plan, right? She asked, her lips trembling. Gu Shouting coldly regarded her. What plan? You've been planning this since Lin Xiaowan needed a heart and kidney transplant. Haven to you? You intended to take my mother's organs, didn't you? She knew he would not admit it, but that was fine. She didn't need his confession. You orchestrated the project, didn't you? You aimed to ensure my mother's health to meet Lin Xiaowan's transplant needs. Chapter 51. She had already envisioned the way to die. Her eyes reddened as she glared at the man before her. You halted the project because my mother's condition has reached the required standard. You don't need her to wake up, do you? Gu Shouting, you are despicable, shameless, and more beastly than a beast. She hurled her accusations at him. He pulled out a tissue to cover his bleeding wound, looking down at her. This is what your family owes her. What about us? Doesn't she owe us anything? She cried out, her voice hoarse. The grievances of the years overwhelmed her. All she knew was that she was utterly devastated, teetering on the brink of wanting to kill. Nianchu took 2 steps back and collapsed onto the floor. You are all executioners. Not satisfied? He crouched down to look at her. Nianchu, the only one who can save your mother now is you. If you are willing to cooperate with Gu Corporation, as long as I work at Gu Corporation, you can keep my mother alive without taking her organs? Her lips trembled violently. She could be bullied. She could agree to all his demands, as long as he refrained from causing harm. Gu Shouting, my mother did nothing wrong. You cannot treat her this way. I promise you, he said softly, though it did not sound very sincere. But what more could she ask of him? Fine, I will go. Desperation washed over her as she closed her eyes. I will work at Gu Corporation. Her voice grew weaker with each word. She would do as he said, fearing that if she cried out, she would reveal her vulnerability. Her life was already a wreck. She could only swallow her resentment. She bit down hard on her palm until blood dripped. Only then did Gu Shouting realize and pry her hand away. Don't you feel pain? Why are you so harsh on yourself? He forcibly removed her hand from her teeth. Wang Ma, bring the first aid kit. Montag Nianchu Lao kit. But her tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. Ultimately, she cried. She felt like a failure. The housekeeper brought the first aid kit without asking questions and retreated. Gu Shouting opened a bottle of alcohol and poured it directly onto her palm. It will hurt. Bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, just bite me. Nianchu felt like a puppet, believing she could feel no pain. However, when the alcohol flowed over her wounds, she instinctively recoiled in agony. Be good. It will be over soon. Gu Shouting, get away from me. I don't want you. Just leave. She lost control again. He, expressionless, disinfected her wounds, applied ointment, and wrapped her hand in gauze, watching her with a calmness bordering on indifference. Rest early. Report to Gu Corporation first thing tomorrow. As the bedroom door closed, Nianchu broke down in tears. That night, she sat on the floor, gazing at the night sky, shedding tears throughout the night. Several times, she contemplated jumping from the 2nd floor, envisioning the way to do so, headfirst. But she had too many people she could not abandon. She could not afford to be so selfish. She kept her eyes open until dawn. After washing her face, she looked in the mirror at her reflection. At just over 20, she appeared as weary as a laborer returning from the market. Downstairs, the housekeeper had already set the breakfast table. Though her appetite was minimal, she sat down and began eating toast. Gu Shouting and Lin Xiaowan emerged from the elevator, both turning to glance at the woman having breakfast. Nianchu, good morning. Lin Xiaowan greeted cheerfully. Nianchu shot her a cold glance. Lin Xiaowan felt a bit embarrassed, looking to Gu Shouting. Shouting, I heard Nianchu is going to work at your company. I want to go too. Can you arrange a job for me as well? Your leg is not well. You should rest at home and wait for the surgery. He gently coaxed. No, I don't want to be dependent on you. I want to earn my own money. She sweetly clung to Gu Xiaoting's arm. Even though my leg is injured, my spirit remains unbroken. I want independence. I want to work. He neither agreed nor refused. To Lin Xiaowan, it felt like consent. Nianchu, we will soon be co-workers. Her excitement was palpable, and she seemed eager to flaunt it before Nianchu. After finishing her toast, Nianchu shot a cold glare at her. Is Gu Corporation hiring high school graduates now? What do you mean? Lin Xiaowan hated when others used her education against her. I lost my chance to attend university because of my leg injury. Nianchu chose to ignore her, grabbing her bag and preparing to report to Gu Corporation. Gu Xiaoting hurried after her, grasping her wrist. I'll take you. I could take a taxi. She shook him off and walked out. The crease between his brows tightened slightly as he turned to his car. As he settled into the car, his frustration grew with each passing moment. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Nianchu, stating that their relationship must remain undisclosed within the company, or they would face the consequences. Nianchu coldly regarded the message before promptly adding Gu Xiaoting to her blacklist without needing any reminder. Gu Xiaoting paused for a moment, then sent her another message, clarifying that it was inconvenient to work under such circumstances. The message was dispatched, only to be rejected by the recipient, who had presumably blacklisted him once more. Enraged, the man tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. After reporting to Human Resources, Nianchu proceeded to the design department, where she found her supervisor, Sister Mao. Hello, I'm a new recruit. My name is Nianchu. Sister Mao adjusted her glasses perched on her nose and scrutinized Nianchu for a moment. You're the new one? Quite beautiful, aren't you? I fear that such beauty without true ability is often a result of some high-ranking executive's favoritism. Who recommended you? I submitted my resume myself. Sister Mao's doubtful gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before she acknowledged her. I see. Without further comment, she led Nianchu to her workstation. You can work here. Our department is currently busy designing the company's facade for promotional purposes. Although you're new, you might as well participate. All right. Nianchu remained quiet, rarely leaving her seat during work hours. Sister Mao checked on her several times and, finding no detrimental habits, felt relieved. At noon, a staff member from Human Resources approached her to inquire about her need for employee accommodations. This is one of our company's benefits. All single employees can apply for a dormitory. We have shared rooms for 2 and 4, as well as single rooms. The 4-person room is free. The 2-person room costs $300 a month, and the single room costs $500, which will be deducted from your salary. Utilities and internet are complimentary. The single room offers more convenience, and $500 isn't excessive, especially considering the savings on utilities. I would like to apply for a single room. Human Resources noted her request seriously, mentioning that single rooms were in high demand, and they would notify her when one became available. All right, thank you. Not long after Human Resources left, Sister Mao hurried over. Xiao Montag, could you go to the president's office and ask Secretary Zhong for the original drafts we submitted about the company's image last year? Sure, Sister Mao. As Nianchu approached the secretary's office, she overheard Zhong Shui's laughter. Miss Lin, you truly have a knack for humor. You're asking me to take care of you? Soon, you'll be the president's wife. I should be the one asking for your care. Oh, saying that makes me blush, Lin Xiaowan replied in a coy tone. Whether I can become the president's wife depends on your flattery, Secretary Zhong. Miss Lin, you flatter me too much. You know how President Gu feels about you. I hear you're his first love? Lin Xiaowan chuckled, covering her mouth. I have no idea. He hasn't mentioned it to me. Their conversation was lively when Nianchu approached them with a stern expression. Secretary Zhong, Sister Mao sent me to collect last year's design drafts regarding the company's image. Could you please assist me? Upon seeing Nianchu, Zhong Shui's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Fine, please wait a moment. She turned and headed to the archive room. Lin Xiaowan crossed her arms and looked at Nianchu, chuckling lightly. I apologize if my conversation made you uncomfortable. However, Xiaoting treats me differently from others. After all, I am his first love. Lin Xiaowan, you need not seek validation in front of me. My feelings for Gu Xiaoting have long dissipated. Even if you engage in indiscretions before my eyes, I remain indifferent, especially to your self-indulgent remarks. Lin Xiaowan was taken aback by Nianchu's words. Wasn't she the one who once fervently insisted on marrying him? You no longer love him? Not at all. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaowan noticed a man with a grim expression standing behind Nianchu. Shouting, "When did you arrive?" Who shouting? Nianchu's heart tightened, unsure if he had overheard her conversation with Lin Xiaowan. Nianchu, come with me, he commanded in a low voice. Nianchu remained still. As Gu Shouting entered, he cast a glance her way and reiterated, "Follow me." Lin Xiaowan understood that Gu Shouting was not one to be trifled with. She was intent on capturing his affection, not only because she liked him, but also for the position of Mrs. Gu. A girl raised in an ordinary family could only dream of marrying into high society and enjoying a life of luxury. If such a man were to marry her, she envisioned herself as the center of attention among the elite, even with a limp. Nianchu, I truly do not understand why you do not divorce him, considering how poorly he treats you. Nianchu shot Lin Xiaowan a disdainful glance. Divorce? Would that benefit you? If you possess the capability, make him marry you. Nianchu pushed open the door to the president's office and stepped inside. The man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, silhouetted against the light. His tall and straight figure clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his authoritative presence. He possessed an unparalleled visage, more composed, reserved, and yet more tempestuous than when she first encountered him 6 years ago. "President Gu, what do you need from me?" she asked, lowering her eyelashes without lifting her gaze. Gu Shouting recalled her earlier words, and a surge of anger ignited within him. His gaze, laden with intensity, bore into her. "Repeat what you just said to Lin Xiaowan. If you heard it, why ask again?" She was unwilling to reiterate those futile words and even turned her face away in disdain. A look that deeply wounded the man's complex emotions. Suppressing his rage, he approached her, gripping her chin. "You had better not provoke me, understood? I wouldn't he dare." She was forced to meet his gaze, her eyes frosty. As their eyes locked, an inexplicable impulse overcame him, and he leaned down to kiss her lips. Startled, she pushed him away. "Please, President Gu, have some decorum." "Nianchu, you are my wife," he retorted, exasperated by her repeated rejections. "What decorum are you referring to? Didn't you send me a message this morning warning me to keep our relationship under wraps at the company?" She took 2 steps back, distancing herself from him. "Within the company, we are merely employer and employee." He glared at her, his fury and violence simmering beneath the surface, ultimately subdued. Taking a deep breath, he smashed the ashtray on his desk. "Get out." Nianchu turned and fled, nearly colliding with Secretary Zhong upon exiting. "Miss Montag, have you angered the president again? This is a workplace. Please be mindful of your conduct." Zhong Shui tossed the draft at Nianchu. "All right, hurry back to work." Nianchu chose not to engage further, clutching the draft as she returned to the design department. The design department was located on the 22nd floor, just 1 level below the president's office. Nianchu had taken too long, inciting her supervisor's displeasure. "Why are you so slow? It's been an hour." "I'm sorry, Sister Mao. I'll be more mindful next time." The design department abhorred procrastination, and the supervisor made it clear that efficiency was paramount in their line of work. Understood. Thankfully, the supervisor did not press the matter further. Nianchu remained diligently at her post until the end of the workday. As she prepared to leave after her final clock-in, the human resources personnel called out to her. "Nianchu, you're still here. Hardworking individuals are often rewarded with good fortune. A single room has just become available, and I was contemplating a random draw for it among those who leave last." The HR representative's face beamed with delight as they handed Nianchu a key. "Here you go, Mo. This is the key to room 402, a single room. Why don't you take a look?" "Thank you so much." For a woman who had been living in darkness, it felt as if a beam of sunlight had suddenly illuminated her world. Truly don't get too excited. It's just luck, the HR person interjected. "The single apartment is located right next to our company, making your commute significantly shorter. You can enjoy a few extra moments of sleep." With an old key glinting in her palm, Nianchu felt extraordinarily fortunate. After leaving the company, she made her way to the single apartment. The floor was filled with single rooms, and perhaps due to the fact that others were still out, the apartment was quiet. Upon opening the door, she found the space relatively clean. The HR representative had mentioned that the previous occupant was a colleague preparing for marriage, which was why the room had become available. There was a moderately sized double bed, likely left behind by a young couple. A simple change of linens and a bit of tidying up would make it livable. If circumstances allowed, she would prefer to stay in her own home, but she knew that was impossible. At the very least, As long as she did not retreat into solitude, her heart wouldn't feel so heavy. But she wondered if Gu Xiaoding would approve of her residing here. After much contemplation, she decided to call Gu Xiaoding. Hello. His voice was cool and detached. Nianchu hesitated for a moment. CEO Gu, I've applied for a single apartment. It's closer to the company, and I plan to stay here for a while. He chuckled softly on the other end. Avoiding me? Not all, she replied. Applying for a single apartment? Are you even single? The man on the other end spat a curse. Nianchu didn't quite catch what he had said, but it was certainly not a compliment. Do you disagree? She had anticipated his disapproval. She genuinely liked this apartment and had hoped that being on his territory might grant her some leniency. But alas, she felt a sense of disappointment as she turned to leave. His irritable voice came through the phone. You better stay there for eternity. The call ended abruptly. Nianchu shivered at his words, but then her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. He had agreed. For several days, Nianchu busied herself organizing her little apartment. Though small, she arranged it with great care, creating a warm atmosphere, with lovely sunflowers adorning the windowsill. Lying on the soft bed, she inhaled the comforting scent of sunshine. Her phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, her smile froze. It was Gu Xiaoding calling. After several rings, she reluctantly answered. There's a businessman who collects traditional Chinese paintings. He has acquired a few pieces and has invited me to take a look. Accompany me to make a showing. Do I have a choice? She thought, not wanting to go. He seemed unfazed by her reluctance. Get ready. I'll pick you up in half an hour. CEO Gu. She feared he would hang up. Why not let Lin Xiaowan accompany you? She knows a bit about traditional paintings. Hello. Hello. The line went dead. Nianchu was at a loss for words. She couldn't comprehend why he insisted on her accompanying him. Just as she couldn't fathom why he wanted her to work at Gu Corporation. Was it merely to keep her under his watchful eye? Yet, he had agreed to her living in the single apartment. His actions were truly perplexing. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the apartment building. Through the window, Nianchu noticed that she was not the only passenger. Sitting in the front seat was Zhong Shui. Zhong Shui's presence indicated that this meeting would primarily revolve around business discussions. The shadow of their last encounter lingered in her mind, and now. Zhong Shui opened the car door and stepped out, maintaining a polite demeanor. Miss Mo, please get in. Nianchu paused briefly before sliding into the seat. Gu Xiaoding remained silent, naturally taking her hand, noticing how cold it was. Why are your hands so cold? After attempting to pull away twice without success, the car began to move. Cold? He inquired again. Nianchu turned her gaze away, staring out the window. Not cold, just a bit chilly. She had always been this way, even during their early days of marriage when the weather was similar. When she felt cold, she longed to snuggle under his covers. She still remembered the disdain etched on his face. Nianchu, have you no shame? Climbing into a man's bed. Who taught you that? I warn you to keep your distance. If you harbor any filthy thoughts, get out. Such words were hardly what one would expect between newlyweds. She recalled feeling utterly bewildered by his harshness, believing she had done something utterly disgraceful. From that moment onward, whenever he returned home, she would sleep by the edge of the bed, complying with his physical needs, never daring to approach him unbidden. This experience had left a deep scar in her heart, one that had yet to heal. After a while, I'll find a doctor to help you improve your health. He suddenly spoke with unexpected tenderness. She found it hard to convince herself to feel touched. No need, she replied softly but firmly. He did not press further. The car continued at steady pace. At the entrance of a grand establishment, the driver came to a halt. Zhong Shui exited the vehicle first, then opened the door for Gu Xiaoding. CEO Gu, we have arrived. Gu Xiaoding glanced at Nianchu. We've arrived, get out. He stepped out first, and Nianchu followed at a respectful distance. Zhong Shui quickened her pace to catch up with Nianchu. Boss-san wants to speak with CEO Gu about transferring some paintings he collected a few years ago. Please assist in evaluating them. Secretary Zhong, you've brought the wrong person. You should have brought a treasure appraiser, she replied dryly. She was hardly an expert. Even if she knew a thing or two, it might not be of any use. Boss' son was Sun Qijing, rumored to be a descendant of the royal family. His home was lavishly decorated, adorned with renowned artworks and numerous uniquely shaped antique porcelain vases. Sun Qijing greeted Gu Xiaoding with a smile, extending his hand from afar. CEO Gu, I've been waiting for you. Your presence elevates this humble abode. You flatter me. Mr. Sunday's Sun Qijing recognized Zhong Shui, but did not know Nianchu. A man who had encountered countless women found himself momentarily taken aback by her beauty. And this lovely lady is... This is Nianchu from our design department. I brought her along to broaden her horizons. Gu Xiaoding introduced her nonchalantly. Nianchu was not surprised. Her identity was contingent upon who stood before her. Miss Mo, how exquisite you are. These paintings will surely pale in comparison. Sun Qijing praised her without reservation, extending his hand towards her. She offered a faint smile, barely lifting the corners of her lips, just as she was about to politely shake his hand. Gu Xiaoding seized Sun Qijing's hand instead. Mr. Sun, let us see your prized possessions. It's a perfect opportunity for Miss Mo to witness them. Of course. Sun Qijing's gaze lingered on Nianchu's delicate features. Regardless of gender, everyone understood the glimmer of desire in his eyes. Mr. Sun? Gu Xiaoding prompted. Breaking the spell. Sun Qijing chuckled awkwardly. Right. He presented a landscape painting by Fan Quan, a piece rarely found in private collections. Nianchu's instructor had once borrowed a similar piece from a museum, allowing her to study the original closely. Miss Mo, you should recognize this painting, right? This is a cherished work by the esteemed Fan. Gu Xiaoding, lacking knowledge of art, relinquished his position for Nianchu to observe the painting. Renowned artworks serve as benchmarks for imitation from various perspectives. Nianchu scrutinized the piece intently. Sun Qijing, with a sense of pride, declared, "This was purchased at a hefty price. I know that President Gu appreciates such things, so I reluctantly parted with it." The painting indeed possessed merit and an air of antiquity. If it were an original, it would be valued in the tens of billions. Mr. Sun, how much do you intend to sell this piece to President Gu? Given my nearly decade-long friendship with him, I would let it go for 1 billion. After all, it is for someone I hold in high regard. Sun Qijing wore an expression that suggested friendship surpassed monetary concerns. 1 billion? It is in fact a modest sum. Alas, it is a counterfeit. However, she could not voice this observation directly. She remained uncertain if Gu Xiaoding intended to spend a significant sum to uphold Sun's reputation, indifferent to the painting's authenticity, or if he desired a genuine masterpiece. Zhong Shui leaned closer to Nianchu and whispered, "Is this piece real or fake? If President Gu wishes to acquire it, then it must be genuine." Implicitly, she trusted Zhong Shui understood, and Gu Xiaoding comprehended even more. In the following moments, Sun Qijing unveiled several more celebrated works, all of considerable age. To be frank, Nianchu had never encountered such an array of forgeries before. Did such a prominent businessman truly possess no authentic pieces? Or was his intention solely to sell a counterfeit to Gu Xiaoding? The paintings in Sun's collection were indeed commendable, serving as exquisite artifacts in his home. Nianchu prepared to offer him an escape from the situation. Sun Qijing's gaze returned to Nianchu, lingering for a few seconds before he smiled. "If Miss Mo likes them, I can gift you a few." "Thank you, Mr. Sun. I appreciate your kindness." Amidst their pleasantries, Gu Xiaoding understood the essence of the situation. His presence here was indifferent to the authenticity of Sun Qijing's paintings. Business collaborations were inherently transactional. Today, he might spend 1 billion, but it could yield returns in the tens of billions. Paintings were merely a means of trade. He had never anticipated that Nianchu could discern the truth behind them. "President Gu, your little designer possesses quite the discerning eye." Sun Qijing began to speak. But Gu Xiaoding interrupted. "Mr. Sun, do not harbor any hopes. She is already taken." "Is that so?" Sun Qijing chuckled, his gaze still fixated on Nianchu. "What a pity." Upon departure, Gu Xiaoding expended 20 million, merely to maintain face for Sun Qijing. As the vehicle retraced its path, he rested his elongated, knob of fingers on his chin, turning to observe her. "How did you discern that painting was a forgery?" "From the outlines, the brush strokes, and the chiaroscuro, all these elements reveal its nature. The paper is artificially aged, and the seals are somewhat haphazard, making it a poorly executed forgery." These insights, etched in her memory, glimmered with significance. It was the first time he listened intently to her analysis of art from such proximity, his expression softening. "It seems I did not know you well enough before." She met his gaze without expression, deeming it unnecessary. During their marriage, she had desperately sought to understand him, to merge with his world. She yearned to be known, to be discovered, and to be cherished. Yet, He had never granted her that opportunity. His mind was either preoccupied with Gu Corporation or Lin Xiaowan, harboring nothing but disdain and impatience towards her. His sole earnestness lay in his quest for vengeance. Hence, she remained indifferent to his gestures of affection. Her heart had grown cold. She stared vacantly out of the window, tranquil and serene, her long lashes fluttering, eliciting a movement in his throat. Suddenly, the privacy screen rose. He grasped the back of her head and kissed her. She struggled to push him away, remaining silent and merely glaring at him. He chuckled suddenly. That look of yours is rather unappealing. I was never President Gu's beloved. Does it matter if I am endearing? He shrugged dismissively. It truly does not. Her phone rang. She glanced at Gu Shouting's device, where Lin Xiaowan's name flashed. Nianchu turned away. Hello? Shouting, where are you? The woman on the other end suddenly burst into tears. I'm so scared. There's a fire at home. The smoke is so thick I can't see. I can't see. Gu Shouting's expression shifted drastically. His previously relaxed demeanor became tense. What happened? I don't know. Cough, cough, everything is dark. Shouting, hurry. There was a sound of a fall and a woman's scream from the other side. The privacy screen lifted, and he urgently instructed the driver, turn around, head to the Lin residence. As the car turned, Gu Shouting abruptly commanded, you get out. His demeanor was no longer gentle, his eyes cold and commanding. Nianchu shot him a glance before opening the car door and stepping out. As was customary, at the sound of Lin Xiaowan's call, he would unhesitatingly abandon her. During their early marriage, she would cry and shout, questioning why he behaved this way. Now, she had grown accustomed to it, rendering it inconsequential. Standing by the roadside, she attempted to hail a cab, waiting for an eternity with no success. A white BMW screeched to a halt beside her. The window slid down, revealing Li Xiaowan's face. What a coincidence. He removed his sunglasses and flashed her a smile. Nianchu wished to ignore him, lowering her head to open a ride-hailing app. Li Xiaowan exited the driver's seat, hands in pockets, and approached her. Having trouble hailing a cab? Could it be that Gu Shouting left you here again? Has Lin Xiaowan gone? Li Xiaowan, you'd best keep your distance, she retorted with disdain. Li Xiaowan, far from angered, maintained a cheerful demeanor. Meeting is a form of fate. Let me give you a ride. No need. Come on. I still want to chat about how your father was imprisoned and the suffering he endured. Did he commit suicide or was he murdered? Li Xiaowan appeared nonchalant, yet his gaze remained fixed on Nianchu's delicate features. As if unable to restrain himself, she raised her hand and slapped him. Li Xiaowan, my brother has been released. Are you still using my father's death to manipulate me? What do you want from me? Or is it that you wish to exploit my hatred for Gu Shouting for your own ends? On Li Xiaowan's fair face, 5 pink fingerprints marked their presence. He shifted his jaw, momentarily stunned before smiling again. Do you think your brother's release has liberated him? Lin Xiaowan could accuse him of rape at any moment, and Gu Shouting could still eliminate Mo Tao. So what? I'm the one who can help you. Li Xiaowan pointed to himself, his playful grin vanishing. Nianchu, we share a common enemy. If Gu Shouting truly orchestrated your father's downfall, do you not wish for vengeance? He approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Do not reject me. I genuinely desire to assist you. Do not touch me. She recoiled as if encountering something vile, pushing Li Xiaowan away. I do not believe you will help me, nor do I need your assistance. Why do you not believe me? Nianchu's expression remained calm as she chuckled lightly. Because you and Gu Shouting are equally despicable. Li Xiaowan laughed again, turning away, shaking his head. He glanced back at Nianchu. You need to rebuild your trust in me. I have no interest. Nianchu took her leave. She did not wish to linger with Li Xiaowan. He resembled a datura flower, beautiful yet capable of inducing paralysis. Danger knows no boundaries between man and beast. Hey, Nianchu, Li Xiaowan called after her. I have evidence of Gu Shouting framing your father. I can provide it to you, free of charge. Do you want it? Nianchu hid it. She desired it, oh. How she yearned for it. Should she trust him? Chapter 55. 10 years can ruin a woman's life in the taxi. Nianchu was lost in thought, her mind tumultuous. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Passing by the Lin residence, several fire trucks were stationed at the entrance. It was a pity to see such a fine house reduced to ashes, the driver remarked casually. Nianchu lifted her eyelids, gazing at the Lin residence, her home for over a decade. The Lin family had always been preoccupied with business, leaving her to spend much of her childhood alone. But it was filled with memories. Now it belonged to Lin Xiaowan. "Driver, please stop ahead," she instructed. The driver, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, hesitated, noting that they had not yet reached the destination. "If you get out here, how will I calculate the fare?" "It's fine, I will cover it all," she assured him. Nodding, the driver finally pulled over. Before the Lin residence, a crowd had gathered, watching the scene unfold. The windows where she had often studied as a child no longer resembled their former selves. Rumors of arson circulated. After all, the Lin family had dwindled in numbers, making it unlikely they had enemies. Was it possible that a thief, thwarted in their attempt, resorted to setting the house ablaze? Such audacity was criminal. One could not simply ignite a fire at will. It seemed the police had apprehended the arsonist on site, who was loudly proclaiming that someone had instigated him. This suggested that indeed they had crossed paths with an enemy. But who could it be, given that the only daughter, a cripple, had been brought back only later? Who could say? Nianchu stood at the entrance for a long while, feeling a sudden emptiness in her heart before turning away. In the hospital, Lin Xiaowan, having fallen down the stairs, suffered a fractured leg and temporary blindness due to smoke inhalation. She clung to Gu, shouting, weeping and wailing, shouting, "I truly cannot see. Please don't leave me, don't go. I want to go. The doctor said your blindness is temporary. You will recover in a few days. Just stay calm and focus on your treatment," he replied gently, though his expression was far from relaxed. "Who set the fire? Did someone intend to kill me?" Lin Xiaowan tightened her grip around his waist, fear overtaking her. "I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here," he reassured her, shouting, "Please don't leave me. I want tea." As the doctor and nurses entered to administer an injection, Lin Xiaowan drifted into a drowsy sleep. Gu, shouting, suppressing his emotions, stepped out of the ward. Secretary Zhong approached him, speaking in a hushed tone. "Mr. Gu, the police have arrested the arsonist." "What did he say?" "The arsonist claimed he was instructed by someone." Gu Shouting's gaze sharpened. "Who instructed him?" "He said it was Nianchu." Secretary Zhong produced a screenshot of the transaction and a photograph. "This is the arsonist's transfer record, a sum of 100,000, along with this picture of Nianchu at the scene. Nianchu has quite the audacity, not only hiring a hitman, but also appearing at the scene." Gu Shouting remained silent, his eyes icy as he studied the transaction details, recognizing Nianchu's WeChat avatar. Secretary Zhong closed his phone, glancing through the door at Lin Xiaowan. "Mr. Gu, the police will likely charge Nianchu with inciting arson. And given her transaction with the arsonist and Lin Xiaowan's severe injuries, if convicted, she could face a minimum of 10 years. 10 years. Enough to ruin a woman's life." After a moment, Gu Shouting slightly moved his eyelids. "Are you certain it is her? The arsonist has testified as such. I suspect the police will apprehend Nianchu soon. Whether she is wrongfully accused will depend on the investigation." Wrongfully accused? Could she truly be? She had always harbored animosity towards Lin Xiaowan. In her apartment, Nianchu had just prepared a bowl of instant noodles, adding a sausage. The doorbell rang. She rose to answer, only to find the police waiting. "May I help you?" Producing an arrest warrant, the officer stated, "Nianchu, you are suspected of inciting arson. You are under arrest. Please cooperate." "Arson?" She was taken aback. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" "I would never." Stepping back instinctively, she protested. "You can't arrest me without proof." The police remained resolute, producing handcuffs. "Please come with us. If you're innocent, we will clear your name." "No, please." She retreated, her hands instinctively raised in defense. "I did not set the fire." "Who says I did? Do you have evidence?" "Someone has testified against you, and there are transaction records." "Transaction records? I can barely make ends meet. With whom could I possibly have a deal, especially for something as severe as arson? Is it related to the fire at the Lin residence?" "Yes." In that moment, clarity struck her. As she was led to the police car, she envisioned her father being taken away, the same despair and confusion reflecting in his eyes. Now, that same fate was unfolding before her. Nianchu had been detained. After several days of silence, Song Qingzi learned of Nianchu's arrest. Desperately seeking answers, she found no opportunity for visitation and, in her frustration, turned to Fei Yangzheng. Fei Yangzheng was equally stunned. Why was she arrested? The Lin residence burned down, and the arsonist implicated her as the instigator, leading the police to arrest her. "Do you know the arsonist?" "I don't, but I've heard his name." "Don't panic, I'll ask Shouting." "All right." Fei Yangzheng sought out Gu Shouting, who was at the hospital attending to Lin Xiaowan. "Shouting, I need to talk to you. Not wanting to intrude, he felt discomfort seeing Gu Xiaoting and Lin Xiaowan together. Seemingly unconcerned for Nianchu's plight, Gu Xiaoting followed Fei Liangzheng to the rooftop. Speak plainly. I'm busy. Are you aware that Nianchu has been arrested? I am, Gu Xiaoting replied, his gaze profound. Fei Liangzheng stared in disbelief. You knew? Then you must know why she was arrested. She hired someone to set fire to the Lin residence, resulting in Lin Xiaowan's injuries and blindness. His words were succinct yet laden with implications. For a long moment, Fei Liangzheng struggled to comprehend. Do you truly believe she hired someone to commit arson? She harbored resentment towards Lin Xiaowan. It is unfathomable that she would resort to such extremes. Do you have evidence? The police have arrested her. What more proof is needed? Gu Xiaoting's cold gaze pierced through Fei Liangzheng. You seem quite concerned. And you? Fei Liangzheng had never believed that Gu Xiaoting was devoid of conscience. Yet, with each instance of his ruthlessness towards Nianchu, he found himself compelled to accept that Gu was indeed a heartless individual. I will heed the police, Gu Xiaoting stated coldly. Fei Liangzheng scoffed. She has been with you for 2 years. It seems Dr. Fei is quite concerned. His tone dripped with sarcasm, his eyes void of warmth. You would do well not to attempt to save her. She has erred and must face the consequences. But has she truly erred? Fei Liangzheng retorted, his emotions flaring, his eyes reddening. If she has indeed made a mistake, then I have nothing further to say. Is the truth you seek aligned with the truth you harbor in your heart? Gu Xiaoting's expression darkened. The truth he held? Fei Liangzheng discerned within Gu's gaze an unwelcome realization. He shook his head, speaking with a tone laced with resignation and sorrow. You ought to reflect deeply. Since the commencement of your divorce proceedings, have you ever wronged her? Even he, an outsider, had never doubted Nianchu's character. Yet Gu Xiaoting, who had shared countless nights with her, was quick to label her a murderer, simply because the victim was Lin Xiaowan. He unconditionally positioned himself against Nianchu. At this juncture, Fei Liangzheng found it futile to continue the conversation. After his departure, Gu Xiaoting returned to Lin Xiaowan's hospital room, where her vision had partially returned, though her leg remained encased in plaster. Xiaoting, what did Dr. Fei discuss with you? She inquired. The incident involving your fire, he replied tersely. Lin Xiaowan sighed, her expression tinged with regret. The police say it was Nianchu who orchestrated it. I know she harbors disdain for me, but I never imagined she would wish me dead. Do you believe her actions were justifiable? He scrutinized Lin Xiaowan's gaze, but she averted her eyes. Initially, I did not believe it, but the police. They cannot lie, can they? The police cannot lie, but could others be deceptive? His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaowan's trembling eyelashes for a moment before he exited the room. Gu Xiaoting returned home, where the staff continued their labors. He discarded his coat, loosened his collar, and irritably lit a cigarette. Walma, he said, lowering the cigarette from his lips, pinched between his fingers. The housekeeper hurried over, anxious not to delay. Sir, you called for me? Tell me, what happened with Lin Xiaowan's knife wound? Gu Xiaoting's eyes bore into her. The housekeeper's heart raced. She struggled to swallow. Sir, didn't Miss Lin say it was your wife who caused her injury? Were you present at the scene? The housekeeper's heart sank. She knew full well that Nianchu had not harmed Lin Xiaowan. Yet she dared not speak the truth, revealing it would jeopardize her son's chances of graduating from university. And no, I wasn't there. She could only fabricate a lie. Gu Xiaoting raised a finger, and the housekeeper retreated, clearly distressed. Without a witness, whom could he trust? He inhaled from his cigarette, letting the smoke waft through the air, his expression one of aloofness and pride. He then drove to the police station, where he did not hasten to see Nianchu, but instead sought out the arsonist. The man, with a buzz cut, long face, and a scar above his brow, appeared unremarkable yet indifferent, likely a frequent visitor. Who are you? He assessed Gu Xiaoting, whose attire and demeanor suggested he was far from ordinary, especially with the Patek Philippe adorning his wrist. I ask you, who instructed you to set the fire? The man scoffed. The police have already questioned me. Why are you asking again? Was it Nianchu who directed you? Of course it was her. If it weren't for the $10,000 she offered, who would engage in such a legal activity? The man spoke without hesitation, his eyes narrowing at Gu Xiaoting. What is your connection to Nianchu? Gu Xiaoting remained silent, calmly observing the man's sly demeanor. Can you guarantee that what you say is the truth? Absolutely. This is the police station. Would I lie here? Upon exiting the meeting room, Gu Xiaoting exchanged pleasantries with the officers. They informed him that evidence had already been submitted, casting Nianchu in an unfavorable light, and that further investigations were forthcoming. The worst outcome would see her convicted and imprisoned. Gu Xiaoting's emotions were tumultuous. He stepped outside for a cigarette, then signed a form to visit Nianchu, entering the meeting room thereafter. When she was brought in, her appearance was disheveled. Her eyes lacking luster, her clothes wrinkled, and her hair dull. She lifted her gaze to the man standing before her, who resembled a frigid statue, his eyes piercing and unapproachable. She wondered what his purpose was in visiting her, perhaps merely to witness her current state of despair. She recalled how he had once visited her father during his imprisonment. The scenes were strikingly similar. Gu Xiaoting, are you satisfied now? Her eyes held little resentment and no tears, only indifference towards him, as if she had come to accept this fate as inevitable. It was you who hired someone to set the fire. He furrowed his brow, his gaze intense. Nianchu laughed hollowly, her eyes vacant and mocking. Do you truly believe I could muster $10,000 to hire someone? Gu Xiaoting, you overestimate me. The sum was merely his nightly expenditure, while it represented an entire year of her household savings. How could he have believed it? Gu Xiaoting, your aim has been achieved. Our family is on the brink of destruction. Let us divorce before I expire. She wished to depart with her innocence intact, even if it meant being cast into the wind, the sea, or even the refuse. She did not wish to bear the title of Mrs. Gu any longer. She was utterly repulsed. He gazed at her, an indescribable emotion roiling within him, a wave of urgency, as if he had wronged this woman and longed to defend himself. Words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He inhaled deeply. Are you still preoccupied with divorce? Perhaps you should contemplate how to extricate yourself from this predicament. I have no intention of leaving, she replied, her eyes now devoid of light. She had resigned herself to her fate, not expecting Gu Xiaoting to show her mercy. You have no intention of leaving? Your brother is still in a state of madness, and your mother lies in a hospital bed. Do you not wish to go out and care for them? Her body stiffened, and then she laughed abruptly. Why do you have to admonish me? My presence here is all you're doing. You believe I orchestrated all of this to ensnare you? His gaze was sharp, cutting into her. Nianchu, who do you think you are? Am I so invested in you? Not worth it? She scoffed. A twisted individual would not concern himself with worth. He would only care for his own satisfaction. Indeed, why would Gu Xiaoting go to such lengths to deal with someone like me? I am less than an ant. It was not only her. Her entire family was insignificant before Gu Xiaoting. With reddened eyes and a quirked smile, she resembled a dandelion shattered by the wind, indifferent to where she would end up after death. Nianchu, if you truly did not commit this act, the police would not have wronged you. I do not care. At this point, whether she was wronged or not was inconsequential. What mattered was whether this man would choose to let her live or let her perish. What do you care about? His dark eyes bore down on her, a tempest of emotions swirling within. Nianchu merely shook her head faintly. She had nothing to care about. Her abilities were far too feeble. She could not even protect herself, let alone safeguard her family. Gu Xiaoting, might you spare my family? They have already suffered enough. I cannot go out to care for them, and they will only grow more pitiable. I beseech you, show mercy. Will you? Her voice trembled significantly, as soft as a feather, yet piercing enough to draw blood from his heart. He dared not meet her gaze any longer and turned away, unaware that seeking help from others was inferior to relying on oneself. I understand, she thought. She had sought the wrong person. Years ago, she had implored Gu Xiaoting to save her father, only to see him perish in prison. She slapped herself, wondering why she could not learn from her past mistakes. The man suddenly glanced back, noticing the mark of her slap on her face. His pupils constricted. Nianchu, do you believe this will soften my heart? Some costs must be borne by the Mo family, including you. Why do you have to say that? She defiantly lifted her chin, her eyes reddened, fists clenched tightly. The one who deserves to die is you, Gu Xiaoting. You caused my father's death. You wish to take my mother's organs to save that Lin Xiaowan. You drove Mo Tao to madness, and you imprisoned me. You are the one who should perish. Her face contorted in despair and hatred. Her nails dug painfully into her flesh, yet she felt no sensation. Tears streamed down her cheeks. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. In the end, he turned his face away. The incident of your arrest was not orchestrated by me. He was unsure whether this was an explanation or something else. He knew Nianchu did not believe him, just as he did not trust that Nianchu had not hired someone to set the fire. Trust had never existed between them. They both held disdain for one another. Time passed. Police officers entered and took Nianchu away, watching her frail figure retreat. His gaze remained vacant, lost in thought. After exiting the police station, he sat in his car, chain-smoking until the evening glow descended and autumn leaves fluttered. It was then he withdrew his dazed eyes and pressed the accelerator. At the Gu residence, the second-floor bedroom was shrouded in darkness. Gu Xiaoting sat in the shadows, the only light coming from the glowing tip of his cigarette. His phone rang, an urgent call from the hospital. He did not answer the first time, and after the third ring, he extinguished the cigarette, hesitated, then finally picked up. "Hello, Mr. Gu. Miss Lin is emotionally unstable. You must come quickly," the nurse's anxious voice conveyed. "If she's emotionally unstable, administer a sedative." "Am I a needle or a pill?" he retorted before hanging up. He rose and descended the stairs, pouring himself glass after glass of red wine. The butler, unable to bear the sight, approached him, saying, "Sir, please stop drinking. It's harmful to your health." "Mind your own business," he replied, intoxicated, staggering onto the sofa. "This home is suffocating. It would be better if we were all dead." "Sir, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I should help you upstairs to rest?" The butler extended a hand, but the man pushed him away. "Do not touch me. Sir, you are as insufferable as Nianchu. Get away from me." He shattered the wine bottle and glasses on the floor. The butler rushed to fetch a broom and dustpan. "Sir, you've had too much to drink. Please rest early." "Wang Ma, tell me," he burped, closing his eyes. "Is Lin Xiaowan more suitable to be Mrs. Gu than Nianchu?" The butler found it impossible to respond. Should Nianchu divorce Gu Xiaoting and Lin Xiaowan be brought into the family, she would resign immediately. "Sir, why do you suddenly ask this?" "The first time I met Xiaowan was before their college entrance exams. She wore a white sun-protective jacket, a white cap, and had a high ponytail. She rode a mountain bike, her legs long, glowing in the sunlight. I truly liked her very much." In the butler's memory, Lin Xiaowan only ever applied thick sunscreen and was always driven around. Riding a mountain bike? It seemed Nianchu had one. She had a habit of cycling early in the morning after their marriage, but after a series of family calamities, it was stored away. Gu Xiaoting rarely returned home, so he presumably had never seen that mountain bike. "Sir, you are intoxicated." "Wang Ma, do you think Xiaowan is the most suitable candidate for Mrs. Gu?" "Sir, do you truly like Miss Lin?" Yet she was neither as kind nor as beautiful as Nianchu. She was cunning, cruel to her subordinates, and loved to perform before Gu Xiaoting. How could she be as wonderful as he claimed? No response followed. When the butler looked back, Gu Xiaoting had already fallen asleep. He sighed softly, muttering, "Sir, do you truly fail to see the goodness in your wife? If she is unfit to be Mrs. Gu, then Lin Xiaowan is even less deserving. I sincerely hope one day you install surveillance in this house. Then you will witness Lin Xiaowan's true nature." The butler shook his head. After cleaning up the mess, he covered Gu Xiaoting with a blanket and quietly withdrew. The following morning, Fei Liangzheng encountered Nianchu. She appeared haggard. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied coolly. Fei Liangzheng regarded the woman before him with a complex expression. "What on earth happened?" "This is so strange. You were suddenly arrested." "This is nothing surprising. After being locked up for so many days, I have already pieced it all together. It was merely a trap set by Gu Xiaoting and Lin Xiaowan. But Xiaoting said he was unaware. He sent my father to prison. He too claimed ignorance." Reflecting on this matter filled Nianchu with self-loathing. How had she once brainwashed herself into trusting Gu Xiaoting? He had never deserved her faith. Fei Liangzheng had heard bits and pieces about the past and had inquired with Gu Xiaoting. His response echoed Nianchu's sentiments. "He may truly not know about your father's situation." How could he not know? In Jiangcheng, no one possesses greater power than him. If he wished to orchestrate something underhanded, it would be all too simple. "Do not defend him. I know my father better than anyone. He did this." The events had transpired merely over a year ago. He recognized that Nianchu had not moved on. "I understand your feelings. You cannot understand. No one can comprehend what I have endured in my marriage amidst family turmoil. Senior brother, thank you for visiting me. Truly, there is no need to exert yourself to save me. You cannot contend with Gu Xiaoting. I believe you are wronged. Where there is injustice, there must be evidence to prove you are not acquainted with that arsonist." He did not wish to see Nianchu remain in this situation, feeling that it would ruin her life if she swallowed this grievance. "What can I do?" She looked at Fei Liangzheng with tearful eyes. "Or do you have a solution?" Fei Liangzheng had no solution, but he could assist her in finding evidence. "I do not possess the connections Gu Xiaoting has, but Nianchu gently shook her head. Let go. Nothing is more mournful than a heart that has died. She did not wish to owe Fei Liangzheng a favor. Yet, he thought differently. Things can be achieved through effort. I will do my utmost to help you find evidence. Do not give up, all right? Senior brother, I believe this is the best outcome for me. She smiled faintly, piercing his heart. Fei Liangzheng exited the police station with a heavy heart. How had matters escalated to this point? He resolved to visit Gu's company to discuss things with Gu Xiaoding. Upon seeing Fei Liangzheng, Gu Xiaoding scoffed before he could even speak. You're not here to plead with me to save Nianchu, are you? You know full well. Gu Xiaoding picked up a cue stick and strolled into the adjoining entertainment room, showing no interest in discussing the matter with Fei Liangzheng. He was languid and indifferent. Swinging the stick, the ball veered off course. Gu Xiaoding, no matter how you put it, Nianchu is your wife. She has lived with you for 2 years. Do you not know what kind of person she is? Fei Liangzheng's words fell on deaf ears. Gu Xiaoding swung his club once more, muttering that his skills seemed to have deteriorated. Fei Liangzheng snatched the club from his hands. Stop playing around. I'm serious. Dr. Fei. Gu Xiaoding retrieved the club from him. You need not concern yourself with matters of my family. Do you think I truly want a medal? Immediately pity montak Nianchu. Gu Xiaoding chuckled lightly, gritting his teeth as he looked at the man. So you took it upon yourself to betray me and sleep with her? Did she not whisper countless slanders about me in your embrace? You are utterly unreasonable. Is this the Gu Xiaoding I once knew? Nonsense. The man before him felt increasingly unfamiliar. Throughout this ordeal regarding Nianchu, have you ever considered Lin Xiaowan? Gu Xiaoding's swing abruptly halted. Then he laughed. You think Lin Xiaowan set fire to her own home, blinded herself, and broke her own leg? Fei Liangzheng responded, that's logically unsound. If Lin Xiaowan is implausible, does that make it acceptable for Nianchu to incite others to commit arson? It's all subject to Gu Xiaoding's whims. Clearly, your trust in Lin Xiaowan far exceeds that in Nianchu. Fei Liangzheng self-deprecatingly smirked. Well, she's your white moonlight. Naturally, you would believe her. However, one must possess a sense of right and wrong. Gu Xiaoding remained silent, swinging the club again. Dr. Fei, are you here to teach me how to be a person? Who am I to teach, Mr. Gu? I merely wish to remind you that some actions are irreversible. Think carefully. After Fei Liangzheng departed, Gu Xiaoding violently shattered his expensive golf club. Breathing heavily, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Guanwei, return from Haiqing at once. I have something crucial for you to handle. As he clutched the phone, Fei Liangzheng's words echoed in his mind. Throughout this entire affair, have you never questioned Lin Xiaowan? Should he start to doubt her? Days later, Guanwei handed over the investigation results to Gu Xiaoding. Mr. Gu, the arsonist, nicknamed Ironhead, is a gambler. He indeed received a transfer of 100,000 yuan and instructions to commit arson. Unfortunately, the WeChat account was deactivated shortly after the incident. Moreover, I've checked your wife's call and chat records. There is no contact with Ironhead. I suspect that account was a forgery. Gu Xiaoding accepted this hypothesis. Yet, who could prove that Nianchu did not forge her own identity? Pass this to my lawyer. I understand. I will take care of it immediately. A week later, Gu Xiaoding found himself once again in the police station's visiting room. Nianchu, who was never overweight, had lost significant weight. The conditions there were harsh. One meal a day consisting of steamed buns and boiled vegetables was all they offered. She could endure that, but the incessant bright lights at night exacerbated her already poor sleep. After 10 days, she had scarcely slept for a few hours, feeling as though she were on the brink of death. It seems you're not faring well here, he remarked coolly, laced with mockery. If you wish to leave, I can arrange it. No need, she replied, her eyes dull. Do you not regret anything? Nianchu felt no remorse. Save perhaps for the fact that the fire had not claimed Lin Xiaowan. If Lin Xiaowan had perished, I would feel even less regret. You, how can you be so vicious? He grasped her neck, his expression darkening. What a wicked heart you possess. She glared at him, and he tightened his grip until her face turned pale, slowly releasing her only when he was satisfied. We will settle this later. Gu Xiaoding arranged for her release on bail. On the way home, she remained silent. You got me out, yet you have not uttered a single word of thanks? The man gazed at her intently, his voice softening. Chapter 59. You must let me handle this in the car. Nianchu lifted her eyelids slightly, a bitter sensation swelling within her. You orchestrated this, and now you expect gratitude? Thank you for sparing my life? He scoffed lightly. I'm offering you a chance to repay the favor. Gu shouting, what do you intend to do? Casually, he instructed the driver, take us to Zinni Hospital. Zinni Hospital? Her mother. What have you done to my mother? You will find out when we arrive. He regarded her coldly. She had never taken his promises to heart. How could Nianchu not remember? But this man was too capricious, his words often contradictory. How much could she trust him? Her emotions surged as she suppressed the discomfort in her chest until they arrived at the entrance of Zinni Hospital. The hospital had changed names. It was no longer Zinni Hospital, but Boei Hospital. The irony of a callous person seeking to save lives in a hospital was not lost on her. As they approached the ward building, she encountered Dr. Chun. Montag Nianchu. Dr. Chun, how is my mother? He gestured for her to remain calm. The previous project has been submitted for approval. Restarting will take some time. However, we have acquired a newly released medication from abroad, which has shown promising results for your mother. Once the project resumes, she could be included. Nianchu nodded along. But, the newly released medication? It must be expensive. Indeed, it is not cheap, Dr. Chun admitted. The cost price of one pill is around 100,000. For a condition like your mother's, she would need to take at least 3 pills a month. Once the project restarts, she may require 3 to 5 pills. 30 to 50,000 a month? How could I possibly afford that? Dr. Chun, how many pills has my mother received? She has already taken 2. That is 200,000. I cannot bear that expense. Dr. Chun, if my mother stops taking this medication, will her life be in danger? That is difficult to ascertain. Nianchu found herself at a crossroads, but knew she had no money to cover the medication. Let us stop the treatment and transfer her to a regular ward. I genuinely cannot afford the medication. Must we truly do this? Dr. Chun inquired, visibly troubled. Yes. Very well, he conceded. Just then, Gu shouting approached. Normal treatment will suffice. I shall cover the expenses. Dr. Chun was taken aback. Nianchu turned to Gu shouting, mocking. Are you worried my mother's organs will be unhealthy and unsuitable for Lin Xiaowan as transplant? You may interpret that way. He did not refute her. I will never consent to you transplanting my mother's organs unless I am dead. Nianchu staunchly refused. Then remove her from the oxygen supply. Let it all end. Gu shouting turned to Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun, you. Nianchu raised her hand, intending to slap Gu shouting, but he seized her wrist. You claimed you didn't require treatment, did you? If you die, there will be no need. She glared at him, her eyes filled with rage. After a standoff, she freed her hand and turned to leave. Enraged, he cursed under his breath and pursued her. Just as she was about to miss the car, he grasped her wrist, forcefully ushering her inside. Small in stature, yet with a fierce temper. Gu shouting, I must inform you that I shall not acquiesce to your demands. You can forget about it. Her eyes blazed with intensity, her fingertips trembling. If you truly corner me, I will ensure your demise alongside Lin Xiaowan. The man suddenly laughed. A twisted, grotesque laugh laced with contempt for her fury. Nianchu, have you grown ambitious? Do you wish to extinguish others' lives? He seized her wrist, pulling her closer, his strong hand tightening around her waist. It will be a miracle if I do not end your life instead. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes, rendering her a picture of pitiful sorrow, disappointment, despair, hopelessness. Her heart ached with profound hatred. You promised me you would not harm my mother. You swore it. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he softened his tone, acknowledging her words. Knowing that I made such a promise, why are you still in a frenzy? She covered her face with her hands, stifling her sobs. Her slender shoulders shook like leaves caught in the wind. He raised a hand to soothe her hair, but she forcefully pushed him away. Do not touch me. His expression swiftly hardened, and he grasped her wrist again, pulling her into his embrace. Montag Nianchu, you are my wife. I shall treat you as I see fit. With that, he captured her chin and leaned down to kiss her. This kiss was far from tender. He pressed against her, and she bit him, their blood mingling in a salty, metallic taste. Gu shouting wiped his split lip, gasping for breath. Do you want me to take you in the car? Gu shouting, you are a twisted deviant. Did you not shamelessly pursue marriage with me simply because you were drawn to this depravity? He pinned her down, disregarding the driver sitting in front of them. Montag Nianchu, it would be wise for you to behave otherwise. Otherwise what? She glared defiantly at him. You are aware of my capabilities. Ultimately, he released her, straightening his suit. I hope you do not compel me to alter my previous decisions. In the end, it remained a threat. Nianchu forced herself to regain her composure, wiping away her tears and swallowing her grievances. I will repay you for my mother's medical expenses. Do as you wish. I trust Mr. Gu will honor his word. Let us observe your conduct. She turned her gaze forward, her tone icy. I wish to return to the single apartment. Suit yourself. The vehicle traversed the thoroughfare of Jiangxing. Upon reaching the single apartment, it halted, and Nianchu alighted. The car did not drive away immediately. The window rolled down, and he watched her retreating figure until she entered the building, before signaling to the hospital. Understood, Mr. Gu. Inside the hospital room, Lin Xiaowan was venting her frustrations at the housekeeper. Do you think I'm a dog or a cat? Is this fit for human consumption? On the floor lay the meticulously prepared collagen chicken soup, mushrooms, and bird's nest, none of which could be deemed suitable for a person's palate. The housekeeper, feeling aggrieved and too intimidated to raise her head, could only repeatedly apologize. Miss Lin, please tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Wang Ma, as the mistress of this household, what do you think I should be eating? Lin Xiaowan spoke with an air of authority. At that moment, Gu Shouting opened the door to the ward and stepped inside. Chapter 60. Grant me the opportunity to please you. Kiss me. Lin Xiaowan instantly donned a benevolent demeanor. Shouting, you've arrived. You see, I had a minor dispute with Wang Ma over the food not suiting my taste. She has it hard, so please do not hold it against her. Gu Shouting glanced at the floor, and the housekeeper immediately began cleaning up. Once you are done, you may leave, Gu Shouting instructed. The housekeeper nodded promptly. Yes, sir. Lin Xiaowan's eyes were almost fully recovered, and the cast had been removed from her leg. Shouting, how has the matter regarding the arson been resolved? Her gaze curved with a crescent moon shape, her tone subtly seeking approval. There was insufficient evidence, so they were released. He replied nonchalantly. I too believe Nianchu could not have committed such an act. It truly was a misunderstanding that caused me much concern. Lin Xiaowan's fingers tightened around the bedsheet, yet her expression remained calm and gentle. Gu Shouting lifted his gaze to observe the woman, feeling a wave of relief. Once you are discharged tomorrow, focus on recuperating at home. She lowered her eyelashes dejectedly. I no longer have a home. Go to the Gu residence. Would that be appropriate for me? During my previous stay there, Nianchu never liked me. Perhaps it is best to forego it. To avoid causing Gu Shouting any inconvenience, she proactively suggested I could rent a place to stay. No need. She is not currently residing at home. Have you quarreled? Gu Shouting did not answer her question, merely stating, I will have the housekeeper come to fetch you when the time comes. After leaving the hospital, Gu Shouting inexplicably found himself at the single apartment. Nianchu had just finished showering. She felt utterly exhausted from the confinement of recent days. She had called Sister Mao Mao and planned to return to work tomorrow. She needed to earn money. The doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she saw. It was Gu Shouting. Had he not left? With her hand on the doorknob, she hesitated before finally opening the door. Mr. Gu, is there something you need? He leaned against the door frame, his body slightly bent, wearing a nonchalant smile. Do you not intend to invite me in for a moment? It is inconvenient. What is inconvenient? He did not force his way in, allowing her to save face. She knew he wished to enter and realized she could not stop him. So she stepped aside, acknowledging the fact that she had forgotten this was Mr. Gu's domain. Gu Shouting, nearly 6 feet tall, entered, his head brushing the doorway. This was his first time stepping into the single dormitory of a Gu Corporation employee. The room was rather small, with a bathroom, kitchen, and living area divided into sections. The balcony held a desk with a computer atop it. Have you eaten? He asked, glancing back at her. Nianchu replied coldly, I am not hungry. I am hungry. Prepare a bowl of noodles for me. I do not have the kind of noodles you desire. She was unwilling to serve him. He raised an eyebrow. A pill for your mother in exchange for a bowl of noodles. Is that acceptable, Mrs. Gu? 1 pill costs 100,000. Could she really resist? Fine. Turning, she headed to the kitchen, tying on an apron and retrieving the only pack of noodles from the cupboard. Glancing at the expiration date, it was past due. Gu Shouting removed his jacket and sat on the narrow sofa, which barely accommodated him. The balcony was adorned with a pot of sunflowers, exuding a gentle fragrance. Rising, he approached the kitchen doorway, watching her silhouette. In their 2 years of marriage, he had rarely returned home, but whenever he did, Nianchu would prepare a lavish feast for him. He knew her culinary skills were exceptional, yet he had never tasted her cooking. In fact, he loathed sitting with her, often returning home in the dead of night. He distinctly disliked this woman, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to her body. But aside from their physical connection, he knew little else about her. A bland bowl of noodles? He suddenly spoke. Imo Nianchu did not turn around, responding in a flat tone. I made a tomato and egg soup. No meat? Imo Nianchu opened the refrigerator and retrieved a sausage. Would this suffice? It will have to do. She even added an egg and a few slices of cucumber, drenching it in the tomato and egg sauce, making her feel somewhat hungry herself. She personally served it to him. Here you go. Enjoy. Just one bowl? He asked, raising his gaze to her. There is more. Go serve yourself another bowl to eat with me. Imo Nianchu shook her head in refusal. I cannot afford noodles worth 100,000. I will treat you. Imo Nianchu remained unmoved. Gu Xiaoting scooped some noodles, blowing on them, and offered them to her. Come, take a bite. Imo Nianchu remained silent. You eat yourself. She felt the atmosphere between them was rather awkward, so she retreated to the kitchen to tidy up the mess they had just made. Suddenly, a pair of large hands wrapped around her from behind, startling her into a scream. Let go of me, Gu Xiaoting. What do you want? She exclaimed. She had never seen him so loud in bed. He pressed his chin into the nook of her shoulder, causing Imo Nianchu's back to stiffen. Was this man out his mind? She could clearly feel his body reacting, and though she wanted to escape, the confined space left her with nowhere to hide. Mr. Gu, this is a single dormitory, she reminded him. What do you want to warn me about? He bit down on the soft flesh behind her ear. Montak Nianchu, we are husband and wife, not having an affair. I don't like it. Is it that you dislike intimacy, or that you dislike intimacy with me? He pinned her down and turned to face her, his gaze icy. Is it for Fei Liangjing's sake? What does that have to do with Fei Liangjing? Who does it pertain to? He lifted her, placing her onto the countertop, his hands bracing against her sides. Imo Nianchu, when you were with Fei Liangjing, was he gentle? Her star-like eyes deeply met his. Mr. Gu, what answer do you wish to hear? I want to hear what lies in your heart. I assume, Mr. Gu has already conjured up images of what transpired between me and Fei Liangjing in his mind. Indeed, it is just as you imagine. She knew provoking him would yield no advantage. Yet with a man like him, she had no alternative means of interaction. Gu Xiaoting suddenly smiled, his cold, obsidian eyes fixated on her. So you truly did that with him? Think as you wish. Don't come to me for answers. He abruptly raised his hand, gripping her neck. Imo Nianchu, you truly have a knack for inciting my anger. Isn't that what you wanted to hear? She glared at him. Isn't this merely your excuse for revenge? It seems you're no longer afraid of my retaliation. He released his grip, stating, I could easily make a call to the hospital. I believe you can handle the consequences. No. She lowered her head despondently, her body turning cold. I was wrong. Fear gripped her. She was terrified. He was far from a normal person. I'll give you a chance to appease me. He clasped her waist, pressing his body against hers. Kiss me. Chapter 61. The lethal power of the white moonlight. She shut her eyes and offered her lips, feeling hesitant, resistant, yet compelled to comply. Can you kiss? He found himself breathless from her actions. She shook her head. He took the lead, holding her head and kissing her. Suddenly, a phone rang, disrupting the moment. Gu Xiaoting had no intention of answering, his lips trailing down her neck. You should answer the call, she suggested. No need. The ringing persisted. Gathering her courage, Imo Nianchu reached into his pocket and glanced at the screen. It was Lin Xiaowan. It's Lin Xiaowan calling. Are you sure you don't want to answer? The man appeared unsatisfied, irritably taking the phone. Hello. Shouting, I got my period. Could you please buy me some sanitary pads? My stomach hurts a bit. Could you also grab some brown sugar? Lin Xiaowan's request was made cautiously. Understood. He replied softly. He didn't leave immediately, but continued to kiss Imo Nianchu for a while longer, reluctant to let her go. You should rest early. The man exited the kitchen, pulling on his coat, saying nothing further before shutting the door behind him. Imo Nianchu felt an inexplicable mockery in her heart. Gu Xiaoting was indeed infatuated with Lin Xiaowan to the core, even going so far as to personally buy her sanitary pads. This was something she had once yearned for. Now, it had lost its significance to her. The following morning, Imo Nianchu arrived at the design department. Her supervisor did not inquire about her reason for leave, and she offered no explanation. As noon approached, a commotion erupted in the department. It was rumored that a new deputy supervisor had been assigned from above, specifically instructed by the CEO. Could be the CEO's girlfriend? Isn't the CEO married? I heard the CEO is going through a divorce. This new arrival is his first love, the white moonlight. So, she might become the CEO's wife in the future. Will we still have a good working environment under the future CEO's wife? Enough talking. She is here. Everyone lifted their gaze to see the figure arriving with Sister Mao Mao. Mo Nianchu had anticipated this. Lin Xiaowan would not miss the opportunity to work alongside her. She needed to find superiority in herself to mask her insecurities. Sister Mao Mao wheeled Lin Xiaowan over, introducing her. This is our new deputy supervisor in the design department. Lin Xiaowan. Let's welcome her. Applause erupted among the colleagues. Lin Xiaowan directed her gaze toward Mo Nianchu. Aren't you going to welcome me? Mo Nianchu glanced up, casually clapping twice. Welcome. I hope everyone works well with Supervisor Lin. Sister Mao Mao pushed Lin Xiaowan toward the office. I've already tidied up the office for you, and the CEO has given me special instructions. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Thank you, Sister Mao Mao. I will surely speak well of you in front of the CEO. Lin Xiaowan smiled warmly. Sister Mao Mao replied, get accustomed to the environment. I'll go back to work now. All right. After Sister Mao Mao left, she clapped her hands. Everyone listen up. Our company has a new product that requires design. Does everyone have confidence? Sister Mao Mao, what is the new product? A colleague named Ada asked. It's a seasonal accessory themed around flowers. I hope everyone can unleash their creativity. The CEO mentioned that there's a bonus of 100,000 for the best designer this time. The design department erupted in cheers. Mo Nianchu remained calm. Designing around flowers had always been the most challenging yet unremarkable task. Flowers were inherently beautiful. To create something stunning, one must pay close attention to details. She was trained in traditional Chinese painting, not as a professional jewelry designer. She could participate, but the 100,000 bonus would likely elude her. At the end of the workday, Gu Shouting personally came to the design department to pick up Lin Xiaowan. Why did you come personally? You don't need to worry about me. I can manage. Lin Xiaowan's expression was shy, her eyes filled with affection, perfectly portraying a pampered woman. Gu Shouting took over the wheelchair, pushing her. How are you finding your first day? Is everything going well? The colleagues are all quite nice. That's good. The two left the design department under the watchful eyes of their colleagues, who buzzed with conversation. It seems the CEO has truly found love this time. Just look at how tenderly he gazes at Supervisor Lin. The lethal power of the white moonlight is indeed formidable. I wonder how the CEO's wife feels watching this. Can she even see it? This man only loves his first love. Everything else is just settling. It seems the position of the CEO's wife will soon change. Their chatter continued as Mo Nianchu understood all too well the consequences of being unloved. She merely wished for a day when Gu Shouting would suddenly give Lin Xiaowan a title, thereby freeing her. Mo Nianchu was the last to leave the company. The autumn air was growing crisp, and she wrapped her coat around herself as she walked toward her single apartment. She heard someone calling her. Turning back, she saw it was her senior. Is that you? Indeed, it is. Fei Liangzheng quickened his pace to catch up with Mo Nianchu. Have you started working at Gu's? Yes. It was not difficult to deduce that this must have been arranged by Gu Shouting. Fei Liangzheng refrained from probing further and instead spoke of Bai Yuling's condition. I heard the project is recovering, and it's Shouting who is mediating. Moreover, the medication your mother is currently taking was also sourced at high price by him. In fact, Shouting, Senior. She understood that Fei Liangzheng intended to act as a peacemaker, but now it was meaningless. There was no possibility of reconciliation between her and Gu Shouting. Disappointment, accumulated bit by bit, transforms into irretrievable despair, eventually yielding to a hope that may never be seen again. Every step she takes alongside Gu Shouting leads her further into the abyss. What are your plans? Mo Nianchu gazes vacantly at the neon lights by the roadside. Even the tear mole at the corner of her eye appears desolate. Senior brother, for now, I can only take one step at a time. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance, he expresses, hoping to be of help to her. Regardless of his intentions, Mo Nianchu is always grateful. Thank you, senior brother, but I prefer not to burden you. I understand, Fei Liangzheng acknowledges, aware that Gu Shouting has long misinterpreted their relationship, and he comprehends her desire for distance. Senior brother, I'm almost at the apartment, she states. Fei Liangzheng is momentarily taken aback. You live in a single apartment? Why not return to the Gu residence? The Gu residence now has a new mistress, and I prefer to stay here. To avoid drawing attention, she replies with a smile, pointing towards the door ahead. I'll head back now, goodbye. Upon returning to her room, she unlocks the door, and, as she turns to close it, a tall, imposing man forces his way inside. You, Montauk Nianchu gasps, retreating 2 steps, grabbing her bag to strike him. Get out, leave. Chapter 62. Don't you wish to experience the thrill of revenge? The man raises a hand to deflect her, casually shutting the door behind him. Nianchu, direct your fury towards Gu Shaoting instead of wasting it on me. Why endure such torment? Li Shaoan, you better leave right now. Why you always greet me with such animosity? I came to discuss something important today. Li Shaoan plops down on the sofa, his gaze landing on the instant noodles on her table. Perfect, I haven't eaten yet. He reaches for the noodles, but Nianchu deftly snatches them away. Leave, do you hear? With his hands empty, Li Shaoan retracts his arm. Aren't you curious about what I have to say? What do you want? Montak Nianchu in Kvilas Koitli. A smirk graces Li Shaoan's lips as he continues. I possess numerous pieces of evidence regarding how the Friendship Hospital mistreated Mo Tao and what your father endured after his arrest. Would you be interested? Before Nianchu can respond, he adds, I know you once loved Gu Shaoting deeply, but what does that matter? He doesn't love you and is scheming to annihilate your family. Do you not harbor any hatred for him? Nianchu, I can assist you. Together, we can cast Gu Shaoting from the heights into the depths of despair, and your family will no longer fear his threats. You can stand tall and live freely. And I could even help you cure Mo Tao's madness. Slowly, Nianchu relaxes her tense body. Previously, she would have outright rejected Li Shaoan's proposition, but now. Why should I trust you? First, take a look at this, Li Shaoan replies, opening a video on his phone and handing it to her. No one goes mad for no reason. Watch what your brother has endured. With trembling fingers, Nianchu accepts the phone. The video reveals not only Mo Tao, but also several men wielding electric rods, mercilessly tormenting him. They strip him of his clothing, urinate on him, and fill the room with snakes and vermin. In such an environment, any sane person would lose their mind. Nianchu shuts her eyes tightly, gripping the phone as she battles surging emotions. Why? Why must they treat him this way? It is merely because he bears the surname Mo. Merely because he acted against Lin Shaoan. He didn't Nianchu's eyes blaze with fury as she glares at Li Shaoan. That was Lin Shaoan's scheme. He would never do such a thing. Li Shaoan choose. I have no doubt that Mo Tao wouldn't commit such an act, but my belief holds no weight. Gu Shaoting doesn't trust him. He only trusts Lin Shaoan. You must understand, even if Mo Tao didn't wrong Lin Shaoan, Gu Shaoting wouldn't spare him. Because he is Mo, all who bear the surname Mo deserve death. Nianchu is aware. She knows that Li Shaoan's motives extend beyond merely showing her this footage. He seeks her reaction. What do you intend to do about Gu Shaoting? Finally, they arrive at the crux of the matter. Li Shaoan adopts a serious demeanor, stating to ensure Gu Shaoting's complete downfall. The first step is to remove him from his position as president of the Gu Corporation. Do you think you can achieve that? She scoffs. That is utterly unrealistic. No, it is we who will achieve it. Li Shaoan has already devised a detailed plan. I need your assistance. Nianchu, aiding me is tantamount to aiding yourself. Li Shaoan, you are merely an illegitimate child. Even if you manage to topple Gu Shaoting, what then? Don't forget, Gu Shaoting has a sister. It won't be your turn. Li Shaoan has never regarded Gu Qingling as a threat. What can a woman accomplish? Surely you don't believe the Gu Corporation would fall into the hands of a woman? He scoffs derisively. Gu Zonlin has long made it clear that the Gu Corporation passes down through males, and should Gu Shaoting be ousted, I am the heir. However, Nianchu disagrees. Gu Qingling has studied abroad for many years. Her capabilities rival those of Gu Shaoting. The purpose of sending her abroad was to ensure she could assist Gu Shaoting in solidifying his position, to prevent Gu Zonlin's illegitimate offspring from dividing the Gu Corporation amongst themselves. Matters concerning the Gu family are still dictated by the old patriarch. Even if the Gu Corporation won't be passed down to a woman, why are you so certain it would be given to you? Nianchu regards the man before her, adorned with a facade of false smiles, with disdain. You're not the only illegitimate child of Gu Zonlin. What gives you such confidence? Whether or not I can become the sole heir to the Gu Corporation depends on my own abilities. Li Shaoan carries an air of self-assuredness. Montak Nianchu, do you not wish to experience the exhilarating sensation of avenging Gu Shaoting? She does. How could she not? Yet, she cannot ally herself with this man. Li Shaoan is like a walking thorn, filled with ulterior motives. As Gu Shaoting once remarked, she cannot outplay him. I believe, Mr. Li, that you have mistaken your target. I do harbor intentions of avenging Gu Shaoting, but I am inherently timid. Thus, don't be so quick to refuse. consider it carefully. In Li Shaoan's mind, Mo Nianchu's refusal signifies an insufficient bargaining chip. It appears Mo Tao has yet to genuinely provoke her most sensitive nerve. No ruse. I have plenty of time. As he departs, he tosses a USB drive to Mo Nianchu. This contains videos pertaining to your father. I believe once you view them, you will undoubtedly reconsider. Li Shaoan exits. The USB lies quietly on the coffee table as she stares at it in a daze. She longs to see its contents, yet fear holds her back. After what feels like an eternity of hesitation, she clenches the USB and tosses it into a drawer, locking it away. Some truths she wishes to uncover herself. No matter how vivid the video, it would only cloud her judgment. In the design department, everyone is busy with their designs, Mo Nianchu included. A call from Song Qingzi brings good news. They have found a suitable psychiatrist. Really? That's wonderful, Qingzi. I have completed the admission procedures for Mo Tao. The doctor assured me that, if all goes well, he could achieve significant improvement in 3 months. Or 6 at the most. Mo Nianchu's long-clouded heart begins to brighten. Thank you, Qingzi. If you wish to show your gratitude, treat me to dinner tonight. Absolutely. As she wraps up her workday, Mo Nianchu shuts down her computer and prepares to leave when the intercom rings. Mo Nianchu, this is Secretary Zhong from the President's office. President Gu wishes to see you immediately in the office. Understood. Mo Nianchu glances at her watch. She and Song Qingzi had planned to dine at their favorite restaurant, so she made a reservation in advance to avoid waiting for a table. Qingzi, you go ahead. I have some work to attend to and will join you shortly. The reply came almost instantly. All right, you carry on. I will wait for you. Mo Nianchu proceeded alone to the CEO's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Chapter 63. The fruit knife directed at the man's heart, Guzong, she said, her expression calm, yet slightly respectful. The man glanced at her with indifference. I have heard that your recent performance has not been satisfactory. Heard? From whom? From Lin Shaoan? Montag Nianchu retorted. I fail to understand what aspect of my performance you're referring to, Guzong. Your supervisor, Lin, mentioned that you frequently resort to searching for images online during your design work. Are you intending to plagiarize from the internet? Or are you simply out of ideas? Mo Nianchu was taken aback. Indeed, she had searched online, but only for types and details of flowers. Could this be deemed as plagiarism? Did Lin Shaoan not comprehend this, nor did Gu Xiaoding? If I may inquire, Guzong, when designing accessories primarily featuring flowers, what other materials should one seek to find? One would think Guzong, with his experience, should understand that Lin Shaoan lacks the capability and knowledge to discern what constitutes good design or what materials contribute positively to it. Mo Nianchu's words visibly displeased Gu Xiaoting, who questioned, are you doubting my judgment and perspective in selecting personnel? Mo Nianchu, who gave you the authority? Indeed, she possessed no authority. She merely stated facts. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She turned to exit when the man called after her. This evening, accompany me to the old residence. Qingling has returned. Gu Qingling is back. Although her relationship with Gu Qingling was amicable, she had no desire to return. I have plans this evening. Cancel them. Guzong, my time after work is my own. He fixed her with a steady gaze. Do not forget, you are still a member of the Gu family. Today is a family gathering, and your presence is required. Gu Xiaoting's decisions were not negotiable for Mo Nianchu. He donned his coat, took her hand, and commanded, let's go. Mo Nianchu withdrew her hand, a wave of distaste washing over her. Seeing her frown, he grew irritated. Montag Nianchu, you would do well not to show me disdain. I am not, she replied coldly, her tone dismissive. Infuriated, the man threw his coat heavily onto the sofa, yanked her into the lounge, and as the door closed behind them, he threw her onto the bed. Gu Xiaoting, what are you doing? There should be limits to shamelessness. We're in the office. She was acutely aware of his intentions, and she knew he was never one to be concerned with propriety. Yet, she could not acquiesce. He loosened his tie and, with a hint of anger, rolled up his shirt sleeves. What could anyone say, even if it were in public? Mo Nianchu, remember your position. In that moment, Mo Nianchu did not feel like the esteemed Mrs. Gu. She was merely a toy for Gu Xiaoting's whims, regardless of time or place, irrespective of her consent. He leaned in to kiss her lips, but she turned her face away. He seized her chin, prying her lips apart with his tongue, engaging her in a heated entanglement. From anger to indulgence, he became reckless. Mo Nianchu attempted to push him away, yet he held her wrist above her head. Tell me, Who do you have a date with today? She bit her lip in silence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. He despised her stubbornness, questioning her audacity to act this way. Who made you feel entitled to such an attitude? Speak. You want me to have an attitude? If you truly desire a response, go ask Lin Xiaowan. Do not come to me. Tell me, did you arrange to meet Fei Liangzheng? His large hand wandered to her neck, gripping it suddenly as a warning. No. Really? He tightened his grip, prompting a cry of pain from her. Is that so? No, no, no. She shook her head vigorously, struggling in vain. Inadvertently, her hand grasped something. In a moment of desperation, she raised a fruit knife and aimed for his heart. Her wrist was caught. The man stared at her in shock. Are you trying to kill me? The fruit knife was merely something Nianchu had found. She did not genuinely wish to harm him. It was a consequence of his own actions. He exerted a slight force, and the knife fell from her grasp. His interest extinguished. With a cold look in his eyes, he stood up, dressed, and kicked the knife away. Nianchu, you have truly reached new heights. You wish to murder me? Do you possess the capability? The woman trembled, shaking as she gathered her clothes. She had contemplated taking her own life if she could not kill him. Yet, she had failed to fulfill that desire. Gu Shaoting was furious, his chest heaving with rage. He swept a vase from the shelf with a violent motion. Very well, he seethed, nearly grinding his teeth. After shattering a few more items, he fixed a sharp gaze upon her. Did I truly underestimate you? You want to kill your husband? Longing to be a widow? He shouted, causing Nianchu to curl up in fear. Suddenly, he grasped her shoulder, his dark eyes glimmering ominously, his handsome face becoming increasingly terrifying. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Do you? He gripped her hair, forcing her to look up. Who taught you this? Who instilled this behavior in you? Tell me. At that moment, Gu Shaoting resembled a beast ready to devour everything in its path. Nianchu could not respond, nor could she summon the courage to face him. When he became enraged, it was her life that was at stake, as the room devolved into chaos. With every breakable object reduced to shards, only then did his anger begin to subside. This time, I shall overlook it. But Nianchu, remember, if there is a next time, your entire family will vanish from this earth. She lowered her head, speechless. Moments later, Gu Shaoting's phone rang, and he took a deep breath before answering. Hello? Shouting, when will you and Nianchu arrive? The voice on the other end belonged to Gu Qingling. Gu Shaoting glanced at the disheveled woman beside him. We will be there shortly. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Grandfather is in particularly good spirits today and has asked several times. Understood. After hanging up, he took a few deep breaths before directing his gaze back to Nianchu. He dialed a number, purchased a suit, and returned with it. Size S. Half an hour later, Zhong Shui knocked on the lounge door. Guzong, I have brought the clothes. Leave them outside. All right. Zhong Shui was unaware for whom the clothes were intended. From her observations, they did not seem to fit Lin Xiaowan. Could it be that Gu Shaoting had another woman? He took the clothes into the lounge and tossed them to Nianchu. Change into these and come with me to the old residence. She remained silent. Do you need me to help you change? He snapped. Chapter 64. Why would I bully her on the way back to the old residence? Nianchu's frail form was pressed tightly against the car door. Gu Shaoting patted the seat beside him, indicating for her to come closer. Her lashes, heavy with moisture, slowly lifted as she met his gaze and shook her head. When she cried, there was an inherent sense of fragility about her, especially in bed, where he often found himself lost and unable to extricate himself from her allure. He withdrew his gaze from her face. You would do well to conceal that morose demeanor. Those unaware might think I am mistreating you. Are you not? She replied, her voice light and airy. Gu Shaoting regarded her coldly, a derisive smile forming. Do you consider our intimate life mistreatment? Or do you equate your attempted murder with being bullied? To her, anything she opposed was deemed as bullying, irrespective of the context. Clearly, this man failed to grasp such nuances. Nianchu gently rested her cheek against the car window, feeling lonely and desolate. The car gradually came to a halt before the old residence. After stepping out, the man extended his hand towards Nianchu. She instinctively tucked her small hand behind her back, noticing a slight change in Gu Shaoting's expression before she extended her hand into his palm. Her hand was cold, while his was warm and dry, yet it lacked the warmth she truly needed. As they entered the old residence's courtyard, she spotted Gu Qingling from a distance. Nianchu, she greeted, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Gu Qingling shot an unhappy glance at her brother, questioning whether he had bullied Nianchu again. Why would I bully her? Did you not? Gu Qingling tilted her head, observing Imo Nianchu, who had clearly been crying. Nianchu, did he really not bully you? No, sister. Imo Nianchu replied, wishing to divert Gu Qingling's attention away from herself. When did you return to the country? I just arrived this noon and invited you all over for dinner tonight. Gu Qingling grasped Imo Nianchu's hand and led her inside, noting that it was a good day, as their grandfather was in particularly good spirits. The two women walked ahead while Gu Shouting followed, hands in his pockets. The streetlights illuminated Imo Nianchu's profile, casting a soft glow that rendered her strikingly beautiful. To welcome Gu Qingling, the old residents had prepared a sumptuous feast. It was rare for Gu Zonglin to be home, while Su Huai maintained her usual inscrutable expression. In contrast, the old man's complexion was noticeably better, having even sipped half a glass of red wine. Grandfather, are you happy because I returned? Gu Qingling asked playfully. The old man reached out to pat her head, assuring her that with Gu Shouting and her around, he felt at ease regarding the Gu family as future. What you said is true. We feel secure because of you, Gu Qingling replied, placing a piece of lobster meat into the old man's bowl. Grandfather, you must stay healthy for another 30 years. Then I would become an old monster. The old man chuckled heartily. Imo Nianchu quietly ate her meal, maintaining a refined demeanor. In the Gu family, she felt almost invisible, unable to join in their conversations and hesitant to speak up. It was only when the old man mentioned her name that she looked up, somewhat bewildered. Nianchu, my dear, I know you have endured hardships lately. I am aware of your sacrifices for the Gu family. Come, allow me to toast you in gratitude. Montag Nianchu understood. It was about her donating blood to the old man. She felt no need for gratitude. She had never wished to give away her blood. The family awaited her response, but she remained silent, merely lifting her glass and finishing the wine. Nianchu's contributions won't cease here. Gu Zonglin raised his glass as well. He expected at least a few polite words from her, but none came. Imo Nianchu remained silent again, raising her glass and downing it. Gu Zonglin awkwardly forced a smile, muttering, "Then I shall also finish mine." Only Su Huai regarded Imo Nianchu with a complex and sympathetic gaze. The Gu family was lively, sharing laughter and conversation, while Imo Nianchu sat quietly, occasionally lost in thought. Nianchu, when will you give me a little nephew to play with? Gu Qingling inquired. Imo Nianchu snapped back to reality, bewildered. Huh? What? Gu Qingling smiled. I meant, when will you and Shouting have a little nephew for me? When can I be an aunt? Montag Nianchu smilet faintly. Gu Qingling had the chance to become an aunt, while she had lost her opportunity to be a mother. She lowered her gaze, her emotions complex. Gu Qingling assumed Imo Nianchu was merely shy and turned to Gu Shouting, urging, "You need to step it up. It's been over 2 years since your marriage. Don't let us down. There's no rush. If we want your grandfather to live for another 30 years, we must hurry." Gu Zonglin interjected, displeased. Gu Shouting glanced at Imo Nianchu beside him. She appeared somewhat dazed, exuding a natural beauty that captivated him. Gu Qingling couldn't help but tease him. Your eyes are practically glued to her. Gu Shouting snapped back to reality, chuckling softly. After the old man left the dining table, he called Gu Shouting into his study. He was in good spirits, discussing the future development of the Gu Corporation. Shouting, if grandfather falls critically ill again, do not attempt to save me, nor take any more blood from Nianchu. Gu Shouting fell silent. This had always been a dilemma. If placed on a balanced scale, his grandfather's life would undoubtedly outweigh all else. Grandfather, how can I not save you? Silly boy, I do not wish for you to sacrifice your marriage for my sake. Nianchu is a good child. Whether you love her or not, she is the one most suited for you. As for Lin Xiaowan, it's time to sever those ties. Though the old man was aged and often unwell, he was not confused. Gu Shouting remained silent. The old man sighed deeply. You are capable and determined, yet your heart is too chaotic. Take a moment to calm yourself and contemplate what you truly desire. Do not make things difficult for yourself or others. He gently ruffled his grandson's hair, having cherished him since childhood, nurturing him as the heir. He wished nothing more than for this beloved child to find happiness in the future. Grandfather, I've lived long enough. Lately, I've often dreamed of your grandmother. She said she has already settled everything on the other side and is waiting for me to join her. Grandfather, Gu Shouting felt a pang in his heart. His grandfather was not afraid of death. He longed for his grandmother. We met at 14, married at 18, and she raised our children and managed our home so well. I'm truly grateful for her, and I miss her dearly." The old man's face radiated happiness and anticipation as he slowly closed his eyes. "Grandfather, grandfather." Gu Shouting's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling helpless. "Grandfather, do not fear. I will save you. I promise I will save you." Chapter 65. The grandfather passed away, and she became the criminal. The old man was rushed to the hospital, clinging to life through machines. All the Gu family members, including Nianchu, waited anxiously outside. Inside the ward, Gu Qingling, aware of her grandfather's condition, quietly reminded Gu Zonglin, "Dad, grandfather is experiencing a brief revival. I think we need to prepare for his passing." The phrase "preparing for death" had never been part of Gu Zonglin's vocabulary. As long as Nianchu was alive, he believed his father would survive. "What are we waiting for? Let her hurry and donate blood." Gu Zonglin yelled at Gu Shouting. Gu Qingling, confused, glanced at Gu Shouting and then back at her father. "Dad, what blood donation? Grandfather doesn't he have a blood disease? Why would he need blood? You don't understand. Your grandfather's illness requires Nianchu's blood to survive." Gu Zonglin glared at the unmoving Gu Shouting, his anger mounting. "What are you standing there for? Take her to donate blood." Gu Qingling was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend the situation. "No, this is unacceptable." She stepped in front of Gu Shouting, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "Gu Shouting, Nianchu is your wife. How can you bear to drain her blood to save grandfather?" Gu Shouting looked at her coldly, a faint bitter smile playing at the corners of his lips. Gu Zonglin shoved Gu Qingling aside, irritated. "This matter does not concern you." Shouting, "You must take Nianchu to donate blood now. If you delay, it will be too late." "Dad!" Gu Qingling was baffled as to why he treated the act of drawing blood from someone else so casually. Grandfather is over 90. He is nearing the end of his life. Let him go. Why sacrifice Nianchu's life? What do you know? Gu Zonglin's eyes widened in fury. Your grandfather is the living Buddha of the Gu family. If he passes, the future of the Gu family is doomed. Gu Qingling shook her head, gazing at her father, who seemed a stranger, and at her emotionless brother, bitterly stating, "You are inhumane. I will never agree to this. Nianchu has agreed to donate her blood to save grandfather. Why do you disagree?" Gu Zonglin grasped his daughter's wrist, pushing her aside, exclaiming, "When did this family come under your dominion?" Casting a glance at the monitor, he impatiently shouted, "Gu Shouting, have you lost your mind? Go take blood from Nianchu. Do you not wish to save your grandfather? He raised you since childhood, and among us all, you were the one he cherished the most. Are you truly going to let him slip away before your very eyes?" Gu Shouting took a couple of deep breaths, seemingly making a resolute decision, and strode purposefully toward the ward's exit. Gu Qingling hurriedly followed, positioning herself before Nianchu with outstretched arms. Shouting, "Do not act foolishly. Grandfather would not want this. Let him depart in peace, I implore you." Nianchu was not excessively surprised. It was commonplace for blood to be drawn in times of illness. This time, however, her grandfather's condition was far worse than before. Even drawing half his blood would likely be futile. She appreciated Gu Qingling's willingness to speak on her behalf. It could not deter Gu Shouting from his intended course of action. In his heart, the life of his grandfather outweighed all else. Gu Shouting's frigid gaze fell upon Nianchu. "Come with me." "No, do not go." Gu Qingling would not allow such madness to transpire. "You will perish, Nianchu." "They have all gone mad. Please do not, sister." Nianchu gently grasped Gu Qingling's hand, forcing a bittersweet smile. "Some things I cannot refuse." "How can you not refuse? If you disagree, can they truly force you?" Gu Qingling clenched Nianchu's small hand, preparing to lead her away. "Sister, I will take you away from here." Yet, Nianchu remained still. Gu Qingling was unaware of the intricate entanglement between her and Gu Shouting. She could not feign ignorance. It was merely a blood draw. If it were excessive, it could prove fatal. If not, she might survive. Whether her health would endure was of no concern to anyone. It mattered not. Silently, she withdrew her hand from Gu Qingling's grasp and made her way to the blood room. Her silhouette was slender and solitary, exuding a heart-wrenching sense of sadness. "Nianchu." Gu Qingling's eyes welled with tears. Once Nianchu entered the blood room, the ward was filled with the beeping of the monitor. "Grandfather." All members of the Gu family rushed into the ward. Upon seeing the flat line on the monitor, they comprehended the grim reality. The old man was beyond saving. Dad! Grandfather! The woman in the blood room heard the cries. With the passing of the old man, she felt a pang of discomfort. Sitting on the hospital bed, her expression was vacant. The funeral was scheduled for 3 days later, and Nianchu's name was absent from the guest list. The rain poured heavily. Gu Xiaoting held an umbrella, standing above Nianchu with a cold glimmer in his eyes. What brings you here? She remained silent, wishing only to accompany the elder on his final journey. You think you deserve to attend grandfather's funeral? His voice was calm. It held a tempestuous undertone that could shatter anyone with a single word. He took a step toward her, and she retreated. With each step he took forward, she stepped back. Suddenly, he seized her wrist, causing the umbrella to slip from her grasp. Stumbling, she was dragged to the entrance of the mourning hall. You will kneel here today. Unless you kneel for 3 hours to atone, do not think of rising. In the hall, the old man's black and white photograph stood solemnly. Gu Xiaoting's powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder, and with a thud, she knelt amidst the rain. The downpour soaked her clothes instantly, dripping from her hair, chilling her to the bone, causing her body to tremble. If I return and find you gone, your entire family shall accompany my grandfather in death. Gu Xiaoting delivered his threat and departed. The entire Gu family followed suit. Today, the old man was to be laid to rest, and the family plot was located on the auspicious Yangming Mountain. It was said that Gu Xiaoting had brought Lin Xiaoan to bid farewell to their father, while she, the rightful granddaughter-in-law, was deemed unworthy to attend, forced instead to kneel in penance. The cemetery was solemn and somber. Emotions ran high as the old man's closest relatives and comrades bade him farewell. Gu Qingling stood beside Gu Xiaoting, clad in black, her sunglasses shielding her eyes. The sight of Lin Xiaoan filled her with displeasure. Why did you bring her? Are you not afraid of ridicule from our relatives? Where is Nianchu? Why did she not come? Why mention her? If it weren't for her, grandfather would not have departed so soon. The man's face was grave, his tone frigid. Gu Qingling was taken aback. How could he utter such absurdities? What did this have to do with Nianchu? Shouldn't you be grateful to her for providing grandfather with a blood transfusion? She owes us nothing, and certainly not grandfather. Oh, nothing? She owes me more than enough. Gu Xiaoting's emotions surged, his voice strained. Since when did you become so irrational? Lin Xiaoan gently tugged at Gu Xiaoting's sleeve, attempting to calm him. Shouting, do not argue with your sister today. It is grandfather's funeral. Let's maintain harmony. Sister, Xiaoting is distressed. Do not engage with him. She turned to Gu Qingling, her expression one of placation. Who are you to call her sister? When did it become your place to interject in the Gu family's affairs? Gu Qingling's ire flared. How dare she appear at the old man's funeral? Gu Xiaoting suppressed his rising anger. What are you yelling at her for? Does she even have the right to be here? Is she your wife? Gu Xiaoting, do not forget, you are another's husband, already married. Grandfather was most displeased with dad's affairs. Must you tread the same path, bringing this mistress to grandfather's burial? Do you wish to resurrect him with your actions? Gu Qingling's fingers trembled as she pointed at Lin Xiaoan, her eyes ablaze. You are utterly shameless. What right do you have to be involved in our family's funeral? You, devoid of dignity, get out of my sight immediately. Lin Xiaoan, taken aback by the reprimand, could not muster a retort. Her face flushed, eyes blinking rapidly, on the verge of tears. I only wish to pay my respects to grandfather. I meant no harm. Many dignitaries wish to pay their respects. What makes you so special? Gu Qingling's fury boiled over at Lin Xiaoan's insipid demeanor. Today, at grandfather's funeral, I shall not argue with you. Just disappear from my sight. Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoan's cheeks. Gu Xiaoting pressed his lips tightly together, glancing at her softly. Please wait for me in the car. Understood. Lin Xiaoan's pitiful appearance nauseated Gu Qingling. Did this man truly fall for such a duplicitous woman? Just like her father, her brother was similarly bewitched. How could he have chosen this green TBTCH over Nianchu? He was blind, utterly blind. Having vented her frustrations, Gu Qingling left no room for Gu Xiaoting to respond and approached Su Huai. Mom, the rain is intensifying. They have other matters to attend to. Let us return home at a leisurely pace. Very well. The rain fell heavier still. Back at the old residence, Nianchu remained kneeling before the mourning hall. The household servants, unable to bear the sight, took an umbrella and approached her. Madam, the rain is torrential and frigid. Kneeling here is unwise. You may fall ill. There is no one home. Please, rest inside for a while. No need, Sister Song. I must kneel for 3 hours. Her face was pallid, nearly devoid of color, and her body swayed unsteadily. The young master may not return today. He does not know how long you have knelt. If he inquires, I shall say you have fulfilled your penance. The servant attempted to assist her, but she declined. I do not wish for my actions to bring about his ire toward others. Sister Song, please go about your duties. The servant shook her head and departed. The sound of a vehicle echoed at the entrance. Gu Qingling assisted Su Huai as they stepped into the ancestral home. Mother, shall we go to the morning hall to light incense for grandfather? Of course. The mother and daughter ambled towards the courtyard of the morning hall. Before they could take a step further, they spotted Nianchu kneeling at the entrance, drenched to the skin. What is happening? In such pouring rain and cold weather. What is she doing? Nianchu? The woman's body gradually weakened, and she fainted amidst the torrential downpour. Nianchu. Gu Qingling pulled her up from the ground and reached to touch her forehead. She is burning up. Hurry, someone get her inside. Quickly bring the young lady in. What on earth is going on? Why is she out in the rain? Su Huai anxiously glanced outside. You servants, how could you let her mistreat herself like this? The servants swiftly carried Nianchu inside. Su Huai hurriedly instructed, go fetch Dr. Song and prepare several pots of ginger soup. Heat it up and fill the bathtub. Let the young lady soak in it for a while. Understood, madam. Nianchu was quite weak, but fortunately, she gradually regained consciousness. Immersed in the ginger soup, her body began to warm. Gu Qingling kept vigil beside her, fearing she might drown in the bath. Why were you kneeling out there in the rain? Who ordered you to do that? Was it father or shouting? Nianchu, lacking strength, weakly replied, it was Gu shouting. He said I must atone. Atone for what? Is he blaming you for grandfather's death? That is utterly absurd. How could you possibly be responsible for that? Nianchu, you are far too indulgent of him. You cannot allow him to bully you like this. Nianchu gave a bitter smile. She knew she shouldn't allow it, but at times, she simply could not resist. Qingling. A knock sounded on the bathroom door. It was Su Huai's voice. I've made ginger tea for Nianchu. Please take it to her. Coming, mother. Gu Qingling opened the bathroom door and accepted the ginger tea. Don't worry. This child simply endures too much, Su Huai said, shaking her head with concern. The ginger tea was warm and comforting. Nianchu felt much better after soaking. After the bath, she received an injection from the doctor and fell into a light slumber. Gu Qingling gently closed the bedroom door and went to Su Huai's room. The woman, who had been reciting scriptures, set down her prayer beads upon seeing her daughter. Has she slept? Yes. Gu Qingling had been abroad for many years, and she was not well versed in the affairs between Gu Shouting and Nianchu. Mother, I know that Shouting has never liked Nianchu since their marriage, and now he keeps that Lin Shaoan by his side. Why doesn't he just get a divorce? Su Huai was also uncertain about the reasons. She supported Nianchu's decision to divorce. Your brother has never been one to confide in me. I'm not privy to their matters, nor do I know what he truly thinks. All I know is that Nianchu's eyes no longer shine. If they could divorce, I would wholeheartedly support it. 2 years without a child. Perhaps it is because Shouting does not desire one. The two of them are better off without children. Having a child would only burden a woman. She herself was a victim of such circumstances. If given another chance, she would never have brought those two into the world. No, she would never have married Gu Zonglin. Before the mother and daughter could continue their conversation, Gu Shouting returned. His strides were long as he headed directly towards a morning hall. Not seeing Nianchu there, his expression darkened. Gu Qingling observed him, her brow furrowed. What is wrong? Is it because she is not kneeling there that you are angry? Where is she? His voice was calm, yet tumultuous beneath the surface. She is asleep. Asleep? He placed his hands on his hips, an invisible rage igniting within him. What right does she have to sleep? Has grandfather forgiven her? Gu Shouting. Gu Qingling felt a surge of anger rise within her. When did you become so deranged? What do you intend to do? Do you want to destroy her? Do you consider her a mere pet or an insignificant insect that you can crush at will? Chapter 67. If I die, will you be sad? Gu Shouting remained silent, his expression grim. Gu Qingling's face hardened as she continued. You need to calm down. Direct your energy towards the Gu Corporation, lest father's illegitimate children lay claim to this lucrative inheritance. Also, Gu Qingling did not wish to preach, but some matters were intolerable. Mother has endured so much hardship in her life. You know that. If you become like father, then hasten to divorce Nianchu. The world would thus lose one more pitiable woman like her. As for her and me, it is none of your concern. He tugged at his tie, visibly vexed. Now that you are back, focus on overseeing the Goo Corporation and spend more time with Mother. Prevent her from overthinking. You have changed. Once, Goo Shouting was proud, yet reasonable. What did he become now? A twisted and perverse individual. When did this transformation occur? Was it after marrying Nianchu? If so, what had happened in these 2 years? Gu Qingling, being a woman herself, could not bear to imagine what Nianchu had endured. The rain continued to pour. The white cloth hanging above the Gu family's dark entrance fluttered in the wind. Gu Shouting sat in the main hall, staring blankly at the rain-soaked garden, a cigarette smoldering at his fingertips. He had lost track of time. Only when the stars shimmered and the night breeze grew chilly did he slightly move his gaze. Nianchu had fallen into a particularly deep slumber. She dreamt of the day of her college entrance examination art training. It was the first time she had met Gu Shouting. The sun shone brightly that day, and the cicadas chirped amid the swaying willows. He stood nearby, leaning against a railing, talking on the phone. Tall and fair-skinned, he was so strikingly handsome that one could hardly look away. The classmates buzzed about his good looks, and she found herself glancing over. Just then, he lifted his eyelids and looked her way. She anticipated that their gazes would collide so easily, and she felt a jolt of electricity, awkwardly averting her eyes. She was relieved to be wearing a mask. Otherwise, her flushed cheeks would have been a source of embarrassment. It was her first experience of infatuation. She had mustered the courage to draw a portrait for him and presented it. He was gracious, accepting it without rejection, even expressing his gratitude. That day, Gu Shouting was like a gentle breeze after rain, a refined and elegant youth. His eyes crescent-shaped as he smiled, a side of him she had never seen before. Why must you marry me? I do not like you. I despise you. Your face disgusts me. Nianchu, even if we are married, you will never earn my love. I will never allow you the opportunity to bear my child. Not now. Not ever. If you cannot endure it, leave. Why are you crying? Nianchu awoke, realizing she had merely experienced a nightmare. Yet, it was not entirely a nightmare. This had been her reality for these past years. Gu Shouting did not love her. He loathed her, sought revenge, and tormented her in perverse ways. Her life felt as dark as the current sky. The rain had lessened considerably, now a mere drizzle. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, lost in thought. She had scarcely eaten all day and felt famished, yet she lacked the desire to eat. The house was dimly lit. She made her way to the place where the servants usually rested, knowing there would be instant coffee to quell her hunger. Madame Gu, are you awake? A sudden voice startled Nianchu. It was Gu Shouting. She halted, instinctively gripping the edge of the cabinet. I wonder if Madame Gu has knelt long enough today? His tone turned cold. Nianchu felt a pang in her heart and pressed her body closer to the wall. I fainted midway. I lost track of time. In the darkness, the man rose and strode towards her. Her body tensed as she leaned against the cabinet, her fingers gripping tightly until he stood before her, emanating a chill, his breath tinged with a faint scent of tobacco. Nianchu spoke with composure, yet her lips pressed together tightly. Today marked the day of her grandfather's burial. While she could choose to overlook certain grievances, there remained an unspoken tension. His large hand gripped her neck, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you know why grandfather left us so abruptly? Nianchu's eyes narrowed as she regarded the man, cloaked in darkness. Did Mr. Gu mean to imply that her grandfather's hasty departure was due to her failure to provide timely blood transfusions? Was that not the truth? She trembled slightly, her voice hoarse. What if it had been me who died? Would you feel sorrow? A bitter curve formed at the corner of her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. Of course, you would feel sorrow, for my death would mean grandfather's salvation was lost. You cannot possibly wish for my demise, Gu Shouting. Do you not find your actions towards me cruel? He chuckled derisively, as though her words were a jest. Nianchu, do you truly believe you matter so much? If you deem this cruel, what would you call the destruction of Lin Xiaowan's life? Did I ruin Lin Xiaowan's life? Her pupils constricted, fixating on him. If my marriage to you has brought about her ruin, you are free to divorce me and marry her instead. If her legs suffered due to inadequate medical treatment, perhaps you should inquire at the hospital why her condition deteriorated. Years ago, Lin Xiaowan's knee had indeed been severely injured. The Mo family had exhausted their resources for her treatment. While the hospital was not the best, the surgeon was among the finest. The operation was deemed a failure. Yet the Mo family and Lin Xiaowan herself were acutely aware of the truth. She had neglected proper post-operative care, indulging in reckless behavior, from smoking to drinking, all while disregarding her recovery. During her healing period, she had frequented nightclubs, where the alcohol reacted adversely with her medication, compromising her heart and kidneys, leaving her with lasting impairments. Had she avoided such escapades, her knee might not have suffered irreparable damage. To Gu shouting, Lin Xiaowan's current pitiful state was a direct consequence of Mo Nianchu's actions. It seems you harbor considerable resentment, he said, pressing her against the wall with an imposing hand. So, you conspired with Fei Liangzheng while plotting my demise? Is that correct? Mo Nianchu found herself at a loss for words. Sometimes, the necessity of explanation depended entirely on whether the listener wished to hear it. Whatever Gu shouting believed, her words would bear no weight. Think as you wish, she resigned. His grip tightened, as did his brow. Do you believe that on this day, I would refrain from dealing with you while you continue to provoke me? I dare not, she replied, knowing full well the extent of his wrath, having made her kneel in the rain for 3 hours earlier that day. I see you dare quite a lot. He shot back. Gu shouting, I am utterly exhausted. Please, out of the kindness of your heart, grant me a divorce. She gazed at him with humility. Chapter 68. He lowered his gaze, enclosing her fingers in his. She had once offered her warm heart to him, only for him to cast it into the icy abyss. Frozen, her heart had hardened, never to revive, never to beat again. Mo Nianchu, if you wish for a divorce, perhaps you should comport yourself well. Who knows? One day, I might relent and grant your wish. With a forceful motion, he released his hold on her neck. As her body suddenly lost balance, she instinctively reached for something to steady herself, only to inadvertently knock a picture frame off the cabinet. The sound of shattering glass echoed, scattering into a myriad of pieces. It was their wedding photograph, captured the day before their registration, a rented wedding dress, a simple photography studio, and a solemn-faced man. Despite the simplicity, Mo Nianchu had felt immense happiness at that moment. It was their sole photograph together, a treasured memory now shattered. Gu shouting had forbidden her from displaying it at home, deeming it distasteful. Good riddance, she muttered. What do you mean by that? Gu shouting suddenly erupted in anger. She could not fathom the source of his fury. It was merely a disregarded photograph. No, his ire was not for the photo itself, but for what he perceived as her emotional outburst. I will clean it up, she said, kneeling to gather the shards of glass. He seized her wrist and pulled her upstairs. The glass cut her fingertips, causing blood to drip to the floor. He dragged her into the bedroom, and she was bewildered by his sudden outburst. I merely broke it by accident. There is no need for such a reaction. Her fingertips continued to bleed, though the pain was not overwhelming. It must have been a deep cut, as the blood flowed unabated. Taking a deep breath, he grasped her wrist and lifted her injured fingers to his lips, sucking gently at the wound. Mo Nianchu's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? She attempted to pull her hand away, but he shot her a cold glance, commanding, do not move. Please do not do this, she implored, gripped by fear. One hand held her firmly, while the other rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a first aid kit. He bit the cap off the alcohol bottle, pouring some onto her wound before meticulously wrapping it in gauze, securing it with a final, not before releasing her hand. Montag Nianchu starret in horror, retreating a couple of steps. Why was he tending to her wound in such a manner? Was he a vampire? What is with that look? He asked, an unexpected softness flickering in his gaze. Be more careful in the future. Mo Nianchu remained speechless for quite some time. Gu shouting fetched a set of pajamas and retreated to the bathroom. She tidied the mess on the floor, standing alone on the balcony, feeling the chill of the night air. It was late, the stars twinkling in the darkness. The vast house was quiet, interrupted only by the sounds of insects. The grand, intricately carved door of the old estate creaked open. From the second-floor balcony, she could see headlights sweeping across the ground-floor windows, stopping in the parking area. It was Gu's only Nest car. He had not spent a night at the old estate in many years. On the night of her marriage to Gu shouting, he had also chosen not to stay at the old home, disregarding the family's reputation. As a result, Su Huai faced considerable gossip. She recalled how the old man had been furious, nearly blacklisting the young star. For Gu Zonglin, marriage was merely a business arrangement, a task to be completed. He continued his previous lifestyle without restraint. He had never loved Su Huai, just as Gu shouting did not love her now. Since his youth, Gu Zonglin had gravitated towards young starlets, from second-rate singers to third-rate actors, lavishing attention and money upon them. Just a week prior, he had rented out the highest building in Jiangcheng, the Jiangcheng Eye, to celebrate with a third-rate star named Xin, setting off fireworks for an entire night. The tabloids were filled with tales of the escapades of both Gu Zonglin and Gu Xiaoding. What could have prompted his sudden return? Was it due to grandfather's burial? Some customary observance? Nianchu watched as Gu Zonglin exited the car, walking around to open the door for a beautiful young woman. He wrapped an arm around her waist, sharing laughter as they made their way inside. Could it be true? Just after their grandfather's passing, he was bringing a woman home? Was there something amiss in his mind? As the lights in the grand living room flickered on, the slumbering members of the Gu family began to descend. Are you all awake? Or did you rise specifically for this occasion? Gu Zonglin, slightly inebriated, introduced the young woman with an air of nonchalance. Let me introduce you. This is Xin, my little darling, who will be staying with us tonight. I trust you have no objections? Gu Zonglin's brazen proclamation left Gu Qingling incredulous. Had he lost his senses? Today, of all days, to bring a woman into their home? What was he attempting to achieve? Xin, our dear is quite well behaved. Your mother is the legitimate wife, the esteemed Mrs. Gu. No one can usurp her position. Xin remains unperturbed. Does she not? The woman smiled softly, her red lips alluring, captivating Gu Zonglin to the point of losing his senses. Gu Qingling seethed with indignation. Suhui mointenet her composure. Knowing that the day of entering the inner sanctum would eventually come, though she had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Let her leave, Gu Xiaoding commanded. Gu Zonglin, with bleary eyes, turned to his son, suddenly chuckling. Where's she to go? My son, are you not also keeping a mistress by your side, appearing as a couple? Do you now think I am in the wrong? How amusing. This statement was indeed a slap in the face. Nianchu felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Gu Xiaoding was indeed comical, criticizing his father while being no better himself. They were all tainted, each no better than the other. Get her out of here. Did you not hear me? Gu Xiaoding's tone was menacing. When he was angry, even Gu Zonglin felt trepidation. The young woman nearby, observing the furious young man, trembled in fear. Zonglin, perhaps I should take my leave. What is there to fear? He is but a son. How can he dictate to me? Gu Zonglin wrapped his arm around the woman's shoulders, preparing to ascend stairs. Gu Xiaoding kicked a chair aside with a resounding crash, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. I said to take her away. Can you not comprehend human speech? Zonglin, why not accompany me? We can come back another day, the young woman suggested, her legs trembling with fear. The young man's strength was something she could scarcely believe was directed at her. Gu Zonglin's face flushed with humiliation, yet he could not force the issue, conceding, then let us return another day. It is late, and I shall not hold this against you. Grumbling, Gu Zonglin departed. Su Hui gazed at her son for a long moment, her eyes filled with complexity that no one could truly decipher. I truly hope the Gu family does not produce another Gu Zonglin, she murmured softly, each word striking the hearts of those present. Gu Qingling, exasperated, cast a glance at Gu Xiaoding, assisting Su Hui upstairs. Nianchu glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. After the brief interlude, everyone retreated to their rooms. That night, Nianchu and Gu Xiaoding shared a bed, with him tossing and turning throughout the night. Chapter 69. Coveting the position of Mrs. Gu the following morning, the rain had ceased. The Gu family remained enveloped in the sorrow of their patriarch's passing and the distress brought by Gu Zonglin. Gu Qingling descended the stairs and spotted Nianchu preparing to leave. Are you heading to work? I am as well. Let us go together. Are you going to Gu Corporation today? Just to take a look. At that moment, Gu Xiaoding descended the stairs, nonchalantly fastening his cuffs, exuding a languid grace. He did not greet anyone, making his way directly outside. Gu Qingling, puzzled by his anger, grabbed her bag. Shall we go? The two cars exited the Gu family residence in tandem. At an intersection, Gu Xiaoding's vehicle made a turn. Where is he headed? Gu Qingling inquired of Nianchu. This route was familiar to Nianchu. Another intersection ahead. A left turn would lead to her and Gu Xiaoding's home. A pang of unease struck her heart. Perhaps he was going to pick up Lin Xiaowan for work. Gu Qingling quickly understood, stifling a scoff. A person who has never attended university is now working at Gu Corporation, and the president is personally picking her up? How ludicrous. Imo Nianchu was unaware of others' laughter. She only knew that many in the design department treated her as the future president's wife, eager to curry favor. Bowing her head, she remained silent. Gu Qingling, one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at her, shouting, and Lin Xiaowan, "Will you let him be? I cannot control him, nor do I have the right to do so." She awkwardly explained their relationship. Gu Qingling sighed, sympathy evident in her expression. If it cannot continue, why not divorce? Is it for the title of Mrs. Gu? Or something else? Imo Nianchu gazed bleakly at the gauze on her clean fingers, remaining silent for a long time. She coveted nothing. Whether to divorce or not was not her decision. As she did not hear the answer she desired, Gu Qingling ceased her inquiries. When they arrived at the Gu Corporation parking lot, Gu Shouting's car came to a steady halt in the opposite space. The door opened, and Gu Shouting tenderly assisted Lin Xiaowan out, then handed her the cane, supporting her arm with gentle care. The tenderness, the profound affection, burned Imo Nianchu's eyes. She blinked, her eyes stinging, and forced a smile at Gu Qingling. "Sister, I'll take the employee elevator." "All right." Imo Nianchu quickened her pace, lowering her gaze as she navigated around the car towards the employee entrance. Lin Xiaowan glanced at Imo Nianchu's departing figure and said to Gu Shouting, "Please take me to the employee elevator. I can go with Nianchu." Of course. Just before the elevator doors were set to close, Gu Shouting pressed the button to keep them open. Lin Xiaowan leaned on her cane and stepped inside. The elevator ascended, the small space surrounded by mirrors. Lin Xiaowan let out a light laugh. "I truly did not expect Shouting to bring you out. It seems I was not ruthless enough." There was an underlying meaning in her words. "What do you mean?" Imo Nianchu felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Xiaowan turned to her, a cruel smile gracing her lips. "It is no secret. Indeed, it was my scheme. I spent 100,000, and it only kept you locked away for a mere 10 days. Quite the poor investment, wouldn't you say?" A wave of cold dread enveloped Imo Nianchu. She clenched her fingers tightly. That was the last remaining house left by her parents. How could she bear to see it burned? "Imo Nianchu, have you forgotten? The couple's was never updated to include me before they passed away." Lin Xiaowan's face twitched slightly, speaking with malice. "I have no attachment to that home. If it burns, so be it. It was never meant for me. So you orchestrated this to trap me for a lifetime?" She had to admire Lin Xiaowan's cunning. Yet tragically, she had not achieved her goal. "Are you disappointed now?" Lin Xiaowan cackled. "You think this is the end? Our contest has only just begun. You should know, in the battle between you and me, Shouting will always stand by my side. For instance, regarding grandfather's funeral, he will have me attend as Mrs. Gu, ensuring you are absent. What does that signify? Do you not understand?" Montauk Nianchu comprehended. It was merely somewhat amusing. Gu Shouting could disregard his own dignity and that of the Gu family, just as Lin Xiaowan shamelessly appeared at such a significant occasion. Was it deep affection, or a love that transcended all, regardless of which, it was unworthy of admiration? As long as he does not marry you, you hold no substantial significance in his heart. Do you? This notion pierced Lin Xiaowan deeply. She had openly and subtly expressed her desire to marry Gu Shouting on multiple occasions. Yet he had never engaged with her words. Originally, she had planned to leverage Gu Zonlin and her fabricated fate to compel Gu Shouting to divorce, allowing her to enter the family. Now, with Gu Zonlin and Gu Shouting's relationship deteriorating, she found herself caught in the middle. Is marrying me not merely a matter of time? Imo Nianchu, do you not realize the reason he is not divorced until now? Previously, Gu Shouting refrained from divorce to draw her blood. Now that their grandfather had passed, she feared he might choose to leave her at any moment. Then you should ask him. Imo Nianchu took a step towards the exit, shouldering Lin Xiaowan aside. "Lin Xiaowan, I will settle the matter of your false accusations against me regarding the fire. Lin Xiaowan laukit minya kelly, mocking Montauk Nianchu's naivety. What power do you think you have to confront me? With a single word, I could have you arrested again. Imo Nianchu, who do you think you are?" Imo Nianchu shook her phone, indicating she had the recording. Let's see what happens next. Just then, the elevator dinged as the doors opened. Imo Nianchu stepped out in her high heels, followed closely by Lin Xiaowan, who had always harbored jealousy towards Imo Nianchu. Despite having been raised well in the Lin family, with her fair skin, beauty, and academic excellence, Lin Xiaowan felt diminished after their families switched fortunes. She clung tightly to Gu Shouting. Only by marrying into the Gu family could she stand on Imo Nianchu's shoulders. As for the recording, its authenticity was uncertain. Even if Mo and Nianchu truly had recorded their conversation, a mere lie in front of Gu shouting would suffice for him to believe it was fabricated. Montak Nianchu, you will eventually fall into my hands. As the workday drew to a close, Mo Nianchu sent a message to Song Qingzi, apologizing for missing their previous meeting, explaining that the old man had fallen ill again. Before she could finish her voice message, Song Qingzi replied angrily, "Did Gu shouting drag you for blood tests again? He would have if not for the old man's sudden passing. The old man is dead?" And Mo Nianchu typed, "Yes, he just had the funeral." How wonderful, Song Qingzi thought, feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 70. Celebrating a birthday and sharing a bed. Qingzi, I've booked a table at the top restaurant of the Eye of Jiangxing for tonight. Let us celebrate. A faint smile graced Mo Nianchu's face. Song Qingzi recalled that today was Mo Nianchu's birthday. It is indeed a day worth celebrating. Then, we shall see each other tonight. All right, see you then. Song Qingzi had specially ordered a birthday cake shaped like a Barbie doll, adorned with a lovely white dress, sparkling crown, and surrounded by colorful rainbow candies. The top-level restaurant was an exclusive venue for the affluent. Mo Nianchu had visited often as a child, but hadn't returned after moving back to the Mo family. Song Qingzi placed the birthday hat on Mo Nianchu's head, lit the candles, and urged her to make a wish. Mo Nianchu clasped her hands and closed her eyes. After making her wish, she blew out the candles and opened her eyes to see a man not far away. He approached, surprised. What a coincidence. It's your birthday today. Fei Yangxing's sudden appearance caught both Mo Nianchu and Song Qingzi off guard. Dr. Fei, are you here for a meal? Song Qingzi stood, smiling gently. Today is Nianchu's birthday. We are here to celebrate. Fei Yangxing's gaze lingered on Mo Nianchu for a moment before he said, I will step outside for a bit. He turned and left. Song Qingzi blinked, looking at Mo Nianchu. Did he leave? Perhaps he had something to attend to. Mo Nianchu shrugged. Mo Nianchu was genuinely fond of the birthday cake Song Qingzi had bought. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Qingzi, you've helped me so much. Gratefully, Mo Nianchu held Song Qingzi's hand. I just made a wish about you. What did you wish for? Song Qingzi asked, curiosity evident in her smile. Please don't wish for anything outrageous. If it comes true, it could really complicate things. Of course, it's a wish for blossoming love, Mo Nianchu replied, knowing she might never find happiness herself. She hoped for Song Qingzi to meet someone who adored her, to experience a loving relationship without breakups, and to live a happy life, perhaps even raise a few children. She would help care for them. I want to raise them for you. If you want to raise them, you should have your own. Song Qingzi clasped Mo Nianchu's slightly cold hand. Nianchu, there is still a chance for your health to improve. Once you divorce Gu shouting, I'll find you the best doctor. You will recover. Mo Nianchu had lost hope. She no longer trusted men and believed she wouldn't remarry after a divorce. The possibility of having children seemed inconsequential. Let us not dwell on that. She sliced a piece of cake and offered it to Song Qingzi. Here, have some cake. Sure. As Song Qingzi took a bite, her phone rang. She glanced at it, her pupils narrowing, then quickly silenced it and tucked it away. Nianchu, I'm heading to the restroom, and we'll check on the food. All right. Just as Song Qingzi left, Fei Yangzheng rushed back, slightly breathless. Senior brother? Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he presented Mo Nianchu with a beautifully wrapped square box. A birthday gift for you. Did you just go to buy this? Fei Yangzheng nodded, smiling. Open it and see. Mo Nianchu hesitated, knowing accepting it would obligate her to reciprocate when his birthday came. She pushed the box back slightly. Senior brother, you really don't need to be so courteous. It's not an expensive item, he replied. Really, senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. She awkwardly hid her hands behind her back. Fei Yangzheng looked hurt, his gaze dimming. It won't burden you. I chose the cheapest one. Can't you accept it without feeling obliged? His pitiful demeanor filled Mo Nianchu with guilt. Had she been too unfeeling? It was merely a birthday gift. Senior brother, please don't. She finally relented, taking the box in front of her. You should sit down first. Fei Yangzheng's eyes glimmered with hope as she opened the box. I believe little girls love these kinds of things. Little girls? I am no longer a child. Mo Nianchu replied with a slight smile. All right. Inside was a music box, crafted from crystal, transparent and delicate, featuring a girl playing the guzheng, the melody a classic piece. It was indeed unexpected. Do you like it? He asked, eyes shining with anticipation. Mo Nianchu nodded. I truly do. This must have been hard to find. Not at all. It was quite easy to get. He seemed anxious about her rejection. Thank you, senior brother. I love your birthday gift. Nianchu set the music box down, cut another slice of cake, and offered it to Fei Liangzheng. Please have some cake. Thank you. At that moment, Gu Xiaoting entered the restaurant, immediately spotting Nianchu and Fei Liangzheng seated together. Nianchu was holding out cake to Fei Liangzheng, who was gleefully reaching out to receive it. She wore a subtle smile, softening her gaze towards him, which struck Gu Xiaoting like a dagger. Are they celebrating a birthday? Gu Xiaoting's expression darkened as he remarked, "It seems like it's Mrs. Gu's birthday." Guanwei, perceptive as ever, recognized Nianchu. Gu Xiaoting's expression grew increasingly grim, a scoff escaping his lips. Living the good life. Are we? Guanwei found it difficult to offer any explanation for Nianchu. The scene before them left much to be speculated. Guanwei, let us go join the fun. Gu Xiaoting strode ahead, with Guanwei hastily following. The unexpected arrival of Gu Xiaoting caught both Nianchu and Fei Liangzheng off guard. The man wore an unusual smile, but for Nianchu, it felt like a prelude to impending doom. Someone is celebrating a birthday today? He cast a glance at Nianchu and then at Fei Liangzheng. I recall Dr. Fei's birthday is in spring, so that means. His cold gaze landed on Nianchu's face. My dear wife, today is your birthday. Shouting, I merely ran into Nianchu. Don't misunderstand. Fei Liangzheng said nervously, trying to clarify. Gu Xiaoting's gaze shifted to the exquisite cake before him. The appearance of the Barbie doll is truly captivating. This cake looks quite delightful. He dipped his finger into a dollop of cream and brought it to his lips, savoring it gently. Indeed, it was quite exquisite. He leaned down, bringing his thin lips close to Nianchu's ear. Mrs. Gu certainly has a taste for elegance. Celebrating such a significant birthday without her husband. Instead, choosing to revel with another man. Has her husband passed away? Is she planning to indulge in more than just a birthday celebration afterward? Chapter 71, Mrs. Gu is quite the temptress Gu Xiaotian. My encounter with senior brother was purely coincidental. There's no need for such harsh words. She was not particularly anxious. Rather, she felt a profound embarrassment. She was aware of Gu Xiaotian's misunderstanding. She truly hadn't anticipated such a coincidence today. Xiaotian, Nianchu, and I are simply. Before Fei Liangzheng could finish his sentence, Gu Xiaotian shot him a dark glare. Simply what? Fei Liangzheng, are you certain you want to pry into this corner? He straightened up, lifting his chin haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at the two before him, and seized Nianchu's wrist. With a gentle tug, she stumbled to her feet. Gu Xiaotian. Fei Liangzheng hurriedly stood, grasping Gu Xiaotian's arm. Even if there's a misunderstanding, it is my fault. Why must you unleash your anger upon her? Today is her birthday. My wife's birthday naturally requires my presence. He pulled the woman before him, tightly gripping her shoulder, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Isn't that right, Mrs. Gu? What could Nianchu possibly say? Gu Xiaotian was clearly furious. Any additional words from her would only invite more venomous retaliation. After she was taken away, Song Qingzi returned. Noticing Fei Liangzheng lost in thought, she inquired, Dr. Fei, where's Nianchu? She was taken away by Gu Xiaotian. Fei Liangzheng fidgeted with his fingers anxiously. Qingzi, itruli opuludisa, immediately. Fei Liangzheng struggled to explain, but found himself at a loss. Song Qingzi understood his unspoken sentiment. Dr. Fei, this isn't your fault. Even if it were any other man, Gu Xiaotian would have gone mad. He's simply unhinged. However, he should not treat Nianchu in such a manner. What constitutes should and should not? Gu Xiaotian has committed numerous acts that were deemed inappropriate, yet he believes they are justified. The initiative has never been in their hands. At the Gu residence, the music box gifted by Fei Liangzheng lay before Nianchu, playing a Guzheng melody reminiscent of a serene stream, soothing to the soul. A little girl playing the Guzheng twirled slowly in time with the music. Do you like it? Gu Xiaotian picked up the music box, toying with it in his hands. You know, my childhood friend has quite the knack for gift-giving. It charms the ladies, and I, as a grown man, find it delightful as well. Nianchu swallowed her disdain and the urge to explain. She did not wish to utter a single word. He grasped her delicate chin, his gaze roaming over her exquisite features. My dear Mrs. Gu, you truly know how to entice men. Gu Xiaotian, are you done yet? He did not love her. Why must he feign jealousy? Let me reiterate, there is nothing sordid between Fei Liangzheng and me. I met him at the restaurant after I had arranged to meet Qingzi. He appeared as unexpectedly as you did. She had no desire to explain, but without doing so, he would perceive her as guilty. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Nianchu chuckled, despair evident in her eyes. It's only natural you wouldn't believe me. If you did, you wouldn't assume I was responsible for the fire at the Lin residence. Gu yawned. We don't trust one another, and perhaps that's for the best. She smiled, though her lips trembled with anguish. He seemed intent on tormenting her without reason, arriving at his whim, particularly on her birthday. I sense you are unhappy. He smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. If I had shown up, do you think Mrs. Gu would be indulging in a sweet cake feeding game with Dr. Fei right now? Is it truly amusing to keep score? The corners of her eyes reddened. He raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the truth? The truth? Nianchu laughed bitterly. The truth is, Mr. Gu, you once rented a villa to celebrate Lin Xiaowan's birthday. How should I hold you accountable for that? That day, I stood in the rain for 2 hours before you begrudgingly accepted the meal I offered. Did you think I had forgotten? If we were to keep score, your indiscretions would far exceed mine by thousands. Mr. Gu, after the birthday banquet, did you not also spend the night with Lin Xiaowan? Did you not also bestow upon Lin Xiaowan exquisite jewelry, tokens of affection far more valuable than this music box? Did you not choose to accompany another woman on your wife's birthday? For 2 years, every time Lin Xiaowan's birthday approached, you would disappear, making your absence blatantly obvious. Did you ever consider that Nianchu shares the same birthday? Eventually, I ceased celebrating on that day, changing my solar birthday to my lunar birthday, for on this day, no one would compete with me, nor would anyone vie for my attention. Gu Xiaoyan remained silent for a prolonged moment. In those 2 minutes, she could not fathom his thoughts. Just as she prepared to set aside her gift and retire for the night, she felt herself lifted off the ground, thrown over his shoulder. Gu Xiaoyan, put me down. Since Mrs. Gu has so many grievances, I must take care to attend to you, lest your body and spirit become parched, leading to illness. She was nearly tossed onto the bed. Nianchu attempted to resist, but was pushed down instead. Are you so accustomed to the gentle treatment from your senior brother that you can't handle my strength? He held her collar, pulling it gently, a gesture both shameful and audacious. Nianchu hastily raised her hands to shield herself, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Gu Xiaoyan, can you not behave like a human? Nianchu, you owe me an apology. Whether I can act human depends on how you choose to please me next. He tore away her clothing, his large hand lightly caressing her waist. It was peculiar. He did not love her, yet he was infatuated with her form, even feeling jealousy towards others who might covet it. Her long hair cascaded over the pillow. He deliberately turned on the brightest light, scrutinizing her intently. His gaze was so bold and unreserved that she wished to vanish into the ground. She trembled, her eyelashes fluttering as she reached for the blanket, only for him to toss it aside. Tell me, where did Fei Liangzheng touch you? His hand roamed shamelessly over her sensitive areas. Here, or perhaps here. Gu Xiaoyan, if you wish to come, then do so. I never inquired about where Lin Xiaowan had her way with you. Her body trembled slightly, especially at the spots he had touched. Are you beginning to feel it? He grasped her waist, flipping her over so his chest pressed against her pale back, biting the soft flesh behind her ear. Nianchu, how should I deal with Fei Liangzheng? She quaked even more violently, not from sensation, but from fear of his perversion. Clenching her lips tightly, she replied, we never had anything. It's merely your disbelief. How am I to believe you? He accused. He celebrated your birthday with you, treating you with such tenderness. The Fei Liangzheng I know has never looked at any woman with such softness. How am I to trust your words? Chapter 72. You must uphold your marital virtue. She had no response. Whether Fei Liangzheng was gentle or not depended entirely on Gu Xiaoyan's perspective. What if I were to acquire Fei's hospital? I could drive the Fei family to desperation, turning Fei Liangzheng into a universally despised pariah. Would he still have the inclination to woo you? His strength was overwhelming beneath her. Nianchu could not suppress a scream. Are you unwilling to part with Mrs. Gu? He bit her earlobe, gripping her chin firmly, compelling her to turn her face. Feeling heartbroken? No matter how much it hurts, you must endure. He kissed her lips with a fervor that grew heavier with each moment. It was only when Nianchu's body softened that he finally withdrew, satisfied. As the bedroom door closed, the woman succumbed to tears. Gu Xiaoyan descended the stairs, lit a cigarette, and sat in the living room, enveloped by the lingering scent of her faint lavender fragrance that clung to his senses. The butler approached cautiously, inquiring, Sir, is there anything you require? He extinguished the cigarette and asked, "Do we have any noodles at home?" "Are you hungry, sir?" "We have noodles. I can prepare a bowl for you." "No need. I will cook myself." Gu Shouting rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, with the butler following closely behind, setting out the necessary utensils and noodles. "That will suffice. You may take a rest now." This was Gu Shouting's first time in the kitchen. The young master, whose hands had never touched water, struggled even to prepare a simple bowl of noodles. He attempted to fry an egg, requiring 4 or 5 tries before finally succeeding. After cooking the noodles and the fried egg, he garnished the dish with chopped scallions and ascended the stairs with the bowl in hand. Nianchu was lost in thought on the bed, hugging her knees. He extended the bowl of noodles towards her, stating, "There's no cake at home, but you should have some longevity noodles." His tone was stiff. Nianchu lifted her gaze to the bowl he held with his long fingers, hesitating for an extended moment before refusing to accept it. "Shall I feed you?" he asked, moving closer, chopsticks in hand, gently blowing on the noodles before bringing them to her lips. "Come, take a bite." She frowned, her cold gaze fixed on the noodles. In the next instant, she raised her hand and overturned the bowl, rejecting his insincere gesture. The bowl shattered on the floor, the noodles and the once perfect fried egg now a mess. In a fit of anger, he seized her by the neck, his expression furious. "You think you're being generous, don't you?" She glared at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with defiance. "Gu Shouting, I never eat scallions. Did you not know?" She laughed bitterly, her lips trembling. "I do not care for your noodles at all. What do you care for then? That music box from Fei Liangzhen?" He was likely enraged. He dashed upstairs to retrieve the music box from the coffee table and, in front of Nianchu, smashed it to pieces. Yet still unsatisfied, he forced himself upon her once more. "You better adhere to your role as a wife. If I catch you meeting Fei Liangzhen alone again, I can ensure that your entire family will vanish from this earth within a day, and I wouldn't mind taking the Fei family with me." Nianchu's face turned pale as a sheet. She stared into his eyes, noticing the malice within, and slapped him across the face. The blow caught him off guard. Gu Shouting raised his hand, but Nianchu closed her eyes. His fist clenched in the air before crashing against her cheek. "Still have the strength to hit me, do you? If you wish for me to end you, just say so." "Gu Shouting, you are a scoundrel," she cried, tears streaming down her face, each droplet landing on his hand. Turning away, she bit down fiercely on his forearm. Blood quickly trickled from his arm, mingling with her tears to create a haunting image, reminiscent of a watercolored painting in vermilion, bleak and shocking. He gritted his teeth, allowing her to vent her fury until she finally grew weak. Only then did he gaze down at the mangled bite marks on his arm. "How many times have you bitten me?" She was unaware of how many times she had sunk her teeth into him. She loathed her inability to finish him in one go. He temporarily released her, seeking out alcohol to disinfect his wound, hastily wrapping it with gauze. Nianchu silently dressed, ignoring Gu Shouting as she walked past the large bed towards the door. He grasped her wrist, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm returning to my apartment," she replied, as cold as a snow lotus blooming in winter. He did not press further. "I will take you." She did not refuse, perhaps lacking the strength to do so. From the moment they entered the car until they reached their destination, she remained silent. Upon stopping, she opened the car door and stepped out without once glancing at Gu Shouting. When Song Qingzi called, Nianchu had just dragged her weary body from the shower. "I'm fine," she responded faintly. Song Qingzi could sense that Gu Shouting might have lost his temper. "Where are you now?" "I've returned to my apartment." "Then rest early. I'll deliver your birthday gift another day. Get some good sleep." Nianchu did not sleep well, her brow furrowed in tension. Meanwhile, Gu Shouting, back at the Gu residence, opened a bottle of red wine. Lin Xiaowan, who had been hiding upstairs, limped over with a crutch. Upon hearing Gu Shouting's outburst directed at Nianchu, she had already been privy to the situation. The target of his ire was that despicable woman, which she found quite gratifying. She had secretly listened to his angry tirade, relishing his insults and the sounds of their tumultuous encounter. Shouting, "Why are you drinking? It's bad for your health to drink too much." She gently took the wine glass from his fingers. Feeling down? Gu Shouting's eyes, slightly reddened from the alcohol, revealed a hint of vulnerability. The scent of alcohol made Lin Xiaowan feel somewhat lightheaded. She leaned closer to him, her small hand resting on his chest. "Would you like me to keep you company with a drink?" He lazily lifted his eyelids, his demeanor casual and indifferent. The living room's lighting accentuated his chiseled features and refined jawline. Lin Xiaowan swallowed hard, her gaze ardent and unabashedly filled with desire. Shouting, she leaned in, her lips nearly brushing against his face, but he shifted away, raising a glass of wine to his lips. Lin Xiaowan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I just heard you yell at Nianchu. Why bother? If you can't get along, perhaps you should. Separate. She cautiously probed. Gu Shouting's brows knitted slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Lin Xiaowan struggled to decipher his expression, feeling a pang of disappointment. It seemed he had never intended to marry her. You do not wish to marry me, do you? He offered no reply, his fingers tracing the rim of the wine glass. Lin Xiaowan's heart sank, her face falling. I know I'm not as beautiful as Nianchu. I also know I'm a cripple, and you might be laughed at for bringing me out. I'm aware I'm not perfect, but Shouting, I love you. I truly love you, and I want a future with you. Chapter 73. He had not been entirely devoid of thoughts of marrying her. Gu Shouting had always been aware of Lin Xiaowan's feelings. He had entertained the notion of marrying her, but now, it was not as fervent as before. It's getting late. You should rest early. He rose and ascended the stairs. After being ignored repeatedly, Lin Xiaowan could not help but doubt Gu Shouting's feelings. Did he no longer like her? Had his feelings for Nianchu evolved into something deeper? No, she would not permit that. The next day, at the office, Sister Mao presented Lin Xiaowan with the recent design drafts submitted by everyone. Manager Lin, you'll be in charge of the selection process this time. Lin Xiaowan smiled as she accepted the thick stack of drafts. Sure, Sister Mao, I will select the best designs. The submissions were from the design department, with each member contributing several pieces. She sifted through the drafts until she found Nianchu's work, tossing them all into the trash. Then, she randomly selected a few drafts to hand over to Zhong Shui. Zhong Shui quickly delivered the design drafts to Gu Shouting. The man scrutinized the uninspired designs, his brow furrowing deeply. What is this nonsense? These are the selections made by Manager Lin. Selected? If this is the standard of the design department, it's time to replace the team. Gu Shouting tossed the drafts onto the desk, pinching the bridge of his nose, visibly displeased. Zhong Shui picked up a draft to glance at it. She often interacted with the design department and knew this was not their best work. Glancing down at the signatures, it was evident that they were primarily from recent interns. Could there have been a mistake? Perhaps Supervisor Lin had overlooked some details. I should make a call to discuss this with her. Holding the design drafts, Zhong Shui returned to her desk and dialed Lin Xiaowan. Supervisor Lin, Mr. Gu is quite dissatisfied with the design drafts you've submitted. Is there a possibility of an error on your part? Lin Xiaowan seemed indifferent, unable to distinguish between good and poor designs. She cast a glance at the few drafts in the bin. Nianchu, a talented student from the Art Academy, should have produced commendable work. Secretary Zhong, I also designed a few drafts myself. Should I present mine to Mr. Gu? Supervisor Lin's designs should be of high caliber. I will retrieve them immediately. After hanging up, Lin Xiaowan fished Nianchu's draft from the trash, tore off her name, and replaced it with her own. When these sketches reached Gu Shouting's hands, he was indeed taken aback. Is this designed by Lin Xiaowan? Zhong Shui straightened her posture. Yes, Mr. Gu. I didn't expect Supervisor Lin's designs to be so outstanding. Just looking at this draft is captivating. The final product will surely become a bestseller for the Gu Corporation this season. Gu Shouting nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the high quality of the work, neither gaudy nor ostentatious, perfectly aligning with contemporary aesthetic preferences. Let us go with this one, he decided, handing the drafts back to Zhong Shui. ISNT, there are 10,000 yuan award for the best design in the department. I think it should go to her. I must share this good news with Supervisor Lin. Zhong Shui replied, exiting the office with the drafts. Soon, the entire design department was aware that Lin Xiaowan's design had triumphed, with a 10,000 yuan prize finally awarded to a worthy recipient. The tension dissipated. Supervisor Lin, congratulations. Mr. Gu is particularly fond of your design and specifically instructed that the 10,000 yuan reward must go to you, Zhong Shui added, her tone somewhat flattering. Lin Xiaowan smiled slightly, recognizing that Secretary Zhong also played a role in this success. Humbled, truly. This was personally reviewed and approved by Mr. Gu. Zhong Shui handed the drafts to Lin Xiaowan, her anticipation palpable. I will certainly put forth my best effort, Lin Xiaowan replied, accepting the sketches. Recently, Shouting gifted me some French coffee that I have yet to taste. Would you join me? I would love to, Zhong Shui agreed, following Lin Xiaowan to her office. Sitting beside Nianchu, Sun Zi rolled her eyes. In my opinion, this was predetermined. Who doesn't know she is Mr. Gu's girlfriend? Nianchu cast a calm glance her way, but remained silent. Sun Zi, dissatisfied, tossed her paintbrush down and crossed her arms. Even if she is Mr. Gu's girlfriend, we all know she hasn't even attended university. How could she possibly compete with us professionals? Sun Zi leaned closer to Nianchu. Nianchu, don't you think? The distinction between professional and non-professional is irrelevant. What matters is that Mr. Gu appreciates her designs. Nianchu replied with a faint smile. Let us strive harder next time. If she was indeed predetermined for this, why would we have all been asked to design? And why would there be a 10,000 yuan prize at stake? Her frustration was palpable. She genuinely wished to see what Lin Xiaowan had created. Let it go. Let us focus on our work, she concluded. In her perspective, this was merely Mr. Gu seeking to please Lin Xiaowan through the design department. It was unfortunate for the designers, who toiled creatively for that 10,000 yuan reward. With everything settled, work became somewhat easier. Over the weekend, Nianchu visited the hospital. Bai Yuling's treatment was progressing remarkably well, and the project was about to commence. Dr. Chun expressed confidence. Miss Mo, once the project starts, I believe your mother will awaken within a month at most. So soon? Montag Nianchu was please antli so peist. Mr. Gu had personally traveled abroad to negotiate for the project, and a specialized medical team was set to arrive with advanced medication, ensuring success was imminent. Nianchu's expression darkened slightly. Mr. Gu is personally involved in this? To be fair, she did not feel gratitude towards him. If he hadn't interrupted the project initially, her mother would have awakened long ago. I hope for a positive outcome. Indeed, the clouds will soon part to reveal the sun, Dr. Chun assured her. Regardless, it was an encouraging piece of news. Dr. Chun, may I go see my mother? Of course. After leaving the hospital, Nianchu returned to her apartment, feeling in good spirits as she hummed a tune, preparing to cook instant noodles. The doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found Secretary Zhong standing there. Miss Montag, the president has an impromptu engagement. Please change your clothes and accompany me to the company. Secretary Zhong's tone was stiff and commanding, carrying an air of superiority that Nianchu found distasteful. Secretary Zhong, it's my time off. I'm under no obligation to accompany Mr. Gu to social events. Secretary Zhong smirked disdainfully. If it weren't for Miss Lin feeling unwell, you wouldn't even be considered. After all, this meeting is with a renowned figure in the domestic art scene. Then I suggest Mr. Gu find someone else. There are plenty of women in Jiangsheng, Nianchu retorted, her gaze mockingly sweeping over Secretary Zhong, who, like many, probably dreamed of someday standing beside Mr. Gu. Secretary Zhong's expression soured momentarily. Chapter 74. I demand 1 million. After regaining her composure, she glared and scoffed. Nianchu, if you weren't wearing the title of Mrs. Gu, would you even be considered for such engagements? Let me tell you, Mr. Gu values this meeting greatly. If you ruin his business dealings, you know the consequences. A resounding slap echoed as Nianchu struck Secretary Zhong across the face. Stunned, Secretary Zhong touched her stinging left cheek, incredulous. Did you just hit me? Secretary Zhong was merely a secretary. While Gu shouting could intimidate her, this secretary could not. Who did she think she was? I warn you, Zhong Shui. If you speak to me in Mr. Gu's tone again, I will strike you again. She glared at the reddened face before her. Remember, I am still Mrs. Gu. Show me some respect. You, go back and tell your Mr. Gu that if he wants me to accompany him, he should come personally, she coldly stated. Casting one last glance at Secretary Zhong, you are not worthy. Leave. I will make sure Mr. Gu comes to find you. If he gets angry, you will have to bear the consequences. Secretary Zhong stormed off, fuming. Nianchu's good mood was thoroughly spoiled, leaving her feeling dejected. Later that evening, she received a call from her brother Mo Tao's doctor, who provided a detailed update on his treatment progress. Miss Mo, Mr. Mo requires the most advanced medication for his treatment. The entire regimen will cost approximately 1 million. Miss Song has already prepaid 200,000, but this is far from sufficient. I am calling to urge you to secure the remaining funds promptly to avoid any interruptions or delays in treatment. 1 million was an astronomical sum for Nianchu. Even with Miss Song's contribution of 200,000, gathering the remainder felt insurmountable. Yet, not treating him was not an option. This was Mo Tao's last hope. Doctor, please give me 3 days, and I will bring you the money. Very well. We will await your arrival. We also do not wish to see our efforts go to waste. Understood. Sighing, Nianchu reviewed her account balance, which was meager. The doorbell rang again. Gu Xiaoting was at the door, his expression grim and displeased as he handed her a red evening gown. Change your clothes. We have a guest to meet. Today, I am taking a break. She is quite reluctant. There is overtime pay involved. He lowered his gaze to change his clothes. Nianchu bit her lip, clutching the dress as she entered the bedroom. The red little dress, made of silk, boasts a seductive hue. The hem is short, with a high slit, hugging her body, accentuating her curves. Nianchu gazed at herself in the mirror. This dress reminded her of the time Gu Xiaoting had asked her to seduce Li Rue. That dress had been bolder. At least this one doesn't expose too much flesh. It is sensually elegant. The fit of the dress is such that a millimeter more would be excessive, and a millimeter less would be unwearable. In other words, the dress is tailored specifically for her, indicating that this social engagement was premeditated, and certainly not due to Lin Xiaowan's lack of time. As she emerged, Gu Xiaoting looked up. She consistently amazed him with her presence. Her figure is exquisite, her legs long. Even the most mundane outfit would showcase her elegance, not to mention this haute couture dress. She is stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, a danger to nations. He couldn't help but swallow hard. No, that's not right. Today, who does Gu want me to seduce? Manager Zhang, Manager Wang, or Manager Zhao? Nianchu spoke with a hint of disdain. He leaned closer, chuckling softly. Who can you truly seduce? Haven T, you always messed it up for me? That was due to your fickleness, not my fault. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Her waist was so slender that he could encircle it with one hand, leaving room to spare. This reminded him of how he particularly enjoyed holding her waist in bed. He licked his dry lips, his gaze settling on her red-painted lips. Today, there is no need for Mrs. Gu to sacrifice herself. Once the task is accomplished, I can offer you a reward. I want 1 million. This was her first time stating a condition. She had no means to cover Mo Tao's medical expenses. Gu Xiaoting had driven Mo Tao to madness. Thus, he should bear the treatment costs. Gu Xiaoting paused, then laughed derisively, raising his hand to grasp her chin. You want 1 million just for a little socializing with me? He shoved her away forcefully, his sharp eyes glancing at her. Nianchu, I do not favor women who openly demand money. Money is contingent upon his mood, but she cannot ask for it. Nianchu fell silent, her demeanor calm. She understood Gu Xiaoting too well. If it were a trivial social engagement that Lin Xiaowan could handle, he wouldn't involve her. The reason he asked her to accompany him is either to leverage her allure or for tasks only she could accomplish. Just like last time, at Wang Minghui's residence. It was because she was good friends with Chang Man. The type of guests he entertains can be inferred from the attire he chooses for her. Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu's time is precious. They are already waiting. Please don't provoke his anger, Secretary Zhong said coldly. Gu Xiaoting concealed his displeasure, pocketing his hands and turned to leave. The car drove out of Jiancheng, heading towards the outskirts up the mountain. The road was narrow and lined with foliage, resembling a journey into a fairy tale world. Nianchu looked despondent. Gu Xiaoting turned to her, saying, the person we are meeting today is Qian, a prominent figure in the realm of traditional Chinese painting. You should be familiar with him. Qian was her professor in university. He particularly favored her, especially his wife, who treated her like a daughter. During her studies, she often dined at Professor Qian's home. Gu Xiaoting truly had a penchant for preparation. Mr. Gu, what business do you intend to discuss with Professor Qian? The Gu Corporation is planning to establish the largest auction house in Jiangxing. We have reviewed several locations that were unsuitable, but your professor possesses a piece of land that is quite suitable. If you can persuade him to sell it to our corporation and simultaneously agree to exhibit and sell his works at the gallery, it would be ideal. Such grandiose terms translate to wanting it all: the land, the authorization, and control over the auction. His gaze lingered on her lips. I've heard that Professor Qian's wife is quite fond of you. And so? Nianchu cast a knowing glance at Gu Xiaoting. You intend to leverage my relationship with Mrs. Qian to secure this deal, yet only wish to reward me according to your whims, correct? Gu Xiaoting laughed, as if he had heard a delightful joke. Even if I don't give you anything, what can you do about it? Montak Nianchu, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? I may have none, but I can certainly refuse to go. She called out to the driver, Xiao Zhang. Stop the car. Do you think Xiao Zhang will stop? Or do you truly believe you can refuse to go? He showed a hint of impatience, mocking her. Enough of this. I've said I would offer you a reward, and I will. I want 1 million. She persisted. Chapter 75. Gossip swirls, he scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain, as if he believed she would not cause a stir. Today, we are not the only ones visiting old Master Qian. If you could secure a contract with him today, I might consider it. There are no deals to be made in a single meeting. Gu Xiaoting doubted her capabilities. Deep down, she too felt uncertain. However, for the sake of 1 million, she would give her utmost effort. The car stopped in front of a uniquely designed courtyard. Gu Xiaoting exited, taking Nianchu's hand as they walked inside, with Secretary Zhong trailing closely behind. Mrs. Qian, standing at the entrance to greet them, spotted Nianchu from afar, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Nianchu, Mrs. Qian. Nianchu released Gu Xiaoting's hand and hurried over to embrace her. I've missed you so much, Mrs. Qian. You dear girl, it really is you, Mrs. Qian said, raising her hand to caress Nianchu's delicate face, feigning reproach. You ungrateful child. How long has it been since you last contacted me? What do you mean, Mrs. Qian? It's just... She wished to explain but found no solid excuse, so she resorted to playful banter. I promise to visit you often from now on, as long as you don't find me bothersome. Mrs. Qian nodded in satisfaction. Her gaze then turned to Gu Xiaoting. Mr. Gu, you came with Nianchu, are you? Manager Mo is a key player in our corporation. She is fully responsible for the auction house we are planning to establish. Gu Xiaoting skillfully arranged Mo in Nianchu's role. By doing so, he distanced himself from her in front of others, while placing her in a pivotal position to facilitate future negotiations regarding the land. He understood the art of business acumen impeccably. Nianchu felt a chill in her chest. This social gathering ostensibly centered around showcasing Master Qian's recent works. Yet beneath the surface, everyone sought to acquire the land he held. The land was purchased by Qian Yichuan 30 years ago, a time when it had little potential for development. Now, with Jiangcheng's skyrocketing land prices, its value had multiplied exponentially. Even so, the bidding continued to escalate. As everyone exchanged toasts, unspoken agreements ensured that no one broached the subject of the land, allowing for a favorable impression on Qian Yichuan. Mrs. Qian pulled Nianchu to sit down and chat. She was fond of this pretty and obedient girl. From the first day Qian Yichuan brought her home, she believed Nianchu was the perfect choice for her future daughter-in-law. May I ask, is your relationship with Mr. Gu merely that of employer and employee? With her perspective as a seasoned individual, she sensed that their relationship was not ordinary. Nianchu smiled, lowering her eyelashes before slowly lifting them again. Mrs. Qian, you should be aware of Gu Xiaoting's reputation in the circle. Do you truly wish for me to become involved with such a scoundrel? That is indeed a valid point. The rumors surrounding Gu Xiaoting are rampant. Even if they are not all true, the fact that he keeps a mistress by his side daily is not the behavior of a normal person. Well, since you and Mr. Gu have no relationship, would you consider Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou is Qian Yichuan's son, and Mrs. Qian had hoped to match him with Nianchu during their university days. Qian Bai Zhou is in excellent condition, 5 years her senior, gentle and considerate, having pursued her for a considerable time. Yet at that moment, her heart was entirely occupied by Gu Xiaoting, rendering others invisible to her. Now, in her current state of disarray, how could she possibly entangle another's lifetime? Madam, after all these years, do you still wish to matchmake me with Bai Zhou? She remarked. Perhaps Bai Zhou already has a girlfriend, and you are unaware. Nianchu attempted to deflect the topic with humor. Mrs. Qian, with utmost seriousness, replied, he stays at home every day. How could he possibly have a girlfriend? Certainly not. Nianchu smiled and refrained from further discussion. Not far away, Zhong Shui and Gu Xiaoting's gazes converged on Nianchu. President Gu, do you believe she can secure the contract? Zhong Shui expressed doubt about Nianchu's capabilities. While there was some mutual acquaintance, the intricate web of interests at play could not be navigated merely through friendship. She desired 1 million and would exert herself to facilitate the matter. Nianchu possessed a stubborn tenacity. Although Gu Xiaoting was aware of her urgent need for that sum, he questioned, with so many competitors today, are you certain she can succeed? He was indeed confident. Although Qian Yichuan had acquired the land years ago, it had since been transferred to his son. Qian Baizhou had once been a suitor of Nianchu, and the Qian family held her in high regard. To please Nianchu and enhance her performance, why would they pursue this opportunity? Turning on his heel, Gu Xiaoding exited, with Zhong Shui hastily following him. After exchanging pleasantries with Imo Nianchu, Mrs. Qian called her son over. Baizhou, you and Nianchu haven't seen each other in years. Why don't you catch up? I'll check on your father, lest he indulge too much in his merriment. With a cheerful smile, Mrs. Qian pushed her son towards Imo Nianchu. Baizhou felt a mix of helplessness and awkwardness. My mother, she is just. Baizhou, I just heard from Madame that the land your teacher possesses has been transferred to you. Is that true? Her intent was clear. She had expected a casual conversation about the past and present. You are here today to be candid, Gu's company is interested in purchasing that land. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the keen businessman present. I am aware that many desire this land, but Gu's company can offer a higher price. Would you consider it? You're now with Gu's company? He understood that Imo Nianchu's presence today was purely for business, not for nostalgia. Sort of, she replied. Needing no embellishments. Gu's company aims to establish the largest auction base in Jiangxing, and your land is perfectly situated. So, would you consider? Qian Baiyo did not rush to reply. His gaze lingered on Imo Nianchu's exquisite face, and he offered a faint smile. Since Gu's company is interested, we can discuss this further. Of course, you may share your expected price. Gu's company is quite sincere. If you grant us the opportunity, we shall not disappoint. Qian Baizhou found it impossible not to relent under Imo Nianchu's gaze. He surmised that this was likely the primary reason Gu's company had sent her. A seasoned businessman would undoubtedly weigh the pros and cons and be well prepared. Gu Xiaoding was indeed adept at conducting business with assurance. Let's exchange WeChat, he proposed, producing his phone and displaying the QR code. Imo Nianchu scanned it. Baiyo, please send me the price shortly. I will discuss it with President Gu, and if he concurs, we aim to finalize the contract within 3 days. Is that feasible? Isn't that a bit rushed? Not really, she admitted, realizing her eagerness was somewhat excessive. For such a substantial deal, it was indeed reasonable for others to deliberate for a few days. Baizhou, take your time. There is no rush. Chapter 76. She jumped out of the car. In truth, the sale of this land had been in discussion for quite some time, if it were suitable. 3 days would suffice for contemplation. He provided her with an escape route. Imo Nianchu nodded appreciatively. All right. You now present yourself as a formidable businesswoman. Quite different from the little Nianchu I once knew. Qian Baizhou handed her a glass of juice, his eyes filled with admiration. Imo Nianchu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Were it not for her need for that 1 million, she wouldn't have to display such utilitarianism. I am no businesswoman. I am merely compelled by life's demands. I have heard of your family's tribulations in recent years. He had discreetly inquired, always monitoring from the shadows. Without a better opportunity, he would not intrude upon her life. It was quite a surprise to encounter her today. Imo Nianchu offered a slight smile, intending to end the conversation. I shall take my leave now. Please ponder it. Allow me to escort you, he replied. Qian Baizhou accompanied Imo Nianchu to the entrance. After exchanging a few words, she lifted her skirt and proceeded towards Gu Xiaoding's vehicle. Once the door closed, the man's languid gaze fell upon her. How did your discussion with your former suitor go? Former suitor? She replied, a smile tinged with challenge, her eyes filled with disdain. Mr. Gu, are you merely attempting to leverage my past with Qian Baizhou to fulfill your own agenda? Indeed. He laced his fingers together, resting them before him, a smirk of irony gracing his lips. Did Madame bring me any good news? He indicated he would consider it and would provide a response within 3 days. Thus, he has not agreed to sell us the land. Gu Xiaoding shook his head in disappointment. It seems that Madame will not secure that 1 million. Montauk Nianchu is pupils nahot. He stated he would review the offer. Should Gu's price meet his expectations, he would naturally sell. I thought he might impulsively forego the payment upon seeing you, he scoffed. Montauk Nianchu is powerful vit muck ingli. What do you think I am? Merely a pawn, a tool. Not even worth a fraction. You weigh the pros and cons, and so do others. Drive, Gu Xiaoding commanded, raising a finger. The car slowly began to move towards Jiangxing Avenue. Suddenly, Imo Nianchu's phone chimed. It was a message from Qian Baizhou, quoting the land at 1.3 billion, a reasonable price. Qian Baizhou stated that as long as the offer reached 1.3 billion, he would sell. The man, who had just begun to close his eyes, slightly opened them. He even offered a friendly price. It seems this man has not forgotten his past feelings for you. What does President Gu imply? Negotiations can commence. In that case, She wished to secure the promised remuneration. When will my 1 million be dispersed? When did I promise you 1 million? He replied, frowning. On our way here, you distinctly mentioned. She instinctively curled her fingers, unable to fathom his blatant disregard for his words. Gu Xiaoding, you promised me. I merely stated I would consider it. I never guaranteed anything. His lips curled into a mocking smile, as if ridiculing Nianchu's naivety. So, you have no intention of providing that 1 million? She fixed her gaze on him, her lips pressed tightly together. The man chuckled lightly, savoring the moment. Let's see how I feel. Very well. I shall inform Qianbaizhou that Gu's company is withdrawing from the land purchase. Nianchu reached for her phone, but the man snatched it away and tossed it to Zhong Shui. He grasped her neck, pressing her against the seat, his eyes ablaze with a cold, detached intensity. You truly know how to provoke my ire. Madam, isn't it your duty to assist President Gu? Why bring up money? Without the money, you jeopardize President Gu's business. Which wife behaves as you do? Zhong Shui interjected with a frigid scoff. Will you grant me that 1 million? Nianchu glared at Gu Xiaoding, her fingers gripping his wrist tightly. If you didn't promise me the money, why should I assist you in acquiring this land? Are you threatening me? She dared not threaten him. It was he who did not keep his word, who was fickle, who toyed with her. This was an equitable transaction, and it was you who breached the contract. What if I refuse? Are you being unreasonable? Nianchu pushed Gu Xiaoding aside and snatched her phone back from Zhong Shui. Then I shall have Qianbaizhou sell the land to someone else. The woman cast a desperate and furious glance at the man, opened the car door, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped out. She tumbled on the road, losing consciousness instantly. Stop the car. Gu Xiaoding roared in a frenzy. The vehicle screeched to a halt, leaving deep tire marks on the asphalt. He pushed open the car door and stumbled out, his legs weak beneath him. She lay there on the blacktop. She won't die. She can't. Zhong Shui hurriedly caught up with Gu Xiaoding, supporting him. Mr. Gu, get lost. Just get away from me. He staggered until he finally reached Nianchu. She lay limply, her skin exposed beyond her little dress marred in wounds. Blood streamed down from her scalp. Zhong Shui clutched her phone, dialing for an ambulance. The road became congested, car horns blaring incessantly. Under the streetlight, he frantically lifted her and headed toward the ambulance. Nianchu was rushed into the emergency room. The doctors stated the situation was dire, urging them to brace for the worst. They spared no effort in the rescue. Employing the finest medicines, money was no object. He was in a panic, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had never felt so frantic even when his grandfather passed away. Upon hearing the news, Gu Qingling rushed over. She slapped Gu Xiaoding without hesitation. Is this your doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you know the consequences of jumping out of a moving car? How many survive such an act? Gu Xiaoding offered no retort. He rubbed his face and turned away. How was I to know she would jump? If you hadn't pushed her to that point, would she have jumped? Gu Qingling glanced at the red light of the emergency room. How long has it been? What did the doctors say? The situation is grave. Just let her go. Marriage isn't meant to be this way. If she survives, let her go, grant her a chance at life. Gu Xiaoding remained silent. After several moments of cardiac arrest and a day of resuscitation, Nianchu was pulled back from the brink of death. Even the doctor called it a miracle. It was likely the call from her attending physician, Tao, that roused her from her coma. The doctor granted her a 2-day extension to settle the remaining fees. If she felt utterly lost, having just survived, where would she find the money? Her entire body felt shattered. When she jumped from the car, the thought of life or death had never crossed her mind. All she could think of was calling Qianbaizhou to prevent the Gu family from obtaining that piece of land. As her body collided with the ground and rolled, she thought it was certain death. But she was too resilient to perish so easily. The door to the hospital room swung open. Gu Xiaoding stepped inside. Upon seeing his face, Nianchu turned her own away in disgust. Chapter 77. The divorce looms. No one is in a good mood. What a temper. For a mere 1 million, you would risk your life? He produced a bank card and tossed it before her. Here, that's the money. Keep it. I owe you nothing. Nianchu fell silent. As for the land collaboration, I have sent Zhong Shui to handle it. The project is nearly finalized, and you played a crucial role. Focus on recuperating in the hospital. I will have the housekeeper come and care for you. Should you wish to end your life again, you need not do so in my presence. Wouldn't bother me. He lowered his dark gaze, his expression intricate. Next time you contemplate death, think of your comatose mother and your deranged brother. Your demise might be an escape, But what about them? Nianchu listened quietly throughout. Gu shouting gazed at her for a while before departing. She strained to prop herself up, grasping the bank card he had discarded, and called Song Qingzi. Song Qingzi arrived promptly, nearly gasping at the sight of Nianchu, swathed in bandages. "What happened to you?" she asked, gently tracing the gauze on Nianchu's arm. "Was it the car?" "Pretty much," she replied, briefly recounting the events to Song Qingzi. Immediately, the latter's eyes brimmed with tears. "That scoundrel Gu shouting, has he no conscience? He can't even spare $1 million after you helped him secure the business. Gu shouting only seeks to exploit me. He has no intention of fulfilling his promises. I never considered the life or death aspect. It was a matter of mutual destruction, at worst preventing the Gu family from acquiring that land. This was her first impulsive act, a dangerous gamble that nearly cost her life. She handed the card to Song Qingzi. "This is the money from Gu shouting. Please help Mo Tao settle the bills. Keep the rest for future use." "This money, earned at the cost of my life," Song Qingzi remarked, feeling the heat of the card in her hand. "Is he really not going to divorce you?" She found it incomprehensible. Why remain married if there was no love? Did Gu shouting truly not wish to marry Lin Xiaowan? At least from Nianchu's perspective, Gu shouting did not seem to harbor the same desire for Lin Xiaowan. Men tend to be overly rational, prioritizing family interests and development over romantic entanglements. Perhaps, for now, she still held some utilitarian value to him. Through accompanying Gu shouting on various social engagements, Nianchu had begun to grasp that he saw certain advantages in her: youth, beauty, an appealing figure, and the ability to leverage her connections and knowledge in new industries the Gu family had ventured into. He could accomplish significant tasks without spending much. He would not divorce her unless he had drained her of all worth. That twisted pervert. Enough about him. Qingzi in this ghastly state. I'll likely be bedridden for a month. Please keep an eye on Mo Tao. Once I recover, I intend to visit him. Honestly, I haven't seen him in a while, and I'm quite worried. Nianchu felt utterly drained. Even speaking a few sentences left her breathless. Don't worry about Mo Tao. The hospital is fully enclosed, and it's not easy to visit him. Song Qingzi had initially planned for Nianchu to visit once Mo Tao showed some improvement. However, the hospital eventually called Nianchu's phone to demand payment. Eventually, Song Qingzi took the card and went to settle the fees. When she attempted to swipe the card, she discovered not $1 million, but $2 million within. She relayed this to Nianchu, who instructed her to keep the money. Gu shouting giving me an extra $1 million is only fair. I want to be grateful. At the Gu family estate, Gu shouting sat by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze distant, the tip of his cigarette nearly burning his fingers. Guanwei knocked and entered. "Mr. Gu." Gu shouting extinguished the cigarette he had not yet smoked. "Is everything prepared? The divorce agreement is drafted as per your specifications. A villa in the south of the city, $20 million in cash. Please take a look." Guanwei handed the divorce agreement to Gu shouting. "Additionally, the treatment costs for Bai Yuling are approaching $1 million. I'll cover that expense until she recovers." Guanwei nodded, understood. Gu shouting accepted the divorce agreement. He offered Nianchu very little. He had no intention of giving her more. "Let be." He raised his finger, and Guanwei promptly provided him with a pen. As Gu shouting signed, he hesitated slightly, but ultimately inscribed his name. Guanwei collected the document, stating, "Once Miss Mo is discharged, I will present it for her signature. Leave it there. I'll deliver it myself." Gu shouting lowered his head, lighting another cigarette without inhaling, merely holding it between his fingers. Guanwei sealed the leather folder and placed it on his desk. "Very well, Mr. Gu." Gu shouting clutched his phone, drafting a message before ultimately deleting it. He was, in truth, rather dull. Beyond work, he was consumed by work. The past year had been filled with fervent revenge, though he was uncertain whether it was for Lin Xiaowan or merely for the sake of revenge itself. On his mobile phone, messages were deleted and rewritten, only to remain unsent in the end. With a casual swipe of his finger, he opened the photo album. Most of the images featured him with his grandfather, captured at home or in the hospital, primarily candid shots taken by the secretary. He possessed a password-protected album containing 2 photographs. One depicted his wedding to Nianchu, showcasing an old wedding dress worn by many before, a joyful woman smiling brightly, and a man with a stoic expression. Despite his aversion to this photo, it inexplicably found its way into his album. The other photo, taken candidly, featured a girl in a white tongue depressor hat and a sky blue mask, her high ponytail swaying as she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she waved goodbye. He could no longer discern whether this girl was Lin Xiaowan or someone else. She seemed like an illusion, a fictional character who once graced his world, yet felt as though she had never existed. Guanwei exited his office and encountered Zhong Shui. She grasped his arm, cautiously inquiring about Gu Zong's mood. "I want to be walking into a hornet's nest, will I? If they're getting a divorce, no one's spirits would be particularly high." Guanwei shook his head. Zhong Shui paused, taken aback. "Are they really getting a divorce? Gu Shouting is divorcing Nianchu? This is monumental news. Is it true? Can I trust your source? I had the divorce agreement drafted by a lawyer. Gu Zong has already signed it. We are merely waiting for Nianchu's signature before they can collect the divorce certificate," he explained. Zhong Shui bit her lip, suppressing her overwhelming joy. "I see. I'll get back to work." "All right, Assistant Guan," she responded, clutching the documents that required signatures. Zhong Shui lingered at the entrance of the president's office for a moment before returning to her desk, picking up the phone to dial. Chapter 78. How many good brothers does my Gu Tai Tai actually have? Lin's supervisor, your fortunate days are approaching. Zhong Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wait for me. I'll find you, and we can discuss it in detail." After hanging up, Zhong Shui made her way to the design department. Lin Xiaowan personally brewed her a cup of exquisite Blue Mountain coffee, wearing a fade of insincerity. "What fortunate days are you talking about, Secretary Zhong?" Zhong Shui accepted the coffee without haste, first complimenting Lin Xiaowan's attire. "Lin's supervisor, that dress you're wearing today is from Xiang's. Isn't it? It looks marvelous, making you appear as if you belong to a wealthy family." "Secretary Zhong, please don't tease me. Hurry and tell me about these fortunate days," Lin Xiaowan urged. Her curiosity piqued. Zhong Shui knew that Lin Xiaowan's news usually pertained to Gu Shouting. Finally, she set her coffee down and leaned closer to Lin Xiaowan, whispering, "Gu Zong is divorcing Nianchu. Don't you think your fortunate days are finally arriving?" A sudden tightness gripped Lin Xiaowan's throat. The news was overwhelmingly unexpected. She had awaited this day for years. "Is it true?" "Indeed, Lin's supervisor. Gu Zong has always wanted to give you a proper status. Nianchu is simply unfit to be Gu Tai Tai. Unlike you, who is young, beautiful, and amiable. We get along well." Hearing this, Lin Xiaowan felt as if she were already Gu Tai Tai, her chin instinctively lifting. "Secretary Zhong, you are too kind." She opened her drawer and retrieved a necklace she had recently chosen from the store. "This doesn't suit me much. I believe it would look splendid on you. Please don't refuse." The necklace was from P.O., worth several tens of thousands. Zhong Shui admired the design and accepted it without hesitation. "Mu Di Doi, I shall graciously accept." "We're not quite there yet." Lin Xiaowan felt her heart flutter at being addressed as Gu Tai Tai. Zhong Shui cleverly flattered her again. "Gu Tai Tai, isn't it only a matter of time? Secretary Zhong, come, have some coffee." "Thank you, Gu Doi Doi." The two laughed heartily. In the hospital, Qian Boizhou was frantic upon hearing that Nianchu had encountered an incident. He had assumed she would handle the land contract entirely, but unexpectedly, she had run into trouble. The Gu Corporation had already dispatched someone to sign the contract, deeming his work complete. "Focus on your recovery, and don't dwell on it." Nianchu looked apologetically at Qian Boizhou. If it weren't for the Qian family's feelings towards me, that piece of land could have sold for several billion. Brother Bo, once I recover, I'll visit Teacher Qian and his wife. No need to rush." Qian Boizhou retrieved a can of peaches from a gift bag he had brought. "Your teacher's wife was worried sick upon hearing you were injured. This canned peach is what she insisted I bring, knowing you love it." Nianchu felt a warm surge of affection. She remembers that I love canned peaches. Of course. She knows what you like and dislike. Qian Boizhou twisted open the can. "Let me do it. You're hurt. How can you do it?" "I'll feed you," he insisted, scooping a piece of peach and bringing it to her lips. "Your teacher's wife made these. Let us see if they taste as good as before." The aroma was delightful, and Nianchu longed for this taste. She opened her mouth and accepted the peach. This scene was inadvertently captured by a man standing outside the door, his gaze piercing through the glass. The leather bag he clutched tightened in his grip, crumpling under the pressure. Gu Shouting had come to personally inform Nianchu of their impending divorce. Yet, the sight before him stung deeply. Once, Fei Liangzheng had fed her cake. Now, Qian Boizhou was feeding her canned peaches. The tenderness she exhibited towards other men was eternally radiant, forever illuminating her eyes. It was absurd. He was dawned with the humiliation of betrayal, yet he considered letting her go. The leather bag was torn into pieces, shredded until it was unrecognizable, before being discarded into the trash. Turning on his heel, he pushed open the hospital room door and stepped inside. The two, engaged in cheerful conversation, turned to face the entrance, their voices abruptly halting. President Qian is also here. His tone was unexpectedly gentle as he extended his hand to shake Qian Boizhou's. I came to see our manager, Mo, after hearing about her injury. Qian Boizhou still held the can of peaches. My mother just made these, so I brought them to tempt Nianchu's appetite. Qian Boizhou maintained a calm demeanor. Gu Shouting raised a brow, glancing at the woman in the bed. Oh, our manager, Mo, enjoys canned peaches? I'll have my secretary buy some more later. His tone remained even, his concern palpable, embodying the role of a good superior flawlessly. Only Mo Nianchu could discern the underlying message. She nervously glanced at Qian Boizhou. Brother Bo, I'm fine. You should head back. Very well. He placed the can on the bedside table. Remember to eat it later, or it might spoil. Okay. Qian Boizhou turned to Gu Shouting. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, President Qian. The door to the hospital room closed once more. Gu Shouting pulled up a chair, sitting by the bedside. You certainly have quite a few brothers. He picked up the can of peaches, lifting his gaze to Mo Nianchu. And what am I to you? Mr. Gu, is there any point in asking this? Huh. He might be her eternal Mr. Gu. Who truly cares? I hope Gu Tai Tai understands her responsibilities as a married woman. He scooped a piece of peach and brought it to his mouth, savoring the sweetness of the gift from an old flame. If Mr. Gu has nothing further, please leave. I need a rest. She lacked the energy and inclination to endure his sardonic remarks. Is Gu Tai Tai so eager to send me away? Is it because Qian Boizhou plans to return? Or is Dr. Fei coming over? He scooped another piece of yellow peach into his mouth and remarked, or perhaps you have other men. Do I have other men? Aren't you aware? Mo Nianchu gazed at him with an indescribable disdain. Don't call me Mrs. Gu so casually. If you truly consider me as Mrs. Gu, then leave and let me rest. Very well, he replied, setting down the can, wiping his fingertips with a tissue, and leisurely unbuttoning his coat. Mo Nianchu furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be resting? As a husband, I have the obligation to ensure my wife rests well, he said, raising his hand to undo his cufflinks. The woman sat up straight in alarm. Gu Shouting, I'm a patient. Are you certain you want to come near me? Chapter 79. It seems there's some bewitching potion in this can. Are you frightened, Mrs. Gu? He opened his collar slightly, revealing his well-defined collarbone, exuding a subtle masculine aura. While his hands rested on either side of her, it would be quite simple for me to let you off. Her eyelashes fluttered, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, though the turmoil in her eyes was unmistakable. A smug smile graced his lips as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Guanwei. Shortly thereafter, Guanwei hurried into the hospital room with a box full of yellow peach cans. Aren't these your favorite? He glanced at the cans and instructed Guanwei. Since my wife enjoys these so much, open all of them so she can indulge. Guanwei appeared astonished and hesitated for a moment before swiftly getting to work. The sweet aroma of yellow peaches gradually filled the room. Mo Nianchu's brow knitted in concern. Having just returned from the brink of death, she felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. 30 cans of yellow peaches? Did he want her to return to that brink? Gu Shouting, have you lost your mind? Her incredulity and anger were palpable, her voice tinged with despair. Beneath her fury lay a profound disappointment in this man. Don't you like them? Why is it that when your husband offers you an abundance, you refuse? He leaned slightly forward, almost casting a shadow over her, his voice laced with mockery. Is it because they weren't given by Qian Boizhou that you don't wish to eat them? Mo Nianchu replied with a stoic expression, I won't eat them. He scoffed coldly, a flicker of indifference and disdain in his eyes, and threw the can gifted by Qian Boizhou into the trash. The can landed with a dull thud. Guanwei, you are to watch over her. She cannot leave until every last one is consumed. It seems these cans are filled with some enchantment, he remarked, his voice trailing off with the sound of the closing door. Mo Nianchu stared blankly at the 30 cans of yellow peaches, lost in thought. Guanwei collected each can, tossing them into the garbage. The boss is merely throwing a tantrum. There's no need for you to be upset. After tidying up, Guanwei opened a window to let in some fresh air. You should rest well. I'll take my leave now. Mo Nianchu merely nodded, saying nothing further. Gu Shouting sat in the car, eyes closed in contemplation. Guanwei emerged and opened the car door, taking a seat beside him. Over the years, he was the only one with whom Gu Xiaoding could share his innermost thoughts. Boss, you are on the verge of divorce. Why bother with these antics? Gu Xiaoding pressed his fingers against his weary brow, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He turned to Guan Wei, uncertainty etched across his face. Guan Wei, I suddenly don't want to go through with it. Guan Wei's heart skipped a beat. He regarded the usually composed man, whose face now bore an unmistakable vulnerability and confusion. Boss, how could you? Guan Wei was at a loss for how such a sudden change of heart could occur. Gu Xiaoding remained silent, merely raising his hand in a gesture to move on. Let's go horseback riding. Guan Wei nodded yes. The sky was vast and boundless, a brilliant azure with occasional fluffy clouds drifting by. Sunlight bathed the two in a golden glow. Riding at a gallop, Gu Xiaoding seemed to release the pin-up frustration within him. Assisting Guan Wei glanced back at the caller. Supervisor Lin, what brings you here? I heard from Secretary Zhong that you were riding, so I came to take a look. Xiaoding looks so handsome on horseback. Lin Xiaowan's spirits were high, her face radiant. When the boss is in a bad mood, he likes to ride in this arena. A bad mood? It was merely that he hadn't come to terms with the prospect of divorce. She understood. After all, Nianchu had been his companion for over 2 years. It was only natural for a man to feel some reluctance. However, it mattered little. Once she married Gu Xiaoding, he would soon forget Nianchu. Gu Xiaoding rode swiftly. As he approached, his horse suddenly reared, nearly striking Lin Xiaowan. She stumbled backward in fright, even tossing her cane aside. Fortunately, Guan Wei was there to catch her. Gu Xiaoding did not dismount, continuing to gallop around the arena. Supervisor Lin, this area is quite dangerous. Perhaps you should return. Guan Wei hesitated, unsure of how to dismiss her without appearing rude, yet he could not fathom her purpose for being there. If you have work matters to discuss, it would be best to do so at the office. Very well. I shall not disturb the boss any longer. Lin Xiaowan retrieved her cane. Assistant Guan, please relay a message to the boss for me. Regarding the incident with Mo Tao and the allegations of rape, I have reported it and submitted the evidence to the police. Guan Wei's brow furrowed. Initially, Lin Xiaowan claimed Mo Tao had assaulted her, presenting the undergarments stained with his DNA to Gu Xiaoding, weeping inconsolably. Gu Xiaoding had offered to help her report it, but she declined, fearing damage to her reputation. He distinctly remembered how she had even pleaded on Mo Tao's behalf at that time. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoding had imprisoned Mo Tao at the UI hospital as punishment. They had agreed to let the matter rest, and Mo Tao had already been released. Lin Xiaowan suddenly bringing it up again. I understand. I will inform the boss. Lin Xiaowan cast a glance at the man on horseback before departing. Not long after Lin Xiaowan left, Gu Xiaoding dismounted. Guan Wei handed him a towel, adding boss about the incident with Mo Tao and Lin Xiaowan. What is it? Lin Xiaowan just mentioned that she has prepared evidence and has reported it to the police. Gu Xiaoding paused, momentarily taken aback, before tossing the towel back to Guan Wei. If she wishes to report it, let her. There is no need to inform me. But she previously agreed not to pursue the matter. And you had promised your wife to let Mo Tao go. This sudden change. Gu Xiaoding's gaze darkened slightly. Several hours later, lying in her hospital bed, Nianchu stumbled upon a headline in the news featuring Gu Xiaoding and Lin Xiaowan at the horse arena. Both of them were present. She felt no particular anger. After seeing such news frequently, her emotions were rather muted. Her phone buzzed with a notification showcasing the company's new jewelry line themed around flowers. Upon seeing the familiar designs, she thought she was seeing things. No, it was not an illusion. It was indeed her design, yet it was credited to Lin Xiaowan. This meant that the 10,000 reward she had previously been promised was taken away by Lin Xiaowan using her designs. Did Gu Xiaoding know about this? Or had he known all along and tacitly approved? Ding! Another message popped up on her phone. It was a post from the company forum. Shocking. Nianchu's brother is a rapist. Still reeling from her earlier anger, it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Her fingers trembled as she opened the post. The details vividly described the humiliation and suffering endured by the victim, concluding with the police report receipt. Gu Xiaoding had promised her that he would let Mo Tao go. He has driven Mo Tao to madness. Why is he now flip-flopping and calling the police? Wanting to imprison him? Chapter 80. He took the blade for her. It was Lin Xiaowan who posted it. Indeed, it was Lin Xiaowan's post. Nianchu clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale. With great difficulty, She maneuvered herself off the hospital bed. Despite her impaired mobility, she hobbled out step by step. The nurse, seeing her, hurriedly supported her. "Miss Mo, where are you going? I have something urgent to attend to. You cannot leave the hospital now." The nurse had to take responsibility for her health. Mo Nianchu took a deep breath, her eyes reddening as she insisted, "I will return. But I must leave for a moment." "But Miss Mo, your current condition does not permit you to leave. If anything happens, I will take responsibility myself. I can sign a waiver." Montauk Nianchu was resolute. Very well. The nurse had no choice but to allow her a swift return. At Gu Corporation, in the design department, Lin Xiaowan smugly admired her posted message while sipping her coffee. Her crimson nails appeared like bloodstains at that moment. Bang! The office door swung open. Lin Xiaowan showed no surprise or alarm. She gently set down her coffee cup, straightened up, and a smirk of mockery and provocation curled at the corners of her lips. "The sister of the rapist has arrived." Her words were sharp, and Mo Nianchu, barely holding herself upright, approached Lin Xiaowan. Her eyes reddened. "Lin Xiaowan, tell me, did Mo Tao really assault you? What if he did? What if he didn't? Does it matter?" Lin Xiaowan toyed with her blood-red nails. "As long as I have evidence to prove he is a rapist." "You know precisely how you obtain that so-called evidence." Her blood began to boil. Her eyes, laced with bloodshot veins, resembled phantoms in the dark night. "You lived with Mo Tao for so many years. He regarded you as a sister. Yet you commit such despicable acts. You will descend into hell." Lin Xiaowan's face changed dramatically at the insult. She took a heavy breath, stomping her feet in fury. "What business is it of yours? I want you to suffer, to live a life worse than death. Mo Nianchu, you stole my life and my man. I will ensure you never find peace." Ultimately, it was about Gu shouting. She laughed in rage, a dogman with a dogwoman. What a perfect match. Montauk Nianchu. Gu shouting has already signed the divorce agreement. You will soon receive the divorce papers. You will no longer be Mrs. Gu, while I, Lin Xiaowan, will soon marry into the Gu family and become the young mistress. At that moment, she would ascend above all others. No longer would she be the scorned mistress. She would be the legitimate Mrs. Gu. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowan found Mo Nianchu increasingly agreeable. Mo Nianchu, Gu shouting is divorcing her? Is that true? If he truly wished to divorce her, she would indeed be liberated. She raised her eyes to the woman opposite her, lost in fantasy. Yet, she had not received any divorce papers. While Mo Nianchu was in a daze, Lin Xiaowan burst into triumphant laughter. "After all, Mo Tao is a madman. If he spends a few years in prison, won't you have more peace? You should thank me and shouting for our decision. We're doing this for your own good." Was this instigated by Gu shouting? These two shameless individuals had done nothing but harm him. He is not mad because of you. You have brought him to this state and accused him of assault. Lin Xiaowan, how can you be so malicious? I assure you, I will not let you succeed. Lin Xiaowan dismissed Mo Nianchu's fierce words as mere desperate struggles. She chuckled. "In Jiangcheng, Gu shouting is like a god. He can do as he pleases. Who do you think you are? A discarded wife of a wealthy family. A woman cast aside for not being virtuous. Are you not aware of your own worth? Everything hinges on evidence. You say he did not assault me. Where is your proof?" Indeed, Mo Nianchu had no evidence. This was her most helpless predicament. But she could not fall into the trap of self-incrimination. "What about your evidence? Based solely on a single pair of underwear. You think the police will believe anything you say? That's a police issue, not mine." Lin Xiaowan sneered, biting down on her nail. "Mo Nianchu, you'd better think about yourself. How can the sister of a rapist establish herself in the company? Our firm is not a place for just anyone." Having stolen her design drafts, now she slandered her as the sister of a rapist on the company intranet. Such a shameless wretch should have been discarded at birth. Mo Nianchu lowered her gaze. Catching sight of a fruit knife nearby, Lin Xiaowan continued to hurl insults. "People like you deserve to be with the dregs of society. Your family should plunge into the abyss of hell, never to be reborn. If you leave Gu Corporation and cannot find work, I could introduce you to a different line of work. Perhaps you could earn a living for a few years with your youth. Men like you, incapable of bearing children, are their favorites. No need for protection, double the pleasure." Lin Xiaowan vented her fury, oblivious to the fact that Mo Nianchu had already grasped the fruit knife, lifting it high. Realizing too late, Lin Xiaowan, unable to run due to her poor legs, screamed, "Ah, help!" But just as the knife was about to plunge, a strong hand seized her wrist. She turned in shock. It was Gu shouting. The man's grip tightened. The knife clattered to the floor. Nianchu. In broad daylight. You think to commit murder in the office? What audacity! Upon hearing Gu Xiaoting's voice, Lin Xiaowan finally peeked through her fingers. Nianchu intended to kill her? How could she allow Nianchu to harm her? Did she think she could be easily manipulated? Picking up the fruit knife from the ground, Lin Xiaowan, taking advantage of Gu Xiaoting holding Nianchu's wrist, lunged at her. Nianchu. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoting hurriedly pulled Nianchu behind him, shielding her. The knife plunged directly into his chest. Nianchu started in shock, unable to fathom that Lin Xiaowan would stab her, let alone that Gu Xiaoting would unhesitatingly take the blow for her. She was momentarily at a loss. Lin Xiaowan, eyes wide with terror, fainted, losing consciousness. Guanwei was also stunned. Mr. Gu, are you all right? Hold on, the ambulance is on the way. He pressed down on Gu Xiaoting's bleeding wound, attempting to staunch the flow. It's all right, you'll be fine. Gu Xiaoting's complexion grew increasingly pale, his breathing becoming faint. Blood gushed from his wound, staining his clothes. Each drop of blood darkened Nianchu's vision. Paramedics arrived and lifted Gu Xiaoting onto a stretcher, with Guanwei following closely behind. Nianchu sat there, her face devoid of color, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 81. Accustomed to being served by men, unwilling to serve them anymore. Gu Xiaoting's hospitalization became a significant event in Jiangxing. In no time, various speculations surfaced. Nianchu did not visit the hospital, but she gleaned information about Gu Xiaoting's condition from the media's headlines every day. He was alive. It was said that he had not been mortally wounded, merely suffering from significant blood loss and feeling weak. Lin Xiaowan did go to the hospital, but was chased away by the Gu family. The sight of her hobbling out with a cane was somewhat farcical. Song Qingzi offered her an apple. Enough of the news. You can barely take care of yourself. Why worry about others? If he dies, isn't that better? Indeed. Nianchu accepted the apple, taking a bite. The fragrance mingled with sweetness, lifting the corners of her lips. What puzzled Song Qingzi was why this perverted man would take a knife for Nianchu. If Gu Xiaoting had protected Lin Xiaowan, she could understand. But for Nianchu? Had he lost his mind? What is there to be confused about? If Nianchu were to be fatally injured by Lin Xiaowan, she would undoubtedly pay with her life. And he could never bear to let that happen. However, if he were to be injured, it would be a different matter. As long as he did not pursue it, it could be deemed as suicide. Perhaps he feared that her beloved would cause trouble. Song Qingzi nodded, acknowledging that it seemed quite reasonable. Indeed, their love appeared genuine. Lin Xiaowan was utterly deranged, a perfect match for Gu Xiaoting. She hoped the two would remain bound together for eternity. At present, Nianchu's greatest concern was for Mo Tao. Qingzi, do you think Lin Xiaowan will report that Mo Tao raped her? Will the police file a case? And could Mo Tao be arrested? Song Qingzi had not yet heard any news. However, several days prior, Mo Tao had been sent overseas for treatment. So any arrest would have to wait until he returned. Perhaps by then, he would have recovered and could reveal the truth. Rest assured, he cannot be apprehended for the time being. Mo Tao is not in the country. Really? That is splendid news. Song Qingzi chatted with Nianchu for a while before taking her leave. About half an hour later, Nianchu heard a commotion outside the ward. First, nurses entered and exited, tidying the beds in the shared room. Then a few attendants came in, changing the sheets, blankets, and pillowcases. Soon after, Zhong Shui walked in. Upon seeing Nianchu, she lifted her chin slightly. Gu Zong will be moved to this ward shortly. Remember not to provoke him. Gu Xiaoting was transferring to this ward. Wasn't he residing in the upscale hospital under the Gu family's name? That place offered better conditions and privacy. Why move to an ordinary hospital, especially to a shared room? Noticing Nianchu's puzzled expression, Zhong Shui rolled her eyes and exited the ward. Throughout the afternoon, people came and went, yet Gu Xiaoting's presence was still absent. Around 8 that evening, accompanied by Guanwei, Gu Xiaoting finally entered. At that moment, Nianchu was engrossed in painting something on her tablet. He walked in, and she did not even glance up. It was not until Gu Xiaoting lay on the bed that she acknowledged him with a fleeting look. Guanwei, I need a change of dressing. Gu Xiaoting spoke, his gaze lingering on the woman beside him. Nianchu remained focused on her artwork. Guanwei promptly responded, I will fetch a nurse. No need. Let her come and change it. Gu Xiaoting instructed, fixing his gaze on the woman in the room. You come here and help me change the dressing. Only then did Nianchu set down her brush and casually reply, "I am a patient, not a nurse. I am your savior." He assumed a posture that suggested she should try refusing him. Nianchu, this is your duty. Savior? How ridiculous, she thought. Did she ever plead for his rescue? Or was he claiming to have saved her? With his collusion in stealing her designs alongside Lin Xiaowan and his encouragement for Lin Xiaowan to report her, how could he shamelessly call himself a savior? That is merely your opinion. Nianchu ignored him, lying back and turning away. Just as Gu Xiaoding was about to lose his temper, Guan Wei quickly intervened. "I will find a nurse to assist you with the dressing change. Please do not be angry. You are still unwell." Gu Xiaoding's wound had nearly healed. The reason he transferred to this hospital was entirely due to the severe injury he sustained for Nianchu's sake. She had not visited him even once. There had been no messages or calls. She acted as if nothing had happened, which left him feeling quite indignant. "I should not have saved you. I should have let Lin Xiaowan kill you, and that would have been the end of it." Nianchu slowly opened her eyes under the dim lighting. Her exquisite face was revealed. This was Gu Xiaoding's inner turmoil. He prioritized Lin Xiaowan above all else, believing in the invincibility of true love. "Gu Xiaoding." Her voice was calm, but tinged with subtle melancholy. The man responded with annoyance. "What now?" Lin Xiaowan had said, "You have signed the divorce agreement. When will you give it to me? I am ready to sign immediately." She hoped for a swift resolution, insisting that she did not want anything from him. The divorce agreement had been torn to shreds by Gu Xiaoding and tossed into the trash. How did Lin Xiaowan know? And why had she informed Nianchu? Now that she had many suitors, her impatience had grown. He scoffed derisively. "You won't even help me change the dressing. How could I possibly offer you such a grand gift?" Nianchu sprang up from the bed. He was clearly making life difficult for himself. Yet he spoke as if he were the one aggrieved. "I can help with the dressing. Just give me the divorce agreement today, and I will sign it immediately." Nianchu's urgency was palpable. The man leisurely regarded her. "Let us see how you perform." Guan Wei entered with a nurse, Gu Zong. "The nurse is here to assist with the dressing. Just place the medication there. Mrs. Gu will personally help me change it," Gu Xiaoding insisted, directing his gaze at the woman. "Mrs. Gu is willing, correct?" Montag Nianchu lost Gu Xiaoding's teasing tona. Biting her lip, she climbed out of bed and took the tray from the nurse. "I will do it." The nurse said nothing and exited, just as Guan Wei was about to speak. Gu Xiaoding shot him a look, prompting him to comply and leave the ward. The lighting in the room was dim. Gu Xiaoding, clad in a hospital gown, reclined with his hands propping up his head, gazing at the woman before him with unabashed intensity. Nianchu approached Gu Xiaoding. "Unbutton your shirt." "You do it," he replied brazenly, his gaze unabashedly fixed on her. He could see her reluctance, disdain, and disgust written across her face. "Mrs. Gu, it seems you are rather unwilling." He chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "It appears a woman accustomed to being served by a man has little desire to serve one herself." She remained silent, unwilling to engage in an argument. With a hand, she began to unbutton his shirt, her slender fingers careful not to brush against his skin. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze darkening with desire. Suddenly, he seized her wrist and pulled her towards him. Startled, she looked up, their eyes locking. Chapter 82. Back when they were married, she called him husband. "Are you scared?" His large hand encircled her slender waist, rendering Nianchu immobile. Their faces were nearly touching, breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. In the early days of their marriage, Gu Xiaoding had preferred her to face away during their intimate moments to indulge himself fully. To please him, she would kneel until her knees ached. Yet, she found joy in it. Online discussions suggested that if men liked a woman's body, they would eventually reveal their hearts. She longed for the day when he would confess his feelings for her. "Nianchu, I like you." She had envisioned that moment in her dreams countless times. Back then, she was just a shy girl, believing marriage meant a lifetime commitment. She thought she could bear his children, but her expectations had turned into disdain and contempt. The man before her only cherished her body and had never contemplated giving his heart. The anticipation she once held had morphed into indifference and scorn. Now, looking into his eyes, the thrill and blush had vanished. Without love, there was nothing left. "Mr. Gu, let's first change the dressing." She calmly and rationally pushed him away, turning to retrieve the tray. The man appeared irritated. The cold alcohol swab danced around his nearly healed wound, causing him annoyance. He swiped the tray away, the items crashing to the floor. "Nianchu, what kind of attitude is this?" She maintained her earlier motion of disinfecting. the alcohol-soaked cotton still dripping from the stainless steel tweezers. He grasped her wrist, forcefully pinning her down, his voice hoarse and heavy. Are you seeking a divorce? Do you wish to marry Fei Liangzheng or Qianboizhou? He emphasized, I can assure you that will never happen. Gu shouting, why do you always behave this way? You never keep your word, and there is absolutely no trust between us. It seemed he was not satisfied, adding, I've already torn up the divorce agreement. It has likely been incinerated at the waste disposal site by now. Her eyes were red. He roughly reached into her hospital gown, caressing her without restraint. His actions crude. Before I've had my fill of this body, you may not seek another man. Nianchu felt utterly humiliated. She struggled, pleading with Mr. Gu to let her go. The man's expression darkened ominously. She had become accustomed to calling him Mr. Gu. In the early days of their marriage, she had called him husband. He had found it repulsive. Later, she learned to call him Brother Ting, but he remained unresponsive. Eventually, she began addressing him as shouting, but he still ignored her. Perhaps it was from that moment on that she ceased calling him altogether. Did Gu shouting not feel it? He felt it more acutely than anyone. He was all too aware that she was gradually distancing herself from him. Try calling me Mr. Gu again, he growled menacingly. Nianchu found it laughable. What should I call you, Mr. Gu? Director Gu? Young Master Gu? Whichever you prefer, I am open to it. How did you used to call me? He asked, pinching her chin, his breath warm against her lips. Did Mr. Gu not find the previous terms of endearment distasteful? When a wife joyfully calls her husband darling, he had nearly roared at her in disgust. In the world, perhaps she was the only one to have endured such an experience. Ridiculous, isn't it? Pathetic? Is there pity? Not in the slightest. It was all her doing. Indifferent. He did not wish to argue with her any longer and leaned down to kiss her lips. When she did not respond, he pressed her further. Mrs. Gu, if you keep your distance from those men who harbor ill intentions, I might reconsider the matter of divorce. His lips gently kissed and nibbled at her neck. Nianchu no longer believed him. Had he not deceived her with lie after lie, manipulating her into obedience? Gu shouting, you're truly untrustworthy. I will never believe you again, not ever. His kiss abruptly halted. How am I untrustworthy? Well, have I failed to fulfill a promise made to you? You said to let Mo Tao go, yet you immediately sent Lin Xiaowan to report him. Is that what you call keeping your word? Not only did you break your promise, but you also encouraged Lin Xiaowan to steal the hard work of others, colluding with her. Now you expect me to agree to your demands? Why should I? Gu shouting. He genuinely did not know about Lin Xiaowan's reporting beforehand. As for her stealing the work of others, whose work? Clarify your words. Stop pretending. Nianchu was reluctant to elaborate further. That design was as good as fed to the dogs. With Lin Xiaowan posting such things online, it was highly likely she would never return to the company. Even if she did, she would face whispers and scorn, drowned in spittle. It was not worth the trouble. It felt as disgusting as having eaten a fly. Gu shouting, pretending? Did she dare accuse him of pretending? Nianchu, is this how casually you speak to me now? Do you think I've given you face? Gu shouting only knew how to suppress her with his identity, status, and power. He knew she was afraid. Indeed, she feared these things. She felt like an ant at the mercy of others. Mr. Gu had not truly resolved to divorce her, had he? Since that was the case, there was no need for such pretentious words. He had once been determined to let her go. Yet, his pride as a man and his deep-seated jealousy had quelled that notion. He did not love her, yet he wished to possess her unwaveringly. Although her devotion had long since faded, he still wanted to keep her by his side. He attributed this to his lingering infatuation with her body. Until he had grown bored, he was reluctant to release such a beautiful form. Subtle yet twisted, his slender fingers gently traced her lips, which parted and closed in disbelief. She gazed at him, wide-eyed with fear. He suddenly smiled. Don't say that. I'm not being disingenuous. As long as Mrs. Gu is willing to put in some effort and please me in bed, it is not impossible for me to hand over the Gu family's empire to you. What use did she have for his empire? She was incapable of pleasing him. If he had said such words to Lin Xiaowan, she would undoubtedly have been more attentive than any mistress. Lin Xiaowan had already begun to consider herself Mrs. Gu. If she were to learn that Gu shouting had not yet grown bored, that he did not plan to let her go, nor intended to grant her a title, would she be furious? At that thought, Nianchu felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. You seem to misunderstand what a wife's duties entail. His voice was as frigid as ice. She laughed softly. I am merely Mrs. Gu. I have never been a wife. Gu shouting. Aside from not having grown bored with her body, likely did not wish to stir any divorce scandals while his subsidiary was going public. He needed a Mrs. Gu, and she was nothing more than a facade for him. Chapter 83. The Cost of Infidelity. When Nianchu was discharged from the hospital, she deliberately logged into the company's internal forum. She no longer saw posts accusing her of being the sister of a rapist. Instead, all posts had vanished, replaced by a white background black text statement. The gist was that employees were prohibited from defaming one another, which could harm the company's image, and spreading rumors was strictly forbidden. The statement originated from the president's office. The back end had indeed quieted considerably. She was uncertain if she should return to work. Ding. A message arrived on her phone. It was from Sister Mao. Xiaomo, when are you coming back to work? You've used up all your leave for the year. Nianchu held her phone. Pausing for a moment before replying, I will go to the company tomorrow. Come early. The company has plans for you. Understood. Nianchu was unsure what those plans entailed. Termination? Salary deductions? Or something else? Returning to her single apartment from the hospital, she felt utterly exhausted. Dr. Chun from the hospital called her. Hello, Dr. Chun. Miss Montauk. Hurry to the hospital. Nianchu's heart raced. What happened? Is my mother in trouble? Your mother has woken up. You need to come quickly. Nianchu's heart raced with excitement. Woken up? Really awake? Without further thought, she took a taxi straight to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, she encountered Fei Liangzheng. Nianchu, his face radiated warmth, clad in a black-gray knee-length cashmere coat that made him appear as gentle as jade. I heard your mother has woken up. That is wonderful news. Dr. Chun just called me. I can hardly describe my emotions. Nianchu was overwhelmed with joy, on the verge of tears, yet wanting to laugh. Her feelings complex and hard to contain. Honestly, I never expected this day would come. Don't get too excited. He gently patted her back as they walked inside together. Let's go see her. Upon opening the ward door, they both froze in their tracks. Gu shouting was there. The look he cast at the two of them was not particularly cold, yet an undercurrent of tension flowed beneath. Nianchu deliberately ignored his gaze, quickly advancing to the bedside. Bai Yuling had indeed awakened, but her gaze appeared vacant, her mouth slightly agape, looking rather unwell. Dr. Chun, what is wrong with my mother? She has merely awakened. Her consciousness has not fully returned and will need some time. Don't worry. Nianchu nodded, understanding now. She held Bai Yuling's hand, gently stroking it. Mom, you will be okay. You will recover. Don't be afraid. I am here. Miss Montauk, Doctor. Fei has invited traditional Chinese medicine specialist Ma to come over shortly to give her mother acupuncture. The effects will be doubled. Let's step outside for a moment. Doctor. Chun spoke in front of Gu shouting, completely unaware of the peculiar relationship among the three. Gu shouting's expression changed noticeably. Just as Fei Liangzheng was about to explain, Gu shouting stepped out of the ward with a stern face. Nianchu, come with me. Standing at the door, he did not turn to look back. His voice, filled with rage, sounded as if he were about to peel the skin off someone. Nianchu's back stiffened, and she took a deep breath, walking towards the door. Fei Liangzheng expressed his apologies, stating that it was his own decision to consult traditional Chinese medicine, and he never anticipated it would cause you trouble. This matter has nothing to do with traditional medicine. I will speak with shouting. It is not a solution to let misunderstandings persist. Fei Liangzheng's face was etched with concern as he raised a hand to halt Nianchu, instructing her to wait for a moment. Gu shouting, however, did not wait for Nianchu. Fei Liangzheng found himself at the wrong end of Gu shouting's ire. Where is Nianchu? He inquired in a cool tone, maintaining a semblance of composure. Fei Liangzheng stepped forward, his brows knitting tighter. I do not understand the nature of your misunderstanding. Most of my encounters with Nianchu have been coincidental. I truly cannot fathom why you are always so irate. Shouting, you were not like this before. What was I like before? Gu shouting turned his face away, fixing his gaze on the deep furrows of Fei Liangzheng's brow, a murderous intent brewing. Dr. Fei, what were you like before? I am curious to know when you first developed feelings for Nianchu, even if I did develop feelings for her. That is my issue and has nothing to do with her. Ah, an admission. Gu shouting's jaw twitched, and he swung his fist, landing a blow on Fei Liangzheng's face. He was taken aback that Fei Liangzheng had actually confessed to having feelings for Nianchu. All previous conjectures seemed to materialize in an instant. He even imagined many scenarios of Nianchu and Fei Liangzheng together in bed. How could he allow such a blatant provocation? Just then, Nianchu arrived and witnessed Fei Liangzheng sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, a sight too gruesome to behold. Gu shouting, "Why are you hitting him?" Nianchu rushed to help Fei Liangzheng, only to be seized by Gu Shouting's grip on her wrist, pulling her away. "Are you concerned for him?" Nianchu, just now, Fei Liangzheng admitted he has feelings for you. Care to explain what that means? Montag Nianchu was momentarily stunt. How could this be? Why would Fei Liangzheng say such a thing? Even if he wanted to provoke Gu Shouting, this was not the way to do it. It only muddied the waters further. "I cannot explain, can I?" He gritted his teeth, pulling her closer, gripping her waist tightly. "Montag Nianchu, do you dare claim nothing happened between you and him? What constitutes happened? Is it only when you sleep together in front of me?" "No, Nianchu's eyes filled with panic. She was acutely aware of the consequences of Gu Shouting's fury. But how could she explain this? Even if Fei Liangzheng had feelings for her, it did not mean she reciprocated. It had nothing to do with her. Fei Liangzheng struggled to sit up from the ground, swallowing hard. "If you wish to vent your anger, direct it at me, not her." Gu Shouting was beside himself with rage, muscles in his face twitching. "Fei Liangzheng, we grew up together. You're sleeping with my wife? Very well. Prepare to have the Fei family's reputation destroyed. I swear, if I do not ruin the Fei family, I shall not bear the Gu name." Gu Shouting dragged Nianchu away, his strides long and forceful, causing her to stumble. She eventually fell to the ground, staring at her scraped palms, a frown of pain etched on her brow. The man paid no heed, hoisting her over his shoulder and unceremoniously tossing her into the back seat of the car. "Drive," he barked at the driver. The driver, unsure of their destination, pressed the accelerator without question. At a turn, Gu Shouting commanded to Tsuwen Street. "Understood, Mr. Gu." Most of the Fei family's enterprises were located on Tsuwen Street, including their hospital, medical device company, and various technology research institutions. He forced Nianchu to look out the window. "This is all that belongs to the Fei family. Believe me, I could obliterate this grandeur within a month." Nianchu felt Gu Shouting had gone mad. He intended to ruin the legacy built over generations. "Look closely. Montag Nianchu. If the Fei family disappears from Jiangcheng, you will be the culprit, the scourge of the Fei family for generations." He tightened his grip on her neck, pressing her face against the car window. "This is the price of infidelity." Chapter 84. He did not catch them in bed. Is it my fault that others are attracted to me? Her breath fogged the glass as she helplessly bit her lip. Gu Shouting, are you truly jealous? Or are you merely seeking an excuse to annihilate the Fei family and destroy me? No, he cannot possibly be jealous. He simply wished to destroy her. Destroy you? The corners of his lips curled into a sardonic smirk, his eyes aflame with rage. "Montag Nianchu, you're the architect of your own demise." His hand gripped her neck painfully, tears welled in her eyes. "You unjustly label me as unfaithful. Is that not destruction?" She struggled against him, fury surging. "And what of you in Lin Shaowan? Everyone in Jiangcheng knows of your affair. Shouldn't I hold you accountable? Or should I confront each woman in Jiangcheng who has feelings for you? Is this even comparable? What is not comparable?" A cold glimmer sparkled in her desperate gaze. "The difference is that you and Lin Shaowan truly had an affair, while my connection with Fei Liangzheng is a figment of your imagination, a false accusation." Her face remained pressed against the glass, contorted, hair disheveled, a tragic sight. Indeed, he had no evidence. He had not caught them in bed. Similarly, did she possess evidence? Had she caught him with Lin Shaowan? "Do you love him?" "I do not love anyone." Once, she had deeply loved the man before her. How had he treated her? Their family shattered. Some dead, some insane, and those who lived were worse off than dead. Such was the cost of love. She would never love again, not him, nor anyone else. He mocked her lightly, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes curving into a dangerous, derisive arc. "I recall Mrs. Gu saying she would love only me for a lifetime. I have not misremembered, have I?" Indeed, that was the Nianchu of newlywed bliss, a version of herself long since buried. Gu Shouting, what relevance does this hold? I no longer love you, nor will I ever love Fei Liangzheng. I will not love any man. I harbored no trust for men. Do you know why? He gazed at her, eager to hear her reasoning. "Because of our marriage. I lost my faith in men. I have seen the depths of their hearts, how callous they can be. You shattered all my fantasies about marriage, extinguished my yearning for love. You destroyed it all, utterly." She smiled, radiant yet fleeting like a blooming flower, while tears slowly streamed down her cheeks. His heart ached, and his grip slackened, ultimately releasing her. Taking a slender mint cigarette, he leaned back in his seat, exhausted. The sound of a lighter pierced the silence of the car. A crisp metallic clang. He lowered his head to light the cigarette, the grayish smoke swiftly enveloping his strikingly handsome face. In the haze, his gaze became distant and somber. Even if she did not love Fei Liangzheng, so what? Fei Liangzheng had feelings for Nianchu. He could not allow another man to covet his woman. He extinguished the cigarette, but forcefully pushed Nianchu down, kissing her with fervor. Nianchu offered no resistance, nor did she reject him. She had endured this domineering possessiveness more than once and wished to avoid appearing disheveled in the car. As their kiss deepened, he bit the tender flesh behind her ear, asking, "Will you ever love me again?" "Of course not," Nianchu nearly blurted out. He did not love her. Why should she love him? Had he forgotten how he had treated her? Or had he dismissed the cruelty he had shown her and the Mo family? No, he was aware of his actions. He merely believed she would repeatedly indulge him, unconditionally tolerate and forgive him. No, their rift had widened beyond repair. "Do you love Lin Xiaowan?" His kiss came to an abrupt halt. He offered no answer, yet his silence spoke volumes. He loved Lin Xiaowan. Thus, what justification did he have to love another woman and seek her affection? Did he truly deserve it? Gu shouting, disheartened, released Nianchu, drawing another cigarette to his lips. Unlit, merely resting there. The desire in his gaze faded, replaced by an aura of cold indifference. "Since you do not love Fei Liangzheng, then the task of acquiring the Fei family business shall fall upon your shoulders." His voice, chilled and muted, bore a weighty undertone. "I believe Mrs. Gu is quite capable of executing this assignment flawlessly, is she not?" Gu Shouting's intentions in assigning her this role were all too clear to him. If it must be this way, she could simply resign. "I have already contemplated doing just that." Gu Shouting's smoking paused momentarily, before a mocking smile crept across his lips. He leisurely retrieved his phone and sent Nianchu a bill. "This is your mother's recent hospital expenses." Nianchu cast a glance at Gu Shouting, her attention swiftly shifting to the phone bill. Upon seeing the final figure, she gasped. 2 million? How could it possibly cost so much? Was he had said that a single pill was 10,000 and only 2 to 3 pills were needed each month? Such an exorbitant sum was beyond her means. Should she still resign? He extinguished his cigarette, his slender fingers gently caressing her delicate face. Or has Mrs. Gu found another employment opportunity? Pray tell. "I." She turned off her phone screen, her grip tightening involuntarily, deflating in an instant. "No. Then what right do you have to refuse this position?" She had no right. Yet, was she left with no choice? Must you seek revenge on the Fei family? "I trust you understand clearly that nothing transpired between Fei Liangzheng and me." She was uncertain if Gu Shouting would heed her words, but she wished for matters not to escalate this way. As he stated, she did not wish to become the scapegoat of the Fei family. She could not bear such consequences. After all, you share a familial bond with them. If this were to leak, how would the people of Jiangsheng perceive you and the Gu family? Are you not afraid of becoming the subject of ridicule? He chuckled softly, his gaze descending to her misty eyes. Her glimmering orbs were captivating, her lips reminiscent of a sunset, undeniably alluring. He pressed Nianchu's face down between his legs. "If Mrs. Gu can satisfy me, perhaps I might show mercy and spare the Fei family." Gu Shouting, "This is the car." He was becoming increasingly shameless. Is this not more exhilarating? Reluctantly, he raised the privacy curtain, his slender fingers brushing against her supple lips. The sensations here should be delightful. When love exists between a man and a woman, everything becomes a matter of passion, unlike the dynamic between her and Gu Shouting, which reeked of a different kind of humiliation. "I do not wish for this." She felt a strong aversion. "It is a matter of choosing. How will you decide?" He resembled a predatory leopard, while Nianchu was akin to a defenseless, limping fawn before him. She could choose not to serve him, but that would result in the Fei family's obliteration in Jiangsheng and her own unending disgrace. How to choose? He was confident she had already made her decision. Gu Shouting, "Must you resort to this?" "Choose, Mrs. Gu. Do not allow the car to endlessly circle the roads of Jiangsheng. It is a waste of fuel." He glanced at his Patek Philippe, granting her 3 minutes to decide. Chapter 85 for him. You would do anything. Nianchu had been married to Gu Shouting for over 2 years. In their intimate moments, he had always been dominant, orchestrating everything. This humiliating approach was entirely foreign to her. She understood he was doing this deliberately. After an interminable internal struggle, she raised her hand and unfastened his belt. Closing her eyes, she was about to lower her head when the man grasped her chin, his piercing gaze shimmering with an inscrutable intensity. She felt as startled as a frightened fawn, her eyes fluttering. Her current demeanor was irresistible, softening his gaze considerably. For him, are you willing to do anything? I do this for myself. He understood that there were burdens she could not bear. Their eyes locked. His expression grew complex and inscrutable. Nianchu's back tensed. The casual posture between them rendered her discomfort. She attempted to turn away, but he forcefully turned her face back towards him. He guided her small hand to rest upon him, her palm seared by his warmth, her breath becoming erratic. He smirked triumphantly, fastening his belt again. In a voice that was almost serene, he stated, I will assign someone else to acquire the Fei family business. You ought to resume your duties in the design department and focus on your work. Do not forget the debts you owe. Nianchu felt as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity, releasing a long sigh of relief. The following day, Nianchu went to work. She first visited Sister Mao's office, but she was absent. Passing by Lin Xiaowan's office, she glanced inside and saw Lin Xiaowan sitting dazedly at her desk. Ever since Gu Xiaoding was hospitalized from his injury, public sentiment had shifted dramatically, turning against Lin Xiaowan, accusing her of harboring resentment for not being promoted, and claiming she aspired to rise above her station. The lavish praise previously heaped upon her had transformed into scathing criticism. Gu Xiaoding must be heartbroken. As noon approached, Gu Qingling entered the design department. Everyone was summoned to the conference room. Sun Zi edged closer to Nianchu and whispered, I heard there are personnel changes regarding you. Do you know where you're being reassigned? Nianchu shook her head, uncertain. Sun Zi lowered her voice, almost whispering in Nianchu's ear. Have you heard? Supervisor Lin submitted stolen designs. I wonder who is unfortunate enough to have caught her eye and received a $10,000 bonus. If it were me, I would make her regret it. All right. Sister Mao's voice interjected. Everyone quiet down. President Qing has an announcement to make. The room fell silent immediately. Gu Qingling stood before them. I know everyone dislikes meetings, so I will be brief. Lin Xiaowan's position as deputy supervisor of the design department is hereby revoked, and she is dismissed. Nianchu will assume the role of deputy supervisor. The room erupted in an uproar. Lin Xiaowan was suddenly dismissed, her face a mask of disbelief. President Qing, why was I dismissed? What have I done wrong? Stealing designs and deceiving to obtain a bonus. You seem to have forgotten that rather conveniently. Then, President Qing, you have no authority to dismiss me. I was appointed by President Gu himself. Are you implying that President Gu must personally inform you for you to comply? Gu Qingling's face darkened. You are merely a deputy. Do you think you are beyond dismissal? Accept my kindness. If you refuse, pack your things and leave immediately. Lin Xiaowan's eyes glistened with tears, her composure unraveling. The other members of the design department exchanged glances, those in the know stifling their laughter. Lin Xiaowan lost both face and dignity, embarrassed as she exited. Gu Qingling prepared to leave but turned back after a few steps, ordering, retrieve the $10,000 bonus from Lin Xiaowan and transfer it to Nianchu. Only then did everyone truly comprehend the situation. It turned out Lin Xiaowan had stolen Nianchu's design. I thought as much. Her design bore your hallmark. Congratulations, mon tak Nianchu. Nianchu felt bewildered, standing awkwardly as she forced a strained smile at everyone. Gu Qingling swiftly departed the design department, and the colleagues began to congratulate Nianchu. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Lin Xiaowan wept like a wronged child. Even if I use someone else's design, must I be dismissed? Surely, I deserve a chance to make amends. To be dismissed so publicly, without the slightest respect, shouting, she has gone too far. Lin Xiaowan sobbed. Gu Xiaoding glanced at her with indifference. This position was never suitable for you. You are about to undergo a kidney transplant. It is best to rest at home. Lin Xiaowan may choose not to assume the role of supervisor, yet Nianchu should not expect an easy time either. How about you allow Nianchu to look after me? Gu Xiaoding reclined languidly against the chair, indicating that she was hardly the nurturing type. The words he spoke carried an inexplicable air of indulgence. However, she could engage me in conversation. We are of similar age and share common interests, don't you think? If necessary, you could offer her a bit more compensation. Just promise me. Lin Xiaowan persisted, clinging to Gu Xiaoting, demanding his agreement. He neither acquiesced nor declined, seemingly disinterested. I'll have the driver take you home first. Lin Xiaowan recognized his temperament and ceased her insistence. She softened her tone, claiming she would take it as his consent and prepare to leave. As soon as Lin Xiaowan departed, Guan Wei hurried in. Mr. Gu, as per your instructions, the case regarding Mo Tao's assault has been retracted. Moreover, the hospital has informed us that Bai Yuling's condition is not stable. What does that mean? They only mentioned that she has been stabilized and will need a few days of observation for a definitive assessment. This is not good news. Gu Xiaoting's expression grew tense. Keep a close watch on the situation. If there is any adverse development, inform me immediately, and instruct the hospital to refrain from notifying Mo Nianchu for the time being. Understood. In truth, when Bai Yuling regained consciousness that day, her condition was not as promising as anticipated. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications, but felt powerless to do so. Zhong Shui entered with documents in hand. Mr. Gu, everything is prepared at the seaside location. When shall we proceed? Has Qian Boizhou arrived? He loosened his tie and took a sip of coffee. He has arrived. Should we notify Mo? Mrs. Gu to join us? Have her come to my office. 10 minutes later, Mo Nianchu arrived at Gu Xiaoting's office. Mr. Gu, you called for me? Congratulations, Mrs. Gu. You've been promoted. He toyed with the pen in his hand, slowly lifting his eyelids to meet her gaze. Isn't it quite delightful to replace someone? Mo Nianchu's elegant brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean by replacing someone? This is a company decision, not something I sought out to make anyone envious. Are you feeling sympathetic towards Lin Xiaowan? She smirked disdainfully. In that case, I wouldn't mind returning the position to her. Chapter 86. Pressing her nape for a kiss returned to her. The man rose and approached Mo Nianchu with an assertive gaze. Do you think company documents are mere toys? She retreated, her back meeting the broad surface of his desk. Gu Xiaoting had a talent for misinterpreting others' intentions. He scoffed. Despite having alluring, expressive eyes, his gaze was chilling when directed at her. He grasped her waist, attempting to kiss her, but she evaded him. His lips brushed against her earlobe, trailing down to her hair. He did not press the matter further, but turned to retrieve his coat from the hanger. Today, I invited some notable figures from the art world. As an expert, you shall accompany me to socialize. Is that all? He raised an eyebrow. There are still some intricate details regarding the collaboration with Qian Boizhou that need finalizing. Your presence will facilitate matters. Of course, since Qian Boizhou will be present, she was summoned to accompany him. Gu Xiaoting had always maximized his use of people, and she was no exception. Mo Nianchu felt a strong aversion. It was working hours. Accompanying me to socialize is also work. He offered her no opportunity to refuse, pressing the intercom button. Zhong Shui, bring the revised supplementary contract and wait for me in the garage. Mo Nianchu found herself unable to decline and followed Gu Xiaoting downstairs. In the car, they sat side by side. He cast several glances at her, and sensing his overly bold scrutiny, she turned her face slightly away. Ding! Mo Nianchu's phone chimed. She retrieved it, but before she could read the message, Gu Xiaoting snatched the phone from her hand. It was a message from Fei Liangzheng. Xiaoting hasn't given you any trouble, has he? This message incensed Gu Xiaoting, who raised his hand and hurled the phone away. You! Mo Nianchu bent down to retrieve her phone, but the man gripped the nape of her neck, pulling it back towards him. He seized the phone again, pressed her nape for a kiss, and snapped a picture. Then, he roughly tossed her aside and sent the photo to Fei Liangzheng. When Mo Nianchu reclaimed her phone, it was too late to retract the message. You are utterly deranged. Am I deranged? I see you are all quite unwell. Do you think I'm dead? Gu Xiaoting bellowed. Enraged, she wished to ignore him. Just then, Zhong Shui opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. Mr. Gu, are we leaving now? Not leaving. We're spending the night in the garage. Zhong Shui. Could it be that Mo Nianchu has annoyed him again? The journey would take an hour and a half. The seaside villa was a picturesque retreat, adorned with azure skies and gentle breezes, creating an atmosphere of romantic tranquility. The venue was chosen specifically for its appeal to the literary and artistic crowd. Guests began arriving, engaging in lively conversation amidst the clinking of glasses. Qian Boizhou had arrived early. Knowing Mo Nianchu would attend, he postponed important work to meet her. In this relaxed environment, he dressed casually, appearing approachable. Mr. Gu, Qian Boizhou greeted politely. Gu Xiaoting pushed Mo Nianchu forward. I brought manager Mo along. We hope to finalize the contract today. I will have a thorough discussion with Nianchu. Zhong Shui handed over the supplementary contract. Mr. Qian, here is the supplementary contract. If you require any modifications, please discuss them with manager Mo. We have a printer available. And Mr. Gu brought the company seal. You have thought of everything. Then we shall not disturb you and manager Mo any longer. Zhong Shui approached Gu shouting, Mr. Gu, artists Li and Sun have arrived. You should go greet them. Let us go. The man strolled leisurely, hands in pockets. Qian Boizhou did not rush to review the contract. Instead, he poured a glass of red wine and began reminiscing with Mo Nianchu. She listened passively, absorbing his words. He appeared quite animated, slowly becoming slightly tipsy. Brother Boizhou, take a look at the contract. Mo Nianchu worried he might drink too much, fearing Gu shouting would blame her if the contract fell through. Qian Boizhou reached for the document, signing his name without even glancing at the contents. From a distance, Zhong Shui observed him with a hint of disdain, thinking, had I known he was this submissive, I would have added more advantageous clauses for Gu Corporation. After signing, Qian Boizhou passed the contract and pen to Mo Nianchu. As her fingertips brushed the pen, it slipped from her grasp. Just as she bent to retrieve it, Qian Boizhou gently stopped her, saying, let me do it. While picking up the pen, he inadvertently noticed Mo Nianchu's shoelace had come undone and instinctively bent down to tie it for her. Startled, Mo Nianchu instinctively pulled her foot back, but he firmly held it in place. Don't move, your shoelace is untied. He knelt before her, attentive and gentle, yet cautious. Gu Shouting's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on her petite white shoes. Qian Boizhou's slender fingers, elegant and aesthetically pleasing, seemed destined for the world of art. His touch on her shoes was not only unintrusive, but conveyed a sense of harmonious beauty. Jealousy surged within Gu Shouting, prompting him to down the remainder of his wine. Mo Nianchu felt it inappropriate and hurriedly squatted down. Brother Boizhou, I can tie it myself. All done. He had already fashioned a lovely bow. I'll take the contract to Mr. Gu first. You stay here for a moment. Then I shall wait for you. Mo Nianchu carried the contract to find Gu Shouting. Not locating him, she handed the contract to Zhong Shui. As she turned, Gu Shouting seized her wrist, pulling her towards the nearest restroom. What are you doing? Mo Nianchu attempted to leave, but the man grasped her waist and lifted her onto the sink. His white shirt was rolled up to his elbows, and a few buttons at the collar were undone. His dark eyes glowed with anger, the intoxication casting a haze over his features. He braced himself on either side of her, enveloping her within his embrace. Mrs. Gu, you truly are beloved by all. Wasn't it, Mr. Gu, who sent me here to be adored? She retorted. If you must resort to such sarcasm every time, there is no need for me to come. He lowered his gaze and chuckled softly, the effects of the alcohol stirring within him, making him feel uneasy, especially as Mo Nianchu continued to fidget. Don't move. Or else his voice was heavy with desire. We haven't done anything here, have we? His breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, brushed against her ear. I know you want it too. It was hardly a matter of innocence. With so many guests outside, the washroom was constantly occupied. He actually contemplated doing it here. I don't want to. He laughed as he lifted her down, turning her body around, his strong form pressing against her back. She could feel the heat radiating from him, the intoxicating scent enveloping her. Gu Shouting, can you not be so reckless? I cannot calm down. He panted heavily, gripping her chin and forcing her to turn her face towards him for a kiss, one hand firmly on her waist, claiming her possessively. Outside, a gentle breeze nudged the washroom door, creating a slight crack. At that moment, Qian Boizhou's gaze fell upon them. Chapter 87. What are you doing? He saw it. The sight of the two of them, illicitly entangled, immediately captured Qian Boizhou's attention. His pupils contracted in shock as his fingers tightened around the armrest of the sofa. Such affairs between adults were not uncommon. Yet the fact that it was Mo Nianchu made his heart feel as though it had been stabbed. She was the unattainable moonlight he had longed for, the yearning he had dared not approach for years. She should not. At least, she should not be engaged in such acts with a man like Gu Shouting. In an instant, his fantasies were extinguished, leaving behind a lingering heat that burned him. The man blinked, his eyes filled with bitterness, before diverting his gaze to the red wine on the table, downing it in one gulp. The passionate encounter in the washroom continued. He pressed her down, shifting their positions, and she slapped him across the face. Gu Shouting, have you had enough? Caught in the throes of passion, That slap sobered him considerably, his flushed face regaining some clarity. Are you addicted to slapping? He lifted her again, pinning her against the cold wall, a dangerous mix of desire and menace in his tone. Hit me again, and I swear I'll destroy you. There are so many guests outside. Don't you care about your reputation? She was at a loss for how to make him stop, reluctantly wrapping her arms around his neck, pleading softly, please, just stop. Nianchu understood that Gu Xiaoding was a difficult man to handle. If she truly provoked him here, he would disregard everything, and in the end, she would be the one to suffer. Can we? She raised her tear-filled eyes, resembling a fragile flower battered by the storm, swaying precariously and evoking pity. His heart softened at her plea. Since you've asked so sweetly, I shall let you go. In a near panic, Nianchu climbed off him and straightened her clothes in front of the mirror. The lingering scent of their intimate encounter clung to her. She splashed water on her face to wash away the remnants of the moment. The man leaned against the wall behind her, arms crossed, watching her with a faint, knowing smile. Had she not pleaded for mercy, he would have surely taken things further. Nianchu fled the washroom, only to find that Qian Boizhou had vanished from the sofa. Instead, Zhong Shui sat there, leisurely snacking on fruit. Finished? Zhong Shui asked, crossing her legs with a dismissive scoff. I suppose Qian Boizhou saw you and Mr. Gu busy in the washroom, drinking heavily and stumbling out. Qian Boizhou saw? Montag Nianchu replied, unfazit. It seemed predictable. Gu Xiaoding had pressed her to engage in such acts in hopes that Qian Boizhou would witness it. He had a penchant for using underhanded tactics to humiliate others. Nianchu maintained her composure, unaffected by Zhong Shui's remarks. Since the contract is signed, I shall take my leave. Her calmness drew a sidelong glance from Zhong Shui, who smirked. How shameless. Didn't Mr. Gu inform you? Inform me of what? Miss Lin is scheduled for surgery and needs to recuperate, so you're to take care of her for a few days. This was relayed to Zhong Shui by Lin Xiaowan. In Zhong Shui's mind, since Lin Xiaowan made a request, Gu Xiaoding would undoubtedly comply. Montag Nianchu frowned. Gu Xiaoding did not mention this to me. Even if he had, I would not agree. She turned away, ignoring Zhong Shui as she strode out. Zhong Shui scoffed in response. Just as Gu Xiaoding stepped out of the washroom, Guanwei called him. Mr. Gu, Bai Yuling's condition is very critical. Guanwei's voice was unusually tense. Gu Xiaoding sat down on the sofa, gripping his phone tightly as he listened. During the resuscitation, the doctor increased the dosage without permission, causing the patient to suffer severe reactions. I fear. Gu Xiaoding's expression tightened, springing from the sofa. What? The car sped towards Boei Hospital. Before it had fully stopped, Guanwei rushed over. Mr. Gu, Bai Yuling is in a dangerous state. Dr. Fei suggests using a drug from abroad. It might give her a chance to recover. Fei Liangzheng is here? Gu Xiaoding's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He seems to be everywhere, isn't it? Without the medication, will she just wait to die? Not applying the medication doesn't guarantee her death will be imminent, but using it doesn't exclude the possibility of. In short, the odds of a favorable outcome were slim. It was a dilemma. At that moment, Gu Xiaoding entered the doctor's office, where the doctors wore grim expressions. Fei Liangzheng stood up and approached Gu Xiaoding, adjusting his glasses. What are your thoughts? Perhaps you should call Nianchu. In such a life-and-death matter, Nianchu had the right to be present and make the final decision. After years of practice, Dr. Fei believed in consulting the family, yet he lacked initiative himself. Gu Xiaoding's brow furrowed as he regarded him with derision. Are you afraid of bearing responsibility? Or are you unwilling? I have been overseeing Bai Yuling's case, so I understand her condition better than anyone else. However, in such a crucial matter of life and death, I cannot make the call. Given Bai Yuling's condition, the outcome was likely to be unfavorable. If we use the medication, I will take responsibility. He signed a consent form in the family section. Upon returning to the office, Nianchu felt a persistent twitch in her right eyelid. The afternoon was filled with back-to-back meetings. Recently promoted, she was busy adapting to her increased workload, leaving her little time to ponder. Fei Liangzheng called her. Hello, Nianchu. Please come to the hospital. Your mother. He struggled to find the right words to convey the harsh reality. Just come. Are you at the hospital? Nianchu discarded the paper stuck to her eyelid, grabbing her bag and heading out. Okay, I'll be there shortly. A sense of foreboding engulfed her. She reassured herself that everything would be fine, even though her mother's condition had been improving. She did not expect Gu Xiaoding to be at the hospital as well. Without dwelling on it, she directly asked Fei Liangzheng, senior brother, How is my mother? Your mother. He hesitated, feeling helpless. You should see for yourself. When she saw the final diagnosis indicating brain death, Nianchu collapsed, devoid of strength, as if her soul had been drained, sitting limply on the cold floor. How could this happen? Fei Liangzheng felt a pang of sorrow, reaching out to support her. However, upon catching Gu Xiaoting's piercing gaze, he hesitated, retracting his hand. Guan Wei crouched down, attempting to assist Nianchu. Madam, the doctor has done all he could. Please do not grieve excessively. Why has this happened? She sat there in a daze, repeatedly murmuring, why has this happened? Gu Xiaoting stepped forward, looking down at her with a hint of complex emotion in his eyes. Given the situation, it would be prudent for you to calmly consider the future. Is it you? She raised her tear-filled eyes, her lips trembling. You are the one who caused her death, aren't you? You wish to give Lin Xiaowan a kidney. So my mother had to suffer brain death, correct? Chapter 88. Find the best doctor to save lives. Is that how you think? He found it amusing, but did not refute her. If that is indeed your belief, then so be it. You admit it, don't you? Nianchu stumbled to her feet, clutching his shirt tightly, her eyes filled with crimson veins. Gu Xiaoting, why have you done this? Why? Haven't you had your fill of playing with lives? My mother is in this state, yet you still resort to such despicable acts. Are you even human? An invisible hand clutched Nianchu's heart painfully. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled. Do not force me. Do not push me. If truly driven to the edge, she would not hesitate to risk everything and collaborate with Li Xiaowan. Please, do not press her further. Gu Zong is. Guan Wei attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Nianchu's scream. He is not human. None of you are good people. Long-repressed anger and hatred surged forth uncontrollably. Her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a metallic taste surged in her throat. Blood erupted from her mouth, and she instantly lost consciousness. Gu Xiaoting hurriedly lifted her, carrying her toward the emergency room, instructing Guan Wei to summon the finest doctors. Understood, Gu Zong. I will do it immediately. Let me go. Fei Liangzheng quickly followed. The woman in Gu Xiaoting's arms felt weightless. After she was taken into the emergency room, he stood there silently, unmoving. Guan Wei approached. Madam must be overwhelmed. It is not a grave matter, do not worry. Guan Wei, in her heart, am I a demon who would not spare even the dying? Guan Wei found it difficult to respond on Nianchu's behalf. At the very least, she has misunderstood him. You should find an opportunity to explain to her. There is no need. He was not one who excelled in explanations. In a discreet tea house, a hurried man removed his mask. Miss Lin, I have just received news that Bai Yuling has been declared brain dead. Her kidney matches yours perfectly. We can arrange for the surgery right away. Lin Xiaowan's slender fingers tightened around her teacup. If Nianchu does not agree, will the surgery still proceed? In principle, consent from the family is essential. However, the woman in front of me does not wish to handle this matter transparently. I understand your concerns, Miss Lin. I have already spoken with the doctors. The procedure will be conducted discreetly. Will others be unaware? She feared Gu Xiaoting would find out, as he had not consented to this plan. For individuals declared brain dead, the maximum lifespan is 1 month. We can quietly extract the kidney, stitch her up, and no one will know. If she dies, it will be even less likely anyone will find out. As long as the payment is sufficient, people are willing to take even greater risks. Lin Xiaowan felt somewhat satisfied. Dr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work. She handed him a card. Here is 200,000. After the operation, I will provide you with another 200,000. Miss Lin, just await the surgery. The man pocketed the card, donned his mask again, and left promptly. Lin Xiaowan held her coffee, a shadowy smirk gracing her lips. In the hospital, Nianchu slowly opened her eyes. Above her was a ceiling of white, oppressive and suffocating with despair. You have awakened. Nianchu's dulled gaze gradually focused on the man, revealing a shard of broken beauty. Senior brother, do not be disheartened. Fei Liangzheng, having lost a mother himself, understood her anguish. In truth, you have misunderstood Xiaoting. He never mentioned the kidney swap. Nianchu shook her head, her voice hoarse. Not mentioning it does not mean he hasn't thought about it. Gu Xiaoting has done countless inhumane things for Lin Xiaowan. I know what kind of person he is better than you. Fei Liangzheng pursed his lips, refraining from further defense of Gu Xiaoting. I did not expect Ant's condition to deteriorate so rapidly. If I had kept a closer watch, perhaps. This has nothing to do with you. If it must be tied to someone, it can only be Gu shouting. Senior brother, I am tired. I wish to rest for a while. Then please rest well. As soon as Fei Liangzheng left, Lin Xiaowan entered Imo Nianchu's hospital room. TSK, 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 how pitiful. Lin Xiaowan looked disdainfully at the woman receiving in 4 drip. I have heard your mother is dying. You should be aware she's going to donate her kidney to me, right? Lin Xiaowan produced a voluntary kidney donation form. Look, the procedures have already been completed. Imo Nianchu shot up from her bed, snatching the form from Lin Xiaowan's hand. The more she read, the more her fingers trembled violently. You will not succeed. She tore the inhumane form to shreds. Lin Xiaowan was not angered, retorting with a smug smile, then we shall see. As she turned to leave, she added, Imo Nianchu, I will ensure you do not have an easy life. As long as Gu Shouting loves Lin Xiaowan, she will undoubtedly have a means. What about herself? Could she only wait passively for her fate? Imo Nianchu pulled out the 4 needle, changed her clothes, and left the hospital. Outside, in a sleek dark luxury car, Guan Wei spotted Imo Nianchu. Gu Zong, Madam has emerged. She appears flustered, as if there is some urgent matter. Imo Nianchu hailed a taxi, and Gu Shouting, intrigued, noted her unusual urgency. Let's follow her. The taxi eventually stopped in front of an art studio. Guan Wei, puzzled, asked, Madam, why are we entering an art studio? This studio was familiar. It belonged to Li Xiaowan. Imo Nianchu's presence here suggested a meeting with him. The mere thought sent Gu Shouting's fury boiling to the surface. She dares to meet Li Xiaowan. Guanbei, momentari listunat, inkirat, Li Xiaowan. He is an absolute taboo for Gu Shouting. After the old master's departure, Gu Zonglin had intentionally arranged for Li Xiaowan to join Gu Corporation, causing considerable turmoil lately and provoking Gu Shouting's ire. Gu Zong, should I? Gu Shouting pressed his fingers to his temples, suppressing his inner turmoil without responding. On the 2nd floor, a man leaned against the window, observing the dark luxury car below with a faint smile. He turned to Imo Nianchu. So, have you decided to cooperate with me? You think too highly of yourself. Imo Nianchu regarded Li Xiaowan's seemingly innocent face with skepticism. How can one appear so pure and kind, yet harbor such chaotic darkness within? Then why have you come to see me? He stepped closer, resting his hands on the arms of her chair, a flirtatious smile gracing his lips. Miss me? She pushed him away, rising from her seat. I am here today to request your assistance in investigating something. Oh, he crossed his arms, feigning leisure. What do you wish to investigate? Chapter 89. A large hand grasped her delicate waist. I know you possess some skills. Please help me find out how Lin Xiaowan acquired Imo Tao's sperm. I need evidence that can constitute a charge of defamation. She had contemplated uniting with Li Xiaowan against Gu Shouting, yet she currently lacked sufficient leverage. Lin Xiaowan was quite different. Imo Nianchu currently held recordings of her allegations of arson, and if she were to acquire evidence of Lin Xiaowan's accusations against Imo Tao for rape, she would undoubtedly bring Lin Xiaowan to court. It was a straightforward matter. He raised an eyebrow, pondering, but what kind of reward might I receive for this? Mr. Li, feel free to state your desires, she replied, lifting her chin. But let's not mention Gu Shouting before you speak. Li Xiaowan chuckled. Then how about you be my lover for a couple of days? What do you say? Imo Nianchu was momentarily taken aback, lightly tapping Li Xiaowan's chest. Mr. Li, do you have a death wish? You don't say. I won't say. Who would know? He opened his arms to embrace her, but she forcefully pushed him away. If Mr. Li is unwilling to assist me, then so be it. Your mother is in dire need of a kidney, yet you still cling to your modesty? Li Xiaowan took a drag from his cigarette, bringing it to his lips. He doesn't regard you as a person. It seemed Li Xiaowan was not inclined to help. Then I'll seek assistance elsewhere. There are plenty of private investigators. It might take more effort and money, but it's doable. She turned to leave, but Li Xiaowan grasped her wrist. I'll help you, and I won't ask for payment. You should have some self-respect. A clean business transaction is best when neither party owes anything to the other. If you refuse payment, I won't request your help. You truly are unique, he said with a smile, removing the cigarette from his lips. I find this side of you quite appealing. Taking her by surprise, he kissed her cheek. Imo Nianchu was enraged and raised her hand to strike him, but he seized her wrist. The payment has been made. Once I acquire the information, I'll send it to you. Imo Nianchu glared at him, remaining silent as she turned to leave. Li Xiaowan smiled, walked to the window, and dialed Gu Shouting. The scent of lavender on Imo Nianchu is truly intoxicating. Brother, how I envy you. Gu Gu shouting slammed his phone down. Guanwei, bring Nianchu to me. Yes. The woman who had just exited the studio was invited into the car by Guanwei. Gu shouting wore a stoic expression as he ordered, "You two, wait outside." Guanwei and the driver were dismissed from the vehicle. As the privacy screen rose, Nianchu felt a surge of anxiety. Come to see Li Shaoan? His voice was low, but it made Nianchu tremble. You are following me? I am indeed following you, he admitted bluntly, gripping her chin firmly. Tell me, what were you doing with Li Shaoan? Nianchu was reluctant to respond. She turned her face away, only to have it forcibly turned back by him. Nianchu, you had better not waste the opportunity I've given you. Opportunity? Nianchu gazed into his eyes, bitterness swelling within her. Is it an opportunity to let my mother die and allow Lin Shaoan to receive kidney? His fingers halted momentarily. The words he almost spoke were swallowed back down. This is nonsense. He was not here to discuss such matters. Nianchu, I warned you that Li Shaoan is not someone to toy with. Why do you insist on entangling yourself with him? Nianchu had no desire to explain. If she told him she had asked Li Shaoan to investigate Lin Shaoan, would he be willing to help? No, he certainly would not, and he would likely retaliate against her. Why bother? Speak, he shouted. Nianchu regarded his outburst with indifference. What do you want me to say? That I just slept with Li Shaoan? To describe our actions in bed? To admit that I... He raised his hand, swinging it toward her face. The slap never landed on her delicate, fair cheek. Instead, it transformed into a fist, striking the car window. Had it not been for the privacy film, his hand might have been injured. Bang! A crack formed in the glass. Ah! Nianchu gasped, cradling her head. She did not wish to provoke him further. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would understand that in those 10 minutes, nothing significant had occurred. Yet he stubbornly chose to think otherwise. You speak to me properly, he commanded, his voice low and laced with a hint of madness. Speak. Nianchu opted for silence. She had no words to offer. He held her by the back of her neck, his uneven breath brushing against her nose. Is it that you plan to join forces with Li Shaoan to oppose me? To help him ascend as the heir to the Gu family? What did he promise you? Nothing. I want the truth. His large hand gripped her neck, causing her brows to furrow in pain. Gu shouting. The truth you seek is merely what you wish to believe. Those are not the facts. And what is the truth? Nianchu could not divulge the truth to him. It was entirely irrelevant to him. It seems Mrs. Gu has no intention of confiding in her husband. Then perhaps she is willing to submit. He forcefully pushed her down, attempting to kiss her lips. She did not resist, allowing him to take the lead. His kiss was domineering, demanding her response. His large hand gripping her slender waist tightly against him. She found it difficult to breathe beneath his kiss. The cramped confines of the car made her feel repulsed by such actions. The vehicle rocked violently from his force, making it hard to avoid fanciful thoughts during broad daylight. Guanwei and the driver dared not interrupt, instead opting to smoke one cigarette after another to pass the time. After a lengthy interlude, the tempestuous encounter subsided. Satisfied with the blush that adorned her cheeks, he retrieved a tissue to clean himself. Nianchu curled up into a small ball, her body trembling slightly. Do you want me to help you? No, thank you. She shook her head, tidying herself before dressing. Gu shouting, I wish to ask you something. You haven't provided me with any explanation regarding your affair with Li Shaoan, so what more do you wish to inquire? Nianchu lowered her eyelashes slightly. She knew he might refuse to answer, but, Gu shouting, if my mother passes away, even if Lin Shaoan cannot find a suitable match, please allow my mother to remain intact, will you? Her voice was filled with sorrow. Gu shouting felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. If you don't sign the paperwork, who would casually take your mother's organs? Surely you possess some common sense. Nianchu did have that understanding. However, who could prevent Gu shouting from doing as he pleased? Today, Lin Shaoan had visited the hospital. She possessed a consent form for organ donation, signed with my mother's name. She gazed at the handsome profile of the man before her. This was your doing, wasn't it? Gu shouting's brow furrowed tightly. He had not consented to such an act, nor had Lin Shaoan ever mentioned it to him. After all, Bai Yuling had raised Lin Shaoan for so many years. No matter how much she despised the Mo family, she would not go so far. Do you think it was me? He countered. Nianchu nodded affirmatively. Yes, I don't possess such authority. In Nianchu's heart, whether Gu shouting held such power depended on whether he wished to undertake such actions. Lin Shaoan was skilled at acting, while Gu shouting excelled at lying with his eyes wide open. Neither was trustworthy. Imo Nianchu furrowed her brows in anger, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stormed up to Lin Xiaowan. Tell me, where have you hidden my mother? How could she possibly be involved in this? She has nowhere to go. Gu Shouting stepped in to protect Lin Xiaowan, pushing Imo Nianchu aside. Do you have any evidence? What state was she in? Her state when she wielded a knife to harm someone. You know it well. She has no courage to do anything. Imo Nianchu felt utterly helpless. No one but Lin Xiaowan could be responsible. Grabbing Lin Xiaowan's arm, she demanded, Did you conspire with someone else? Did you think you could go ahead with this without my consent? Lin Xiaowan, gripped tightly by Imo Nianchu, panicked and screamed, retreating into Gu Shouting's embrace. Shouting, It's not me truly. It's Nianchu. She is terrifying. Enough, Lin Xiaowan. Just tell me where you've hidden her. Imo Nianchu tugged at Lin Xiaowan, who shrank further into Gu Shouting. Is this never-ending? Gu Shouting raised his hand and forcefully pushed Imo Nianchu away. She stumbled, unable to withstand his strength, and fell backward, hitting her head on the ground, her vision momentarily fading to black. Realizing he had gone too far, Gu Shouting moved to help her. But Lin Xiaowan clung to his waist, sobbing, shouting, My heart hurts so much, it's racing. Let's go back. Just then, a police officer emerged, helping Imo Nianchu to a chair to rest. Gu Shouting took Lin Xiaowan and left. Don't worry, we will find her. If there is any evidence against Lin Xiaowan, we will not let the perpetrator go. The officer reassured her. Imo Nianchu nodded despondently, murmuring her thanks. A large bump formed on her head. There were no visible injuries, just a dull ache. But she cared little for such things, sitting on the steps outside the police station, feeling lost. This incident must be related to Lin Xiaowan. Her intuition never lied. 3 days later, Bai Yuling was discovered in a pond at a park, unrecognizable and bearing numerous unstitched wounds. Her body was taken to the morgue of Boai Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Imo Nianchu ran frantically towards the morgue, but before she could reach it, Fei Liangzheng intercepted her, fearing she would be traumatized by Bai Yuling's horrific condition. Nianchu, please calm down. Imo Nianchu, with red-rimmed eyes, insisted. Let me go. I want to see my mother. Your mother has already passed, and her body has been in that pond for days. It's not. Please listen to me. Fei Liangzheng held her shoulders firmly. I want to see her, no matter how she looks. She is my mother. Imo Nianchu cried, on the brink of collapse. Fei Liangzheng felt immense sorrow, but held firm. I understand your pain, but really, Nianchu, don't look. At that moment, Gu Shouting entered, having just received the news. Bai Yuling's liver, kidneys, lungs, and heart have all been removed. It resembles the work of an organ trafficking syndicate. I need to see. Gu Shouting approached the morgue and gently lifted the white sheet. The horror was beyond words. Imo Nianchu broke free from Fei Liangzheng's grasp and ran towards the corpse. Gu Shouting quickly covered her eyes with the sheet, holding her tightly. Please, don't look. Let go of me, Gu Shouting. You're the murderer. Stop pretending. In a fit of desperation, Imo Nianchu bit down on his arm, blood seeping through his white shirt. Calm down, Imo Nianchu. He signaled to the attendant, and Bai Yuling's body was wheeled away. Exhausted from her struggles and tears, Imo Nianchu attempted to stop the attendant, but all her strength had fled, leaving her as powerless as a broken puppet. She pushed Gu Shouting away, stumbling forward with heavy, sorrow-laden steps. Her mother was gone, and she would never have the chance to say goodbye. This was a regret she would carry for the rest of her life. Nianchu, Fei Liangzheng called out, concerned. As he followed her, Gu Shouting hesitated for a moment before chasing after them. Don't be sad. The police will catch the murderer. Fei Liangzheng attempted to comfort her. She felt enveloped in a silent world. All sounds faded away, leaving only the echo of her profound grief. She had lost her adoptive parents, her father, and now her mother. She was like a rootless reed, wondering where she truly belonged. Gu Shouting approached from behind and scooped her up in his arms. Imo Nianchu did not resist. She simply remained quiet, allowing him to carry her forward. Gu Shouting took her back to the Gu residence, where he personally brewed a calming herbal tea and offered it to her, but she swatted it away. He understood her sorrow and did not press the issue. I will handle the funeral arrangements. Montag Nianchu's vacant Gaza slowly shifted. No, she did not want a murderer or an accomplice to take on such responsibilities. He was unworthy. Are you blaming me? He frowned. With a bitter smile, Imo Nianchu glared at him with bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gu Shouting, even if it wasn't you, you're still implicated. Shouldn't I hate you? I wish I could kill you. You saw how Lin Xiaowan is. She can barely walk. How could she possibly have kidnapped someone? If she had truly done it, why would they remove the organs? She grasped his collar tightly, her voice hoarse with accusation. There are things she cannot do, but you could. Gu shouting. If you didn't help her directly, you could have hired someone, couldn't you? Your arguments hold no weight. Stop your deceit. Murderer. Why would I do such a thing? Am I simply idle? She shook her head through her tears, her vision blurring. Unless we find a real killer, you are the murderer. You and Lin Xiaowan are both murderers. Fine. He felt a surge of anger at being wrongfully accused. Even if the police cannot uncover the truth, I will provide you with a truth of my own. Just don't come crying to me for forgiveness later. Get out. Just get out. The door slammed shut behind him as Gu shouting stormed down the stairs. In the shadows, Lin Xiaowan approached, leaning on her cane. Shouting. He did not glance at her, pulling a cigarette from the pack and lighting it. The faint smoke wafted through the air, accentuating his chiseled profile. Shouting, is Nianchu all right? Lin Xiaowan cautiously settled beside him. She blames me, but I don't mind. She lost her mother. It's only natural for her to be upset. I understand. Gu shouting took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling in his mouth before he exhaled. Through the haze, he regarded Lin Xiaowan's slightly blurred gaze. And you? Surprised by his question, she hesitated, stammering me. What about me? Bai Yuling was Mo Nianchu's mother, not yours. Why do I not see a hint of sorrow in you? He gripped Lin Xiaowan's face, scrutinizing her expression. Tell me, does this truly have nothing to do with you? Shouting, you don't believe me? Her tears began to flow freely, her lips quivering. There is no trust left between us, is there? He stared into her inscrutable eyes, then slowly withdrew his hand, lifting the cigarette to his lips for another deep inhale. Leaning back against the sofa, a subtle smile crept across his face. Trust? The term seems to have grown increasingly ambiguous and elusive to him. He increasingly feels that he may never truly comprehend the woman before him. Lin Xiaowan, the one who gifted me the portrait back then, is it truly you? After that girl bestowed the portrait upon him, he searched the world for her. Yet, merely 2 days later, Lin Xiaowan appeared at his door unannounced. She even wore the exact same sun-protective clothing, the same cap, and high ponytail as that day. He believed her. He cherished her as a treasure. But is it truly her? Suddenly, he raised his hand to obscure the area below her eyes. Lin Xiaowan, in a fluster, turned her face away, shouting, Are you making excuses for not loving me? In the next moment, she covered her face and wept, sobbing as if the entire world was bullying her. It's all right, shouting, You don't love me, I won't blame you. The happiness you desire, I cannot provide. My health is poor, and I cannot bear children. It's only natural for you to despise me. Go love someone else. I won't hold it against you. Trembling, Lin Xiaowan rose, leaning on her cane. She expected Gu shouting to stop her and explain that he did indeed love her. Yet, he did not. He continued to smoke, indifferent to her previous emotional display, leaving her feelings unacknowledged. Shouting, Then I shall take my leave. I can find any place to stay. After all, my home is burned down and is no more. I just need a shelter from the wind and rain. It doesn't have to be much. I've always had a hard life, and I am strong. She spoke with a half-choked voice, casting furtive glances at the man, who still showed no reaction. Lin Xiaowan limped out, the sky outside darkening. Yet she reassured him, You need not worry about me. I am not afraid of the dark. And there are many good people in this world. You need not fear that I will be bullied. Truly, shouting I. Before she could finish, Gu shouting picked up his coat and stood to leave. Lin Xiaowan's heart tightened as she quickly called out to him, shouting. He seemed deaf to her plea, ignoring her entirely. Lin Xiaowan stomped her foot in frustration. He truly no longer cared for her. He had never doubted her being the white moonlight in his heart. Surely, it must have been Mo Nianchu who bewitched him. No, she could not allow Mo Nianchu to take Gu shouting away. At Gu shouting sat before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets below. From here, he could overlook the entire city, undeniably a king. Guanwei poured him a cup of coffee and handed it over. Gu's own, he said. Gu shouting raised a finger, indicating to place it down. Are you still pondering the matter of Bai Yuling's murder? Guanwei had spent the day at the police station and acquired some useful information. The precinct claimed to be taking it seriously, reviewing numerous surveillance videos. The perpetrator should be apprehended soon. Gu shouting had faith. He merely hoped to uncover the truth swiftly to clear his name in Mo Nianchu's eyes. There is an insider at the hospital. It must be investigated thoroughly. 3 days later, Bai Yuling was buried. The sky was overcast, and the cold wind was biting. The cemetery parking lot was unusually filled with luxury cars. Aside from Gu Xiaoting, Fei Liangzheng, Qian Baizhou, and even Li Xiaoan had arrived. Mo Nianchu, cradling the urn, walked step by step toward the cemetery. Fei Liangzheng and Song Qingzi flanked her sides, while Qian Baizhou followed behind with a bouquet of white daisies. Gu Xiaoting watched from a distance, leaning against his car, slowly smoking a cigarette. Li Xiaoan, who remained in the car, mischievously sent Gu Xiaoting a message. My dear brother, the mistresses are here to bid farewell to your mother-in-law. Why don't you dare to approach? Provocative and gleeful. Were it not for this somber occasion, Gu Xiaoting would have certainly pummeled Li Xiaoan. Mo Nianchu placed the urn into the grave, finally reuniting her parents. She had now become an orphan. Song Qingzi embraced Mo Nianchu's shoulders, softly comforting her. Annie can finally rest. My mother should be happy. She has finally seen my father. Mo Nianchu replied with a smile, tears streaming down her face, struggling to suppress the uncontrollable quivering of her lips. But Qingzi, my mother did not leave completely. I understand, Song Qingzi said, holding Mo Nianchu tightly, gently stroking her back. This is not your fault. The murderer will certainly be caught. Annie's spirit will not let these demons go unpunished. Yes, Nianchu, the police will catch the murderer, Qian Baizhou added as he laid the flowers at the gravestone. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Mo Nianchu continued to gaze at the gravestone, tears flowing. Song Qingzi wanted to console her, but found herself weeping uncontrollably, unable to offer any comfort. The three departed early, granting Mo Nianchu time alone with her parents. As Song Qingzi walked ahead, she raised her eyes upon exiting the cemetery and spotted Gu Xiaoting. Mo Nianchu believed that Bai Yuling's death was inextricably linked to Gu Xiaoting. How could he have the audacity to appear here? Chapter 92. Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for her, she shot a fierce glare at the man. And Song Qingzi entered her car, slamming the door shut. Qian Baizhou did not greet Gu Xiaoting and quickly drove away. Fei Liangzheng intended to exchange a few words with Gu Xiaoting, but refrained, fearing he might provoke him on such a day, and thus returned to his car. The cemetery was quiet and desolate. Gu Xiaoting finished his cigarette and crushed it underfoot. The remnants of cigarette but signified his own discontent. Taking a few steps, he entered the cemetery. Mo Nianchu knelt before the gravestone, weeping in a way that radiated suppressed agony, her shoulders shaking violently. He was unsure why, but he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. Death is irreversible. Crying excessively harms the body and leads to self-inflicted suffering. He opened his mouth, intending to offer her some words of comfort. Upon hearing his voice, Mo Nianchu trembled violently. She wiped the tears from her face, stood with difficulty, and turned to deliver a slap to the man. His face was forcefully turned away. He shifted his jaw, casting a fierce look at her. Mo Nianchu, today is your mother's funeral. Do not push me to anger. What qualification do you have to come see my mother? She shrieked, her delicate face streaked with tears. Gu Xiaoting, stop your charade. If the murderer is not caught today, then you are the murderer, and you have no right to be here. Who is worthy? Fei Liangzheng? Or Qian Baizhou? Or perhaps that illegitimate child? He was her lawful husband. What do those three men amount to? Anyone is worthy but you. She glared at him through tear-filled eyes. He breathed heavily, struggling to contain his anger, yet he did not entirely lose his composure. Yes, I damn well do not deserve it. Wait until after today, then you can see if I am worthy. Gu Xiaoting spat out his harsh words without hesitation, striding away. As he exited the cemetery with a grim expression, Li Xiaoan stepped out of his car, feigning sympathy with a smirk. What a pity did you get scolded. Li Xiaoan, if you say one more word, I will ensure you find a hole to hide in today, Gu Xiaoting warned, raising a slender finger in caution. You better get lost. Li Xiaoan, knowing when to back down, raised his hands in mock surrender, bowing to Gu Xiaoting with a teasing smile. Gu Xiaoting slammed the car door and sped away. Li Xiaoan raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and lit a cigarette. Mo Nianchu exited the cemetery, her eyes swollen and red. Li Xiaoan tossed aside his cigarette and approached her. With his hands in his pockets, he tilted his head to look at her. It must be hard for you, with your parents gone, right? Li Xiaoan's words were undeniably harsh. Mo Nianchu was about to retaliate when he slapped his own face. Look at my mouth. How can I say such things while you are in such distress? Should I treat you to a drink? Li Xiaoan, did you go drinking when your mother passed away? Mo Nianchu's eyes were red-rimmed. Li Xiaoan's expression darkened instantly, realizing he had overstepped. Today was indeed not a good day. However, Nianchu, you really should consider my proposal. Otherwise, the next to die might be Mo Tao. Having followed Gu Shouting for several years, you must have gleaned some understanding of his character. He is a ruthless individual, capable of driving even his own father to desperation, let alone a woman he does not love, especially one who has usurped the life of his beloved. Nianchu, it is time for you to make a decision. Nianchu is no fool. Li Xiaoan's encouragement is merely a desperate attempt to use her as a pawn. Given Gu Shouting's merciless nature and the fierce power struggle within the Gu family, she cannot afford to get involved. It would be prudent for you to gather what I seek and provide it to me at your earliest convenience. That is the priority. She wiped her swollen eyes and said, Boss Li, perhaps one day I may agree to collaborate with you, but only if you consider my escape plan in addition to your own intentions to exploit me. Li Xiaoan chuckled, arrogant, yet somewhat deranged. My dear Nianchu, our partnership transcends mere exploitation. How could I allow you to come a harm? That is the best outcome. Nianchu brushed past Li Xiaoan. Fei Liangzheng emerged from the driver's seat, his gaze fixated on her. Nianchu, senior brother. Nianchu approached him. Thank you for helping me today. You should head home and rest. As friends, it is only natural. He gently pressed his lips together. I'm returning to Fei's hospital. If you find it unbearable at Gu's, feel free to seek me out. I can arrange a position for you. No, senior brother. I still owe Gu Shouting money. He won't let me go easily. Bai Yuling has passed away. However, one cannot simply erase debts. Fei Liangzheng nodded slightly, saying no more. Then, you and Qingzi should return home early. Send me a message once you arrive. Do not worry me. Okay. After seeing Fei Liangzheng off, Nianchu wearily settled into Song Qingzi's car. Her head throbbed painfully like a tangled mess. Song Qingzi applied some cooling balm to her temples, advising, get some good rest. Whatever monumental matters await can be addressed tomorrow. Qingzi, thank you for being with me. Nianchu grasped Song Qingzi's hand, her heart feeling steady. Song Qingzi secured her seatbelt. Sleep for a while. She dropped Nianchu off at her apartment, watching her ascend the stairs before leaving with a sense of relief. Nianchu did not sleep well, plagued by nightmares throughout the night. She had taken bereavement leave, and the company had granted her a week. She had intended to use this time to recuperate, but the following day, she received a notice from the company to vacate her position, initially believing it to be a mistake. She was later informed during an apologetic call from HR that it was a directive from the president's office. Once again, it was Gu Shouting. Each time she neared a dead end, he would push her further into the abyss. Nianchu packed her belongings into a single suitcase and returned to her parents' old home. Just as she finished organizing her things, a text message arrived on her phone. Nianchu, I have some belongings of Andy's to give you. Please come to Jiangsheng Grand Hotel. I am here for a meeting in room 512. The message was signed by Fei Liangzheng. Nianchu promptly attempted to call him, only to find the line busy. Assuming he was still at the hotel, she grabbed her bag and headed out. Fei Liangzheng, having received a similar message, arrived at room 512 before Nianchu. Senior brother. Just as Nianchu was about to inquire about the items, a throng of reporters suddenly surged in from outside. The flashing lights blinded them. Fei Liangzheng instinctively shielded Nianchu, realizing they might be caught in a trap. Who sent you? He demanded, raising his hand to block the cameras. But there were too many. They descended like sharks, sensing blood, eagerly capturing every angle. Mrs. Gu, we hear your mother has just passed away. How can you so eagerly emerge to meet a man? Do you honor your mother or respect Mr. Gu? Chapter 93. The bloodshed caught in the act broadcast live. The man gripping the remote stood before a 70-inch screen, fury etched across his face. He had diligently dispatched people to find her assailant, only to learn she was in a hotel with Fei Liangzheng. Not only had she tarnished her own reputation, but she had also sullied his, the Gu family's, and dragged the Fei family into the spotlight as well. Such scandalous news, once released, swiftly dominated the headlines. Engaging in an illicit rendezvous with a married woman, especially Gu Shouting's wife, had catastrophic repercussions. Fei Liangzheng's father suffered a heart attack in a fit of rage and was admitted to intensive care. Gu stocks plummeted, and the subsidiary's IPO was delayed. The Fei family also felt the impact on their business. Nianchu found herself cornered by Gu Shouting, his thigh pressing against hers in a humiliating manner. Mrs. Gu, your enthusiasm is remarkable. You bury your mother one day, and the next, you're in a hotel room. Now all of Jiangcheng knows that my woman is entangled with the heir of the Fei family. You truly are impressive. She shook her head. That is not the case. I did not go to a hotel with him. Do you dare deny it? His knee pressed forcefully against her, his handsome face contorted. The evidence is clear, and you still refuse to admit it. How should I punish you? Gu Xiaoding had always been indiscriminate. And Nianchu was only now realizing she had been ensnared. However, such an explanation was unlikely to appease him. If you do not trust me, there is nothing left to explain. Then tell me, what do you consider this marriage to be? He bellowed in rage. Nianchu found it amusing. Throughout the course of their union, it was Gu Xiaoding who had shown the most disrespect. Now, he questioned her regarding the legitimacy of their marriage. I have not committed any wrongdoing against this marriage. I once endeavored to nurture it. And what of now? He gripped her chin tightly, forcing her gaze to meet his, their eyes mere inches apart. You no longer love me, deeming this marriage insignificant, allowing yourself to dally with any man. Is that it? Montak Nianchu smidet bitadi. If she were to be so liberated, she certainly would not endure such anguish within the confines of marriage. She did not share his fervent passion for physical intimacy devoid of love. Each time he claimed her roughly, heedless of her feelings, was when she felt most repulsed. Please provide me with the divorce papers. She met his gaze, her own eyes unwavering. This way, you can explain to the media why I was seen with another man at the hotel. After all, this marriage has long since lost any significance. He was rendered speechless with anger. She understood that his reluctance to divorce stemmed solely from not having exhausted his amusement with her. In Jiangcheng, the most dispensable asset was the body. There was no shortage of young and beautiful women, socialites or stars. With Gu Xiaoding's wealth, he could easily summon them with a mere gesture. If he wished to cultivate a romantic image, he could simply marry Lin Xiaowan post-divorce, possibly even garnering favorable media attention, thereby alleviating the current crisis. The man, unable to contain his frustration, retorted coldly, I do not need your advice. Gu's public relations team quickly quelled the scandal surrounding a few celebrity illegitimate children by diverting attention elsewhere. Ever since this incident, Nianchu had been brought back to the Gu residence by Gu Xiaoding. Her existence revolved solely between the company and home, constantly monitored by the housekeeper. Yet, Gu Xiaoding rarely returned. Rumor had it he was preparing to propose to Lin Xiaowan and had lavishly spent billions on a wedding house in Jiangcheng's most affluent district. Nianchu speculated that soon enough she would receive the divorce agreement from Gu Xiaoding, and her mood lightened slightly. Determined, Nianchu ventured into the family's basement storage. Though early winter had arrived, she unearthed the long-dormant mountain bike. The housekeeper, wary of Gu Xiaoding's potential return, cautiously remarked, Madam, the sir will be finishing work soon, and you are not in your best condition. Perhaps it would be wise to ride another day. I will just take a quick ride and return shortly, I promise. She insisted fervently. The heart feels refreshed, yet the body suffers. With the onset of her menstrual cycle, compounded by a belly full of cold air, Nianchu felt unwell immediately upon returning from a ride. The housekeeper provided her with a warm pack and brewed ginger tea with brown sugar. When Gu Xiaoding returned, Nianchu was dozing off in a haze. Where's Madam? He inquired. The housekeeper reported, Madam is experiencing abdominal pain and has gone to bed. What caused the pain? The menstrual cycle, coupled with the cold air, the housekeeper replied in a hushed tone, fearing reprimand. Gu Xiaoding said nothing. The room's air conditioning was set high, enveloping them in warmth. He approached and gently touched her forehead, stirring her from her slumber. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, a flicker of tenderness graced his features. Not feeling well? His voice was so tender it felt dreamlike to her. She did not respond, but propped herself up. Lie down, he urged, shedding his clothes and slipping under the covers to embrace her. His warm hand rested lightly on her abdomen. Why is your belly so cold? Just stay like this. In the future, during your menstrual cycle, stay indoors. Do not venture out often. Ever since she had taken so many contraceptive pills, her cycles had become infrequent, only returning occasionally in the past 2 months. Silence enveloped them for a while. Gu Xiaoding, she spoke softly. He responded with a hum. When will you give me the divorce agreement? He slowly lifted his eyelids, a grim expression crossing his face. If you want it, just wait. Aren't you going to? Nianchu's words trailed off as Gu Xiaoding's phone rang. It was a call from Zhong Shui at the hospital responsible for caring for Lin Xiaowan. Mr. Gu, Lin Xiaowan has had a persistent high fever since her kidney transplant. Please come quickly. The voice on the other end was not loud. Yet in the stillness of the room, Nianchu heard it clearly. No wonder she hadn't seen Lin Xiaowan recently. Had she undergone a kidney transplant? Nianchu grasped Gu Xiaoting's arm as he stood to dress. Tell me, is the kidney Lin Xiaowan received from my mother? No. He dressed methodically, appearing unhurried. Nianchu's heart quaked violently. Then where did her kidney come from? Why do you ask such things? If you won't say, it implies she used my mother's kidney. Gu Xiaoting, you are truly inhumane. She descended from the bed, her eyes reddening as she clutched him. You. Overcome with emotion, a sudden pain gripped her abdomen, and her face visibly drained of color. She swayed, nearly losing her balance. He noticed her distress and instinctively steadied her. In an instant, blood gushed forth from her, soaking her sleep pants and staining his eyes crimson. Damn it, he cursed, swiftly scooping her up and rushing downstairs. Nianchu was experiencing a severe hemorrhage, one that could not be contained. Her sleep pants transformed into a crimson garment, staining his white shirt and black trousers. Chapter 94. This matter must remain a secret, or we shall both perish. Gu Xiaoting could hardly care about the blood staining his vehicle, flooring the accelerator. She was on the brink of shock. Upon reaching the emergency room, he was still bewildered by the sudden severity of her condition. Zhong Shui called again, urging him, Mr. Gu, when will you arrive? Miss Lin's condition is deteriorating. Gu Xiaoting glanced at the brightly lit emergency room. His voice was low and grave. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he clenched his fists tightly. A doctor emerged from the emergency room with a form for him to sign. The hemostatic injection was ineffective. A curettage procedure is necessary to stop the bleeding. Family members need to sign. Is there a risk to her life? He signed his name. Not at present, the doctor replied before departing. Afterward, Gu Xiaoting called Guan Wei, requesting him to come and assist, then made his way to Lin Xiaowan. By the time Gu Xiaoting arrived, Lin Xiaowan had already been admitted to the emergency room. Doctors and nurses moved in and out, their expressions grave. What is the situation? Complications from the transplant have caused cardiac arrest. If this persists, she may require a heart transplant as well. Zhong Shui explained succinctly. Have you found a donor? After a moment of hesitation, Zhong Shui replied, an organization abroad has a heart that matches Miss Lin, but it's quite expensive. Money is not an issue. Make the arrangements. Gu Xiaoting instructed. Understood, Mr. Gu. The organ was airlifted overnight. Lin Xiaowan successfully underwent the transplant and narrowly escaped death. Miss Lin, congratulations, Zhong Shui said, leaning closer to the bed with a triumphant smile. This surgery was a tremendous success. Regarding the organ, I followed your previous instructions and sent it abroad first, then pretended to purchase it back. Gu Xiaoting remained oblivious to any irregularities. Previously, Lin Xiaowan had colluded with the doctors to steal by Yuling. After her organs were harvested, her heart and kidneys underwent a series of complex procedures, expensively and secretly sent abroad, thanks to Zhong Shui's connections. Zhong Shui had initially been reluctant to engage in such dealings, but Lin Xiaowan's offer was too enticing, 3 million upon completion. She would never earn such a sum in her lifetime, making the risk worthwhile. Secretary Zhong, your assistance has been invaluable. Rest assured, the payment will be made as promised. Remember, this must remain a secret, otherwise we will both perish. Lin Xiaowan felt weak, hoping Zhong Shui would keep her word. Of course, I understand. Meanwhile, in another hospital, Montauk Nianchu regained consciousness. Guan Wei hurriedly offered his concern, madam. How do you feel? Nianchu felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the fear of blood gushing uncontrollably from her body. Thankfully, she managed to open her eyes, gazing at the blood bag above her that was slowly dripping. Will this take long to transfuse? It will take a while longer. Feeling fatigued, she did not wish to speak and slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to the dizziness that enveloped her. Gu Xiaoting rushed in and called Guan Wei outside. What did the doctor say? His voice conveyed urgency and an unusual concern. Mr. Gu, the doctor mentioned that Madam's hemorrhage was due to severe stress and that she needs time to recover without rushing. However, he also mentioned that if you could have a child soon, it might help her condition. The mention of a child irked her. If she could conceive, she would have done so long ago. There's nothing he can do. Gu Xiaoting appeared frustrated and left shortly after. Nianchu spent 7 days in the hospital, with the housekeeper bringing her meals regularly. On the day of her discharge, she received an invitation from Qian Boizhou to attend Qian Ichuan's art exhibition. Though her teacher held exhibitions annually, she rarely had the opportunity to attend. Upon leaving the hospital, she took a taxi to the exhibition. Many people had come out of curiosity. Qian Boizhou waited for her at the entrance. "Nianchu," he exclaimed, quickly approaching her. Noticing her poor complexion, he recalled the recent rumors surrounding her and Fei Liangzheng, realizing only then that she had married Gu Shaoting. "Are you unwell?" "I'm fine." She did not wish to draw attention to herself. "If you are busy, go ahead. I can explore at my own pace." "Very well. I will greet my father's old friends and find you later." She offered him a warm smile. Qian Ichuan's artwork blended realism with abstraction. She had admired him during her studies, and now, the distance seemed even greater. She studied each piece earnestly until she paused before a portrait. A young girl, deeply engrossed in her artwork, holds a sketch pad in her hands. Her name is Nian. She dons a white sun-protective jacket, a matching white cap, and her hair is tied up in a high ponytail. There is something familiar about her, as if she overlaps with a moment from my own life. Qian Boizhou notices Nianchu lingering before the painting and remarks to his assistant, shouting, "Look at this painting, it's absolutely stunning. I adore it." Upon hearing this, Nianchu turns her head to glance in their direction. Gu Shaoting is pushing Lin Xiaowan, who stands not far from her. She casts a cool glance at the couple, her husband, who refuses to divorce her, yet bestows all his affection and patience upon another. In the past, such a sight would have stirred feelings of anger and jealousy within her. But now, devoid of love, her heart remains untouched by even the slightest ripple. Nianchu turns to observe other artworks. Lin Xiaowan notices Gu Shaoting's gaze following Nianchu and gently tugs at his sleeve, saying, "Shouting, I feel a bit unwell. Could you take me home?" Gu Shaoting remains silent, maneuvering the wheelchair to escort her away. 10 minutes later, he returns to the art exhibition, seeking out the sales representative. "I would like to acquire the painting titled Nian." "I'm sorry, sir, but that painting has already been withdrawn by Mr. Qian." "Withdrawn? Does that mean it's no longer for sale, or has it been sold?" At that moment, Qian Boizhou's assistant approaches Nianchu, cradling a packaged artwork. "Miss Montauk, this is a gift from Mr. Qian. Please be sure to accept it." "A painting?" Nianchu is momentarily taken aback. The assistant smiles and clarifies, "Is the one titled Nian?" Realization dawns on Nianchu. Qian Boizhou recognized her fondness for the piece. "Please thank Mr. Qian for me, but I insist on paying for it. Mr. Qian has stated that if you pay for it, the painting will lose its significance." "Very well." Just as Nianchu reaches out to take the painting, someone snatches it away. "It appears this painting hasn't been sold yet. I will take it." Nianchu is puzzled as to why Gu Shaoting would purchase this painting. Is it to please Lin Xiaowan? "I'm afraid not. This painting has already been gifted to Miss Mo." The assistant politely interjects. Gu Shaoting, unfazed, turns his gaze to Nianchu. "This painting holds special significance for someone else. I hope you won't take away what belongs to another." Chapter 95. He has never celebrated any holiday with her. The painting undeniably depicts Nianchu. Who could Gu Shaoting be referring to when he mentions someone else's special connection? The assistant appears perplexed. Nianchu, however, comprehends his words. The so-called significance to another person is merely Lin Xiaowan's casual remark about how much she likes it. Nianchu, wishing to spare the assistant any discomfort, softly states, "If Mr. Gu desires it, then let him have it." With that, she turns and departs. The assistant's lips move, as if to say something, but ultimately, no words emerge. As she steps out of the exhibition, she readjusts the red scarf around her neck against the biting winter wind, her heart feeling dampened. Online news reports claim that Gu Shaoting and Lin Xiaowan are set to become engaged in 3 months. 3 months. Neither an eternity nor a fleeting moment. At least there is something to anticipate. By the time Gu Shaoting exits the exhibition, Nianchu has already left. Guanwei calls him, revealing that there are developments regarding Nianchu's alleged hotel rendezvous with Fei Liangzheng. Upon returning to the office, Guanwei recounts the findings in detail. All the reporters received the same information. Gu Shaoting's wife was spotted in a clandestine meeting with the heir of Fame Medical, including the hotel room number. Moreover, Nianchu and Dr. Fei's text messages contained 2 similar pieces of information, suggesting that this was a deliberate act. Such an orchestrated endeavor could either stem from a business rival or someone intent on sabotaging his marriage. Regardless of the motive, it inevitably inflicts damage upon him and the Gu family. Have we identified the source of the messages? The number from which the information was sent is virtual, registered through a company specializing in such services. The individual who commissioned this service is currently under investigation. Guanwei believes the matter is not overly complicated. As long as an action is taken, traces will remain. Mr. Gu, I will expedite the discovery of this individual. Very well. Upon returning home that evening, Nianchu is nestled on the sofa, focused intently on her tablet. Her long hair cascades beside her face, and her fair skin radiates a delicate beauty. The television blares with mindless romantic dramas, and she remains oblivious to Gu Shouting's arrival. The housekeeper approaches, taking Gu Shouting's coat. Sir, shall we prepare for dinner? Please do so. Changing into slippers, he walks over to her. She is sketching a small dress, deftly outlining its contours with an ink wash aesthetic. Nianchu's artistic talent is indeed remarkable. Given the right opportunities, she could potentially become an outstanding artist. Previously, he had underestimated her, only aware of her somewhat superficial hobbies, such as playing the guzheng, which irritated him. He knew she had received several accolades during her university years, but had never seen any of her artwork at home. As she clicks save and closes her tablet, she turns around, startled by Gu Shouting's sudden presence. She had assumed he would be spending the day admiring the painting with Lin Xiaowan. Indeed, Nianchu acknowledges, understanding he refers to her recent design, the small dress for Cheng Man and Wang's wedding anniversary. Gu Shouting raises an eyebrow. Anniversary? It seems we have never celebrated our wedding anniversary, or any holiday for that matter. In the past, he rarely returned home, disliking her exuberant decorations filled with flowers. He had always harbored disdain for her. Yet now, a feeling of regret unexpectedly washes over him. Did she invite you to join? No. They arranged a private outing for two, without even bringing the child. This small dress is merely one of the least significant items on the agenda. Cheng Man's decision to have her design, it was merely out of pity, to allow her to earn some pocket money. Ironically, the most inconspicuous dress was one she had never had the chance to possess. Wang Mingwei truly dotes on Cheng Man, and Nianchu envies her deeply. However, she knows she can never attain such a person. Thus, her design for Cheng Man is adorned with countless sparkling rhinestones, a wish for her life to be eternally radiant, while also illuminating her own shadowed existence. Sir, madam, dinner is served. Please enjoy. Nianchu, lacking appetite, rises from the sofa. I won't eat. Are you still upset about today's events? He grasps her wrist. Is it truly about a painting? Or is it because it was a gift from Qianboizhou? Gu Shouting, you buy paintings to appease your mistress, and I won't hold it against you. But please, do not use your actions to implicate me. She shakes off his grip and ascends the stairs. It is not quite anger. Rather, it is the constant unfairness that irks her. They are set to be engaged. Yet what has she ever said? A classic case of double standards. Gu Shouting consumes only a few bites of dinner before heading upstairs to shower. Nianchu has already settled in a bed early. Once Gu Shouting joins her, his phone vibrates. He glances at Nianchu and answers the call. Hello, Shouting. Zhong Shui has delivered the painting. I really adore it. I never expected you would buy it from me. I am so touched. Thank you. Whether it is Lin Xiaowan's overly sharp and excited tone or Gu Shouting's phone volume being too loud, Nianchu feels a pang in her heart. I'm glad you like it. His voice is gentle, devoid of the arrogance and harshness he often displays towards her. You're still in recovery. Rest early. Shouting, will you come keep me company? This house feels so large. I'm a bit frightened. Suddenly, an unexpected noise echoes in the room, prompting Lin Xiaowan to scream, shouting, Hurry! It seems there's a thief in the house. Call the police first. I'll be there shortly. Nianchu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the situation. Gu Shouting was always easily deceived by tricks like those of Lin Xiaowan, and he seemed to relish it. Soon, Gu Shouting was dressed impeccably. She gazed at him with an expressionless face, remaining silent. Suddenly, he gently ruffled her hair and said, You should sleep. I have some matters to attend to. Was this his way of barely managing her? It seemed utterly unnecessary. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Shouting did not return. She learned about his whereabouts through vague photographs circulated by gossip media. On the weekend, Nianchu went to the swimming pool alone. With a splash, she leaped into the water. After swimming back and forth, she heard someone call her name. Nianchu. Wiping the water from her face, she looked over. Brother Baijiu? What a coincidence. Indeed. He swam to her side. Did you come alone? Yes. As they conversed, Gu Shouting entered the venue alongside the pool owner. His gaze immediately fell upon Nianchu and Qian Baijiu. Mr. Gu, the business here is quite good. If you're interested in investing, we can discuss it in detail. The owner babbled eagerly. However, Gu Shouting's eyes were fixated on the figure of the woman partially submerged in water. Qian Baijiu was leaning in to speak with her, his large hand resting on her waist, occasionally brushing her leg. Nianchu laughed occasionally, the atmosphere thick with an inexplicable intimacy. His fists clenched tightly. Lu, clear the pool. Clear the pool? Mr. Gu, do you want to evaluate the situation first? The owner, fearing for his business, quickly called for staff to make an announcement. Soon, patrons began to vacate the swimming pool. Nianchu and Qian Baijiu were preparing to leave when she looked up and found Gu Shouting standing before her. He was clad only in a pair of revealing swim trunks that left little to the imagination, causing her ears to burn with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. His expression was dark and menacing, his eyes narrowing slightly, filled with an unsettling fury. Unconsciously, Nianchu stepped back. Qian Baijiu, realizing the tension, politely extended his hand to greet Gu Shouting. Hello, Mr. Gu. Gu Shouting barely acknowledged him, cracking his neck with an audible pop before delivering a brutal kick to Qian Baijiu, sending him tumbling into the pool with a tremendous splash. Nianchu gasped in shock, about to protest when she saw Gu Shouting jump into the water after him. The two men exchanged blows, Gu Shouting mercilessly submerging Qian Baijiu without discrimination. After several exchanges, Qian Baijiu was left defenseless. Nianchu stood at the edge of the pool, frantically calling out, Gu Shouting, what madness is this? I haven't been home for just a few days, and you come here to confront Qian Baijiu? He held Qian Baijiu's head under the water, his gaze icy and piercing as he turned to Nianchu. Do you think the Gu family stocks have plummeted enough? Or is it that Mrs. Gu's infidelity has gone too unnoticed? His eyes glinted with a cold light that sent shivers down her spine. I didn't. Did you or did you not? Didn't I see it with my own eyes? He shouted, the punishment continuing. The pool owner, fearing for the safety of those involved, called several young men to forcibly separate Gu Shouting and Qian Baijiu. Seeing Qian Baijiu being led away, Nianchu was concerned for his well-being and attempted to follow when Gu Shouting seized her wrist, dragging her into the pool. Nianchu, are you planning to follow him? Do you think I am dead? What do you want from me? She replied, her strength sapped. He was just teaching me how to swim. He roared, his forehead veins bulging. Teaching you how to swim? Is that all? Her voice was hoarse, unwilling to explain further. If you want to think the worst of us, then fine. Let be as you imagine. Are you satisfied now? She knew her words would provoke Gu Shouting further. Nianchu, say that again. Touching, doing, sleeping. More than once. Is that acceptable? Mr. Gu, she glared at him, enunciating each word, courage seeping through her fear. Wake up and listen to me properly. He forcefully plunged her head underwater. Nianchu felt water fill her eyes, ears, and mouth. She struggled, but her strength was insufficient against him. As she faded, she closed her eyes in pain. Nianchu, repeat what you did with him. He shook her. The water she swallowed surged back up, and she coughed violently. Gu Shouting, it is exactly as you think. If you have the capability, kill me today. If you can't, I will wear a green hat for you every day. His face twitched in response. He submerged her head once more, but this time she did not resist. When he pulled her from the water again, she was on the brink of unconsciousness. He lifted her from the pool, his grip firm against her waist. You think I won't be furious? Nianchu coughed up water, gazing weakly at him as her chest heaved. The vast swimming pool was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of air flowing. He tossed a towel around her and carried her out of the pool. She realized that his punishment had yet to reach its conclusion. Upon their return to the Gu residence, Gu Shouting pinned Nianchu to the bed, his possession bordering on the grotesque. Her body betrayed her, revealing that she had not been with any other man, yet he was consumed by jealousy, twisting into a monstrous form. After his release, he cast her aside and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Nianchu sat on a large bed, knees drawn to her chest, her hair disheveled. Had she not endured enough of this life? In the past, for the sake of her mother and brother, she had compromised and endured. She dare not die, nor could she. But now, she questioned whether she had any reason to continue living. With her father deceased and her mother gone, her brother's recovery remained uncertain. The instigator of it all was her. She was the one who deserved death the most. She opened a drawer and retrieved a blade meant for eyebrow grooming. She had always feared pain, but the blade was sharp. As it sliced her wrist, she barely felt it, and blood began to flow. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, no pain, not a bit. What are you doing? Gu's shouting emerged from the bathroom, witnessing the sight of her bleeding wrist. A horrifying red that sent him into a panic. Without a moment's thought, he discarded his towel and rushed to her, snatching the blade from her grasp and flinging it away. Nianchu, are you insane? Playing at suicide? He raised his hand to deliver a harsh slap to wake her up, but it remained suspended in the air, unfallen. After finding some gauze to bind her wound tightly, he carried her off to the hospital. Nianchu had become a frequent visitor to the hospital. Fortunately, this time there was no need for resuscitation. The sight of her pale arm elicited sympathetic glances from a doctor. After routine questions and some tests, the results indicated depression with suicidal tendencies. Gu shouting transferred her to the Gu family hospital, securing the best psychologist for her treatment. Yet, she understood that she needed no such guidance. If only Gu shouting would agree to divorce her, she would be vibrant once more, no longer seeking death. He was aware of this truth. One afternoon, shortly after the doctor left, Lin Xiaowan hobbled in, leaning on crutches. I heard you attempted suicide? Quite the temper you have. Lin Xiaowan sneered a few days ago. My house was robbed, and shouting was worried about me being alone, so he stayed with me for a few days. We simply enjoyed a movie together for Valentine's Day. What's the big deal? What are you trying to prove to me? Prove that you were loved? Nianchu calmly exposed her insecurities. Lin Xiaowan's face flushed, yet she defiantly lifted her chin, declaring, it's a fact, Gu shouting loves me. We spent an entire day cuddling and watching movies, kissing. Shouting is quite skilled at kissing. It makes my entire body tingle. His large hands are quite mischievous, leaving me feeling rather ticklish. Chapter 97. The despair of widowhood. Lin Xiaowan continued. You must have heard that Shouting and I are about to get engaged. He even bought us a house. He truly loves me. Nianchu regarded her coldly, almost mockingly. Stop seeking validation in front of me. Even if he were to sleep with you in my presence, I would remain unfazed. Really? Lin Xiaowan scoffed. Then why the melodrama? Seeking sympathy? Clearly, you're envious. You are not of such significance. How about this? Lin Xiaowan produced a necklace adorned with a 9-carat diamond. The diamond sparkled so brilliantly that it was blinding. This necklace, known as the Tears of the Goddess, was renowned in the jewelry world. It was said that possessing it would grant one the most beautiful love imaginable. Every year, affluent romantics sought to acquire it, making it a coveted dream for many women. Its presence in Lin Xiaowan's possession was somewhat ironic. Do you know how much this is worth? It was a gift from Shouting for our engagement. Nianchu, uninterested, inserted earplugs, plunging herself into silence. Just then, the hospital door swung open. Upon seeing Guanwei, Lin Xiaowan hurriedly concealed the diamond necklace. Miss Lin? Guanwei looked at her in surprise. What are you doing here? I was worried about Nianchu. I should be going. Lin Xiaowan averted her gaze, avoiding Guanwei's eyes as she made her exit. Guanwei raised his brow slightly, placing a bouquet on Nianchu's bedside table. Madam, these flowers are from Mr. Gu. Nianchu removed her earplugs. Guanwei then presented several beautifully packaged boxes. Madam, these are jewelry pieces personally selected by Mr. Gu for you. After setting them down, he produced a black card and handed it to her. This is a card from Mr. Gu with no spending limit. You may purchase any bags or shoes you desire. To Nianchu, it seemed that Gu Shouting was fearful that she might truly die. The despair of widowhood was acceptable. But if the cause were suicide, it would have immeasurable repercussion for the Gu family and Gu Shouting himself. Guanwei, I wish to be discharged. Your health has not fully recovered. It is not advisable to leave just yet. Moreover, it will take considerable time for those scars to fade completely. Do not rush. I don't mind these scars, she replied. Guanwei hesitated, knowing that this matter was not solely within his purview. Let me consult Mr. Gu and see what he thinks. After leaving the hospital, Guanwei returned to Gu Corporation. How is she? Gu Shouting leaned back in his chair, his voice flat. Guanwei, hands clasped before him, replied softly, Madam wishes to be discharged. And the doctor's opinion? The doctor stated that her arm injuries are not serious, but she must continue her medication. Otherwise, scarring will occur. Gu Shouting's brow furrowed slightly. Nianchu had good skin, And if those marks persisted, it would not only be unsightly, but would serve as a constant reminder of a choice she made. Find the best medication. Understood. Guanwei seemed to recall something. Mr. Gu, regarding the incident at the hotel, we have identified the individual who sent the messages. Oh, Gu Xiaoting's dark eyes narrowed. Who? According to my investigation, the company that sent the anonymous messages is linked to an individual known online as who is, in fact. Guanwei paused. Gu Xiaoting threw the ashtray at him, demanding speak. Who is it? Guanwei caught the ashtray and placed it gently back on the table. Taking a deep breath, he replied, it is Lin Xiaowan. Lin Xiaowan? Following the incident, Gu Xiaoting had suspected many, thinking perhaps it was Fei Liangzheng attempting to tarnish Nianchu's reputation to provoke a divorce. Or maybe someone targeting the Gu Corporation, likely Li Xiaowan. Yet, he had never considered Lin Xiaowan. Damn it. He cursed, unsure whether he was cursing others or himself. Guanwei continued. Mr. Gu, do you recall the incident involving Bai Yuling's organ theft? What about it? He frowned, his cold eyes piercing. Does this also involve Lin Xiaowan? The two doctors who fled abroad. One of them posted online about colluding with Lin Xiaowan to commit murder. When Guanwei first saw the post, he was shocked, thinking it was mere fabrication. However, driven by curiosity, he messaged the doctor and uncovered some so-called truths. From the beginning, Nianchu had suspected Lin Xiaowan. Gu Xiaoting, along with himself, found it hard to believe that the seemingly frail Lin Xiaowan could orchestrate such a conspiracy. Even if she disliked Nianchu, Bai Yuling had raised her. Yet the doctor's claims did not seem like mere fabrications. If true, then the organs Lin Xiaowan had transplanted were Bai Yuling's. This indicated not merely audacity, but a perverse degree of insanity. Is there evidence? Gu Xiaoting's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Guanwei nodded. It is merely the doctor's word, lacking concrete proof. However, during my investigation, I discovered that this matter also involves Secretary Zhong. She's involved too? Gu Xiaoting's gaze darkened further. He brought a cigarette to his lips, pondering. Secretary Zhong facilitated the transfer of Bai Yuling's organs abroad. When Lin Xiaowan underwent her transplant, she claimed it was an organ donation from a foreign institution. I suspect the organs were indeed Bai Yuling's. Good, very good. A fierce murderous intent erupted in Gu Xiaoting's eyes. Are they all treating me like a fool? Taking a deep breath, an icy aura enveloped him. In the evening, Gu Xiaoting visited Lin Xiaowan. She was in high spirits, having prepared his favorite dishes. Rumors circulated online about their impending engagement, which she interpreted as his way of surprising her. Today, Gu Xiaoting's unexpected visit surely pertained to this matter. Xiaoting, it's been a while since you've come so early to accompany me. Gu Xiaoting settled into the plush sofa, crossing his legs. Do you know Zhang Xing? He suddenly inquired. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Xiaowan's eyes. What? Dr. Zhang? I meant Zhang Xing. How do you know he's a doctor? Gu Xiaoting's gaze turned icy, sending chills down Lin Xiaowan's spine. Stammering, she explained, Dr. Zhang. He came to see me when Bai Yuling was declared brain dead, wanting to discuss her organs and the price. Gu Xiaoting's eyes narrowed. And then? I didn't agree. Lin Xiaowan suddenly knelt before Gu Xiaoting, clutching his leg as she began to weep. Shouting, Bai Yuling, no matter what she has done, she is still my mother. Although she is in a state of brain death, I feel she is not truly gone. How could I possibly use her organs? Moreover, you have the ability to find a suitable donor for me. I have no need to resort to this. Don't you agree? The man lowered his eyelids, quietly gazing into her tear-stained eyes. Her explanations seemed imbued with sincerity, each statement woven with rationality and flawless justification. Yet, why could he not offer her his complete trust? Lin Xiaowan, he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with gravity. I hope you remember not to attempt to deceive me. You should understand that the consequences of deceiving me are beyond your capacity to bear. Lin Xiaowan gently nodded, her delicate face pressed against his knee, as if seeking solace and protection. Her tear-filled eyes brimmed with endless sorrow and earnestness. Shouting, she choked out, I could deceive anyone, but I would never deceive you, because you're the one I most wish to protect in this world. A flicker of emotion stirred within the man's heart, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of complex feelings. Why had she sent such a message, drawing Nianchu and Fei Liangzheng to the hotel, thus allowing the reporters to capture them? He lifted her chin, his gaze probing. What was your purpose? Tell me. Lin Xiaowan's eyes trembled slightly. Had Gu Xiaoting uncovered the truth so swiftly? She inhaled deeply, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips. What else could it be? It is merely my deep obsession with you, my inability to bear the ambiguity between Nianchu and Dr. Fei. I wanted to teach them a lesson on your behalf. I just wanted to relieve your grievances. Her voice, tinged with melancholy, conveyed an indescribable persistence and profound affection. Gu Shouting leaned back on the sofa, a whirlpool of conflicting emotions surging within him. He took a cigarette, placing it to his lips, lighting it, inhaling deeply. Do not engage in such foolishness again. I want tea, she murmured, pressing her face against his leg, resembling a fragile little bird, utterly dependent on him. Shouting, when will we truly be together? My body is gradually recovering, and I sincerely hope to bear children for you. Bear children? He had never genuinely envisioned such a future with Lin Xiaowan. Irritated, he took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, rising to his feet. Get some rest. I must take my leave. Won't you stay? She implored, grasping his large hand almost desperately. Please stay with me. I have matters to attend to at the company. He offered no further explanation as he departed. After Gu Shouting left, Lin Xiaowan picked up her phone and called a mysterious organization. Eliminate those two for me. Gu Shouting drove along Jiangqing Avenue for over an hour, eventually turning into the Gu family hospital. Whether it was guilt or pity, there was a voice within him urging him to come here. The hospital was brightly lit. Nianchu's ward was the most prestigious VIP room in the entire hospital. The main lights had been turned off, leaving only a few exquisite night lamps casting soft and warm glows, adding a touch of warmth and tranquility to the serene space. He gently pushed open the door. Nianchu was asleep. On the bedside table lay the items he had instructed Guanwei to send. A delicate jewelry box rested quietly, seemingly unopened. The black card was neatly placed atop the box. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of disdain. Raising his gaze, he looked at the woman in the bed. Under the dim light, he could clearly see the scars on her wrist. The wounds had nearly healed, yet the marks remained strikingly vivid, deeply etched into her skin like a brand. His chilly fingertips gently brushed over the scars. As Nianchu opened her eyes, she was met with the magnified visage of Gu Shouting. Startled, she let out a scream. Ah, it's me. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, his deep tone more alluring in the dark. Did I frighten you? Nianchu pulled at her sleeve, covering the scars. What brings you here? I've been busy with work these past few days and haven't had time to visit. I was quite worried about you. Worried about her? Nianchu thought she must have misheard. Was he concerned for her health or worried she might descend into despair, thus bringing shame upon the Gu family? I don't need anyone as concern, she replied, her tone as cold as winter ice. He paused for a moment. Last time I was indeed a bit impulsive. His voice carried a faint hint of regret. He wanted to apologize but found the words stuck in his throat. I shouldn't have treated you so harshly. Nianchu found it difficult to comprehend him. How much of his words could she trust? His nature was inherently obsessive, impulsive, and volatile. One moment he was apologizing, and the next, he could very well be strangling her. Nianchu remained silent. Gu Shouting sat by her bedside, gazing intently at her, while she turned her face away, avoiding any interaction with him. Do you not like these gifts? He broke the silence, not understanding women's whims. I had Guanwei pick out the expensive ones. Nianchu glanced at the gifts, her voice indifferent and distant. Mr. Gu, you might as well give these to Lin Xiaowan. I have no desire for such things, nor do I deserve to possess them. Gu Shouting frowned, looking into her indifferent eyes, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. You are Mrs. Gu. How could you say you do not deserve it? Nianchu scoffed. Mrs. Gu, that title holds no meaning for me anymore. Then may I inquire, Mr. Gu, when can I cease to be Mrs. Gu? She met his gaze directly, her lips trembling slightly. Are you so eager to part ways with me? His eyes bore into hers, deep and unfathomable. Coming here tonight was not to discuss this. After a divorce, do you think you can truly be free? You are terribly naive. Your freedom is not dictated by marriage, but by whether I choose to let you go. Then, Mr. Gu, will you let me go? Have you forgotten that you still owe me money? Nianchu, when will you repay me? Only then can we discuss divorce, and perhaps by that time. Perhaps then you would release me. Nianchu felt utterly disheartened. He was ultimately unwilling to let her go. His words were merely a reflection of her inability to repay the 2 million promptly. If I could return the 2 million to you right now, would you be willing to divorce me and set me free? She still wanted nothing more than freedom, as she always had. Can you? He remained silent. Nianchu smiled lightly. His silence only affirmed that his earlier promises were hollow. Even if she repaid him, he would still refuse to let her go. Then I must ask, where do you intend to procure this 2 million? Nianchu met his gaze squarely. Does it matter? I only need to return the money to you, and that is all. So if I do not let you go, it would seem I cannot bear to part with you. He replied coldly, almost cruelly. Including principal and interest, I will require 3 million. Whenever you repay me, I will draft the divorce agreement. Nianchu looked up. Did he agree to let her go? I will do so as soon as possible, she replied. He laughed, a sardonic smile crossing his lips. Then I shall observe how Mrs. Gu, with her remarkable abilities, manages to gather this 3 million. Once again, their encounter ended unfavorably. As the heavy door slammed shut, Nianchu remained unfazed. 3 million, indeed, she did not possess. However, if she cannot borrow, she will sell her house and everything that can be sold, including herself. Upon returning from the hospital to the Gu residence, her relationship with Gu Shouting seemed unchanged. He would still visit Lin Xiaowan every other day, return home for dinner, and share the bed with her. Online, photos and layouts from the engagement ceremony flooded the internet, as if he wished to proclaim his love to the world. The more she saw, the more the bitterness in Nianchu's heart intensified, filling her with sorrow. She and Gu Shouting had never been engaged. They merely spent 10 minutes obtaining a certificate, lacking even a wedding ceremony or any semblance of an engagement celebration. People often say that love is evident in the details. Through Gu Shouting's care for Lin Xiaowan, she grasped what true love entailed, while she felt like a mere clown. Song Qingzi called her, and they arranged to meet. This is 1 million. Song Qingzi handed Nianchu a bank card. I'll help you out, don't worry. 1 million? Nianchu furrowed her brow, filled with confusion and unease. Where did you get 1 million? I mortgaged the house my mother left me, she replied nonchalantly. Qingzi, you shouldn't have done this. You're making me. Nianchu felt both heartbroken and conflicted. Song Qingzi smiled faintly. It's a mortgage, not a sale. I can redeem it later. Nianchu truly wished not to burden Song Qingzi with her troubles. I can't accept this money. You're not taking it for free. I'll be charging interest. Song Qingzi pressed the card into Nianchu's hands. It's a loan, not a gift. Don't overthink it. She smiled, but Nianchu felt an overwhelming bitterness. Even if Song Qingzi lent her 1 million, she still had a 2 million gap to fill. This 1 million would not be easy to repay. She needed a quick way to make money. After parting with Song Qingzi, Nianchu went to a high-end nightclub in Jiangcheng, where she sought out Song Huan, a classmate from high school. While others were preparing for the college entrance exam, she had given up and become a dancer. Later, whenever her name was mentioned, it was met with disdain and mockery. Nianchu, Song Huan, dressed relatively conservatively, was taken aback. What are you doing here? Nianchu did not shy away from the truth. Song Huan, I'm here to find you. Looking for me? Song Huan scrutinized Nianchu from head to toe before stepping aside. Guomein, Nianchu explained her purpose. For a moment, Song Huan was at a loss. The woman before her had always been an exceptional student, the pride of her family, and had gained admission to a prestigious university. It was hard to believe she had fallen so low. Are you in trouble? Nianchu nodded slightly, each motion heavy with unspoken burdens. I owe money, so I came to seek a job. You don't have a job? Song Huan asked, surprised. I want to work nights, as a part-time job. Can you help me? Nianchu bit her lip. She had inquired about Song Huan, who had become the leading manager here. Getting her in shouldn't be too difficult, depending on Song Huan's willingness to assist. Song Huan lit a cigarette, her beautiful eyes fixed on Nianchu. You can't handle this work. I can dance. I have a foundation. She had numerous talents as a child and had taught herself jazz and ethnic dance in college. I can do it. I'm not saying you can't dance. Song Huan lowered her head to inhale from the cigarette, exhaling slowly, her brow furrowing. This environment is mixed. It's not suitable for someone like you. There is no environment that cannot be adapted to. I can do it. Nianchu had never been more resolute. Song Huan, having entered society at 18, understood too well that a woman would not seek such exposure unless absolutely compelled. Noticing the scars on Nianchu's wrists only confirmed her suspicions. Are you sure? Nianchu nodded, resolute. Since we're classmates, I want to be heartless. I can take you in, But you must know that while this work pays quickly, it demands much in return. Clients will touch you, kiss you. These are everyday occurrences. Can you handle that? Song Hwan laid the harsh reality bare. The profession of dancing was among the lowest in society, looked down upon and scorned. In the eyes of men, they were mere playthings, devoid of dignity and value. Their bodies were on display, to be handled at will. The term plaything encapsulates this reality. As long as it doesn't involve sleeping with clients, everything else is acceptable, was Nianchu's bottom line. Song Hwan chuckled lightly, extinguishing her cigarette. If that's the case, I'll take you in. Come over this weekend, and I'll personally teach you some rules and skills. You'll start on Monday night. Is that all right? No problem. I'll be there on time. By day, Nianchu was the deputy supervisor of the design department at Gu Corporation, a diligent professional. By night, she transformed into a mysterious Indian dancer, weaving through various men. Her movements were graceful and passionate, imbued with an indescribable allure, captivating men who were entranced and reluctant to leave. The air was thick with greedy desire, the acrid scent of money, and the intoxicating glamour of excess. Mr. Gu, you've never been to a place like this. You don't know its wonders. The venue, shrouded in smoke and haze, was not to Gu Shouting's liking. However, as the other party had been a long-time client of Gu Corporation, he refrained from voicing his discontent. It seemed that Mr. Zhou had frequented here often. Mr. Gu, you're in for a treat. They have new faces recently, and their figures are truly soft and slender. You'll see for yourself soon. Mr. Zhou was already impatient. As he spoke, several extravagantly dressed dancers entered the VIP room. Chapter 100. To sell oneself. One must have the stature of a seller draped in sheer fabric, adorned with heavy makeup. The dancers moved with enchanting grace. Nianchu never anticipated encountering Gu Shouting here. While dancing, she held her breath, fearing he might recognize her. Yet, he seemed engrossed in conversation with the man beside him, oblivious to her presence. Allowing her to relax slightly, the dancers performed with fervor as the men drank and exchanged toasts. After several songs, Mr. Zhou pointed at Nianchu and said, Mr. Gu, this one is the newcomer. She's radiant. Just look at her tiny waist, truly soft and slender. I touched her last time. The sensation. Mr. Zhou licked his dry lips. What a treat. Let us share, Mr. Gu. There are no strict rules here. Feel free to touch and kiss. If you want to take her for the night, it'll cost a bit. Mr. Zhou patted his chest confidently. It's just a little money, if Mr. Gu really likes her, I'll cover it. Gu Shouting raised his glass, casting a brief glance at the dancing woman before turning to Mr. Zhou. Have you already had your turn? Not yet. If Mr. Gu likes her, I'll prioritize you. Gu Shouting suddenly laughed, clinking his glass with Mr. Zhou. Then I must thank you. No need for thanks. Mr. Zhou had little tolerance for alcohol, quickly becoming inebriated. After sending him home, Gu Shouting called for Song Hwan. The dancers here are quite good. Arrange for another performance. He handed her a black card to swipe. Sure, Mr. Gu. I'll have the girls come out right away. Nianchu emerged at the end of the line, uncertain whether Gu Shouting had recognized her or simply sought entertainment. With heavy makeup and a veil, he likely only wished to enjoy himself. As the music played, the dancers moved with sensuality and charm. Gu Shouting's gaze remained fixed on the woman who dared not meet his eyes. After one song ended, he beckoned with his finger, summoning Song Hwan to his side. Can the dancers here be taken away? He inquired, seated confidently in the principal position, embodying the demeanor of one in power. Song Hwan had encountered many affluent individuals like him. Typically, those who wished to take someone away were older, seeking novelty and the allure of youthful flesh. A young and handsome man like him was indeed a rarity. If he intended to take someone, it would not come cheaply. She spoke cautiously, wary of offending the benefactor. The women here were renowned for their beauty in Jiangcheng, each selected with great care. The price for a night was steep, 200,000. Am I not someone who can afford such expenses? He responded, elegantly holding a cigarette between his fingers, taking a leisurely drag before gesturing towards the back where Nianchu sat. How much for her for one night? Though Nianchu did not lift her gaze, she could sense that Gu Shouting was referring to her. She lowered her head even further. Gu, this girl does not work nights, Song Hwan quickly interjected, pulling another young and beautiful dancer forward. What about her? Younger, more vivacious, sweet-tongued, she will surely please you. Just as the girl took a step forward, Gu Shouting's piercing gaze swept over her, causing her to shrink back in fear, remaining motionless. It is her, he stated directly. fixing his gaze on the woman who dared not lift her eyes. 1 million for the night. Ask her if she will come with me. 1 million? Indeed, the wealthy were generous. I shall inquire. Song Huan knew that Nianchu was in dire need of funds. Such an opportunity for 1 million was rare. Moreover, he was a young man, far more appealing than those aged over 50, reeking of stale smoke and old age. What do you think? Song Huan asked discreetly. Nianchu longed for the million, but this man was Gu shouting. She felt it impossible to accept such a sum. Can I refuse? Song Huan understood that newcomers often felt trepidation about their first night, yet such an opportunity was scarce. You're in need of money, are you not? I'll only take 20,000. The remaining 800,000 is yours. But we'll be over before you know it. Song Huan whispered into Nianchu's ear, urging her to resolve her urgent financial woes and return to a normal life. Of course, that sounds wonderful, but he is Gu shouting. Nianchu hesitated, fearing to proceed. There's always a first time for everything. Think it over. Song Huan swayed her hips and approached Gu shouting, but the girl shyly said, perhaps it's best to reconsider. 2 million. His gaze remained icy, unyieldingly fixed on Nianchu. Tell her that a large appetite is not necessarily a virtue. Song Huan found herself caught in a dilemma. Nianchu raised her eyes, meeting Gu shouting's unyielding stare. In that moment, she sensed an inscrutable emotion behind his calm facade. As Song Huan prepared to persuade her further, Nianchu spoke, I will go, but I demand payment up front. That is not an issue. We always pay before taking someone away. The thought of acquiring 40,000 made Song Huan beam with delight. Shall we use a card, Mr. Gu? Gu shouting replied in a low voice, yes, a card. He charged 2 million, and 1,600,000 was transferred into Nianchu's account. She changed her clothes, but left her makeup intact, escorted out by Song Huan. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped her. Do not be afraid. It is not shameful. Once you earn enough, you can leave this behind. Song Huan gazed at Nianchu. She was meant to blossom in the sunlight, not scuttle in the shadows like a cockroach. Nianchu simply smiled faintly before bending to enter the car. The vehicle drove towards the Jiangchang Grand Hotel, with Gu shouting leading the way. She followed closely behind. He remained silent and expressionless, his pace unhurried. Nianchu's heart raced with anxiety. She suspected that Gu shouting recognized her. Yet why did he not express anger? If he did not recognize her, did he frequently bring women to hotels when visiting such establishments? The thought was too unsettling to entertain. Regardless of whether Gu shouting acknowledged her, the money had already been received. Soon enough, she would settle her debts with him. Inside the elevator, Nianchu hid in the corner, keeping her head bowed. The atmosphere was quiet and cramped. It felt like an eternity before the doors finally opened on room 1808. The man swiped his card, and she followed him inside. He removed his coat and tossed it aside, loosening his collar as he looked at her. Undress. Nianchu was momentarily taken aback. To sell oneself, one must embody the role. His scrutinizing gaze roamed over her, finally resting on her face, watching her intently. Her lashes fluttered slightly. Hesitating, her fingers began to unfasten her buttons. He chuckled softly, then lit a cigarette, lowering his head to take a puff. The faint scent of tobacco soon filled the room. He reclined lazily, beckoning her with a finger. With trepidation, Nianchu approached. He watched her with a teasing glint, exhaling smoke in her face, his hand encircling her neck. Next time you apply makeup, remember to cover that beauty mark. Startled, she struggled momentarily. He swiftly pinned her down, his grip tightening around her neck. What is the matter? Are you unhappy about spending 2 million for a night with your husband? Chapter 101. Earning more money to sell yourself? You recognized me long ago, didn't you? She should have anticipated this. Why else would he choose her among so many beautiful women? His cool fingertips grazed her crimson lips, teasing, is this too difficult? I merely wish to earn more money. Her eyes trembled, a flicker of unknown fear washing over her, her fingertips quivering uncontrollably. Earning more money to sell yourself? His grip tightened slightly, causing her complexion to darken. Have you spoken to your husband about spending the night with other men? No, never. No one was as lavish as Gu shouting, nor did anyone singularly desire her. Clutching his wrist, her face drained of color. If it were not for you, I would not be here. Is that so, Mrs. Gu? She struggled to breathe, nodding in affirmation. Perhaps he absorbed her explanation, for his grip relaxed slightly. Did he fully trust her words? Certainly not. Rising, he lit another cigarette, inhaling slowly. Engulfed in the gray smoke, his features took on an air of mystery and depth, leaving her in bewilderment. Nianchu, you are suffering from depression, and your mental state is deteriorating. For your health and safety, I believe you should spend some time in Yaoai Hospital for recuperation. His voice was soft, yet struck her like a hammer. Yaoai Hospital? You intend to confine me in a psychiatric institution? No, you cannot do this. Nianchu's voice trembled, laden with profound terror. You drove Mo Tao mad. Do you wish to drive me to madness as well? He gazed at her silently, his eyes deep and complex, like a tumultuous sea under the night sky, impenetrable and fathomless. I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good? Is this truly for my well-being? After her family had perished or gone mad, she believed she had a slim chance of survival, only to discover she was the last to be disposed of. All talk of divorce and freedom was merely a facade. He had never intended to let her go. His true aim was to push her step by step into the abyss, compelling her to struggle in endless terror and despair. Who's shouting, why? Why force me to hate you, why? Tears of desperation, icy and bitter, fell onto her hand. She had once envisioned a conclusion of freedom, but it turned out to be a loss of liberty. He remained calm and indifferent, watching her reddened eyes. Finally, he extinguished the cigarette between his fingers. Once you recover, I will come to retrieve you. Will you? In Nianchu's eyes, a flicker of confusion and despair flashed. She feared she might never witness the arrival of that day. Gu shouting, how cruel you truly are. Please, no more deceit. Wiping away her tears, Nianchu sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Tears streamed down her face, for she yearned to escape, to evade confinement. Gu Shouting's large hand intercepted her, pulling her back by the waist. What do you think you're running to? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall retrieve you. You are worse than a beast. Montauk Nianchu screamed in fury, her voice laced with boundless sorrow and despair. Who told you to be disobedient? He forcefully hurled her onto the bed, his body pressing down upon hers. Days later, Nianchu found herself bound and sent to Yaoai Hospital, a place where she had desperately wished to rescue Mo Tao from peril, yet felt utterly powerless. Entering this hospital felt akin to stepping into a ghastly purgatory. Every breath she took was suffused with despair, as if invisible chains bound her spirit. The only escape from this place seemed to lie in death. The staff at Yaoai Hospital assigned her to a solitary room, devoid of unnecessary furnishings. The walls were thickly padded with soundproof material, lacking a table, save for a rounded wooden bed and a modest window. Once her restraints were removed, she rubbed her aching wrists and gazed at the world beyond the iron bars. She pondered whether she would ever witness the day of her liberation. The expressionless person who had brought her there handed her a clean patient gown. Mrs. Gu, the chairman wishes for you to rest well here, and we will take good care of you. You must be obedient. Nianchu remained silent, her gaze vacant and lost as she stared outside, reminiscent of a canary with broken wings. Countless nights she had imagined her brother staring out as well, yearning for the chance to step outside, only to be driven to madness by torment. Time seemed to stand still. Nianchu's life became mechanical and monotonous, eating, sleeping, watching television, and taking brief walks after dinner. More often, she simply sat quietly at the bed's edge, arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze hollow as it pierced through the window. The sky loomed vast and profound while she remained imprisoned. No one came to berate or torment her. After Gu Shouting confiscated her phone, no one knew of her confinement. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within her, prompting a hasty retreat to the bathroom. Bent over, hands braced against the sink, her stomach roiled violently. This reaction had persisted for 3 days. As a woman, the most direct thought that crossed her mind was pregnancy. This notion flashed through her mind like a thunderclap, exploding within her heart. She struggled to believe it, closing her eyes and taking deep breaths, attempting to quell the turmoil that had settled within her, the heaviness and oppression weighing her down. Originally, she had contemplated ending her life in these past few days. Could she truly be pregnant? Nianchu, someone has come to see you. A voice called out as the door swung open. After washing her face, she responded wearily, acknowledging the visitor. Nianchu was led into the reception room. Upon seeing Li Shaoan, she felt no particular surprise. Apart from Gu Shouting, he was likely the only one who had come to visit her. Li Shaoan's gaze fell heavily upon the woman clad in a patient gown, his brow furrowing in concern. She appeared even thinner than before. Her skin, once porcelain-like, now seemed almost translucent, devoid of color. Gu Shouting had sent Mo Tao to UI hospital, and Li Xiaoan could somewhat comprehend that. However, confining Mo Nianchu 2 revealed a particularly twisted nature. Look at you, the person you once desperately wanted to marry. This is how he treats you? Li Xiaoan exclaimed, kicking over a chair in frustration. Mo Nianchu calmly regarded him. How did you know I was confined here? I called you to share evidence regarding Lin Xiaoan, but Gu Shouting answered the phone. Thus, he naturally learned of Mo Nianchu's imprisonment at UI hospital. Although Li Xiaoan was not without his flaws, his feelings for Mo Nianchu were genuine. Yet, his youthful affection bore the marks of a mindset that sought to destroy what could not be possessed, leading to the deterioration of their relationship. In hindsight, Mo Nianchu's choice to marry Gu Shouting appeared to be the worst decision. Marrying Li Xiaoan would have been far better, for at least he would not treat her so cruelly. Do you wish to leave this place? I can take you away, he urged, his brow furrowed in concern.